I shared a bed with my wife for 70 years, only to discover her secret after my death. It turns out she had always been a virgin, and the pleasure we experienced during intimacy was all an illusion created by her. She used my feelings for her to cultivate the highest level of the art of forgetting emotions, because she was the only saint of the forgetful sect. All men were merely tools for her to practice emotions, and I was completely unaware of it all. At this moment, I am lying in the grave, yet I can clearly see the scene outside the grave. For 49 days after my death, Su Qingxue knelt in front of the grave without eating or drinking, painfully recounting the story of our acquaintance. It was not until the 49th day that Su Qingxue removed her disguise, and her appearance instantly returned to that of a beautiful and pure young girl. At this moment, I realized that my wife was not an ordinary person. Looking at the eyes of my wife Su Qingxue, it was a sharp and profound gaze that I had never seen in 70 years. Su Qingxue was sitting cross-legged, and her body slowly floated in the air. Oh my, Schwerer, you are the unparalleled master by my side. Isn't it said that this world only has ordinary warriors? Since you are so powerful, why don't you teach me instead of growing old with me? I was somewhat crazy, constantly roaring, venting the unwillingness in my heart. After a long time, I stopped again. Perhaps my talent was too poor. She felt that I could not achieve anything in martial arts, so she accompanied me to grow old. I have been watching Su Qingxue outside like this, thinking that if I have the chance to live again, I must accompany my beloved one for 70 years. As time passed, Su Qingxue's cultivation continued for 30 days and finally ended. I don't know what happened to her, but now it seems that Su Qingxue appears even more mysterious and unpredictable than before, with a cold and unfamiliar demeanor. And at this moment, flashes of light streaked across the sky, with people flying continuously to 100 meters in front of the tomb, and each one of them was a woman with exceptional looks and temperament. The most outstandingly beautiful woman landed in front of Su Qingxue, nodding very satisfied. Good, very good. Qingxue, you have spent 100 years finally successfully cultivated the supreme forgetfulness technique, and you have also retained your virginity. The future emperor can be expected. When this was said, I was suddenly shocked and lost color. My wife is still a virgin. How did I spend these 100 years? Qingxue dare not go against the teachings of the master. My heart loves him very much, but my body does not love him. He died. The love also ended. Through 49 days of reminiscence, I completely cut off this love and also forgot about it. The woman chuckled and said, that's right, this is the true essence of the supreme forgetfulness decision. First there is love, then forgetfulness. Unfortunately, I couldn't overcome the difficulties like you did back then, and ultimately lost the most precious thing. From today on, you will be the only saintess of my supreme forgetfulness sect, the future successor of the sect. The woman announced loudly, and suddenly all the hundreds of women who came to greet her knelt down on one knee together. Oh my God. In these 70 years, I have been through at least tens of thousands of times with you. Who else could it be but me? My wife of 70 years is still a virgin. Are you here to mock me? Am I just a tool to you? I clenched my fists tightly. Never have I been so angry in 2 lifetimes. Originally, I thought that the happiness I have experienced in these decades was just a dream, just a play. You wait. If one day I have strong power, I will definitely deal with you first. Just when I was extremely angry, a pleasant voice entered my mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for activating the invincible cultivation system. Would you like to make a purchase? Rewards are being distributed. Invincible system, concubine version, successfully loaded and bound. The host's soul has successfully returned to the body, rejuvenating to the age of 20. You have gained 1 million cubic system storage space and 7 days of invincibility. At that moment, a mysterious force appeared in my body, and I finally no longer felt the same weakness as before. With just a gentle stretch of my hand, the coffin lid was sent flying into the sky, and a 1-meter-wide hole was blasted open in the grave. So strong, I was surprised in my heart. I didn't expect that sending 3 dog heads could activate it. Hurry up, my precious ones. However, upon hearing a loud noise outside, the people from the forgetful sect and others all retreated back 100 meters. Such a strong aura. Su Qingxue looked puzzled. She was the one who buried me with her own hands. At that time, I was already dead and couldn't die again. A bad premonition surged in her heart. Could it be that her husband was also a hidden big shot, much stronger than herself? At this time, I had not yet adapted to this powerful force. With a light leap, I reached the high altitude of 1 kilometer away. After relaxing my body, I began to free fall downwards. When my feet touched the ground, I still created a 6 to 7 meter deep crater. At this moment, Su Qingxue's mouth was open wide enough to fit an egg in. Is this still the familiar husband? And in the pit, I felt the excitement of the power growing stronger, with the ground trembling with each step until I walked out of this big pit, and the ground stopped shaking. I took a deep breath and thought to myself, finally able to adapt to some power. At this moment, Su Qingxue has already seen the rejuvenated me, this husband who has been with her for 70 years. To be honest, she feels a bit confused in her heart. After the person has passed away, she managed to forget about it. But at this moment, the old feelings reignite. It seems that she can't forget this feeling. Memories flood back into her mind once again, and the newly transcended Su Qingxue unexpectedly feels a bit unstable. The sect master Min Qingxiu couldn't help but feel a murderous intent when she saw this. The man in front of her must die, otherwise the disciple's Tao heart would be unstable. This is a rare genius in the sect for thousands of years, not to mention reaching the realm of the great emperor. There is still a chance to achieve the status of a quasi-emperor in the future. As I walked, I spoke. Qingxue, what else are you hiding from me? Have I treated you badly in these 70 years? Why do you treat me like this? Su Qingxue, do you still love me? Su Qingxue only said one word, I. Her voice and body were trembling, and she seemed unable to say the next words. Min Qingxiu saw this and waved his hand fiercely, saying, disciples of the Forget-Me-Not sect, obey my orders and kill him. These 100 people are all at least real martial arts masters, with the powerful ones already reaching the transcendent realm, each one capable of holding their own in a specific area. 100 top experts from the forgetful sect surrounded me, each displaying their strongest attack methods, sword lights and shadows. Even thunder attribute martial arts attacks were launched at me, but these attacks had no effect on my body, only damaging my clothes. Since you all want to kill me, then I, Ling Taixu, cannot be polite. I don't need any fixed attack method at all. A punch hit a female disciple, because the power was simply too strong. The woman's body was actually directly pierced through her body by Ling Taixu's powerful force and perished on the spot. It's not that he's not compassionate, it's just that when you're faced with someone who wants to kill you, are you compassionate? Ling Taixu didn't stop, charging forward violently at whoever he saw, either punching or palming, destroying a cutie with a single blow. It was just that he didn't have enough skill yet, so Ling Taixu's attacks were slightly simpler. If he had, he could have instantly killed all of these 100 disciples of the Supreme Forgetfulness sect, and there would have been no need to name them one by one as he was doing now. Ling Taixu thought to himself that he must head to the cultivation realm after this time to learn various attacking techniques and secret arts. He was currently in a state of empty invincibility, unable to best utilize it. Everything is just the most primitive attack. Therefore, Ling Taixu was a bumpkin who knew nothing in the eyes of Min Qingxiu, a return-to-truth realm powerhouse, and was not to be feared. Although these disciples of the sect were also strong enough, in terms of absolute strength, they would not be able to defeat Ling Taixu even if Ling Taixu did not know any divine moves. After all, their strength was nothing more than insignificant in Min Qingxiu's eyes, and they couldn't be compared to her at all. Even if she couldn't do it herself, there were still stronger elders present in the sect. She had that backbone. So what if it was a quasi-emperor? As one of the 9 clans in the world, it was standard for the Supreme Forgetfulness sect to have a quasi-emperor powerhouse, with a big mountain behind her. Min Qingxiu didn't panic at all. Constant wailing sounds rang out as a group of sect disciples fell to the ground. The terrifying Ling Taixu had already caused these disciples to start retreating behind Min Qingxiu. Come back, all of you. You're no match for him. Min Qingxiu called a halt to the battle with a loud cry, and the sect disciples were as if they were amazed to hear it and fled. Ling Taixu didn't pursue either. Instead he looked towards the silent Su Qingxue not far away. The system gift pack only gave him 7 days of invincibility, and he had to be prepared for anything until the invincibility time was increased. Seeing that Ling Taixu was still looking at Su Qingxue, Min Qingxiu felt resentment in her heart as she leapt up and stood in midair, followed by the appearance of a green-colored long sword in her hand. Death to the harpies. Long sword raised. The world seems to have become dark. A sword cutout sword astral up to 100 meters long. 100 meters sword astral appeared after this heaven and earth as if this sword light is the main general. At this moment is the protagonist of this heaven and earth. Gazing at the 100-meter sword dipper, Ling Taixu did not panic at all. In his eyes the speed of the dipper seemed to be very slow. He just raised his hand upwards with one hand and waved it. Touch. Catch the avatar with your bare hands? The contact between the hand and the sword dipper made a loud sound, and the terrifying sword dipper seemed to become very fragile, instantly shattering and flying into the sky, rushing to mess up the clouds. How is this possible? Min Qingxiu looked over incredulously. Just now, he had used one of the advanced divine abilities of the Taishang Forgetfulness Decree, and had also condensed her great perfection sword intent, shattering her divine sword intent with the lift of a hand? What a strength this is! Even the clan's heavenly Yuan realm's supreme elders couldn't do it so easily. So perhaps the quasi-emperor's clan ancestor could. Luck! It must be luck! Min Qingxiu had been consoling herself in her mind. This kid is a barbarian who can't do anything, and there might be a supreme treasure present in his body, that's why he has such power. carrying heavy treasures, or maybe he had the inherited treasures of a great emperor-level powerhouse. Yeah, that must be it. Kill him and take his treasures. Maybe I can break through to my current realm. Because she was cultivating too much forgetfulness, decided to make a mistake. Lost her innocence body, let her lifelong stop now this realm. As long as they kill her, get the treasure, I will be able to rock it up. Kid, I'll see how much longer what guards you can hold out. Min Xingqiu let out a loud cry and swung out sword after sword, accompanied by a powerful sword blade. It was as if he had gone mad, attacking Ling Taixu with no desire to die. At this moment, Su Qingxue's heart tightened, and a very unwilling thought of her own sprouted. She was surprisingly worried about Ling Taixu's safety at the moment, and in her heart, she didn't want him to get hurt. Pust. Su Qingxue spat out a mouthful of blood. The Taishang forgetting decision had broken. Her realm fell rapidly, and she had just achieved the cave void realm when she fell back to the Tongyu realm. Miss. Su Xiaoye supported Su Qingxue from the side. Xiao Yu. I still can't forget about him. It's me who has apologized to my husband. He's so strong. He must have seen through us a long time ago, but he hasn't been pointing it out for the sake of our current life. It's my fault. For so many years, husband has actually been voluntarily in the illusion I laid down. I was wrong. It's me who's sorry, husband. Su Qingxue fell into tears. How could the little memories of these years be forgotten? Master, please spare Taixu. Su Qingxue knelt down towards Min Xingqiu, but at this time, the red-eyed Min Xingqiu had always felt that Ling Taixu was carrying a heavy treasure. So how could he give up this rare opportunity to seize the treasure? Countless channels attacked Ling Taixu, and all sorts of divine secret techniques were released one by one. But no matter which attack it was, Ling Taixu wasn't afraid of it and was able to easily defuse it. Miss, I don't think he may be able to lose. You can see that the sovereign's attack has no effect on him. The master's power is no longer something we can guess. But why are his lordship's attacks so simple and crude? Yes. It was only then that Su Qingxue reacted to the fact that Ling Taixu's fighting seemed to be stuck in the moves he had learned in the mortal martial arts schools around the world when he was young. The difference between Min Xingqiu's various divine means was not a fraction of a point. But it was this simple and crude means that Min Xingqiu of the Returned Truth realm didn't seem to be able to do anything at all. You old hag. Give you face? Ha! Ling Taixu easily moved forward and was out of the range of Min Xingqiu's attack, arriving in front of Min Xingqiu in the blink of an eye. Ah! Min Xingqiu was taken aback, unable to help himself. He wanted to step backward, and at this moment, Ling Taixu grabbed his collar and lifted it up. Ling Taixu's height of over 1.85 m was simply not too easy to drag and lift a Min Xingqiu of about 1.7 m. What are you doing? Min Xingqiu was shocked and she panicked. I am the patriarch of one of the 9 clans in the world. The Taishang Forgotten Love Clan. Snap. A slap in the face shocked the world. Nima, what is a broken sovereign? Snap. Nima Taishang Oblivion sect shall not be allowed. Shall it? This kind of sect shouldn't exist. People should have love and justice. What qualification is there to stay in the world without love and justice? Snap. This slap resounded through heaven and earth. Just after these 3 slaps, this Min Xingqiu's beautiful face had changed shape. The hot hand destroying the flowers said what Ling Taixu was doing now. Woo. Min Xingqiu, whose face and mouth had changed shape, could no longer speak. Each of the dozens of disciples of the still remaining Taishang Oblivion sect even revealed a look of despair. This was their patriarch, a powerhouse of the Return to Truth realm. It was so easy to be taken by the man in front of them, let alone them. They had just turned out to be attacking such a supreme powerhouse, and one by one, their bodies began to tremble. Their bodies unnaturally standing there, not daring to leave for fear of offending this powerhouse with a single movement. In his mind, he was thinking about how he would beg for forgiveness later so that this strong man could spare them. What? Can't say anything anymore? Then let me send you on your way. After 3 slaps, Ling Taixu was about to prepare to kill Min Xingqiu when Su Qingxue shouted, "Husband, please stop." Su Qingxue, who had already figured it out, had dared to face Ling Taixu at this moment. Su Qingxue, what else do you have to say now? Ling Taixu questioned loudly. Husband, I know I'm sorry. I was wrong. Please spare Master Zun. Master Zun. She has saved my life and raised me. I hope that you will leave her alive. Su Qingxue tearfully said. By now she had cried into a tearful person. The fall of the realm was detrimental to her body, but she couldn't care less at the moment. Su Qingxue, what qualifications do you have to ask me to spare her? Ling Taixu coldly looked at Su Qingxue. What she did was too hurtful. Even Ling Taixu, who had loved her unchanged for 70 years, couldn't bear it. Husband, thinking back on all the things she had done with Ling Taixu, almost all of them were things she couldn't afford to do to Ling Taixu. And even though Ling Taixu also hid herself and pretended to be dead in the end, none of it hurt her. Instead, he had been the one who had been hurting Ling Taixu, especially since it had been his bedtime with Ling Taixu. Each time she had used illusions to enthrall her into a fantasy world, and had a fish-out-of-water session with her fantasy self. At the same time, she also watched all of Ling Taixu's foreign faces, and one's one-man show was simply not hot. But husband is so strong. Why did he fall for my illusion? Does it mean that husband has no defense against me at all? But even so, it's impossible to find even the slightest hint of it. And his desire has always been so strong. It's not a pretense. And if he knew I had used the illusion on him, wouldn't he have done it so many times? Wouldn't this mean that Ling Taixu hadn't even realized that he had fallen under her illusion? I know. It must be that husband sealed all to be with me and made himself completely mortal. Only then could you, so powerful, fall for my illusions. Why are you like this, husband? Su Qingxue raised her head and looked at Ling Taixu with tears in her eyes, saying, husband, I know that I'm not qualified. Count on me to beg you, okay? Release my master. From now on I'll no longer be the holy maiden of the Supreme Forgetfulness sect, but your wife. You, who have the nerve to mention the word wife to me? What spiritually loves me, but not physically? Do I need a wife like you? Ling Taixu said fiercely, needing it spiritually, but also needing it more physically. No wonder this 70 years of being in love with Su Qingxue felt a bit wrong, and now I found out that it was really a big embarrassment. It's unbearable to think about that image of a person. Can I make it up to you? Su Qingxue said. Compensation? Ling Taixu glanced at such a beautiful Su Qingxue, a model from when he first met her, the prettiest chick under the sky in his heart. There was a time when Ling Taixu thought he was the happiest person in the world. And the result? Just a little cutie. It's just that. For such a woman, Ling Taixu had already died. Su Qingxue's words before her grave made that love in Ling Taixu's heart no longer exist. Husband, as long as you release Master Teacher, Xiao Yu and I are yours to do whatever you want, Su Qingxue said. Hey, Qingxue, you have said so. I can also release this old dog, right? But let me say this up front. If they mess with me again in the future, don't blame me for being rude. Okay? I promise you. Su Qingxue immediately spoke. She was afraid that Ling Taixu would back out. Boom. With a slight force, Ling Taixu threw this Min Qingxiu at least 1,000 meters. Get out of here. All of you. Then those dozens of disciples of the Supreme Forgetfulness sect fled. And no one came to care about Su Qingxue and Su Xiaoye who were left behind. Thank you, husband, Su Qingxue said. Ling Taixu came to Su Qingxue, looking at this somewhat strange person. Together for 70 years, there is still some feelings, but Ling Taixu does not need it anymore. Go back. Yes, husband. Su Qingxue followed behind Ling Taixu and also took a long breath. When the two returned to this former home, the former subordinates had long been dismissed by Su Qingxue, and the large manor was empty. Su Qingxue could only cook a delicious meal for Ling Taixu by herself. Ling Taixu could not be hurt by even the most powerful poison because of his invincibility and ate with confidence and boldness. At night, when the two returned to their room, Su Qingxue was nervous. Husband, my realm has fallen from the cave void realm to the Tony realm. My body is damaged. I may not be able to serve you properly in the next few days. It may take half a month for my body to recover. After I get better. As the words came out, Ling Taixu's face sank. It wasn't that he was unwilling, but he didn't trust Su Qingxue anymore. If husband wants to, how about letting Xiao Yu accompany you for this half month first? Su Qingxue said with a resigned face. Ling Taixu shook his head. He wanted both Xiao Yu and Su Qingxue. Xiao Yu, come in here for me. Ling Taixu's voice was harsh, and that aura scared Su Qingxue pale. In fact, she still has Ling Taixu in her heart. Otherwise she would not have broken the power realm fall. And if she did not love before, she would not have been with Ling Taixu for 70 years. Love is love. Love is love. But she can't lose her body. If she lost, cultivating too much forgetfulness of love decision at most like the master. Eventually stop returning to the truth can't go further. This was also the most difficult part of the Taishang forgetfulness decree to cultivate. And she didn't want to give it up just yet. Right now, she was merely trying to stall Ling Taixu. As long as she stalled for 7 days, her master would be able to invite the 2 supreme elders of the clan to come. Or even the clan's oldest ancestor. The sect ancestor that was a quasi-emperor powerhouse. A powerhouse who spoke with weight in the entire Starlan world. The calamity 10,000 years ago had caused no one in this world to advance to the great emperor realm again. So it was said that this Ling Taixu was at most only a party of quasi-emperors. As long as the old ancestor came, she would be able to get out of the trap. Although she was still a bit sorry to Ling Taixu when the time came, there was nothing she could do about it. But in the current situation, Ling Taixu seemed to be a bit bad at fooling around. In the middle of thinking, Su Xiaoye had already pushed open the door. Master, Miss, Su Qingxue said. Xiao Yu, you'll serve the master tonight. Really? Su Xiaoye said, even with that hint of surprise in her heart. Because of these 70 years of life, watching how Ling Taixu treated her young lady, Ling Taixu treated her exceptionally well. Deep down, she had actually fallen in love with her lord, but because of her status, Ling Taixu and them were not from the same world after all, so she let go of this love a long time ago. Serving Ling Taixu, she found herself not resisting at all. Ling Taixu shook his head and said, "You guys together, if you're going to play, you're going to play big. Nima has to get back these 70 years of pain. Husband, but in the face of absolute power, struggling was useless." Actually, Ling Taixu didn't need to do Su Qingxue so early, but time was running out. The system had given him only 7 days of invincibility, and after 7 days, what will he do after invincibility? Moreover, the system note was the concubine version, so Ling Taixu wanted to try it. If he couldn't increase the invincibility time, at least it would be cool. He also had to grab as many resources as he could and find a place to meticulously cultivate during these 7 days. Tonight is destined to be a sleepless night. Su Qingxue's plan fell completely flat. Ling Taixu was like a beast coming out of its cage, as if he was trying to make up for these 70 years of losses all at once. This night, the ringing was so loud that it shook the heavens and the earth. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successful recharge. Invincibility time plus 100 days. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successful recharge. Invincibility time plus 20 days. So that's how the invincibility time is increased. Continue. It seems like Su Qingxue here got more invincible time. Perhaps her realm is higher than Su Xiaoye's. Got to major on Su Qingxue. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successful recharge. Invincibility time plus 100 days. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successful recharge. Invincibility time plus 100 days. One night, Su Xiaoyu was fine. Su Qingxue was already dying. Luckily, being an expert of the Tongyu realm, her body was strong enough. If it were an ordinary person, it would have died a long time ago. Looking at the system, Ling Taixu had gained a total of 820 days of invincibility, and the current invincibility time would total 826 days. Invincible time was also Ling Taixu's lifespan, and when the invincible time ended, the lifespan would also die out. Even though he went back to his 20s, the lifespan didn't start at 20. Ling Taixu was glad for his decision last night. If he hadn't been more ruthless, how would he have gotten so much time? You guys should have recovery pills. Give her some and continue tonight, Ling Taixu coldly said. He had actually known that Su Qingxue was unsettled and wanted to intentionally delay time for Min Qingxiu to go and get help. That's why he was so ruthless. Imagine a 70 years of patience. Could she change so just like that? In that case, be more ruthless and get more invincibility time on them. Invincibility is life. The more the better. Although Su Xiaoye had always liked Ling Taixu in her heart, looking at Ling Taixu now was like looking at a demon. She didn't dare to go against Ling Taixu's words right now, so she could only do as she was told, taking out the pills and feeding them to the sleeping Su Qingxue. Host, Ling Taixu. Invincibility, longevity, time, 826 days. A simple system panel illustrated Ling Taixu's status, but only 826 days of life for a 20-year-old is too short, just a little over 2 years. You also need to recharge more invincibility time if you want to live longer. However, Su Qingxue, who was as strong as the Tongyu realm, could only be elevated for 100 days at a time, so it was fortunate that he had a strong ability, or else he wouldn't have been able to withstand the tossing and turning. Just what stage of the cultivation realm was this Tongyu realm? Ling Taixu realized that he was like an idiot in the cultivation world, now powerful and invincible, but he didn't understand anything. An invincible ability lacks a way to use it, and can only be used in a simple and brutal way to pretend to be X. After Su Xiaoye had served Su Qingxue to rest, Ling Taixu also called her aside. Before Ling Taixu could say anything, Su Xiaoye said, "Master, I know that we are sorry, and that you were trying to get back at Miss last night, but Miss, she really can't take it anymore. Miss has always had you in her heart, otherwise she wouldn't have caused the Taishang forgetfulness decree to break after seeing you, causing her to fall from the cave void realm to the Tongyu realm. Please have mercy on Miss." Master. Su Xiaoye lowered her head when she finished speaking. She didn't dare to look at Ling Taixu. After all, they were the ones who were at fault first, and it was normal for Ling Taixu to have anger. In fact, it is not true that people like Su Qingxue were not, for example, sexually frigid, cleansing, or asexual in their previous life. But you should not hide from him even if you are in all these situations mentioned above. After all, after he came to the other world before, the most extravagant wish in his heart was to cultivate and achieve immortality with fairies as in the novels. But Su Qingxue clearly knew her greatest wish. Still not moved, not helping herself at all, for the sake of just cultivating that Taishang forgetfulness decision. Xiao Yu, let's not talk about this today. You first tell me about this cultivation world, and what kind of realm you guys are talking about with the cave void realm, and the Tong Yu realm, Ling Taixu said. This was the most basic. Ling Taixu also needed to know how to get to the real cultivation world from here. Su Xiaoye looked at Ling Taixu with a surprised expression and said, Master, you still don't know about this? Ling Taixu nodded and said, my cultivation method is different from that of ordinary people, so if I ask you just go ahead and say it. Oh. Su Xiaoye didn't dare to ask more questions and also began to popularize the knowledge of the cultivation world for Ling Taixu. It turned out that this world was called the Star Lawn world, and Ling Taixu and their current location was a continent called the Star Meteor continent, which was the only one of the 10 continents in the Star Lawn world where the yuan qi of heaven and earth was almost zero. Therefore, this world would not give birth to powerful cultivators, and it would be difficult for cultivators to go out of this continent. This was also the reason why Ling Taixu had failed to find a cultivator after years of searching hard. In this continent, there were just ordinary martial artists who had completed body hardening at most, and pulse condensation couldn't even be completed. In the cultivation realm there is a difference between the Hotian and the innate. The three major realms of the Hotian: body hardening, vein condensation, and qi gathering. The three major realms of the innate: Qi Hai, Yuan Ling, and Jinwu. This Su Xiaoye was a cultivator of the 8th level of the innate true martial arts, and when he reached this realm, he would have a lifespan of 500 years. After the innate was the Xian zone, Tong Yu, Dong Su, Gu Asian, Tian Yuan, and the strongest great emperor realm in the entire Star Lawn world. Returning to the true realm can be the head of the 9 sects in the world. Heavenly Yuan realm can be a great elder, and a quasi-imperialist that is a party of ancestor-like figures. Under each of these realms, there are 9 more levels. Su Xiaoye and the others arrived at the Starfall continent by using the clan's teleportation array to get here. If they didn't take the teleportation array, they would need to cross 100,000 miles of barbaric mountains and endless seas, and there were countless ferocious beasts in these seas and barbaric mountains, so it was difficult to pass through without a cultivation of the Return to Truth realm. After a few hours of Su Xiaoye's narration, Ling Taixu also understood the area they were in. Xiao Yu, are there any techniques for men to cultivate? Such as body techniques or something like that? Ling Taixu inquired. Learn some of them first, and then you won't have to use the same crude tricks you used before when you fight after a while. Kung Fu? Master, you're not giving it to your servant girl as a joke, are you? Even the sovereign of the Return to Truth realm was ravaged by Ling Taixu. What kind of Gong Fu was worthy of Ling Taixu? Thinking of this, Ling Taixu said, I'll go out for a while, take out any feats you have on you as well as on Su Qingxue. They'll be useful when I come back. Ling Taixu inquired about the feats and thought of a great battle yesterday where he had killed dozens of people who all had storage tools that might still have feats inside. There were even quite a few of the Heaven and Earth Yuan spirit stones that Su Xiaoye had mentioned. Yuan Lingshi is the treasure available for cultivation is also the common currency of the cultivation world. The future into the cultivation world are needed. Sometimes a penny is hard to beat a hero. No money is never. Leaving with the fastest speed possible, Ling Taixu was going to touch the corpse. The necessary skills of a traveler could not be left behind. After Ling Taixu left, Su Qingxue inside the room finally dared to speak. Luna, come in. Miss, you're awake. Su Xiaoye entered the room only to realize that Su Qingxue had already sat up. It's just that she doesn't look like she's in a weak state. Miss, you've recovered? Su Xiaoye looked at Su Qingxue in surprise. Su Qingxue nodded and said, in the morning when I woke up I found a special energy in my body, and when I absorbed it I realized that my body had recovered, and that I had also recovered my realm, and that I had returned to the cave realm. Xiao Yu, you seem to have broken through as well? Su Qingxue looked at Su Xiaoyu curiously. Before last night, Su Xiaoye was at the 7th level of true martial arts, but in the morning, she woke up to be at the 8th level of true martial arts. I don't know. I also felt a trace of special energy. Absorbing it I made a breakthrough. Xiao Yu said, the energy inside us, could it be? Su Qingxue seemed to have thought of something. Miss, is it the masters? Su Xiaoye asked immediately. Su Qingxue said, I don't know. It could be. Su Xiaoye's heart rejoiced upon hearing this and said, I knew it was the old master. He's definitely not that bad. He still loves you, miss. But Su Qingxue wasn't happy and said, Xiao Yu, I lost my body. I can no longer cultivate the supreme forgetfulness decree. What should I do? Su Xiaoye said, Miss, I think losing may not be a bad thing. Haven't you already promised the master to be together as a wife? And I think this Taishang forgetfulness decision may be nothing in front of the master? Meeting his lordship instead is an opportunity for you, my lady, isn't it? Xiao Yu, let me think again. Su Qingxue said, her heart is complex. She has lost the thing she cared most about in her life. trying for 200 years to become empty in one move. It is impossible to say that she is not sad. The energy Ling Taixu left in her body in one night allowed her to restore her realm. It seemed like she couldn't find a few elixirs this good in this world. Only she who had experienced this energy knew how precious it was. Could it be that Ling Taixu was really her opportunity? But in a few days the sect's supreme elders and even the quasi-emperor ancestors might arrive. What should she do then? At this moment, Su Qingxue really loved and hated Ling Taixu, thinking that if she could keep gaining those energies from last night, perhaps it was really as Xiaoyu had said. Following Ling Taixu around would be much better than cultivating the Taishan forgetfulness decree. Ling Taixu came to the location of yesterday's battle, which was actually not far from his family's manor, just over a kilometer away. Perhaps the commotion was too much, and there were already quite a few people watching at this hour. Ordinary people don't dare to move. Come here just to watch the fun. Only the local officials are collecting the corpses to clean up the scene. All the people who died here were women, and they were almost all uniformed in their service, and all of them were young and beautiful. This goddamned, in the end is which cruel person so many beautiful girls. My old ox this year are 28, have not married a wife. This give me a how good. Yeah, it's a waste. Nima Lousy is reacting. So seductive even in death. Much better than the girls in the town's Piu Xianghouse. Ling Taixu came a little late. This time to collect things one by one. Then surely and want these local officials to make a conflict. Their slightest attention to these ordinary people do not die. Ling Taixu wasn't the kind of person who killed people, let alone ordinary people. It was good that these people were also collecting the items they were carrying while collecting the bodies, and the collected items were all put together, which didn't require Ling Taixu to fumble with them one by one. When the men had finished collecting all the bodies, the pile of items totaled 2 large boxes. There were carry-ons and weapons they had left behind yesterday. Just at the moment when the 2 officials sealed the boxes, in a flash, the 2 big boxes in front of their eyes unexpectedly disappeared. Where's the case? Disappeared on its own. I think I just saw a figure flash by. OMG. Could this be the ghosts of their dead? Although Ling Taixu had no stance, he was just moving over as fast as he could. Even without the stance, these ordinary people's eyes that couldn't keep up with Ling Taixu's speed. Ling Taixu loaded the contents of the 2 boxes into the 1 million cubic meters of space rewarded by the system and left in a faraway place. How these officials could not have imagined that it was Ling Taixu who had taken the things. Returning to the manor, Ling Taixu had just entered the front yard when he saw Su Qingxue and Su Xiaoye standing together in the center as if they were waiting for his return. Husband, you're back. Su Qingxue smiled. Greetings, master. Su Xiaoye also greeted him with a smile. One night and you've changed your mind? Or was Lousy too good to conquer her last night? Compared to that one, is that one still the most enjoyable? That's a woman. Looking at the 2 women, Ling Taixu asked with a calm face. Yours looks to be in good shape. Didn't the realm fall off? Su Qingxue said. Many thanks, master, for leaving me that mysterious power that not only allowed me to recover my body, but also return to the cave void realm. Mystical powers? I kept it, Ling Taixu said doubtfully. He doesn't seem to have left anything behind, does he? What mystical powers do I have? Husband you, Su Qingxue blushed. How should she answer this? Master also gave me a portion of his mysterious power, allowing me to raise a realm as well. Su Xiaoyu also spoke up. Seeing Su Qingxue and Su Xiaoye's appearance, Ling Taixu thought back to what he could leave behind for them. Last night, wouldn't that have been a spurt of something inside his own body? And it still works like that? Qingxue, since you've already experienced it, then tell me how you're going to choose next? You choose one between the Supreme Forgetfulness sect and me, Ling Taixu said. Su Qingxue said, Husband, what would you do if I chose the Supreme Forgetfulness sect? Ling Taixu thought for a moment and said, You lied to me for 70 years. I only need you for 7 days, and I can let you go after 7 days. Now that Su Qingxue had stepped into the cave void realm, there would definitely be more time to recharge her invincibility with her at a time. For 7 days he would gain at least 10 years of life and invincibility. At that time one would have a point of confidence when one re-entered the cultivation world again. Su Qingxue was also a little happy in her heart when she heard that Ling Taixu was still willing to release her. Husband, I still want to be with you. Is it okay to be like before? In the hour or so that Ling Taixu had left, she had actually figured out that she still couldn't let go of Ling Taixu in her heart, nor could she let go of the many wonderful feelings she had last night. Ling Taixu didn't expect Su Qingxue to still choose herself. It seemed that what he had given her had caused her to completely abandon the Taishan forgetfulness decree. But Ling Taixu shook his head. Su Qingxue instantly blushed all bad, only to hear Ling Taixu said, Qingxue, there is one thing I must give you in advance. With me can never go back to the old days. Before I only love you one, and now I may love more. Are you still willing to? With this system, For Ling Taixu to gain more invincible time, it was naturally impossible for Su Qingxue to be the only one. I'm willing, Su Qingxue regretted in her heart, but it was her own fault for coming to this point. How could she blame Ling Taixu? From the beginning she was just using Ling Taixu, but although it is the use of, but really moved the love, and how can easily put down, Ling Taixu added. Then from today onwards, you and the Taishan Forgotten Love sect will have no relationship whatsoever, and as I promised you to spare your patriarch before, it is considered to be a way for you to return the favor. Husband, I know, my concubine has already made a good choice. I will only serve you in this life. I will never have second thoughts, Su Qingxue said with a serious face. She had already made up her mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully accepting a cave realm concubine. Recharge invincibility time doubled. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully accepting a true martial realm concubine, doubling the time of recharge invincibility. The system's voice came again, stating that he had taken the duo completely under his wing. I didn't realize this recharge time could be doubled. If the original time gained was 100 days, it now becomes 200 days, which is a good deal. Husband, there's one thing I must tell you. Yesterday I actually lied to you. In fact, I'm actually preparing to procrastinate this today, waiting for my master to return to the clan to invite the Supreme Elder, or even have a clan elder of the Quasi-Emperor realm come. Based on the time it takes to travel back and forth to the clan and back, they will arrive again in about 6 days. There was the proof of the system, and Su Qingxue's own frank statement. Ling Taixu also believed Su Qingxue's words that her willingness to stay by his side was real, not fake. Come as you are. Come one husband and I'll fight one. Come two and I'll fight a pair, Ling Taixu said confidently. This now made Su Qingxue anxious, saying, Husband, these 2 heavenly Yuan realm Taishan elders are estimated to be manageable by husband. But that quasi-emperor old ancestor is an expert who has cultivated the Taishan forgetfulness decree to the extreme. There is a place for her in the world's 36 quasi-emperor strength list, and even though it's only the 35th, it's still a top-tier powerhouse in this world, Su Qingxue said. Taishan Oblivion sect also has this old ancestor in the barely crowded into the ranks of the world's 9 sects. Otherwise this Taishan Oblivion sect is just as slightly better than second-rate sects. After all, the cultivation of the Taishan Oblivion sect's techniques was really too difficult, causing the sect to have very few top experts, and it was not as good as other big sects. But this quasi-emperor ancestor was really a solid top-tier powerhouse. Ling Taixu laughed and said, It's just a mere quasi-emperor. It's no big deal. Your husband can still handle it. It's just that right now I'm empty of invincible skills, but I'm not good at exercising them. So in the next few days, you guys will have to help me choose what I can learn from these things, or any feats, stances, aptitudes, and secret arts that you guys have. As long as they're good tactics I'm going to learn them all. Ling Taixu lacked these things, in addition to adapting to controlling his power in battle. Although now life has been able to control the force, but in the fight a careless force to make a big quasi-empire may fall. Moreover, Ling Taixu also needed more means of attack to act more conveniently in the future. Taking out the 2 large boxes that he had just shunted from the local officials, Ling Taixu said, These are all left behind by those I killed yesterday. You guys organize them and pick out the useful ones. Look at the scattered items, but they are all women's things, Su Qingxue said. Husband, you really don't know anything at all? Ling Taixu said. Of course, I seem to have forgotten everything I learned before. I just can't utilize this empty ability very well yet. You must be thinking that I've been lying to you for the last 70 years as well. In fact, I really didn't lie to you. I really died of old age. I only recovered my body power at the moment after I died. Before that I was completely an ordinary person. That's why I was able to fall for your illusions and couldn't discover your identities. I see. Su Qingxue came to a sudden realization. Although she didn't know what Ling Taixu had gone through in the past, Ling Taixu used to be at least a party of great power. But looking at the 2 large boxes of scattered things, Su Qingxue frowned. Husband, the vast majority of our Taishan Oblivion sex techniques and aptitudes are exclusive to women. Men cannot cultivate them. Even if we can find them, there may not be many that are suitable for you, or the stuff isn't very good. After all, their overall cultivation level is limited, so it's unlikely that they will have too good of a cultivation technique, Su Qingxue said. The Taishan Oblivion sect only accepts female disciples and majors in the Taishan Oblivion decree, and everything is based on that. Ordinary Taishan forgetfulness didn't need to go through the stage of sentient forgetfulness like hers, and could just cultivate directly, but their achievements were limited to the return to truth realm at most. If you wanted to break through to the truth, you had to follow her path of sentience and forgetfulness. So it is said that as long as the official disciples of the Taishan Forgetfulness sect are practicing the Taishan Forgetfulness decision, and the body techniques, divine aptitudes, secret arts, and so on, are all products of the matching. Ling Taixu said. Just look for it though, it's better to have it than not to have it. Even a good gung-fu aptitude is not strong if you let a weak person use it. Even a bad gung-fu you let a strong person use it won't be weak. Do you understand? Understood, Su Qingxue said. After saying that, Su Qingxue took out a book from the storage space in her hand. I shall you found on the body suitable for cultivation you can cultivate not much. Only this one continent is more common basic sword and basic stance and basic yuan spirit breathing method. Men and women common, is our early years into the clan when left behind. However, this world's heaven and earth yuan chi is too weak, so you need to set up a spirit gathering array, and then absorb yuan spirit stones to cultivate before you can cultivate. I'll come and set up the spirit gathering formation for you. Husband first. Right in the center of the courtyard, Su Qingxue took out dozens of bright yuan spirit stones, which then landed in different corners before starting to carve formations. Only a quarter of an hour had passed before the spirit gathering formation was set up. Husband, you can cultivate in this spirit gathering formation. Due to the lack of heaven and earth yuan chi in this world, I will replenish the yuan spirit stones to maintain the yuan spirit chi within the spirit gathering formation while you cultivate. Good. Then I'll trouble Qingxue. Husband, you don't have to say trouble. This is all I should do for my husband. Su Qingxue was much better behaved. Then Su Xiaoye and Ling Taixu entered the spirit gathering formation together, while Su Xiaoye instructed Ling Taixu to cultivate the basic yuan spirit breathing method. It can't be helped. Ling Taixu doesn't know anything. You said to take that acupoint, but he doesn't even know the location of the acupoints around his body. How can he practice? Fortunately, this was the most basic cultivation dharma, and it was most suitable for a cultivation novice like Ling Taixu. As for Su Qingxue, she was out clearing dozens of storage spaces, categorizing the things inside one by one, while finding out what was suitable for Ling Taixu to be able to use. Within the spirit gathering formation, Ling Taixu followed Xiao Yu's narration and began to control the Yuan Ling Jin Yuan within his body, only to see Ling Taixu take a breath. A clicking sound of shattering rang out, and the spirit gathering formation seemed to be about to break its defense. More than 90% of the Yuan spirit chi within the entire spirit gathering formation had disappeared at once, and the dozens of medium-grade Yuan spirit stones that had been used to lay the formation had all cracked. If Ling Taixu took another breath, this spirit gathering formation would be completely destroyed. Su Qingxue couldn't even add the Yuan spirit stones in time. After the absorbed Yuan spiritual chi, Ling Taixu followed the anti-method of this basic breathing determination, controlling the Yuan spiritual chi to pass through that unobstructed meridian to enter the dantian smoothly. It was just that the Yuan spirit chi was so small that Ling Taixu barely felt much of it. It was like adding a mouthful of soup to a meal. Master, quickly stop cultivating. The spirit gathering formation is going to be destroyed, Su Xiaoye hurriedly reminded. Ling Taixu stopped and glanced at the Yuan spirit stones that were about to shatter, saying, "This Yuan spirit stone is too useless. I'm going to lose it in a single breath." Su Xiaoye really wanted to say that it wasn't that this Yuan Ling stone wasn't enough, but that the old master was too powerful. Even if one was as strong as Su Qingxue, so many medium-grade Yuan spirit stones would have to be used for several days. How would one know that they could only last Ling Taixu a single breath here? Ling Taixu said, "Then I won't absorb this Yuan spirit chi for the time being, so I can first allow myself to get used to the use of Yuan spirit true essence within my body." Sitting cross-legged in the center of the small courtyard, Ling Taixu's performance was simply terrifying. The more Su Qingxue thought about it, the more she felt that she was right. Wasn't one's purpose to become stronger? And it seemed like one could become just as strong here at Ling Taixu, and it was much better than cultivating the Tai Sheng forgetfulness decree before. After an hour, Ling Taixu had already adapted the Yuan spirit true essence in his body to be able to put it in and out freely. Ling Taixu then started practicing the basic stance again. Just by looking at it, Ling Taixu felt as if he had learned. Brush. A flash actually left 1,000 meters away. This speed is really not too exaggerated. This will do? Su Qingxue and Su Xiaoyu were surprised. A basic stance was like a stance aptitude under Ling Taixu's use. Brushing. A flash. Ling Taixu returned to the small courtyard again. The stance is good. Much better than simply moving around like I did on my own, Ling Taixu said. Next was the basic sword technique. Ling Taixu came to the chest of collected items from before and casually picked up a long sword. The basic sword technique was just a dozen or so styles, only to see Ling Taixu gently wave it, and a sword aura broke through the air. Rumble. This. Su Qingxue and Su Xiaoye both looked on dumbfounded, neither knowing what to say, only to see that the sword chi directly landed on top of a large mountain not far away, hardening a large mountain and cutting it into two halves. Miss, the master is too strong for this. Could it be that master is a great emperor from 10,000 years ago? Is this still a basic sword technique being used? The divine power is no more than that. Su Xiaoye said. At this moment, Su Qingxue thought of the words Ling Taixu had just said again. Even the best divine secret techniques would not be too strong when used by a weak person, and even the worst feats would be powerful when used by a strong person. Being strong in yourself is the key. Su Qingxue's insight cultivation wasn't particularly high and her insight was limited. She whispered, I'm not sure about husband's realm either. At the moment, I've only seen the Return to Truth Realm's masters make a move, and I don't know how exactly the power of heavenly elemental realms Taishang elders and quasi-emperors are either. Su Xiaoye thought for a moment and said, Miss, that patriarch of at least the 6th level of the Returning to Truth realm couldn't even walk a single move in front of Master. So Master is at least a heavenly Yuan realm or quasi-emperor powerhouse. It should be. Su Qingxue also couldn't see through the current Ling Taixu, powerful beyond her imagination. To calculate such a powerful figure by oneself and act in front of him was like an old man eating arsenic, living beyond his means, so that even if the clan supreme elders and quasi-imperial ancestors of the Taishang Oblivion sect came, Ling Taixu's means of attack wouldn't look so bad. However, the long sword in Ling Taixu's hand was only swung out for a single move, and the entire sword body seemed to be unable to stand the powerful Yuan Ling true essence, and it actually cracked. A mid-grade spiritual weapon was actually so fragile in Ling Taixu's hands. These swords that Ling Taixu had obtained, including those weapons in the storage space, the highest they could be was only a top-grade spiritual weapon, and they didn't seem to be able to withstand the husband's use. Gotta find a good weapon for the husband. Brush. A silver-colored long sword appeared in Su Qingxue's hand and said, Husband, that sword in your hand can't withstand your true essence. Use this one of mine. I'm a lower-grade king artifact. It should be able to barely withstand it. Ling Taixu then realized that the sword in his hand had cracked. With just a little force from him, the sword shattered and fell to the ground. Ling Taixu said, It's true that it's not enough, but I can't take yours. And how is this weapon class divided? Ling Taixu asked rhetorically. Anyway, he was a cultivation buff. He had confessed. There was nothing to ask about these things. Besides, he was invincible, so there was no need to hide anything. Su Qingxue also knew that Ling Taixu had forgotten a lot, and immediately explained, before the innate realm or even the return to cave void realm, the use of spiritual weapons is usually enough, and they are categorized into lower-grade spiritual weapons, medium-grade spiritual weapons, upper-grade spiritual weapons, and extremely-grade spiritual weapons. As for the return to truth realm, what is used is usually a king's weapon, and the strongest person in the return to truth realm is already the head of a first-class clan on one side, which can also be the head of a dynasty on one side. So there is the name of the king's weapon, and the royal weapon is the Tianyuan realm can use to build. Tianyuan realm strongman can also be a party of the clan's supreme elder, or a party of the lord of the imperial dynasty. And on top of that, there were quasi-imperial artifacts as well as imperial artifacts, all of which were divided into 4 grades, lower, middle, upper, and extreme. So that's how it is. It seems like I have to get an emperor weapon dynasty before I can do that, Ling Taixu said. Emperor weapon? Su Qingxue was a bit surprised. Didn't this Ling Taixu sentence say that he was in the Great Emperor realm? The Great Emperor realm was simply terrifying. You know the whereabouts of the imperial artifact? Ling Taixu inquired. Su Qingxue said, I just heard from my master before that there is a mysterious place in this Starfall continent. It is said that it is the place where the Great Emperor fell 10,000 years ago, and that place might have an emperor artifact. But what? Ling Taixu asked. Su Qingxue immediately said, Master said that this mysterious land opens once 100 years, and only quasi-emperor level powerhouses can enter, and there is a great risk of falling. More than 100 years ago, the Supreme Forgetfulness sect wasn't one of the 9 sects in the world, and it was mainly because the other 2 sects' paragon emperors fell in that mysterious place that our sect was able to become one of the 9 sects in the world. Qingxue, you know about this place? Ling Taixu said. He didn't realize that the mysterious place was in this continent. If he could go there, he would definitely have to break in and find something useful. Invincible, he is not afraid to go anywhere. The mysterious place he likes the most. He will go to the place where you quasi-emperors do not dare to go. What is the invincible Ling Taixu world afraid of? Su Qingxue shook her head and said, I don't know. I just heard my master mention it. I'm not sure exactly where it is. We'll find out later, Ling Taixu said. So when is the next time until this mystery opens? Su Qingxue thought for a moment and said, if one were to calculate based on the time of the rise of the Supreme Forgetfulness sect, perhaps the time of opening would be in these few years. Husband, there is no suitable one today, so you can use this sword of mine, Su Qingxue said seriously. Ling Taixu shook his head and said, no need. Isn't that Supreme Elder coming in a few days? Tian Yuan realm. There should be an imperial weapon in his hands. It would be even better if your quasi-emperor ancestor came. She might have a quasi-emperor weapon in her hands. It's not certain that she possesses an emperor weapon. They are just delivering weapons to me, Ling Taixu said. So Quasi-Emperor had entered that mysterious place. It should be possible to bring out a few Emperor artifacts, right? Qing Xue, is everything organized? Ling Taixu said. He knew all the sword techniques and body techniques as well as the basic breathing techniques, and was in desperate need of new techniques. Su Qingxue said, Husband, the luck is still okay. I have found a low-ranked body magic aptitude suitable for you. Instantaneous flash. Only the distance of this instantaneous flash is limited to a distance of only 5 meters. If the distance was more, it would definitely not be a low-ranked aptitude. And the instantaneous flash avatar is pretty ribbed. A slightly more powerful expert can do it without the avatar and still do better than this. There's also a remnant of a sword technique. The Star River Sword Technique. The sword technique comes with an avatar. But unfortunately this remnant is missing the cultivation method for this one avatar. A pity. There are 3 feats. The Cloud Spirit Technique, the Bright Sun Decision, and the 5 Elements Decision. In addition, there are more than 530,000 lower-grade Yuan Spirit Stones that can be used, more than 20,000 middle-grade Yuan Spirit Stones, 120 upper-grade Yuan Spirit Stones, and 1 extreme-grade Yuan Spirit Stone. This guy is lucky to have an extremely high-grade Yuan Spirit Stone. Husband, you probably don't know how this Yuan Spirit Stones are differentiated. Look at these 4 in my hand. They are each 4 different grades of Yuan Spirit Stones. From the lower grade to the upper grade are exchanged 10 to 1. But when it comes to this extreme grade Yuan Ling Stone, it's expensive. And there's a market for it. And on top of this Yuan Spirit Stone, there is the extremely rare Yuan Spirit Crystal, which is even rarer. And so far I have never seen it. Su Qingxue was very meticulous. She knew that Ling Taixu didn't understand. So every single thing she took out was explained clearly one by one. One day turned Ling Taixu from a cultivation world novice to a cultivation world teacher. Su Qingxue had also completely transformed her role. But if Su Qingxue did not transform, then Ling Taixu would definitely not be soft either. The 3 techniques, Ling Taixu did not cultivate, mainly because there was no heaven and earth Yuan Qi in the meteor continent, so it was simply impossible to cultivate. So Ling Taixu practiced the Star River Sword Technique, a total of 9 styles. And after practicing it Ling Taixu learned it in less than an hour with that super enlightenment. Moreover, it also united the 9 styles of the Star River. Perhaps this was that missing divine ability, which was surprisingly realized by Ling Taixu in 1 hour, causing Su Qingxue and Su Xiaoye to call out that Ling Tai's comprehension was unbelievable and terrifying as it was. There was also that low-rank divine ability Instantaneous Flash, which was originally a low-rank divine ability that could only move 5 meters, but in Ling Taixu's hands, it directly stemmed out to a distance of 1,000 meters. It was completely breaking the limitations of the divine power feats, instantly moving 1,000 meters. In fact, Ling Taixu felt that later on, if he did some more research, he would be able to instantly move even longer distances. 10,000 meters was not a problem. Just as the day passes and the time comes to night, a great battle is inevitable. Returning to their hearts, Su Qingxue and Su Xiaoye worked extra hard. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successful recharge. Invincibility time plus 400 days. Su Qingxue successfully restored the Cave Void Realm, turning it into 200 days at a time, plus the system bonus it became 400 days. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successful recharge. Invincibility time plus 400 days. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successful recharge. Invincibility time plus 40 days. Successfully recharged 1,280 days in one night. Ling Taixu wasn't as unrestrained as he was last night, when he was venting his anger. And today, with the 2 girls returning to his heart, he wouldn't do too much. Although his name was Ling Taixu and his name had Taixu, he was actually not at all vain. Looking at his panel once again, Ling Taixu finally revealed a slight smile. His lifespan and invincibility time was approaching 6 years. Host, Ling Taixu. Invincibility, longevity, time, 2,105 days. The next 5 days that followed, Ling Taixu was completely living a life without shame. And that invincible time and lifespan skyrocketed. From 2105 days 5 days ago, he had increased to 8,550 days, and Ling Taixu possessed a lifespan of more than 23 years. Of course Ling Taixu cannot be satisfied. 23 years only. To know that these experts can live thousands of years are normal. 23 years is just a hair. The road to invincibility is a long one. 5 days, and it was also time for the clan supreme elder to come. As Su Qingxue had said, on this day, Su Qingxue Dao, who had just had lunch, suddenly said, "Husband, they're coming. It's finally here. We'll go to the cultivation realm when we're done cleaning them up." Ling Taixu said. He couldn't help but go to the cultivation realm to find age-appropriate young ladies to study the method of invincibility already. Min Qingqiu knew Su Qingshue's location. So in the few instantaneous moments after Su Qingxue finished speaking, the sky around their manor stood filled with various styles of pretty women. Ling Taixu came to the small courtyard with Su Qingxue and Su Xiaoye. The sky was a huge piece of the sky, and the Taishang forgetfulness sect could be said to have come out in full force. Heavens, they're all clan experts. Su Xiaoye broke out in a cold sweat. Although Master Ling Taixu was strong, but now she had to face so many masters that were out of her reach and scared. Su Qingxue said, at least all of them are in the Tanya realm. The high of the cave void realm is at least 500 or more. The elders of the return to truth realm are 20. And there are also the 2 of the supreme elders who have come. Where's your quasi-imperial ancestor? Has it come yet? Ling Taixu said. Su Qingxue looked around, shook her head and said, no, I didn't find the quasi-emperor elder. Fact, I haven't seen her at all. And I don't know what it's like. I've seen the supreme elder once. Min Qingqiu had brought quite a few sect experts with her this time. And both of the 2 supreme elders had come. A Tian Yuan 1st level, and a Tian Yuan 5th level. Each one of them was an existence that could crush her. And they cultivated the best Taishang forgetfulness decree, which allowed them to fight across levels. At the same time, Su Qingxue was also giving Ling Taixu information about the 2 Taishang elders, both of whom were like her, successfully experiencing sentience and forgetfulness. There are equally 2 cuties like him who have been lied to for many years until they die and don't get it. Holy maiden Su Qingxue, still not coming back. Min Qingqiu opened her mouth. At this time, she actually found that Su Qingxue and Ling Taixu were still intimate. How could she bear this? While a supreme elder beside Min Qingqiu frowned and said, no, Su Qingxue has already broken her body. How can she be called a holy maiden? Broken body? Min Qingqiu looked over incredulously. Their clan has a special secret method. As long as they look at it, they can be clear whether the girl's body innocence is still there or not. At the moment Su Qingxue is broken just as the next Taishang elder said. A disciple with a broken body could not become the holy maiden of the Taishang Oblivion sect. It was a tradition that had remained unchanged since the founding of their clan. Su Qingxue, you committed yourself to this brat? Min Qingqiu questioned loudly. Senior, I'm sorry, I'm just like you back then. I still can't forget, so I am also no longer suitable to be the sect's holy maiden. And I don't deserve to continue to stay in the Taishang forgetfulness sect. Please forgive me. From today onwards, I withdraw from the Taishang forgetfulness sect. And me. Su Xiaoye followed suit. You, rebellious disciple, do you still have me as a master in your heart? Is it right for me to cultivate you for so many years? Kill him right away, and I will overlook your faults. Su Qingshue's words also poked her sore spot. Back then she was just as broken as Su Qingxue. When Min Qingxiu she killed the man who made her lose her virginity back. Although she could not step into the heavenly yuan by practicing the Taishang forgetfulness decree, it also allowed her to have a faster cultivation speed than normal people, which allowed her to advance to the returning to truth realm early and become the head of a clan. Master, from the moment I begged my husband to spare you 7 days ago, all the favors I have returned to you, Su Qingshu said. She could now tell the difference between what she wanted and what she didn't want. Do you want to die? Min Qingxiu said coldly. Instead, Su Qingshu spoke up. Master, I should be the one to ask you about this. If you don't want to die, you'd better leave quickly, or else it will be too late. Ha ha, you sect traitor. You still have the qualifications to say this in front of us. Since that's the case, then don't worry about it. The 3 below will be killed for me. One of the supreme elders spoke. Originally, they were cultivating properly, but looking at Patriarch Min Qingxiu's wretched appearance, they had to take action, and they couldn't give the enemy a chance to grow and breathe. After all, in the cultivation world, there were quite a few examples of such an entire clan being killed back. Husband, you can use this sword of mine. Taking out the sword in her hand, Su Qingshu handed it in front of Ling Taixu. However, Ling Taixu took out one of the top-grade spiritual weapons he got that day and said, Qingshu, don't worry, I can already control the force now. Even if I destroy one, I have a few more than 30 of these, and when I run out of them, I can still grab them, so you guys must protect yourselves later on. At this moment, Su Qingshu had already reached the 2nd level of Cave Void. From the 1st level of Cave Void others might have to spend decades or even 100 years, and geniuses had to spend at least 5 years or more. But what about her? After following Ling Taixu around for just 5 or 6 days, she had completed her ascension, and at this moment, Su Xiaoye wasn't at the 8th level of true martial arts, the 1st level of Xianzong realm, and her improvement was also huge. With Ling Taixu's mysterious power every day, their cultivation speed was simply as fast as a rocket, and the efficacy that the mysterious power brought to them was very good. After all, it didn't have any side effects. Even if you do it many more times, it won't cut down on the effect of each one. Following Ling Taixu was truly the best decision they had ever made, and Su Qingxue had always been glad that she had made the choice in the first place. Whether it was good or bad was really just a matter of a thought. And with the trade-offs, Su Qingxue and Su Xiaoye only had Ling Taixu in their eyes. What clan? All of them? Off. When Ling Taixu raised his sword, he only heard Min Qingxiu say, Supreme Forgetfulness Extinction Formation, rise. Min Qingxiu naturally knew how powerful Ling Taixu was, so she came up and opened the Grand Formation. This was composed of several hundred Tony Realm disciples, as well as several hundred Cave Void Realm disciples and 10 Return to Truth Realm experts. Once the Grand Formation was completed, it completely enveloped Ling Taixu's manner. Oh no! This formation is very powerful and weird. It can also affect the mind. Husband, be careful, Su Qingxue reminded. In the space where Ling Taixu was rapidly changing, the illusions began to change, and the Taishang Oblivion formation had actually begun to affect Su Qingxue and Su Xiaoyu. Kid, I'll see where you can escape. Even if you have the power of the heavenly Yuan realm, there's no way you can withstand our Supreme Forgetfulness Extinction formation. Min Qingxiu personally presided over the formation, vowing to repay Ling Taixu 100-fold for the shame he had given her 7 days ago. Just this over-the-top formation against me? Ling Taixu raised the sword in his hand. The body's true essence was running, and the top-grade spiritual weapons in his hands all began to vibrate, as if they were on the verge of being unable to withstand Ling Taixu's powerful true essence. Brush! A sword was swung out, and a 100-meter-long sword uncut through. The sword was incomparably sharp, destroying and breaking through the sky. In the next moment, dozens of people were cut off at the waist by this sword on. The Taishang Forgetfulness Extinction formation had just risen up and broken, and among them, an elder of the Returning to Truth realm had also died. How is this possible? Min Qingxiu spat out a large mouthful of blood. After all, she was the one who presided over the Grand Formation, and the formation breaking had an effect on her as well. He's not an ordinary cultivator, quasi-emperor, definitely a quasi-emperor powerhouse. The Supreme Elders of the Supreme Oblivion sect exclaimed in shock, because even they couldn't possibly have such power with a single sword. Only a quasi-emperor could have such an aura. Damn Min Qingxiu, why did you make an enemy of the clan a paragon emperor? Are you tired of living a long life? A party of quasi-emperor powerhouses was no longer something they could deal with. They were all incomparably aware of the power of the Supreme Forgetfulness Extinction formation, especially the two Supreme Elders. Even if the two of them were to join forces, they would not be able to break through the formation in a short period of time. Even an ordinary quasi-emperor didn't have such an easy time. This young man was able to break the formation with a single sword, and that attack just now still seemed to be the most ordinary attack. There was no divine ability, no sword intent, and not a hint of law power. It was enough to show that the strength of the man in front of him was much more powerful than an average paragon emperor. Among the paragon emperors of the Starlon world, it was probably also a top-ranked expert. The two Supreme Elders looked at each other. The situation in front of them was already difficult to resolve, but right at this moment, Ling Taixu made his move again. 2 consecutive sword chi swings, and quite a few of the Taishang Oblivion sect disciples standing in the air were chopped up. Their bodies and blood splattered to the ground. A rush of blood filled his nostrils. Supreme Elder, save us! The sect's Tony Realm disciples as well as the Cave Void Realm disciples cried out. But how could they dare to do anything at this time? Senior, I'm Sikong Jing, an elder of the Supreme Forgetfulness sect, and this is Tang Yu. We have offended much before. There must be a misunderstanding in the middle. I hope that Senior will be merciful. I, Taishang Forgotten Sect, will definitely give Senior an explanation. Sikong Jing and Tang Yu simply didn't have the domineering spirit they had just come with, and they had to bow down in front of absolute strength. Sikong Jing, Tang Yu, is this how you talk to me? Ling Taixu snapped. This voice contained Ling Taixu's true essence, and the sound made many Tony Realm disciples directly spit out blood from their mouths, and some even directly fell from the air. One at altitude, one on the ground. Actually, Ling Taixu could also fly into the air, but he felt that there was no need for that at all. The two Supreme Elders, Sikong Jing and Tang Yu, were frightened and immediately came to Ling Taixu as fast as they could, and the rest of the disciples of the Supreme Oblivion sect saw this and fell from the air, not daring to be conspicuous in the air. Looking closer at these two Taishang elders, I have to say that the women of this Taishang Forgetfulness sect are all very beautiful. Just now, a sword killed dozens of sisters, one more beautiful than the other, and it hurts to look at them. Unfortunately, if the best-looking girl wants to kill you, you'll just have to decapitate her. The two sisters in front of them are a bit different. Tian Yuan realm. The Long is even no better, not much worse than Su Qingxue beside her. More crucially, they had already cultivated the too long forgotten love resolve, which meant that none of them had lost their virginity yet and were girls, hundreds or thousands of years old. It doesn't matter. The main thing is how much invincible time you have to recharge this time. It's definitely something to look forward to. Greetings, senior. Confronting and Tang Yu bowed at the same time. They hadn't been like this for many years. Only when they were meeting the clan elders they would be like this. Ling Taixu laughed. Tell me, what kind of explanation do you want to give me? Tang Yu was at the first level of Tian Yuan, so this negotiation was handed over to Confronting, who was at the 5th level of Tian Yuan. Confronting said, Senior is a party of quasi-emperor powerhouses. Ordinary things may not look good to you, but I don't know what you need, senior. So why don't you come back with us to the treasury of the Taishang Forgotten Sect to pick out all the items you need? If you want to survive, you have to stall for time, and now you have to bow down when you're under the roof. Back in the clan there is still a quasi-emperor ancestor present, and with the same quasi-emperor ancestor there might still be able to maneuver around a bit and turn a war into a peace. But now they were fish and meat on Ling Taixu's plate, to be slaughtered. Ling Taixu laughed coldly for a split second, then said, I need a lot of things, and the one I need the most seems like your clan is the one that can take care of it. Confronting and Tang Yu were delighted in their hearts. As long as Ling Taixu was in need, then they would be saved. The might of that sword just now was too powerful. An ordinary sword already had a shocking momentum. What about a full force strike? They didn't dare to try at all. Don't look at the fact that after Tian Yuan is a great emperor, but the gap between Tian Yuan and a great emperor is like the light of a grain of rice and the white moon. And a quasi-emperor was a corner of the white moon, not something that could be compared to the light of a grain of rice. A great emperor is to comprehend the power of many laws of heaven and earth before he can be a great emperor, while a quasi-imperial emperor is the peak of the 9th level of the heavenly yuan comprehending a certain amount of the power of the laws. It was easy for a quasi-emperor with the power of the laws to kill a person in the heavenly yuan realm. That's why they didn't dare to act rashly. At their realm, they treasured life more than ordinary people. Senior, what do you need? As long as we have it, we will definitely offer it with both hands. Confronting smiled slightly fawningly. Ling Taixu once again sized up the two women, with their shapely bodies and outstanding posture, and evil thoughts came out in his heart. It's all invincible, so it's not like you can do whatever you want. Ling Taixu said, is that so? Are you sure you want to give it with both hands? Confronting and Tang Yu nodded at the same time, not even paying attention to Ling Taixu's look of appreciation. Good, then I want you to accompany me for a period of time. How about it? Ling Taixu directly spoke. Everything else was fine. This one sentence seemed to touch the bottom line for both men. In itself, the Taishang Forgetfulness sect is a sect that isolates men, and the two of them even ended a relationship and experienced forgetfulness before successfully cultivating the Taishang Forgetfulness resolution. Previously, they had not been able to lose their virginity when practicing love cultivation, but now this quasi-emperor powerhouse was actually asking for their company. How do they not know what the other is going to do? Just look at Su Qingxue behind him. Thinking of this, the two are more and more hate this Min Qingxiu. You offend who is not good. Why to offend this big brother? If you're dead, you're dead. What's wrong with a few beatings? Why involve them? The two women looked complicated, and Confronting said, Senior is afraid that you're not joking. How can the two of us with our bushy looks get into your eyes? Senior? This Star Lawn world, there is a goddess list, recorded 99 goddesses in 9 continents. The two of us are nameless on the list. Senior, if you want, we will take you to find them. Moreover, each of these nearly 1,000 female disciples of our clan has outstanding looks, and there are no less than double dozens who are better than the two of us. So Senior can pick and choose to his heart's content. Confronting said. At this time the two women were harboring the spirit that a dead friend is not a poor friend. As long as it wasn't the two of them, the clan disciples could choose. However, in Ling Taixu's opinion, although there were some pretty ones among these female disciples, there weren't many that compared to Confronting and Tang Yu. Then does your clan have a goddess who ranks 99? Ling Taixu asked. Confronting and Tang Yu, they didn't know who could be on the list right now. They hadn't paid attention for too long after stepping into Tian Yuan. After a while, but no one came forward. No one? If there is no one, should we sacrifice ourselves? At this time, Min Qingxiu took the initiative to open up. Supreme Elder, the clan currently has 2 women on the list. Then why don't you call out to me and let Senior take a look? Confronting exclaimed. Min Qingxiu said with some embarrassment. One of the 2 disciples is in seclusion, so he didn't come this time. There is another disciple who is here. But what? Don't hurry up and say it yet. Confronting was a bit impatient. She didn't want to sacrifice to this man in front of her, even though he was a party of quasi-emperor powerhouses. Before Min Qingxiu could open her mouth, Su Xiaoye beside Ling Taixu said, Master, this goddess list has the name of the young lady on it, and it was ranked 52nd when we came here 100 years ago. I also don't know how much it's ranked now. Ranked 97th? Mainly because Qingxue you haven't appeared for more than 70 years. So the rankings have dropped. If you don't show up again, I guess you'll be kicked off the list, Min Qingxiu said. This time it was Xikong Jing and Tang Yu's turn to be embarrassed. They are tens of thousands of female disciples of the Taishang Oblivion sect. All of them are outstanding. Those who are poorly grown are not qualified to worship in the sect at all. But there were only 2 women from all over the clan who had entered the list, which was too few. But in reality, having 2 female disciples is quite a lot. How vast the 9 continents were. In addition to their superpower of the 9 sects of the world, there were also the 9 imperial dynasties as well as the 4 holy lands. Even Ling Taixu didn't expect Su Qingxue to be on the list. He couldn't help but turn around and look at her. She really did get prettier and prettier the more he looked at her. And now Su Qingxue did not dress up too much. If she dresses up, the effect will be better. Qingxue, I didn't realize you had such a past. Wouldn't I have picked up the slack? Su Qingxue immediately responded. Husband, where are you talking about? I'm actually surprised to see you. If you were ranked in the cultivation boundary area, you would also be able to make it into that 99 dukes list. The 99 males corresponded to the 99 goddesses. This Ling Taixu still understood. In fact, this also shows one thing. Ling Taixu himself is not bad. All along after crossing over to have this face and body, he is very satisfied. Turning back to Xikong Jing and Tang Yu, Ling Taixu said, "Can't what I said be fulfilled?" Wei, Xikong Jing and Tang Yu were instantly dumbfounded. Do we really have to stay with him? Elder, can you change it? I'll agree to everything else. This is something I really can't accept. It's better to die rather than this. Tang Yu suddenly opened his mouth. Actually, Xikong Jing was already a bit shaken. But Tang Yu spoke first. Just as soon as this Tang Yu's words fell, Ling Taixu swung his long sword in his hand. This speed was too fast, and neither Tang Yu nor Xikong Jing of the heavenly Yuan realm reacted. In an instant, he let Tang Yu's body and head fall apart, shocking the nearby Xikong Jing in a cold sweat. Ask yourself if you could have dodged it just now. It seems like you can't. Senior, I will listen to you in everything. Xikong Jing immediately bowed and spoke. In fact, for Ling Taixu, the person he wanted was in essence not in excess, although his own unlimited energy, even if it was the same as invincibility. But he also needed Tang Yu, this kind of person who begged for death. Because this kind of person you simply cannot be subdued. On the contrary, this kind of Xikong Jing is also a little bit easier. And the quick decapitation of Tang Yu can also play a deterrent role. Ling Taixu said, "From today onward, you are my concubine, and you must address me as master. Understand?" At the same time, Su Qingxue also understood what Ling Taixu had said before. I used to love only you. Now I love all. Tell your clan to leave. And by the way, take me with you to the continent you're on. Ling Taixu said indifferently. Yes, old master. Xikong Jingdao said helplessly, thinking how good it would be if this was a dream. Unfortunately, this wasn't a dream. It was all really happening. No matter what the future holds, at least now first survive, and can't be killed by a single move like Tang Yu. Xikong Jing said, this matter ends here. All of you return to the sect for me. Yes, everyone in the remaining Taishang Oblivion sect almost said it together. No one dares to say a word of no, and this place they have long wanted to leave. Hearing the Supreme Elder Xikong Jing so say body spirit are like a relief. But Ling Taixu suddenly spoke again. Wait. Some of them almost stumbled. Ling Taixu's sentence and so on scared them enough. I only heard Ling Taixu say, the others can leave. Min Qingxiu stay here for me. Me? Min Qingxiu had a bad feeling in her heart. At this moment, she also had to brazen the table and said, anything else, my lord? Ling Taixu coldly said, I remember saying last time that if there is a next time, I won't let you go. Do you remember that? Min Qingxiu's forehead involuntarily broke out in a cold sweat. And how did she know this statement? No, please for the sake of Qingxue and Supreme Elder Xikong Jing, can you spare my life again? Min Qingxiu, while speaking, was also preparing. In the very next moment, only a bloody light emerged from her body. Xikong Jing said, Taboo Avatar Essence Blood Shield, burning essence blood and life. With her cultivation of the returning to truth realm, she can vanish 100,000 meters away in an instant. But one time, she will lose 1/10 of her essence blood in 10 years of life. A red light flashed out, and Min Qingxiu suddenly disappeared from sight. Ling Taixu said, essence blood recluse. Interesting. In the next instant, Ling Taixu had already disappeared into thin air. In the past few days he had studied instantaneous flash and learned to utilize the power of space. Therefore, the divine ability instantaneous flash directly evolved into spatial instantaneous shift. What was only a low-rank divine ability in Ling Taixu's hands in a few days turned into a top-level great divine ability. That Min Qingxiu had used blood escape 3 times in a row and had come to 300,000 100,000 meters away, or 300 kilometers away. It had to be said that this was a powerful recluse art, only that it consumed too much. For longevity over the return to truth realm powerhouses, 10 years of life was nothing at all, but 1/10 of the essence blood was a bit much. One needs to use at least 10 years to recover, and also need to take all kinds of heavenly materials. 3 times in a row was almost to the limit of what Min Qingqiu could consume. She had thought that she was safe, and before she could take 2 breaths, Ling Taixu had already appeared not far in front of her. Continue. I'll see how many more times you can vanish, Ling Taixu said as he held the long sword in his hand, and when Min Qingqiu saw this, how could she care about her life and essence blood? Using her essence blood shield once again, but 100,000 meters away, Min Qingqiu had just arrived when Ling Taixu arrived. Damn it, how could this happen? Let me go. I'll be your concubine too. Min Qingqiu begged for mercy. She had already used her essence blood escape 4 times. Her body had suffered a severe loss. It would be difficult to recover in 100 years. Ling Taixu laughed. I don't need the likes of you. Continue to vanish. Looking at the long sword in Ling Taixu's hand, Min Qingqiu had no choice but to use it again. Not just once, but 3 times in a row. With only 30% of her essence blood left in her body, already in danger of dying. The entire person was much thinner and older, and it was hard to recognize that this was that patriarch of the 9 sect of the world, a powerhouse at the 6th level of the Return to Truth realm. Ling Taixu said, very good. Not dead yet. Please continue. This would make Min Qingqiu dizzy, and her body instinctively used the essence and blood escape again, until the essence and blood in her body was consumed, and her entire body changed, and she also stopped breathing. Being vanished to death by one's own use of the essence blood shield was no one's fault. Putting away one of the storage rings on his body, Ling Taixu lifted the person up and in the blink of an eye, he was back in the same place once again. Xikong Jing's entire body went numb as he looked at Ling Taixu's body thrown on the ground. This is obviously the use of the essence of blood. Recluse will be their own essence of blood consumption and death. Use 10 times, once 100 kilometers. 10 times is not 1,000 kilometers? Ling Taixu was able to go back and forth so quickly, an ordinary quasi-emperor wouldn't be able to. Right. Unless it was a quasi-emperor who had comprehended the laws of space, and a quasi-emperor who had comprehended the power of the laws at an extremely high level to be able to do so. Min Qingqiu really deserved to die. Why did she have to mess with such a party of bigwigs and even dragged herself into it? Qingqiu, she is your master after all. I didn't kill her. It was her own essence blood that was exhausted and died. You go and bury it, Ling Taixu said. Although Su Qingqiu was sad, after all, she had a certain amount of affection with Min Qingqiu, but the last time Ling Taixu had also said that he would not forgive again. If it wasn't for the fact that he and Ling Taixu themselves had a 70-year relationship present, he probably wouldn't have survived. But it also basically consumed 70 years of emotion. Originally owning that Ling Taixu only belonged to herself, and now she belonged to more people, and she could only be one of them. Facing Ling Taixu, Su Qingqiu nodded. Burying her master, this was the last thing she could do. Thank you, husband. Husband, this is the storage ring from Tang Yu's body just now. I've already basically organized it. Inside there are 2 lower grade imperial weapons, 3 extreme grade royal weapons, 6 upper grade royal weapons, and 18 other middle and lower grade royal weapons combined, 105 pieces of lower grade Yuan spirit crystals, as well as 600 pieces of extreme grade Yuan spirit stones, and upper grade Yuan spirit stones. Su Qingqiu first inventoried the items left on Tang Yu's body, which was much better than the stuff of ordinary cultivators. The king and emperor artifacts would also barely suffice for Ling Taixu's current use. Just now, the top-grade spiritual weapon that Ling Taixu used now had cracks on the sword, basically in a state of near abandonment, unable to withstand Ling Taixu's next strike. At this moment, Su Qingqiu was like Ling Taixu's housekeeper. Ling Taixu took the ring, then placed it in the system space, then said, Qingqiu, do very good. There should still be dozens of corpses over there. The things collected you put away, but I can use the feats of magic aptitudes and so on. Still have to find me to pick out. Hearing that Ling Taixu was still looking for a technique, the nearby Xikong Jing was dumbfounded. Such a powerful quasi-emperor level expert still needed these techniques from the cave void realm storage space? Xikong Jing didn't dare to ask. She really couldn't figure out why this was the case. Judging from the fact that Ling Taixu was able to travel thousands of kilometers back and forth so quickly just now, the man in front of him must be a quasi-emperor who had comprehended the laws of space. Higher people's doings are really hard to guess, and I don't know where the other party sees himself. On the model, Su Qingqiu is better than himself. Not being able to figure it out, Xikong Jing didn't want to think about it, and now she could only obey, because according to her estimation, even if the clan's quasi-emperor ancestor came, he was just as much of an opponent. It was not easy to cultivate for 1,000 years, and it was even more difficult to reach Tian Yuan. After all, as a heavenly Yuan realm expert she would have a lifespan of 10,000 years, and was currently just over 1,000 years old. So in the future there was a chance to cross over into a quasi-emperor. It is good that the Taishang forgetfulness decision has been cultivated to the Tian Yuan realm to break the body does not have much impact. With this, she cannot hesitate to agree. In short, there is hope for the future. Waiting for their own strong that day, is the time to get out of the clutches of the devil? Then the shame suffered must be returned 1,000 times 10,000 times. While Su Qingshui and Su Xiaoyu were busy, Ling Taixu also looked at Si Kongjing once. Si Kongjing's figure is tall. Estimation is close to 1 meter 8 without 1 meter 8. In the past life is definitely a world-class model, and Tian Yuan realm of her and other people simply do not have the temperament. Ling Taixu said lightly, "Introduce yourself. My name is Ling Taixu. You and Xiaoyu are the same. You can just call me master from now on. Follow me well in the future. I guarantee that you will definitely have more than just Tian Yuan in the future." According to what Su Qingshui and Su Xiaoye had said, what he had brought to them was not only an increase in cultivation, but surprisingly, he was also able to change their physiques and even enhance their talents. Talent, this thing, put in the cultivation world, want to improve are extremely difficult things. Only extremely precious heavenly materials and treasures can realize, and the effect is limited. For Su Qingshui to become the disciple of the 9 sects of the world's Taishang forgotten sect patriarch, her talent was naturally top-notch. Yet top-notch talent could still be improved. This was enough to show that this thing of Ling Taixu's was truly too good. If placed in the cultivation world, it would definitely be a treasure that would make people go crazy. In fact, Ling Taixu was wondering if he had cheapened the Si Kongjing in front of him. The other party followed him, completely compelled by his own strength, rather than being sincere. However, since he was here, Ling Taixu had to give it a try anyways to see just how much invincible time and lifespan the heavenly Yuan realm could give him at a time. For this woman, Ling Taixu not heartache. Nima are to kill their own. You still pity Jade? The heartache of a fool. Dry on the end. Get not dead to death to get. Looking around, the surrounding houses were destroyed because of the Taishang forgetfulness extinction formation rising. There was no time to stay at all tonight. Little Jing, we'll get up and leave the Starfall continent after they're done, and go to the Starry Night continent where your Taishang forgotten love sect is located. This guy even called himself Xiao Jing. I am a master of the Tian Yuan realm. One of the 9 sects of the world as supreme elders. What's wrong? Is there a problem? Ling Taixu asked. Si Kongjing shook his head and said, No problem. Ling Taixu continued, Xiao Jing, since you are the supreme elder of the supreme forgetfulness sect and an expert of the heavenly Yuan realm, do you know about the mysterious place of this Starfall continent? Ling Taixu was still somewhat curious about this place where the great emperor fell back then. Of course he was going in to get some handy weapons. Si Kongjing said, Master, I wouldn't dare to call myself an expert in front of you. I know something about this mysterious place of the Starfall continent, but I don't know the exact location, so I guess the clan's ancestors know about it. Then you know to me, and why this mysterious land is in this Starfall continent? Ling Taixu asked curiously. Starfall continent compared to other continents is a nearly no heaven and earth Yuan Qi barren land. Mysterious land in this is very strange. Perhaps there is some connection in the middle. Si Kongjing said. The Starfall continent was actually like several other continents 10,000 years ago. There were first-class clans and imperial dynasties here, but because of a war in which all the great emperors took part, it led to the fusion of heaven and earth here, and the heaven and earth's spiritual energy dissipated. And this mysterious place is the battlefield of that great war back then. But it said that the heaven and earth's Yuan spirit Qi is so rich there that even the 4 holy places in the world can't compare to it. After the opening of the mysterious land, only prospective emperors in the world can enter it to look for the chance to become an emperor, and even if they don't risk it, they can still practice there, and it said that the effect of one day's practice can be worth a year in the outside world. It's a pity that this place can only be entered by quasi-emperors who have comprehended the laws, and there's only 100 days after it's opened. However, this 100 days of cultivation is equivalent to 100 years of cultivation effort, so all the paramount emperors will go when the mysterious land opens. The most recent opening was 3 years later. Milord, haven't you been there before? Si Kongjing looked at Ling Taixu curiously. There was no paragon on the continent who didn't want to go there. Ling Taixu surprisingly still didn't know about this mysterious place. In the 4 holy lands, the 9 imperial dynasties, and the 9 sects of the world, none of them had ever heard of a quasi-emperor expert of Ling Taixu. From the abilities displayed by Ling Taixu's, he was definitely an expert who had become a quasi-emperor for a long time. Had he never come out? Ling Taixu, however, said, Have I even asked you if I've been there? But this time I must go in and take a look. With your lordship's strength, You will definitely be able to gain something. Maybe even find the opportunity to become an emperor. Si Kongjing said. I thought to myself, go early. Every 100 years there are many emperors fall in it. It is better that you also fall in it. Then I will be free. Endure. I only have to put up with it for 3 years. And in 3 years I'll be free. Su Qingxue and Su Xiaoye finally finished packing up all their things after a busy hour. And then the three of them also stepped on the teleportation array to go to the Taishang Forgetfulness sect together. They were roughly 10,000 miles away from where they were now. It was just that the Xianzong realm Su Xiaoye's flying speed was a bit slow. And it took a day and a night's flight before she arrived at a towering mountain in front of which the teleportation array to the Starry Night continent was located. After opening the teleportation array from the Starfall continent, he was already in the Starry Night continent in a few breaths of time. This is the Heaven and Earth Yuan aura? It's a bit more comfortable to breathe than before, Ling Taixu said. Su Qingxue said, husband, we cultivators rely on the Heaven and Earth Yuan aura to make all the progress. It can be said that this Heaven and Earth Yuan aura is the root of our cultivators. Without Yuan Ling Qi in the Starfall continent, one can only consume Yuan Ling Qi within oneself as well as absorb Yuan Ling Qi above the Yuan Ling stone. Husband you. Just then Su Qingxue opened that small lean peach mouth in surprise. At this time, heaven and earth suddenly changed. And the Heaven and Earth Yuan spiritual Qi was even more frantically converging towards them. Ling Taixu had just used only the most basic Yuan spirit breathing technique. And in a matter of moments, he had absorbed a large amount of Yuan spirit Qi, to the point of consuming several kilometers of Yuan spirit Qi around him. Who? So comfortable. Ling Taixu said. Master, you are too terrifying, powerful. Si Kongjing also couldn't help but say in surprise. She could naturally tell that Ling Taixu was only using the most basic method of breathing in Yuan Ling Qi. Could it be that this basic elemental Reiki breathing method is the best? Bold. Who is destroying the Heaven and Earth Yuan aura of my Taishang Oblivion sect's teleportation hall? The steward panicked when he saw 4 people come out of the teleportation array, especially Supreme Elder Si Kongjing. Greetings, Lord Supreme Elder. You have returned? The 2 disciples of the transmission hall bowed and saluted. As for the man next to them, they didn't dare to raise their heads to look at him. Although Ling Taixu was only visiting this Taishang Forgetfulness sect for the first time, his fame had already spread. A party of quasi-emperors, breaking the Supreme Forgetfulness Extinction Formation with a single sword, and then beheading the clan's Supreme Elder, Tang Yu, with another sword. Si Kongjing said, luckily you guys didn't destroy this teleportation array. Otherwise you. Extra words Si Kongjing didn't want to say more. Angering Ling Taixu was simply looking for death. Thankfully this teleportation array they didn't destroy. Otherwise, when the 4 of them could only come across the sea or walk across the barbarians, there might be another calamity for the Taishang Oblivion sect at that time. We need to keep our return a secret and not spread it out, Si Kongjing coldly said. By the order of the Supreme Elder. Ling Taixu didn't stay idle as he spoke. His spiritual sense was released and soon covered dozens of peaks, large and small, of the Taishang Forgetfulness sect. I have to say that this Taishang Oblivion sect is really big. The number of people is tens of thousands. All women are inevitably some yin and yang feeling. Ling Taixu's use of spiritual sense was also learned in this day and night. Invincibility doesn't mean that one knows everything. As he hurried along, he learned some basic skills that cultivators should master. The use of spiritual sense was one of them. It was just that he had no qualms about his spiritual sense sweeping through. So any cultivator who was slightly more powerful would also be able to spot Ling Taixu's powerful spiritual sense. They were instantly flustered when Ling Taixu swept them with his spiritual sense like this. Because this spiritual sense was too powerful. So powerful that their bodies trembled for it. Disciples who had been to the Starfall continent were reminded of the 2 swords and 3 swords of Ling Taixu's might a day or 2 before. A sword broke the formation and killed their Taishang elder in a second. It's coming. I have to leave the clan right now. Let's go. The sect can't stay for a while. I'm going to go out and practice. Not long after, several hundred people had left the peaks they were on to leave the sect, walking in great haste. The Taishang Forgotten Love sect's quasi-emperor ancestor, Nangong Mingyue, who was in seclusion, was also swept by this powerful divine sense. There was no one to disturb her in seclusion, and the outside world could not contact her. Only she came out of her own accord, and thus did not know what had happened in the clan in the past 2 days. Originally, he was going to go to the mysterious land of the Starfall continent at the end of the 3 years of seclusion, but now that the clan unexpectedly had an expert come, judging from the strength of this spiritual sense, it should be a party of quasi-emperor powerhouses that had arrived at the clan. Hasn't everyone been preparing these past few years when they were supposed to go to the mysterious land? My promised friend wouldn't have come so early. Could it be that the clan is in trouble? No, I have to go out and take a look, Nangong Mingyue said. At this moment, Ling Taixu's trio had already arrived at a peak where Jing was usually located. The entire mountain peak, almost all of which was owned by Jing. Apart from her there were only a few disciples negatively tending to the mountain peak. Ling Taixu stood in the void and said indifferently, "Little Jing is quite good at enjoying herself. Such a beautiful mountain and water is suitable for living and cultivating. And the Yuan spirit chi is much better than that place before." Jing said, "My place here is only second to the old ancestors' retreat sanctuary, and your lordship can reside here temporarily. Good. Stay here for some time first, then go and travel the continent." Ling Taixu decided. It was simple. Ling Taixu wanted to accumulate more invincible time and lifespan, and without a few hundred or thousand years of invincible time and lifespan, it wasn't even safe to be afraid. Knowing the cultivation realm, the Tian Yuan realm could have a lifespan of 10,000 years. Wouldn't it be too little for him to have a lifespan of only 20 years now? Someone is coming. Ling Taixu realized that a spiritual sense had swept past him. Ling Taixu's spiritual sense was then released, and he found a woman with her face covered coming at an extremely fast speed. It was the woman who was in seclusion in the cave. And just now when her spiritual sense swept across the entire Taishan Oblivion sect, it lingered on her for a few more seconds. A ray of light passed before their eyes, and the veiled woman had landed in front of the four. "Jinger, who is this?" The woman looked at Ling Taixu and then asked Jing. Jing has met old ancestor. The person who came was none other than the Supreme Forgetfulness sect's quasi-imperial ancestor, Nangong Mingyue. For a while, Jing didn't even know how to say Ling Taixu's identity to Nangong Mingyue. If truth be told, Ling Taixu had killed Tangyu and no less than 100 people from the clan. If this was said, there wouldn't be a big battle. The point was, Jing couldn't figure out if this old ancestor of his could beat Ling Taixu. If you win the fight, all will be happy. If you don't, will the old ancestor be like yourself? It shouldn't be possible. The old ancestor is in existence, ranked 35 out of 36 on the quasi-emperor ranking list. It's not as if he's the same as me. When Nangong Mingyue saw that Jing was a bit embarrassed, she already had some guesses in her heart. At this moment, Ling Taixu also sized up this Nangong Mingyue, 1 meter 7 heads, wearing a white palace dress, coupled with the milk-like white skin as if it could be broken by a finger. A typical ancient beauty. Together with this veil, it gave off an inexplicable sense of mystery, causing Ling Taixu to feel an impulse to unveil this veil to see the face underneath it. Feeling this strange gaze from Ling Taixu, Nangong Mingyue was already a little unhappy, but in the very next instant, Nangong Mingyue said in a shocked voice, "What are you doing?" After retreating backward for a distance of several dozen meters, Nangong Mingyue then turned around and took out a new veil to put on. Looking back over, the veil from before was in the hands of the man in front of her, and even more aggravatingly, had placed her veil on the tip of his nose and sniffed it. Only Ling Taixu could be heard saying, "Fresh and lovely, such a pretty little sister, actually a party elder." Just now Ling Taixu had already seen the appearance under this veil. It was very beautiful, with the appearance of a young girl of 17 or 18 years old, and the traces of age could not be seen on her face at all. "Hey, why are you wearing it again?" Ling Taixu's figure moved. Nangong Mingyue still didn't react this time, and her veil was removed by Ling Taixu again. Spatial laws? Nangong Mingyue simply stopped covering up this time. The person in front of her was strong beyond her imagination, because even if they were the same quasi-empire, there could be a huge gap between each other. For example, the top few of the 36 people on the Paragon Emperor list all had the power to kill themselves in seconds. The man in front of her could very well be such a character, making her take it seriously as well. "I am Nangong Mingyue of the Taishan Oblivion sect. I wonder what is so important about your visit today. If there is a need for my Taishan Oblivion sect to help, we will certainly do so within our capabilities." Nangong Mingyue's attitude changed very quickly, and she didn't get angry and fuming because of Ling Taixu's 2 times of uncovering his veil just now. Instead, she asked Ling Taixu in a friendly manner, so much so that in comparison to the rest of the Taishan Forgetfulness sect, she was uptight, alert, and smarter. Nangong Mingyue's words were impeccable. Not a single flaw could be found, and she was still able to maintain her composure even after Ling Taixu had removed her veil twice. Worthy of being an old ancestor of the Supreme Forgetfulness sect. It was because of her presence that the Taishan Forgotten Love sect was able to become one of the 9 sects under the heavens. Ling Taixu said, "In fact, there is nothing. It is to your clan to stay for a few days. The location, it is here in Shaojing. Originally in the Supreme Forgetfulness sect already belonged to the water and fire incompatibility." Ling Taixu wouldn't be polite. Besides, Nangong Mingyue would soon be able to know what had happened in the past few days. What more needs to be said when there is already so much hatred? "Shizuku?" Nangong Mingyue did not immediately lash out, but only looked at Jing with some confusion. and Sikong Jing also transmitted the voice of what had happened in the past 2 days to Nangong Mingyue. Nangong Mingyue could finally see a look of anger on that ancient face after hearing this. However, reason told her that she could not act rashly, and if she was not careful, she would be in danger of destroying the clan. The fact that he had removed his veil twice just now and he had no reaction showed that the other party's speed was above his own and much more superior. But if she did nothing, how would she, the oldest ancestor, live with herself? Nangong Mingyue said, "There is a rule in the Taishang Forgetfulness sect that men are not allowed to enter, much less rest in the Taishang Forgetfulness sect. However, I can make an exception for you. Can we have a sparring session? If my concubine loses, this Taishang Forgetfulness sect will still be inhabited by you and I will no longer ask questions." In fact, her meaning was also very obvious. Losing was not only not a matter of questioning, but also the previous conflict with the Taishang Forgetfulness sect was over. Nangong Mingyue's words suddenly made Ling Taixu realize that the people of the other world were not so much brainwashed as the novels of his previous life. Knowing that the other party was powerful, he still took the initiative to provoke them, which eventually led to the destruction of the entire clan. It looks like a cut and thrust. If he could beat himself, Ling Taixu felt that Nangong Mingyue would definitely have to drive herself to extinction, but if she couldn't beat him it would be fine. It was just a sparring match. Ling Taixu said, "Cutting and sparring is naturally possible, but there needs to be some kind of prize. It's just that if I win, I need the Supreme Forgetfulness sect to find me 50 divine principles or mysterious techniques available to men, and 50 different types of feats or martial techniques. The divine secret method must be of intermediate rank or higher, and the Gongfu martial skill must be of earth rank or higher." The Taishang Oblivion sect had never had any men, and the techniques cultivated by men were almost non-existent, basically created exclusively for women. Su Qingxue had said that the Taishang Forgotten Love sect absolutely could not find 5 books of divine secret techniques that men could cultivate. Ling Taixu's request couldn't be considered too high, nor was it low, but it should be easily accomplished for the quasi-imperial Nangong Mingyue. The avatar secret methods were of low, middle, high, and top ranks. The Gongfu martial arts are divided into yellow rank, Xian rank, earth rank, and heaven rank. Of course there was the emperor rank on it. Ling Taixu wanted the other party to probably not be able to take it out, and he didn't need it to be too high level, because it could be seen from the low-ranked aptitude instantaneous flicker. His enlightenment and invincibility was good no matter what rank he used. Yes, but what if I win? Nangong Mingyue asked rhetorically. Ling Taixu laughed and said, "You're also an understanding person. Old ancestor Nangong. You won. Do I need to say anything about my result? This is not the place to spar. Let's change location. Old ancestor Taixu, you come with me," Nangong Mingyue said. They were all people who understood. If she won she would definitely not let go of the man in front of her. Elder Taixu? Ling Taixu thought about how there didn't seem to be anything wrong with his title. In this cultivation world, paramount emperors were generally addressed as old ancestors, whereas the Tian Yuan realm is generally referred to as the upper man. The Return to Truth realm is called the Real Man. Ling Taixu followed behind Nangong Mingyue and flew out of the Taishang Forgetfulness sect together. Nangong Mingyue purpose Ling Taixu also know? If he is not invincible, perhaps he will not be so let go of Nangong Mingyue and others, and will not be that Sikong Jing to stay on their side. Must be eliminated. But Ling Taixu is invincible. What's there to be afraid of? Afraid you'll come for revenge? Feel free to cultivate. Feel free to get stronger. Anyway, I'm already invincible. Ling Taixu's current purpose was to use the Taishang Oblivion sect as a springboard for him to enter the cultivation world. When he had accumulated enough invincible time and the ability to utilize cultivation in this world, that time was the best time for him to travel the continent. Since this Nangong Mingyue was willing, it would be a good idea to make good use of it and help this little white man in the cultivation world of his own make up for his shortcomings. After all, Ling Taixu didn't particularly like fighting and killing, yet he liked it even more when you couldn't beat me and couldn't do anything about it. Invincibility was his capital, so he dared to keep a bomb like Sikong Jing by his side. If you, Nangong Mingyue, upset me, Ling Taixu wouldn't mind having one more. Nangong Mingyue flew at a very fast speed, and not long after another large mountain above. At this time, there were 100 kilometers away from the Taishang Oblivion sect. This is the place. I hope that you, Elder Taixu, will be merciful. Nangong Mingyue offered a long sword in her hand. Ling Taixu said, "Good. In that case, this old ancestor will let you have 3 moves first. I'll just stay here and not move to defend against your attacks. If you can injure me, then it will be counted as a win for you. Since you want to spar, Ling Taixu will let you despair. 3 moves, good. Elder Taixu, I apologize." Nangong Mingyue had originally disliked fighting a paragon emperor who comprehended the laws of space. By taking the initiative to attack now, Nangong Mingyue would have a chance. The longsword in Nangong Mingyue's hand looked somewhat calm. Not as big as the fluctuations of those cave realm when they used it. However, Ling Taixu could sense that there was a special energy around Nangong Mingyue. This energy was the power of law, and Nangong Mingyue's power of law was the wind system. The wind attribute had an extremely strong cutting ability, and as the sword slashed through, a huge wind attribute law cut chopped in. Ling Taixu didn't draw his sword either. He just stretched out his hand and gently tapped it. And he didn't use the power of spatial laws that he had only just learned, because he moreover didn't need it at all. Touch. With a wave of his hand, he cut and destroyed this wind attribute law, and even broke this law directly. Nangong Mingyue was a little flustered. This was followed by another sword swing, knowing that the strongest thing a Paragon Emperor could do was the attacks of the power of the laws, and her attacks of the laws of the wind system were already quite skillful. However, Ling Taixu still destroyed it with the lift of his hand. It's still an unarmed catch, and it's a cutting attack with the wind attribute. Even the top few ranked on the quasi-emperor list wouldn't dare to receive it like this. With the last sword, Nangong Mingyue began to gather a large amount of wind law power. The wind laws continued to change around her, and finally a giant blade of laws was condensed from the wind laws to slash at Ling Taixu, gathering the strongest power of the laws. Its power was several times that of the two swords just now, and it was also her strongest strike, and he would need at least 3 months to recover after using it. Rumble. No, it can't be right? Nangong Mingyue's eyes widened in bewilderment. Was there such a strong Paragon Emperor in the world? This was because Ling Taixu was still the same as before, lifting his hand and easily diffusing her attack. 3 moves have passed. It's my turn now. But before I strike, prepare yourself. In case I don't have control over the force and kill you, it won't be good. Originally, Nangong Mingyue was already prepared to meet Ling Taixu's attack, but she was instead a little flustered by Ling Taixu's words. After all, her strongest strike had already been easily neutralized by her, and right at this moment, one could only see Ling Taixu waving his hand again, and a huge wave of true essence chi shook heaven and earth. Nangong Mingyue held her sword in one hand, and without knowing what divine secret method she used, a green-colored light formed a barrier in front of her. Touch. When the wave of true essence chi ravaged and attacked, this defense barrier instantly shattered. But the true element airwave passed through Nangong Mingyue, and a large mouth of fresh blood gushed out. I'm really sorry. I didn't control the true essence in my body well and used too much of it. Sorry, I really didn't want to hurt you, Ling Taixu hurriedly explained. With a snort, Nangong Mingyue spat out another mouthful of blood. Ghosts believe that you did not control the true essence in your body. Quasi-Emperor Big Brother still cannot control their true essence? What kind of world joke is this? It was also because of these words that Nangong Mingyue was so angry that she spat out blood from her mouth. And then her body seemed to be uncontrollable as she fell downward from the air. Ling Taixu certainly won't make a move. Boom. Until Nangong Mingyue landed on the ground, still hanging off quite a few branches. Ling Taixu did not make a move to catch her out of the air. What a heroic rescue plot is completely absent. When Nangong Mingyue landed on the ground, Ling Taixu appeared in front of her. I said you a quasi-imperial ancestor level character. How can you be so unforgiving? Let you properly prepare to come. See? Injured. So many years have not properly cultivated? Can't stand it after so much time. Go back and look for your own reasons. Nangong Mingyue clenched her teeth, but she didn't dare to say anything more. Such a powerful true essence had crushed her body, unable to move with a mere wave of her hand. The Ling Taixu in front of her had the ability to kill her in seconds, and this was definitely the topmost powerhouse in the Star Lantern world. Even old monsters that had lived for 10,000 years, the heavenly Yuan realm had a lifespan of 10,000 years, while quasi-emperors had 20,000 years, and as for the legendary great emperors, they were immortal. That's why the great emperor is also called the immortal emperor, and she had only become a quasi-emperor for just over 1,000 years, and her age was not even 3,000 years old. However, it was already able to rank 35 on the quasi-emperor list, but it was still not a match for this man's one move. Sect Su Qingxue in the end. What kind of divine luck? In the Starfall continent, this piece of barren land to find a forgetful object can find a great power. The key to this Min Qingxiu still have to go twice to kill him. This is not to hit a stone with an egg. The other side did not have too much revenge. Did not destroy them too much. Forgetfulness clan are already benevolent. The great anger of 1,000,000 corpses. It wasn't unheard of in the cultivation world. There was once a dude son of a 10,000 person clan head who angered a big shot ranked in the top 10 of the quasi-emperor list. It took less than a day for this clan with over 10,000 people to be completely destroyed. Ling Taixu, surely an existence that could rank in the top 3 on the list of paramount emperors. Their Taisheng forgetfulness sect simply couldn't afford to mess with him. Senior, I will definitely go back and reflect on myself, whether or not I have worked hard all these years. Nangong Mingyue said weakly. Senior, the clan has been offended many times before. It was our fault. I am here to apologize to you. In order to show our sincerity, the clan has gone all out to collect the Gungfu Shintong for you, as long as you need it. Senior, the clan has gone all out to provide it, Nangong Mingyue said. Luckily, this was just a sparring session that she had invited. If she had really snapped at the beginning, the clan would have been really finished. Is this the end? Ling Taixu deliberately said with slight indifference. Nangong Mingyue was a bit anxious and hurriedly said, Senior, what other needs do you have? Just mention it, as long as it's not too much points. I as well as the clan can promise you. At the moment, it was a little difficult for her to move, and Ling Taixu's move seemed to have shattered her body. There were only 3 years left before the opening of the mysterious land of the Starfall continent, so how could this injury be recovered in 3 years? I haven't thought about it yet. Wait until I do, Ling Taixu said. Instead of exterminating a clan, it would be better to make that clan obedient. Nangong Mingyue was a smart person. After all, it was an old monster who had lived for nearly 2,000 years. And which one of them was an average person? Each one was a human savant. Fine, I promise you. Senior, Nangong Mingyue said. She struggled to move, but it was as if her body wouldn't listen. Originally using the strongest law power strike, her body suffered a backlash. Coupled with Ling Taixu's strike, she was now unable to even move, much less take out a healing elixir from her storage bag. Nangong Mingyue was a little embarrassed. Senior Taixu ancestor, can you help me sit up? I can't move. Helping a beautiful woman to get up. Ling Taixu was still willing, but after helping him up, Nangong Mingyue added, Senior, can you help me heal my wounds? How I look like this cannot move at all. Even the healing pills in the storage space cannot take out. Can you give me a healing pill? I will return you. Healing elixir Ling Taixu also has, decapitating so many people. Su Qingxue will be things organized also marked. In the future, Nangong Mingyue would still be able to use it, and at that time, she would be able to take herself to the mysterious land. If you help someone, you help them to the end. Besides, you injured yourself. He really didn't want to injure Nangong Mingyue like this. It really wasn't easy to control. After all, just how much force could be exerted to defeat a quasi-imperialist? This was a topic for future research. Complete control of his invincible power was something he had to learn. Taking out all the healing elixirs put in the system space and placing them on the ground. Ling Taixu said, Which one do you want? Pick it out yourself. I don't know their specific effects and I don't know which one is suitable for you. Pretend. Just keep pretending. The superstar still doesn't recognize the elixir? But Nangong Mingyue didn't dare to say it directly and explicitly, and only dared to mutter it in her heart. Just to the left of that, the second jade-colored vial. Give me 2 of them and that's enough, Nangong Mingyue said. Just a little strange. Why the healing pills on Ling Taixu's body were all produced by their Taishang Forgotten Love sect? Don't you have any yourself? Or do they use what they get from their clan? A big man is a big man, but he's just too stingy. Can you feed it to me? I can't move my hands. Nangong Mingyue continued again. At this moment, Ling Taixu really somewhat thought that Nangong Mingyue was doing it on purpose, but her injuries seemed to be really serious, and spitting out so much blood seemed to corroborate that statement that it was down to blood. Ling Taixu directly sent 2 pills into Nangong Mingyue's mouth. Skin contact. Nangong Mingyue was startled. You, just use your true essence to wrap the elixir and send it. Why use your hands? Nangong Mingyue said. If you want to die, you'd better not persuade me to use my true essence. Eat the pills and hurry to recover your body. Don't talk so much. Ling Taixu found a seat and sat down, still deciding to wait for Nangong Mingyue. You? Fine. Nangong Mingyue was truly helpless. She had never been so aggravated in her 980 years of living. A party big brother, even in front of their own pretend. The key is that they still have to cooperate with him to pretend cannot be said. And the other side even smacked their own words. This is the other people, has long been duly punished. But in front of Ling Taixu, she could only have one solution. Endure. There was no telling how long it would take for Nangong Mingyue to recover from her injuries. These quasi-emperor level ancestors could be cultivating for months or even years at a time. So he couldn't possibly guard here. Could he? So Ling Taixu returned to Jade Green Peak in a few instantaneous flashes. The same peak where Sikong Jing was. In the eyes of the 3 girls, Ling Taixu had only left for a while. So how could he come back so quickly? Husband, your sparring session with old ancestor her is over. Su Qingxue asked suspiciously. Ling Taixu nodded and said, It's over. But your old ancestor has suffered some injuries. It might be a bit dangerous for her to heal alone in the forest. Call a few people to go. Her current condition can perhaps be described as unarmed. If she goes late, she might be in danger. Doing this, Ling Taixu is also considered to be any benevolent to justice. After all, recharge invincible time is critical. Have to come back earlier, will see Kong Jing done. I'll immediately go and send a few Return to Truth Realm elders who have met the old ancestor forward. Si Kong Jing said. Jing, you can go, but you have to be back before nightfall. They are in that direction, about 100 kilometers from here, in the jungle under a big mountain. There are still signs of battle there. It's very easy to find. Much thanks to your lordship, Si Kong Jing said respectfully. In just this one moment, after the promised sparring session, their quasi-emperor ancestor was seriously injured. How powerful was this? Originally thought that the old ancestor showing up would allow her to get out of the predicament in front of her. But how did she know that even the quasi-emperor old ancestor couldn't do anything about it? And it was even possible that she would be reduced to the same situation as herself. Was Ling Taixu really a quasi-emperor? Si Kong Jing was also asking himself rhetorically after he left. But this world hadn't seen a great emperor realm powerhouse in 10,000 years. Was he? A total of 2 relatively reliable Return to Truth realm elders were dispatched. After all, the less people knew about the clan's quasi-emperor elder being injured like this, the better. Ling Taixu's order, she had to come back earlier, so Si Kong Jing didn't dare to stay too long and quickly returned to Jade Green Peak again after making the arrangements. By nightfall, what Si Kong Jing had been a little afraid was going to happen. It was too late to hurry before, although she had already known that she could not escape and had already prepared herself mentally, but this moment of impending arrival was still a bit fearful. And in another room, Su Xiaoyu and Su Qingxue lived together. Miss, the old master really went to the supreme elder, but the old master wasn't this kind of person before, Su Xiaoye whispered in front of Su Qingxue. In fact, Su Qingxue did not feel good in her heart because she still loved Ling Taixu. Xiaoyu, in fact, this is all our fault. It's not my husband's fault. It's me who didn't cherish it properly, Su Qingxue said. In fact, during the 70 years she had spent with Ling Taixu, it wasn't as if they had done nothing. The sect used to send out an extremely beautiful female disciple to seduce Ling Taixu almost every 1 or 2 years as a way to make him move on, so that she could end the affair quickly, which knows that Ling Taixu hard to reject 40 to 50 women with great natural talent, and even more so, did not do a single thing to apologize to her. Otherwise it wouldn't have taken 70 years. It might have been done in a few months or even years. The fastest record in the clan was the quasi-emperor ancestor Nangong Mingyue, who had sentience for 7 days, forgot it for 3 days, and got through the hardest level of the Taishang forgetfulness decree in 10 days. And the fact that it took her 70 years was the longest record in the clan. Who let the one they loved love only themselves for life? Unfortunately, that love is now no longer his alone. Hey, Su Qingxue sighed in a low voice, thinking back to her old self. She really wanted to give herself a slap in the face. Really do not know how to cherish too much. If it is good and Ling Taixu get along, that now how good. Just in the middle of thinking, a very harmonious sound came from a room not far away. Su Qingxue blushed, and then she added a sound isolation formation to the room. Really? Take care of that too. How does that give us a good night's rest? Ding. Congratulations to the host for successful recharge. Invincibility time plus 1000 days. Si Kong Jing, who was trying it for the first time, seemed to have experienced earthly pleasure, and even tried to turn the tables in front of Ling Taixu, who naturally had to teach her how to behave. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successful recharge. Invincibility time plus 1000 days. It's bearing me? My violent temper. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successful recharge. Invincibility time plus 1000 days. It didn't stop for a night. When Ling Taixu's invincibility time increased by 9,000 days, Si Kong Jing also completely gave up resisting. Just as Ling Taixu was about to continue, the system's voice sounded once again. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully accepting a Tian Yuan realm concubine. The recharge invincibility time can be doubled. What? That's a success? System, you're not making a mistake here. How could it be so easy to subdue Si Kong Jing? Ling Taixu seriously suspected that the system had gotten it wrong, and that although Si Kong Jing had submitted herself, she was only in the way of her absolute strength and had to submit. But the system shouldn't be wrong. Right at this moment, Si Kong Jing's body's true essence condensed. Actually a sign of a breakthrough. Si Kong Jing himself was already at the peak of Tian Yuan 5th level, stuck at this realm for almost 100 years, and was only one opportunity away from a breakthrough, and this opportunity was brought about by Ling Taixu. Ling Taixu opened his system and looked at his invincibility time, which had been 48 years and 27 days. One night's harvest was more than several days before. An expert of the heavenly Yuan realm was extraordinary. A recharge of 1000 days at a time would be 2000 days after the collection was doubled. As long as you keep working like this, immortality is within reach. In the morning, Ling Taixu ate the exquisite and delicious breakfast prepared by Su Qingxue, which is what the desired otherworldly life is not. At noon, they ate a table of great tonic medicinal meals. Su Qingxue was very knowledgeable and knew that Ling Taixu wanted to make up for something, but in fact, he didn't need it at all. When it came to the evening, because Si Kongjing hadn't finished her cultivation yet, it was Su Qingxue and Xiao Yu's turn again in the evening. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successful recharge. Invincibility time plus 400 days. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successful recharge. Invincibility time plus 100 days. Su Xiaoya had broken through Xian Zone, and under doubling down she was also able to contribute 100 days of invincible time. In one night, Ling Taixu added another 1000 days of invincibility. It wasn't that she didn't want to increase it, but now that his anger had slowly dissipated, he also had to consider whether the other party could eat it. It was in this state for a month's time. Ling Taixu also didn't know how Nangong Mingyue was doing. He didn't want to ask or care. He just wanted to silently brush up on some longevity and invincibility time first. Su Qingxue and Su Xiaoye added up to 1,000 days per day, while after Si Kongjing's breakthrough Ling Taixu was able to add at least 6,000 days per day. Looking at the results of a crazy month's time, Ling Taixu's face finally showed some smiles. Host, Ling Taixu. Invincible, longevity, time, 456 years and 77 days. Each of the three women at Jade Green Peak had made great gains after Ling Taixu's tireless efforts over the course of a month. Su Xiaoye originally had the lowest cultivation level and the fastest promotion. When she came to the Taishan Oblivion sect, she was at Xianzong first level, and after a month of cultivation she had already managed to raise to Xianzong 6th level. The speed of cultivation enhancement was simply breathtaking. It was the average genius that would need dozens or even hundreds of years to do so. It would only take a month to follow Ling Taixu, and at this rate of advancement, it would only take at most 2 or 3 months for Su Xiaoye to step into the Tongyi realm. Su Qingxue had also improved quite a bit in a month's time, from the 2nd level of Cave Void to the 4th level of Cave Void. As for Si Kongjing, she had even experienced the benefits that Ling Taixu had brought to her, and she who had just broken through to the 6th Tian Yuan level had already reached the peak of the 6th Tian Yuan level in a month's time. It was only a step away from the 7th level of Heavenly Yuan. In the morning, not long after the sunlight had just landed, Si Kongjing would appear in front of Ling Taixu dressed in a fluttering and bright manner. Master, why don't we go back to the house and rest? Si Kongjing whispered. Not only did she want a breakthrough, but so did her heart. And after experiencing it, Si Kongjing realized that she had lived her previous life in vain, and that there was such joy in being a woman. Ling Taixu said, "Wait, someone is coming. In my Jade Green Peak. Who would dare to trespass?" Si Kongjing said with a proud face. After all, she was still the supreme elder of the Taishan Oblivion sect. "It's me. It's not good enough for anyone." But when he uttered these words, Si Kongjing seemed to feel that something was wrong, and turned around to see that it turned out to be the quasi-emperor ancestor Nangong Mingyue who had come. Frightened, Si Kongjing's face went white as he hurriedly turned around and saluted. "Greetings to old ancestor Mingyue. Just now I didn't mean it." Nangong Mingyue waved her hand and said, "There's no harm in it. I didn't inform you when I came." At this moment, Nangong Mingyue's complexion was much better than a month ago, and being able to take the initiative to come to this Jade Green Peak showed that she had recovered well. Arriving in front of Ling Taixu, Nangong Mingyue also wanted to salute like Si Kongjing, making Si Kongjing look confused. What is this? The ancestor of his own clan was actually saluting Ling Taixu. "Greetings, Elder Taixu. Please forgive Mingyue for any offense she took earlier. This is what you asked for. Senior, I collected some of it before and also ordered someone to exchange it for some elsewhere. 21 intermediate rank secret techniques, 3 high rank secret techniques, 26 intermediate rank divine aptitudes, and 1 high rank divine aptitude, 17 earth ranked techniques, 1 slightly mutilated heaven ranked technique, 31 earth ranked martial arts, and 1 heaven ranked martial art." Nangong Mingyue took out 100 crystals of different colors, the size of a thumb, in which these inherited techniques were placed. Each inheritance crystal was disposable, and would be destroyed immediately after the cultivator read and used it. However, the contents of it would also be completely engraved in the user's mind, and there was no need to deliberately memorize it at all. Of course, these crystals were extremely expensive, and ordinary people couldn't afford to use them. "If these feats aren't enough, I'll go collect them again." Ling Taixu once again experienced the benefits of invincibility. "To get these feats? Why bother robbing them yourself?" Ling Taixu said, "That's enough for now. If there's still a need, I'll have Xiao Jing come to you. Senior, feel free to ask for whatever you need, and I, the Taishang Forgotten Love Sect, will do my best to fulfill it." Suddenly, Nangong Mingyue realized that beside Ling Taixu, Sikong Jing's cultivation had broken through and said, Jinger, has yours been elevated to the 6th level of Tian Yuan? Still at the peak of Heavenly Yuan 6th level, about to break through to Heavenly Yuan 7th level. Looking at the other two women again, Su Qingshui remembered that a month ago it was only the 2nd level of Cave Void, and a month later it was actually the 4th level of Cave Void. The other one had even elevated from Xianzong 2nd level to Xianzong 6th level. Sikong Jing said, this is all bestowed by the Lord, so that our cultivation can rise rapidly, and there are no side effects, and it also allows the dark wounds that I suffered earlier in my life to recover, and my body is like a newborn. Speaking of which, it was necessary to mention the benefits Ling Taixu had given them. In addition to helping with their cultivation, it also had the perfect utility of nourishing their bodies and healing their wounds and dispelling their poisons. Even Sikong Jing had collected a small vial that Ling Taixu had accidentally landed on her face once. Yes? Does Elder Taixu still have something this good? A precious medicine that can enhance cultivation and heal wounds? Nangong Mingyue purposely raised her voice, as if she was blaming Ling Taixu for why he didn't take it out for her to take a month ago. Couldn't bear to part with it? If you can't give it up, why did you give it back to Su Xiaoya at the Xianzong realm? She had used all the resources she could muster this month, and her injuries were only 30% better, and the remaining 70% had to be slowly conditioned. If there was such a good medicine, wouldn't she be able to recover within 3 years, and then she would have the chance to explore the mysterious land? After becoming a quasi-emperor, she had already been to the mysterious land a dozen times, but these dozen times she had cultivated at the very edge, not daring to go deeper into it at all. This time, she had wanted to explore part of it forward with a few other paragon emperors, but unfortunately, with this injury, she didn't dare to go at all. Old ancestor Taixu, can you also give me some healing treasures? And how about I collect feats and secret arts and aptitudes in exchange? Or if you want something else, it's all fine. Nangong Mingyue had a longing look in her eyes that was really heartbreaking to watch. But how could Ling Taixu give it? Nangong Mingyue, it's not that I'm cheap. It's not really convenient to give this to you, Ling Taixu said. How would that be convenient? Nangong Mingyue said in disbelief. Become mine, as they are, and it may be given, as much as you want. Ling Taixu's words are naturally true. You have to become her talent. Otherwise how can I give you? Manually give? By hand. That's never going to work. It will never be used in this lifetime. Nangong Mingyue has the special secret method of the Taishan forgetfulness sect, and at a glance, she knows that Sikong Jing's body has been lost, and she has to pay in order to get it. But this payment is both big and small to say the least. It was just impossible for her Nangong Mingyue to agree, not to mention the fact that the clan already had 3 of them, and if she went with Ling Taixu, how would she be able to live with them on her own? Seeing that Nangong Mingyue hadn't said anything, Ling Taixu continued, you don't have to be in a hurry. Wait until you figure it out before coming to me. Good. Nangong Mingyue said. Is there anything else? Nothing, I'm going to go study these feats, Ling Taixu said indifferently. With these 100 books of Kung Fu divine mystic laws, when he learned them, he could go out and really see how the cultivation world really was. Elder, there's nothing more to it. However, I'm looking for Jinger for something, so come with me now, Nangong Mingyue said. Sikong Jing nodded, then followed Nangong Mingyue to leave. Ling Taixu then prepared to find a clean place to take out the inheritance crystals he had just obtained and began to obtain the inheritance therein. Taishan Forgetfulness Sect's Forbidden Land. Nangong Mingyue held a jade-colored vial in her hand, gently opened the lid and sniffed in front of her nose. There was a fishy smell. This was the precious medicine that could enhance cultivation and heal wounds? This was something Nangong Mingyue had never seen in her life, and it wasn't surprising that she didn't recognize it. Xiao Jing said it was too inconvenient to use it in that place, and I suspect this was intentional on Ling Taixu's part, but fortunately it can also be taken orally. Husband, using inheritance crystals consumes spiritual energy, and for an expert of the Tian Yuan realm like Sister Jing, there are at most 10 inheritance crystals of this level that can be used at a time. After using it too much, the spirit is overconsumed and there is a possibility that it may also damage the divine soul. When Su Qingshui saw that Ling Taixu had quickly accepted the 20 inheritance crystals, she also had to remind him at the side. Does this thing consume mental energy? Why don't I feel it? Qingshui, you don't have to worry about me, Ling Taixu faintly said. Ling Taixu then took out a few more inheritance crystals to receive the information of the feats inside. Just accepting these feats and divine abilities and secret arts, Ling Taixu spent a day and a night. He wanted to be fast, but the inheritance crystal stone was too slow, as if he was 10,000 megabytes of fiber optics. The inheritance crystal stone was only 100 megabytes, and it simply couldn't reach the speed he wanted. However, at night, Ling Taixu, who had received the inheritance, did not immediately cultivate. Instead, he continued to recharge his invincible time. And this night, Si Kongjing worked hard, quickly allowing her to get a breakthrough, and had already begun to break through. Fortunately, Ling Taixu still has 2 more. Although less, but not no, a night can also add a lot of invincible time. In the daytime, Ling Taixu also began to organize the feats martial arts aptitudes that he had obtained from the inheritance crystals yesterday. With so many top-tier techniques, only a great sect like the Supreme Oblivion sect could collect them so quickly, and it had to be a quasi-emperor expert like Nangong Mingyue who could do it. According to Si Kongjing, even some quasi-first-class sects didn't have so many techniques. Even so many high-level techniques were not available in the Taishang Oblivion sect. Nangong Mingyue must have paid a lot to get this. Inside there are swordsmanship, knife skills, body skills, concealed weapons and other use of techniques. Magical secret arts have divine soul cultivation method, soul searching, convergence of breath and so on. Secret arts were relatively remote compared to divine powers as well as gongfu martial arts. Yet they were useful. Avatars basically only have a very simple move. But it seems simple, but in reality it's very difficult. To cultivate all kinds of avatars, not only do you need a strong perception, many of them also need to be combined with some special medicinal herbs or even tools in order to be able to cultivate them. Especially these things, the Ling Taixu laws, which he himself couldn't cultivate, as if he needed those things. So Ling Taixu put all of that aside and learned what he could. The Gongfu was a middle grade of the heavenly stage, named Mixed Yuan Yi Qi Decree, and after cultivating it, Ling Taixu's true essence seemed to have its own unique attributes as well. The main reason why one cultivated the mixed elements one Qi Decree was because this Gongfu was extremely inclusive. It did not hinder to Ling Taixu's cultivation of other divine secret techniques. In here, Ling Taixu also found a higher level version of the Star River Sword technique, the Star Sword Decree. These moves are practiced, learn some and it's enough. After all, invincibility, how to fight is how you win. The point is to control your force or go out without control so as not to hurt or kill someone you don't want to kill. So Ling Taixu also asked Si Kongjing and Su Qingxue to demonstrate, respectively, what a cultivator of each realm should be able to do, and then slowly adapt. In addition to these, there was also Ling Taixu who majored in this secret art as well as some of the divine abilities. Because of the special nature of the secret arts, you don't just say you're invincible. For example, Soul Search, Soul Seal, Astringent Art. This astringent art is not an ordinary astringent decision, but an authentic secret art. When Ling Taixu had cultivated, converging his breath, he could disguise himself as whatever realm he wanted to be, down to an ordinary person and up to a quasi-empire. As for above the quasi-emperor, Ling Taixu didn't need to pretend at all, majoring in one technique, choosing a dozen martial arts, 8 divine powers and 10 secret arts. Ling Taixu had only spent more than 2 months, and all of what he had learned had all reached great completion. This terrifying enlightenment made Su Qingxue and Si Kongjing sigh in awe. After more than 2 months, Ling Taixu once again looked at his system panel. Host, Ling Taixu. Invincible, longevity, time, 1,689 years and 126 days. Everything was ready for him to go out and make his mark. Ling Taixu didn't have the mindset of seclusion now. The huge cultivation world, he wanted to look around and see more beautiful women. In fact, the women of this Taishang Oblivion sect were not incapable, and their face value was also enough. It was just that the women who practiced this Taishang Oblivion sect were not so friendly to men, and it was rather very bizarre. It's no fun to be here all the time. Naturally, it's too cloudy, and there were so many others on the goddess list that he was eager to meet. Taishang Forgetfulness Sect Forbidden Land. Old ancestor, I've come to deliver your precious medicine. Si Kongjing knocked on the closed door. Come in, Nangong Mingyue said. Old ancestor, this is from the last few days. Si Kongjing took out a small bottle that she collected every time it landed on her face. As for the ones that were already inside her body, she didn't dare to take them out for Nangong Mingyue. In case she knew about it later, she would definitely blame herself. In fact, she couldn't be blamed because it was all because Nangong Mingyue herself wanted it. After a few times of taking it, she who originally needed 100 years to recover had now recovered. There was even an increase in her cultivation, which helped her as a quasi-emperor. So one could imagine the preciousness of the holy pill in the vial. Jinger, thank you. This should have been taken by you. Now it's given to me. In the future, if you need anything, just ask, Nangong Mingyue said. Watching so quickly, Si Kongjing elevated from the 7th level of Tian Yuan to the 8th level of Tian Yuan. Nangong Mingyue is really envious. She really wants to go, but she is the last facade of the Taishang Forgetfulness sect. Ultimately, she can't step out of that step. She can only get it from Nangong Mingyue here. Si Kongjing said, thank you, old ancestor. but there won't be any more for a short time behind after this bottle. What's this for? He's not giving it away? Nangong Mingyue wondered. No, it's the master he's leaving. Says he's going to go on an adventure. Without you? Don't bring it. Master is going alone. Saying it's an experience, Si Kong Jing said. Experience training? Nangong Mingyue was a bit puzzled. He was so strong. He still needed to practice? But she did not dare to ask more questions. Obviously this is an excuse to leave. To get to the bottom of it is to make themselves uncomfortable. When do we leave? Si Kong Jing replied. I'll be leaving the sect first thing in the morning. And it's also because the old master asked me to inform you. Good. I'll go see him off in the morning. Nangong Mingyue nodded. Only after Si Kong Jing left did Nangong Mingyue slowly pick up the jade bottle in her hand. Holding it carefully, she cherished it and wanted to use it right away. But the thought of using it and then not having it for a short period of time made her a little torn as to whether she was keeping it or not. But thinking of her injuries, Nangong Mingyue opened the bottle and drank it all in one go. Right now it was still most important to recover her injuries. Otherwise when something happened in the sect, she would be unable to cope. This night was destined to be a crazy one. Not closing his eyes for a night, he rained on his parade until the sun shone into the room. Ling Taixu had managed to recharge another 200 days of invincible time and longevity. After taking the precious medicine for just one night, Nangong Mingyue realized that her previous injuries had recovered to 90%. Perhaps just one more dose of the precious medicine all the injuries in the body could be fully recovered. Unfortunately Ling Taixu wouldn't give it to her at all. Luckily there was a loyal clan disciple, Si Kong Jing, who gave her his share, or else she would really need 100 years to recuperate her body. But even though there would be no more precious medicines in the future, with her current state of recovery, it would be enough to fully recover before the mysterious land opened in 3 years. In the morning, within the Jade Green Peak, the three women washed and dressed Ling Taixu. This kind of treatment was really emperor-like enjoyment. Although they were often together, Ling Taixu didn't feel tired at all. He found that his desire was endless, and he didn't know if he would adapt after leaving here. Master, can I go out with you? Si Kong Jing suddenly spoke. The more she was with Ling Taixu, the more benefits she received. After all, she had now risen to the 8th level of the Tian Yuan realm. As long as she was by Ling Taixu's side, the 9th level of Heavenly Yuan was within reach, and it would even allow her to ascend to the quasi-emperor realm. Si Kong Jing opened her mouth, and Su Qingxue and Su Xiaoye nodded at the same time. They also wanted to go with Ling Taixu. Su Qingxue was already at the 9th level of Cave Void, and Su Xiaoye had also elevated to the 1st level of Tongyi. It's only been a few months, and it's already comparable to more than 100 years of his own efforts. Ling Taixu looked at the three girls and said, "You guys should still stay in the sect and live the life you were originally supposed to have. This time out it's me who is venturing into the cultivation world on my own, so it's a bit inconvenient to bring you guys along." Although Su Qingxue was unable to cultivate the Supreme Forgetfulness Decree, she was still the sect's holy maiden now, and Si Kong Jing was still a supreme elder with an extraordinary status. "Alright, master, then you must take good care of yourself when you go out," Si Kong Jing said helplessly. At that moment, Nangong Mingyue also arrived in the sky above Jade Green Peak. Ling Taixu bid farewell to the three girls. His body leapt up, then with a flash he arrived in front of Nangong Mingyue. Looking at the temperate Nangong Mingyue, and more than 2 months ago than simply a different person. "Senior Taixu, where are you going this time? I have a map of the Starland Great World here that might be able to help you." Nangong Mingyue took out a crystal. Wasn't this exactly what Ling Taixu needed? He didn't really have this. Including Si Kong Jing and Su Qingxue, the maps they provided were very limited. And of course Si Kong Jing had given a detailed map of the Starry Night continent they were on. Like the map of the Starland Great World, Ling Taixu didn't have it. "Thank you." Ling Taixu took the crystal stone that inscribed the map and used his spiritual sense to check it out. It was indeed a map of the Starland Great World, and it was very detailed. "Senior Taixu, you don't have to be polite. It was all because the clan was sorry to you before. Please understand. When is Senior going to return this time? Do you want me to take you with me to the mysterious land? Or are you going on your own?" Nangong Mingyue said. Ling Taixu said, "Right now there are still 3 years and 2 months before that mysterious land opens. If I'm going to come back I'll be a month ahead of time. If I don't come back at that time, I'll go directly to that mysterious land." Nangong Mingyue nodded. Perhaps this Taishang Forgetfulness sect was just a small landing point in Ling Taixu's life. Luckily, he had handled it properly in the beginning, or else the Taishang Oblivion sect had already ceased to exist. "I will wait for you, Senior, at the sect or the mysterious place. The location of the mysterious place I have already marked on the map. Senior can check it out by yourself," Nangong Mingyue said. Ling Taixu nodded and then disappeared in front of Nangong Mingyue's eyes. Ling Taixu's previous instantaneous flash could no longer be called a low-rank divine ability. Ling Taixu could already easily accomplish tens of thousands of miles of instantaneous movement just by using it. It wouldn't be too much of a stretch for such a divine ability to be called a high-level divine ability or even a top-level divine ability. After a few instantaneous movements, Ling Taixu had arrived at his chosen destination this time, the Sword Star Imperial City. The Sword Star Imperial City was affiliated with the Sword Star Imperial Dynasty, and was also the capital of the Sword Star Imperial Dynasty, and was the other major top-tier power in this continent other than the Supreme Forgetfulness sect. In addition to the Starfall continent, the other 9 continents in the Starland world had 9 great clans and 9 great imperial dynasties. Although they were all top-tier forces, there was a huge gap between each other. The Taishang Oblivion sect had become a top-tier force for just over 1,000 years, and the key relied on the quasi-emperors Nangong Mingyue. Ling Taixu had learned about the Sword Star Imperial Dynasty from Sikong Jing at the Supreme Forgetfulness sect, which was a superpower that had existed for tens of thousands of years, and 10,000 years ago it was even a side of the empire, with the super strength of a great emperor sitting at the helm. It's just that the great emperor fell and the empire was downgraded to become a royal dynasty. However, the tens of thousands of years of heritage was still there, with 2 quasi-emperor ancestors on the surface, and there were even more than 20 Tian Yuan realm powerhouses. In the ranking of the 9 great imperial dynasties, the Sword Star Imperial Dynasty could be ranked 7th. As for this Too Much Forgetfulness clan but can only be in the world's 9 clans ranked 9th. If it is not the world's 9 clans, each continent must have a or Too Much Forgetfulness clan has long been squeezed down. This was also the reason why Ling Taixu came to the Sword Star Imperial Dynasty the first time he left the Supreme Forgetfulness sect. That naturally want to go to a better place to broaden their horizons. All this strength, and then run to the small lumps would be meaningless. Ling Taixu disguised himself as a cultivator of the innate true martial realm. In a low-grade cultivation area, the innate realm cultivation was a strong party. But in this place where the partial land was a big brother, the innate true martial realm could only be considered barely passable. After all, this is not far away from the soldiers guarding the city is the innate true martial realm, the small chief that are Xuanzong realm, but also have Tongyi realm cultivators sitting guarding the city gates. Everyone line up. It doesn't matter where you're from or what your cultivation level is, you have to line up and pay the entry fee of 1 medium-grade Yuan Spirit Crystal Stone. Those who disturb the order will be severely punished. The soldiers guarding the city kept yelling, and Ling Taixu was in the center of this long line. Since the line was so long, the people in line were bored and started gossiping. Recently there are too many people coming to this Sword Star Dynasty. I remember that there weren't so many people when I came a few months ago. Is there something big happening in Sword Star City? This man, you guessed it. Something big is happening, but in a good way. What is it? Please also tell me. Brother, this big event. Is that our Sword Star Dynasty's 3 princess lords are openly recruiting son-in-laws in the 9 continents at the same time? So lately the young masters of the top clans in the 9 continents have all come to our Sword Star City. Just in these few days, it is said that no less than 1 million people have flocked into the city of Sword Star City, and the prices of goods within the city have gone crazy, and the price of the upper room of an inn has gone up by almost 10 times, and the prices of other goods have also been going up like crazy. But when it comes to the crazy rise in prices, the crowd doesn't seem to care. The concern is in the other direction. 3 princesses. But those 3 princesses on the goddess list? Of course it's these 3 princesses, otherwise it wouldn't have caused such a big stir. I see. I remember these 3 princesses, but ranked 7th on the goddess list, 16th and 28th of the absolute goddess, which married the princess is not developed. Countless cultivation resources. The key can also hold the return of the beauty. Unfortunately, these 3 princesses seldom show up, and I'm not sure exactly how beautiful they are. It is said that some goddess lists carry images of each goddess. This I know. That's the special goddess list, but the price of purchasing it is simply astronomical. I've been fortunate enough to hear from others before that purchasing the full volume of the special goddess list would cost at least thousands of upper-grade Yuan spirit stones. That is indeed too expensive to look at. Just row more than half an hour queue. Ling Taixu also heard a lot of information. The Sword Star Imperial Dynasty recruiting son-in-law, but he is most interested in Su Qingxuet in the eyes of Ling Taixu that has been very beautiful. The highest ranking is only in the middle position. And how amazing is this 7th place finisher? After paying a mid-grade Yuan Spirit Stone, Ling Taixu was considered to have officially stepped into the Sword Star Imperial City. Just entered the city. But what met his eyes turned out to be a square that was 800 to 900 meters wide and more than 1,000 meters long. And this grand square was enough to highlight the atmosphere of the Sword Star Imperial Dynasty. At this moment, the square was filled with people, and in the center of the square, there was a huge boulder that was more than 20 meters high. The boulder looked ordinary, but there was a sword mark on it. Any young man who enters the imperial city with the intention of participating in the son-in-law recruiting process, go to the center of the square to find a position to comprehend. And if he can comprehend a hint of one of the sword meanings, he will be qualified to participate. If you are a core disciple of the 4 great sacred grounds and the 9 great imperial dynasties as well as the 9 great clans, you can directly obtain the qualifications to participate, and you do not need to obtain the qualifications here. In addition, to remind you all, participants need to be under 100 years old and have a cultivation level of at least the innate realm in order to enter the unique formation to comprehend the sword intent, and they need to pay 1 medium-grade yuan ling stone a day. Comprehend sword intent? This sword star dynasty is really willing to give up, but look at that sword mark on the top. It is just a little bit better than ordinary sword marks, although there is a little bit of subtlety, but the average person wants to comprehend the sword intent on it can be as difficult as climbing up to heaven. Isn't this directly eliminating most ordinary cultivators? The Sword Star Imperial Dynasty also played a good hand. Recruiting a son-in-law also chose the right family. In addition to these few big forces, almost rejected more than 99% of the people. How many of these could have realized the sword intent, or under such circumstances? If one could realize it, that would definitely be a rare super genius. While the door is not right, super genius can be relaxed and it doesn't need to be right for the door to be right. Since Ling Taixu has come, it is natural that he wants to participate. But his own age is just 100 years old, so I don't know if he can enter. Or is it what the system says? I should be 20 years old now. However, for such a sword intent comprehension, Ling Taixu could easily do it. Now that we're here, let's have some fun. Ling Taixu immediately went to enroll, and then participated in the Bone Age test. Less than 100 years old. Cultivation innate true martial realm cultivation also passed. However, being less than 100 years old at the innate true martial realm still caused the quizmaster to look twice higher. For the cultivators of ordinary forces, it was already very good. If they were to test Ling Taixu's bone age of 20, it might be another sensation. Luckily, there's no specific number of years for this bone age test. It's just to see if you're over 100 years old, so there's no need to be that precise. After paying 10 medium-grade yuan spirit stones, Ling Taixu found a remote location. Inside here, there was no more cacophony from outside. Only the place was so small that Ling Taixu only had less than 2 square feet of space available. Looking at the sword mark above this boulder, Ling Taixu already had a number in his mind and pretended to start deducing like most people. In fact, Ling Taixu would have been able to do so. The above was the sword intent from the Star Sword Decree that he had cultivated not long ago, and there was very little of the sword intent rhyme left behind, only 1 or 2 threads. It seemed that the sword intent in this sword mark was left behind after just comprehending some Star Sword intent. As for Ling Taixu, he had long since comprehended the Star Sword intent. And not only did he achieve great success with his sword intent, he also cultivated the Star Sword deity as well as the Star Laws. He wasn't going to show it right away though, or that would be too soon. He just wanted to be the most ordinary of the participants in this, and reveal it for fun when appropriate. Just after Ling Taixu pretended for an hour, boom! At the very front a youth wearing a purple long shirt had a powerful aura on his body. With a wave of the long sword in his hand, a sword intent broke through the air and struck the formation. Luckily this was a defense formation inside that blocked his attack. Star Sword intent. It's actually Star Sword intent up here. Someone has finally comprehended it after a month. Ah, isn't this Ling Jiankong? Duke Jiankong on the Duke list. The 6th prince of the Great Moon Imperial Dynasty. The sword Dao is really powerful. But why did he come here to comprehend sword intent? It should be for the Star Sword intent. It is said that Duke Jiankong is a wizard in the sword Dao. It is said that he has already comprehended 3 different sword intents. It seems that this should be the 4th sword intent that he has comprehended, if not more. Genius indeed. No wonder he was able to comprehend this Star Sword intent. Ling Taixu also took a look at this Ling Jiankong. He was quite handsome, with sword brows and starry eyes, a standard ancient beauty. Cultivation had also reached the Tongyi realm. Less than 100 years old Tongyi. It had to be said that this Ling Jiankong's future was boundless. Ling Jiankong comprehended the Star Sword intent. There is not a trace of complacency on his face, but instead coldly said to the crowd, "This above contains very little rhyme of the sword intent. It is only a preliminary comprehension of the Star Sword intent left behind by a preliminary comprehension of the Star Sword intent, even if it is me, comprehending the 7 days before I have had some achievements. So I also do not recommend that we spend time here. Can go to the other 3 entrances to the city to obtain the qualifications to participate. No wonder I haven't made any progress in comprehending it for a month. Isn't this a deliberate attempt to make things difficult for us? Let's go. Let's go. Waste time and yuan spirit stones. Let's go check out the other 3 points. No, I still have 3 days left to return the yuan ling stone to me. In this boulder under the comprehension of thousands of cultivators suddenly have to get up to go out. After all, in the sword in this aspect they believe that this male list rank 18th cold sword empty will not cheat them. After everyone left, Lang Jiankong looked at Ling Taixu who was pretending to comprehend sword intent. Little brother, why don't you go? The rhyme of the sword intent on it is almost equal to nothing. I have also seen their people use the star sword intent. There is this foundation before you can succeed in comprehending it. You can't succeed just by relying on the sword marks on it. Don't waste your time. It was just that Lang Jiankong's words were ignored by Ling Taixu. Hey, Prince Jiankong kindly reminded you. You don't listen, do you? Next to Ling Jiankong, a burly man spoke up. Let's go. If you don't listen to me you will eventually suffer. Why bother with it? Looking at Ling Taixu being so persistent, Ling Jiankong shook his head helplessly. And there was also that hint of disdain. But right after Ling Jiankong took 2 steps out, he could clearly feel a strong sword intent behind him, and his body even had a slight tremor. And with an unbelievable face, Ling Taixu looked at him. Boom! Only to see Ling Taixu swing out his sword. A star sword intent that was even more powerful than his was unleashed. It was a little hard. Good thing I made it. To be honest, it was too difficult for him who was already comprehending the star sword intent to the very top, and then to come back and act like he had just learned it. The facts prove that Ling Taixu's cultivation over the past 2 months was effective. The sword's true essence and force were controlled just right and did not damage the defense array here. Sword intent-wise Ling Taixu also tried to control it as much as he could, but no matter how much he controlled it, it wasn't very difficult to act like a freshly comprehended person. What this sword meant might not be understood by ordinary cultivators, but it was extremely impressive in the eyes of experts who understood sword intent, especially Lang Jiankong. He had all comprehended it for 7 days before he had comprehended the skin of it, and that was even after he had personally seen the core members of the Sword Star Imperial Dynasty strike several times. However, the youth he had slightly looked down on just now was unexpectedly much more superior to him in comprehending the star sword intent. That kid, didn't he only enter for an hour? Heavens, an hour to comprehend the star sword intent. Jiankong Gongzi used 7 days. Then this kid is not right. Then this Gongzi is not even more powerful than Jiankong Gongzi. Is there a ranking for him on the male list? There should be. And he should also be one of the members of the 9 great clans or the 9 great imperial dynasties, or a genius from the 4 great holy lands. Ling Taixu accidentally overplayed his hand. Who let this kid get everyone out of the way? Leaving him alone here, where is the point? But looking at Ling Jiankong's eyes, Ling Taixu felt comfortable all of a sudden. Am I bullying the juniors too much? Under Great Moon Imperial Dynasty Lang Jiankong. I don't know who you are. Sir? Lang Jiankong immediately saluted. If it was about the same amount of time as him to complete his comprehension of sword intent, he might still be unconvinced, but the other party, in 1 hour, was already crushing his existence. How could he not call for admiration? Ling Taixu said. Ling Taixu, as for the rest, I'm sorry, it's inconvenient to disclose for now. When Ling Jiankong heard this, he thought to himself, could this be someone from some hidden power? The world is, by far, a much bigger place than people think. There were quite a few hidden forces, and the powerful ones were no less powerful than the 4 holy lands. Only 1 hour. Have you, my lord, already comprehended the star sword intent of my Sword Star Imperial Dynasty before this? At this moment, an old man past his prime walked in from outside the formation, followed by a middle-aged man behind him. The cultivation of the old man had already reached the 7th level of returning to truth, and the cultivation of the middle-aged man beside him was slightly weaker by quite a bit, only at the 4th level of Cave Void. Late Senior Lang Jiankong of the Great Moon Imperial Dynasty. Meet Senior Jian Shilai. Before Ling Taixu could open his mouth, Lang Jiankong spoke before him. This Senior Jian Shilai, he had heard of him before he came. His comprehension of the Tao of the sword was very profound, and his star sword intent had already reached the peak of the sword intent Chenggang. He had even created his own sword Tao avatar with one sword. With this sword had once killed a Tian Yuan first level expert, and could be said to have become famous in one battle. Jian Shilai. A sword Shilai. He is also the uncle of the current Imperial Lord of the Sword Star Imperial Dynasty, and he has a high status in the Sword Star Imperial Dynasty, and he doesn't know why he has arrived here. However, Ling Taixu didn't know about the identity of the old man in front of him, but he would admit it just like that. So he said, just the star sword intent. What's so difficult about it? Is there anything wrong with 1 hour? Such a simple sword intent can be comprehended with a little effort. This forced to pretend. Ling Taixu felt as if he had gone a little overboard, but he liked it. It was hard to come to the other world. Can't he pretend a little? Arrogant brat. Do you know that comprehending the star sword intent? That is the old sword dust ancestor of that year that also took 10 hours. And you comprehended it in 1 hour. Doesn't that mean that your talent is even stronger than my old sword dust ancestor? The middle-aged man behind the old man said with some exasperation. How is it possible for the talent to be 10 times that of their quasi-emperor ancestor? Ling Taixu helplessly waved his hand and said in a fake helpless manner, "This is not what I said. A star sword intent is just a star sword intent. Why would I lie to you guys? A book as if it were real." Jian Shilai saw the situation. Also did not get angry. "I'll look as if nothing had happened first to that cold sword empty. I have long known that the sword empty son, the sword road is matchless. Indeed, the name is true. Under this sword mark only 7 days. If it is a complete piece of a complete sword mark, it is estimated that your real between will also be improved a lot. Perhaps there is a chance to compare with my sword dust old man." Lang Jiankong arched his hand and said, "How dare I compare myself to old ancestor sword dust? I'm still far from being able to do so." Ling Taixu said that he only used 1 hour to complete the comprehension of the star sword intent. Perhaps what he said is true. Looking at Ling Taixu, Lang Jiankong actually didn't believe that he could comprehend the star sword intent in such a short period of time with this sword mark. It was necessary to reveal the other party's true colors. Otherwise wouldn't his hallowed sword and heir dupe become someone else's stepping stone today? It took 7 days for himself, and only 1 hour for the other. What is oneself in contrast? In the future, if he was mentioned, he would definitely have himself as a comparison, and then he would have no more days to raise his head in the cultivation world. After hearing this, Jian Shilai then looked at Ling Taixu with a serious face and said, "Ling Taixu, right, comprehending the star sword intent in 1 hour has set a record for my sword star dynasty, but whether it is comprehended now or before, you need to prove yourself. If you can't prove it, then naturally this 1 hour of yours can't be counted." Ling Taixu said, "How to prove it?" In the next instant, one could only see Jian Shilai take out an ancient longsword in his hand, and then slash towards that huge rock, leaving a long sword mark. "If you comprehend this sword, I will believe your words." "Yes." Ling Taixu nodded. Jian Shilai added, "You used 1 hour for the star sword intent just now, while I'll give you 10 hours for this one. As long as you can comprehend the skin, I will personally apologize for you and invite you as a guest of my sword star dynasty." 10 hours? Ling Taixu shook his head. "If it doesn't work, give you 20 hours, or even 10 days. As long as you can comprehend it, the old man won't pursue anything?" Jian Shilai faintly said, 10 days to be able to comprehend. That would still be genius and could be worth befriending. But Ling Taixu said, "How can such a simple sword take 10 hours? Half an hour is enough. You arrogant kid, what if you can't comprehend it?" Jian Shilai coldly said, "If not for the fact that it was not easy to see blood in front of a large crowd as well as when the sword star emperor was moving towards inviting guests from all 8 directions, otherwise he would have long ago chopped the brat in front of him with a single sword. This was simply testing his patience. If I can't comprehend it, I'll be at your disposal. But if I comprehend it, I want more than just what you said." Ling Taixu said indifferently, "What do you want?" Jian Shi came to say. In his opinion, Ling Taixu could not comprehend anything no matter what. He had poured his heart and soul into this sword for thousands of years. Even if one were to give 10 hours, 10 days, or even 10 months, one wouldn't be able to comprehend it. After all, this sword was also to be based on the star sword intent of the great completion. Just Ling Taixu wanting to comprehend in half an hour was simply impossible. And he'd gotten some of this sword wrong on purpose. To put it simply, it was a simplified and incorrect version of his one sword Shilai that he couldn't comprehend no matter what. How could he easily hand over this kind of mastery to outsiders? After all, from the very beginning until now, he didn't believe that anyone could comprehend the star sword intent in an hour with the sword marks on this huge stone. Ling Taixu smiled faintly and said, "It looks like you don't have a low status in the sword star imperial dynasty. Then let's see how this works. After all, I'm also here to participate in the son-in-law recruitment. If I'm done, you first take me to meet with the 3 princesses and chat with each of them a few times to see which one I like more, so that I can make a choice when the formal son-in-law recruitment takes place today in a few days." "Good, I promise you," Jian Shilai directly agreed without even thinking. If this could be comprehended by the other party, these thousands of years would be considered a wasted life. "Elder Jiangsalai, can the latecomer also participate in the enlightenment for a moment together?" When Lang Jiankong saw the sword marks on the boulder, his heart naturally yearned for it. Moreover, Jian Shilai was so confident. Lang Jiankong thought that this was most likely Jian Shilai's strongest move, one sword Shilai, which was a sword Dao divine ability that could cross a large realm. Just now this sword may only be the tip of the iceberg of this sword Shilai, but if you can comprehend some of it, that is also beneficial, and it's the perfect moment to prove yourself and fake Ling Taixu. "Yes," Jian Shilai said directly, "the genius prince of the Great Moon Imperial Dynasty." He still had to give some face. "All right, half an hour. Timing starts," Jian Shilai said loudly. By this time, several thousand people had already gathered outside the formation. all coming to see this rare and lively event. A youth who looked 20 years old actually dared to call the shots with Jian Shilai, who was at the 7th level of returning to truth, and really didn't know the heights of heaven and earth. Meanwhile, a high building in the distance. 3 extremely beautiful women stood on the observation deck watching the hustle and bustle taking place in the square. Big sister, do you think she really comprehended our star sword intent in 1 hour? That stone is just a sword mark left behind by my first comprehension of the star sword intent years ago. If this can comprehend the star sword intent in 1 hour, then how strong must his sword Dao talent be? It's the old ancestor's innate sword body that isn't that fast. One is demure and gorgeous, one is witty and cute, and one is cold as ice. It was a bit odd that the 3 could stand together and show. See, wait half an hour and you'll know the result. What about third sister? What do you think? No way, the cold and frosty woman said, speaking cleanly even in the face of one of her own. Better not. Just now Uri Grandpa even promised her to come to see us and to talk to us? Really, why did you agree to this? Don't worry, Shao Qi. Just now Grandpa Shilai used his one sword Shilai. The prerequisite for comprehending this move is to reach the star sword intent to a great completion. And to truly exert the strongest power one needs to reach the realm of star sword intent into gang. He's still early. He should be a clamoring disciple of the sect. I don't know where he has comprehended our star sword intent only. The dignified and gorgeous woman touched Seven's head and said gently. When Ling Taixu sat down, he engraved the sword mark in his mind after just a glance, and then began to deduce it. After a little time, Ling Taixu frowned. He really wanted to scold this old piker. This sword even did a trick, but this bit of trickery was still not difficult for him. As time passed, half an hour slipped by. Time. With a reminder, Lang Jiankong got up first and said, Senior's sword contains a supreme rhyme of sword intent, and my junior is really unable to comprehend anything in half an hour. More than not being able to comprehend, it's almost as if he doesn't have a clue. Jian Shilai said, it's normal not to have comprehended it. Ha ha, sorry, I'm the abnormal one then. Ling Taixu's voice came out and everyone looked at him with unblinking eyes. Lord Jiankong couldn't see anything for half an hour. What can you see? This is a sword of Uri Senior. How can it be so easy? If it's so easy, then isn't everyone as powerful as Uri Senior? That's right, this half has already passed, and the boy who doesn't know the heights of heaven is still so arrogant. If it wasn't for the great joy of the Sword Star Imperial Dynasty, I guess the head would have moved long ago. Don't worry, if he can comprehend anything, it's all live fruit run. I'll eat on the spot. Eat me, I'll pull for you. Asterisk 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 you. Get thee out of here. However, if this brat truly fails to comprehend, he will definitely be punished. After all, he has already promised Senior Jianshilai to be at his disposal. It all depends on Senior's mood. Numerous voices of discussion rose and fell, and the 3 peerless women on the viewing platform of the tall building in the distance also looked over. Whether it was claptrap or the real thing, it would be easy to tell at a glance. Watch this. This is the sword from just now. Ling Taixu casually took out a top-grade spiritual weapon from the system space, being able to control his true essence with precision. At his stage, using a top-grade spirit weapon was enough, and he wasn't afraid of damaging the spirit weapon in a few moves. Touch. The strike, as well as the sword intent flavor was actually exactly the same as the one that came from Jian Shi just now, and the sword marks that came out of the strike were also almost the same. Is this a success? My cultivation is limited. I can't see it. I don't know much about sword Dao, so I'd better see what Senior Jian Shilai has to say. At this moment, that Lang Jiankong's mouth had become a big O shape, including the 3 princesses on the observation deck who had come out to play. They could feel the sword intent of Ling Taixu's sword. When this Jian Shilai was just about to open his mouth, he only saw Ling Taixu drop another sword. This sword, obviously different from the one just now. When this move was very special, a powerful might crushed out. It was just that Ling Taixu was controlling the true essence, so the final power would not be particularly great. No, it's impossible. How could he possibly comprehend this move? Jian Shilai was so scared that he even took several steps back. A strong person of the returning to truth realm. At this moment, his state of mind unexpectedly collapsed a bit. Rumble. As the sword slashed through, the boulder instantly shattered, leaving no sword marks behind. Under deliberate control, it was also able to shatter this hard boulder. This sword Shilai lived up to its name, and it was worthy of being a killing move that could kill at a cross level. After this sword, Ling Taixu looked towards the shocked Jian Shilai and smiled. I wonder if these 2 swords of mine are alright. Jian Shilai really didn't want to admit this fact, but it was true. A sword that he had poured thousands of years into. A brat had comprehended it in half an hour. Moreover, he himself was still given the wrong version. The other party was not only able to use the wrong version, but also able to deduce the correct version. which could be described as a genius. It was simply a demon. After a while, Jian Shilai was barely able to calm that wounded old mind. Then he said, "I'm sorry, it's me who took much offense just now. I shouldn't have doubted your talent. Your talent can be considered the number one in the world of sword Dao." At this moment, that Lang Jiankong was already unable to speak. The gap was too great. It really cannot be compared. But this way he instead does not hate Ling Taixu. Jiang Salai or so, they cannot be compared to is not a scandal, and perhaps can also be extolled as a good story. Attending with a true legend of the way of the sword, not hating Ling Taixu at all. He, Lang Jiankong, was now Ling Taixu's fanboy, and Ling Taixu was his idol. Ling Taixu said, "Not bad," apologized sincerely. This first person still cannot be the first person. The river generation of talent. Often the Yangtze River waves push the front wave. The front wave died on the beach. The first talent of the sword road. Cannot be said nonsense. Ling Taixu, Prince Taixu's quotes. Hurry up and memorize them. You might have to take them in the future. At this moment, everyone understood that Jian Shi had come to apologize, and there was such a high evaluation that Ling Taixu was truly talented. Then does what you promised just now count? Jian Shilai said with some embarrassment. Old man's word is 9. You are the guest of honor in my Sword Star Imperial Dynasty. This is my Sword Star Order. With it you will directly enjoy the treatment of elders in my Sword Star Imperial Dynasty, and you can also receive resources if you need them from my Sword Star Imperial Dynasty. Heavens, an elder-level Sword Star Order? Duke Taixu is rich. Okay, I'll take it then, in case it's useful. Collecting the Sword Star Order and throwing it directly into the system space. Ling Taixu added, "Besides these two, what about the other one that was promised to me? This sword attack seems to be a bit difficult." Then added, "This is naturally possible, but I have to make arrangements. I will inform you of the exact time. Then this should not be too long, before the official son-in-law recruitment begins." Ling Taixu said, Since it is so," Jian Shi came to say. Heart at this moment also some regret. This point why to agree to it? The big princess and the seventh princess are still good to say. Just this third princess, their own very subjective, not necessarily listen to their awe. Thinking of this, Jian Shilai looked away somewhat unconsciously with a bit of a headache. This direction is also the exact same viewpoint where the three princesses are located. It's over and done with. Big sister, Grandpa Shilai gave out all the Sword Star orders. Isn't it too cheap for him, and is he really coming to see us? Little 7, his talent is worth a Sword Star order. And it's not even enough. The Grand Princess's beautiful eyes fell directly above the square, and that cold third princess said, "See, why not? I want such a genius. Don't snatch it from me." Third sister Yu. Shao Qi was speechless. Is this still the cold as ice frost third sister? The unprecedented initiative to see a man. The talent displayed by Ling Taixu was simply too demonic, and Jian Shilai couldn't help but be convinced. Only in a true martial realm learned his own a sword Shilai. The key is still in half an hour. The sword Shilai heart also rose the idea of accepting a disciple. But what else can one teach? I'm simply not qualified in the sword path myself. No, I have to talk to the Imperial Lord about this matter first and see if I report it to the Supreme Elder or the Old Ancestor. Prince Taixu, you just came to my Sword Star City. You shouldn't have a place to settle down yet. It just so happens that I have a vacant compound that I can offer you a small stay. Jian Shi came to say. Such a genius was worth befriending whether he had a background or not. Of course, it's best to have no background, but it's something you can just pull together. Ling Taixu has long heard outside the city that the prices of this Sword Star City are soaring. An upper room is 10 times the price before. The size of a room compared to an aliyah. That is naturally good to live in an aliyah. Good. Then thanks a lot. Ling Taixu said. That was not polite at all. All of this is their own strength under the premise to dare to do so. Otherwise even if their own how much genius in the absence of growing up before that are weak chickens. After all, it only took a snap of the fingers for the Return to Truth realm to try to get a true martial realm cultivator killed. It was good that Ling Taixu had directly crossed over the growth stage to the invincibility stage. The other travelers are all first long life and then invincible. But he is first invincible and then seek long life. Jian Shilai saw Ling Taixu agreed also nodded with satisfaction, thinking that he had already eaten Ling Taixu. After all, it was only the true martial realm only. In the face of such a temptation and how not to be moved, just accept that the back is good. Jian Long, you take Prince Taixu to my Yuxiang alien house. Be sure to treat him well. For the day that Prince Taixu is here in the Sword Star Imperial City, you have to serve him well in the Yuxiang alien house, and try your best to satisfy Prince Taixu if he needs anything. Jian Long was shocked in his heart. This Yuxiang Beiyuan was a brand new Beiyuan that Jian Shilai had just created to take care of his life. Just for this young man? But when he thought of that terrifying talent, Jian Long was speechless and admired it in his heart. Yes, Elder, Jianlong said. Ling Taixu nodded. Even if they were sent to spy on him, it didn't matter. It would be easy for him to avoid the surveillance. What's not to like about having a nice place to stay? It doesn't matter if the person has good intentions or ulterior motives. Just as Ling Taixu was about to leave, that Ling Jiankong came in front of Ling Taixu, only to bow to Ling Taixu and say, Prince Taixu, just now, I have offended you more, please forgive me. Ling Jiankong's respectful appearance compared to his previous self-confident and untamed appearance was simply a different person. Shouldn't they be acting as mindless villains? And you've held a grudge against me ever since? Ling Taixu said. Nothing, it's normal for you guys to be suspicious. I'm used to it. A helpless look, as if Ling Taixu had experienced many of the same things. Ling Jiankong added, I admire Mr. Taixu's attainments in the Tao of the Sword. I have ordered my subordinates to go ahead and book a place at the Star Sword restaurant, so I would like to ask Mr. Taixu to show his face. I'm not hungry yet today, so there's no need to break the bank today. Ling Taixu directly refused. Then wait for the next time, Ling Jiankong said. Prince Taixu, please. Jianlong came before Ling Taixu and bowed. Lead the way, Ling Taixu said. By the way, am I qualified for that son-in-law call? Yes, Duke Taixu naturally has, Jianlong said. If such a genius couldn't participate, then it was truly the Sword Star Imperial dynasty that was blind. On the square, when Ling Taixu walked for a while, the crowd had not yet receded. I just looked at the 99-place mail list, and there is no Duke Taixu's name on it. It seems like he hasn't been on the list yet. Then I guess his name will be on the next update of the mail list. When's the next one? 10 days to go. No, it seems to have been updated. What's the ranking? This Duke Jiankong is ranked 18. Then Duke Taixu must be at least higher than that. I don't think so. Duke Taixu is only in the innate true martial realm, and these top 30 dukes are all in the Tongyi realm. And with the realm limitations, Duke Taixu will probably only be able to enter the top 50. Just see a man holding a purple mail list. The purple color represents that the mail list has a year of utility. Will be updated 12 times. Each update in the hands of the list will naturally change. Lord Jiankong has gone from 18th to 19th. What about Prince Taixu? It can't be the top 10. The 11th through the 18th don't have Prince Taixu's name. Is it really the top 10? 9th. Surprisingly ranked 9th. I can't believe it's really 9th. Holy, it's really 9th. The ranking of the Duke ranking mainly depends on talent potential and cultivation. Duke Taixu is still too young, only at the innate true martial realm. Otherwise where would he be this 9th? For this Sword Dao talent alone, to be ranked 9th in front of a group of Tongyi realm dukes is enough to show that this Tongtian pavilion recognizes Duke Taixu's talent. Look at the evaluation above. 1 hour to comprehend Star Sword intent. Half an hour to comprehend one sword Shilai. The sword talent is unparalleled in this world, crowning the ancient and modern. TSK, if I were the princess of this Sword Star dynasty, I would definitely choose him. Come on. I'll sit on the bank to bet on which princess he'll get in the end. The first princess pays 1 to 3. The third princess pays 1 to 6. The seventh princess pays 1 to 4. The two princesses pay 1 to 20. And the three princesses pay 1 to 100. 3 princesses. You're damn sensational. But I'll press for a medium-grade Yuan Lingstone. I think Prince Taixu has that ability to create miracles. Tulip by Eon, as the name suggests, is a tulip-themed courtyard. In this Sword Star Imperial dynasty where every inch of land was gold, the Yuxiang special courtyard could also cover an area of more than 100 acres. And the decoration was incomparably gorgeous. The courtyard was planted with different colors of tulips with pleasant aroma. And the servants and maids inside were all of first-class appearance. It's a real treat to live here. Jianlong stood respectfully beside Ling Taixu and said, Prince Taixu, if there is anything you need, you can just order. Right at this moment, a silver-haired man suddenly appeared in the sky above Ling Taixu, surprisingly a powerful cultivator of the 7th level of Tian Yuan. I wanted to immediately utter a rebuke, but thinking that I was disguising myself at the innate true martial realm, I let it go. Ling Taixu, the talent of the Sword Dao is unrivaled and unmatched in the ancient world. He can be included in my Tongtian Pavilion's Duke list. When the words fell, the person had already arrived not far in front of Ling Taixu. When Jianlong saw the silver-haired man in front of him, he immediately stepped forward and saluted. Jianlong pays his respects to the Vice Pavilion Master. However, the silver-haired man didn't pay any attention to it at all, but instead looked towards Ling Taixu, revealing a look of appreciation, saying, Prince Taixu is truly a dragon and phoenix among men. Can you let me see the one sword Shilai that you have just comprehended? Who are you? Ling Taixu asked directly. The moment this person came he was very upset, because just now he was standing in the air right above his head. Who would feel comfortable and down to let himself show just realized a sword Shilai? I am to show you? When Jianlong saw Ling Taixu talking like this, he hurriedly prompted, Prince Taixu, this is the Vice Pavilion Master of the Tongtian Pavilion of the Imperial City of Swordstar, a great power in the Tian Yuan realm. Tian Yuan realm? And you can have no manners to stand upright in the sky above someone's head? Ling Taixu said directly. If you fly and walk over my head, it doesn't matter. But it's rude to come to me and stare over my head for a few seconds before dropping down. At this moment, the silver-haired man also had some surprises in his heart. This kid was only in the true martial realm. Just now he was actually able to discover that he had come. But as a strong person at the 7th level of the heavenly Yuan realm, what's wrong with even standing on your head? Kid, don't be so arrogant. I'll give you a piece of advice. A strong talent is just something that can be taken seriously. If you want to be respected, you still have to look at your strength. As far as you are now in the innate true martial arts realm, it's too weak. Ling Taixu laughed and said, there is some truth in what was said. The heavenly Yuan realm is qualified to say this to a true martial realm, but I'll also send you a message. In fact, the heavenly Yuan realm is just as much of a mole cricket. You, the silver-haired man seemed a little angry. Ling Taixu had continued, and this mail list or whatever, it's meaningless. Don't put me on the list. You actually don't want to be on the Duke's list? The silver-haired man who was still angry turned to reveal a face of surprise to reach a look. The Duke ranking? That was the dream of all the men in the Starland Great World. Once on the list you can make a name for yourself. All the major forces will compete to recruit you, and soon you will be able to obtain endless resources for your own cultivation, which can be said to be both fame and fortune. This Lord Taixu surprisingly didn't want to be on the list. Meaningless list. What's the point of going up there? For people to watch? Ling Taixu said. The silver-haired man shook his head and said, that's not easy to do. The pavilion master he personally ranked you. I can't cancel it for you. After saying that, the silver-haired man took out a light golden-colored list of mails and handed it to Ling Taixu wrapped in true essence. If it wasn't for the fact that the pavilion master valued this kid, he really wanted to give this kid in front of him some lessons. The other thing is that he, a great master of the 7th level of Tian Yuan, is not convenient to make a move. If this is spread out, how will the world's cultivators look at themselves and Tongtian Pavilion? Besides, to bully the small with the big is not this time. The silver-haired man could only hold back the anger in his heart, thinking that he must also find an opportunity to have someone teach him a lesson. The light golden-colored Duke list. Ling Taixu also saw the 5 big words on it. Starland Duke list. This is for me? Ling Taixu said out of doubt. The silver-haired man nodded and said, yes. Every male who can enter the top 10 will be able to obtain a copy of the golden mail list made by the Tongtian Pavilion, valid for 100 years. Ling Taixu said, then can I change it? Exchange? What does Lord Taixu want to exchange? The silver-haired man said coldly, the mail list is meaningless. Why don't you give me a goddess list? Preferably the kind that can have images of goddesses. Ling Taixu directly spoke. You, the silver-haired man didn't want to say anymore, and with a direct turn he disappeared in front of Ling Taixu. The silver-haired man felt that if he didn't leave, he might not be able to help but strike out to teach Ling Taixu a lesson. After the silver-haired man left, the nervous Jianlong then said, Prince Taixu, didn't I remind you just now that this is a strong person of the Tian Yuan realm? What are you doing to anger him? Jianlong really can't figure it out. It's not true that you're a genius, but it's really unwise to anger a strong person like this. Talent is good. Just this IQ is worrying. It's not easy to survive until now. Ling Taixu said indifferently. Tian Yuan realm is just a matter of messing with it. If he messed with it, he is the one who was rude first and there is still a reason for it. Don't you think so? After being invincible, Ling Taixu's mindset had indeed changed. Even if he was disguised as a true martial realm, then there was no need to grovel. It was supposed to be a game. If the other party really wanted to make a move, then it would not be a game. After all, it wasn't like he had some undercover assignment or anything. Everything went going with the heart. Jianlong was helpless. He didn't know how to respond to Ling Taixu. He just felt that such a genius wouldn't go too far. Rigidity was easy to break, and he didn't have the obligation to remind him. Ling Taixu stayed at the Yuxiang Beiyuan, but his story was rapidly circulating in the Swordstar Imperial Dynasty. Also on the same day, all the forces, big and small, also sent back all the information about Ling Taixu. The Duke's list spread the fastest, because once Ling Taixu was on the list, the people on the 9 continents who gained hold of the Duke's list were able to see Ling Taixu's name on this day. The 9th in the list of males. A true martial realm and a group of males of the Tongyi realm appeared particularly eye-catching. Ling Taixu also sought his ranking. Just once he comprehended the sword intent, and he ranked himself so high. Isn't this making enemies for himself? Then didn't the previous 10th fall to 11th? He should hate me the most. Ling Taixu saw this 11th name. Luo Yuncheng, the royal son of the great Yan imperial dynasty. 6th level of the Tongyi realm, using a gun, had cultivated the 5 tiger gun intentions to great completion, and had also learned 3 gun dao aptitudes, with an extremely strong combat power. Not only Luo Yuncheng, except for Lang Zhenkong who had seen Ling Taixu comprehend sword intent on the male list, the rest of the people who had seen the male list were all unconvinced. After all, on the Duke's list, the lowest was the Xianzong realm, and a true martial realm was just too low. In the meantime, Sword Star Imperial Palace, Imperial Garden, the Grand Princess, the 3rd princess and the 7th princess had also noticed the change in the Duke's list. Ranked 9th. Sister, Tong Tian Pavilion's judgment of Ling Taixu's talent is too high, isn't it? He's ranked 9th in a true martial realm. How will he deal with the challenges of other males who are ranked lower than him? 7th Princess Jian Xinmai said. Those who are strong are not afraid of being challenged. 3rd Princess Jian Xinxuad directly said. Grand Princess Jian Xining said. 3rd sister is right, but the true martial realm is still too low. Even though it's the 9th level of the true martial realm, no matter how much of a genius you are, it's hard to cross 2 large realms. By the way, didn't he learn Grandpa Yurai's one-sword Yurai? It's possible to fight across levels, Jian Xinmai said. Jian Xining shook her head and said, no, which one who can enter the Duke's list is an ordinary person. If it's with an ordinary Tongyi realm, there might be some chance, but with these on the Duke's list, it's difficult. There's still a glimmer of hope when facing the Xianzong realm, but when facing the Tongyi realm, there's absolutely no chance of winning, Jian Xining said with a face of certainty. Big sister, I think he can win, Jian Xinxue faintly said. Can win? 3rd sister, you're not kidding, Sword Xin Dance said. Jian Xinxue said. The feeling he gives me. He's very confident. My intuition tells me that Ling Taixu should be more than just the innate true martial realm, or else the Tongtian Pavilion wouldn't have placed him in the 9th. What 3rd sister said might be true. Placing the innate true martial realm at the 9th in the list of males is undoubtedly placing it on the fire and roasting it. Jian Xining also said. I wonder if Grandpa Shilai has discovered Ling Taixu's true realm. Isn't he coming over to find us to meet with Ling Taixu? 7th Princess Jian Xinmai said with some excitement, and was becoming more and more interested in Ling Taixu. You know that this woman's curiosity, once aroused, is not to be trifled with. Ha ha, you 3, we're just coming to you about this. Only to see Jian Shilai wisping his beard and walking over with a smile on his face. I've just gotten word that there are already several males on the male list who have gone to my Yuxiang special courtyard, presumably to challenge Ling Taixu. Should we go and take a look? Yuxiang B Yuan. Ling Taixu had just finished his lunch and was enjoying a massage from the beautiful maid in the other courtyard. Only a burst of noisy noise coming from him made Ling Taixu lose interest as well. Ling Taixu, come out to me. A true martial realm dares to rank 9th. A Xianzong 8th level only ranks 73rd. What virtue do you have? Isn't it just comprehending the star sword intent? Jian Xinxuan comprehended it at the age of 15, and the Xianzong 9 is only ranked 48. What qualifications do you have? Ling Taixu, come out and fight. I'm only ranked 98th. Xianzong 7th level. Do you not dare? It was really too noisy. Ling Taixu wanted to take a good rest, but a dozen people who said they wanted to challenge him came outside the house. There were people on the Duke's list, as well as other Xuanzong realm cultivators. Their purpose was simple. Nothing more than wanting to use this opportunity to step on and to get to the top. Beating a genius who ranked 9th on the Duke list. What an honor that would be. Still in the true martial realm, each and every one of them were rubbing their fists, itching to step on Ling Taixu right away. Let these dogs in, otherwise it's really noisy to keep barking outside. Ling Taixu opened his mouth and ordered. At this time, in the Yuxiang alien house is his say. Like this Jian Long here, some reasonable requirements also have to listen to Ling Taixu. After all, Ling Taixu hands also have Jian Shilai's elder order. The martial arts arena of the Yuxiang special courtyard was not particularly large, covering an area of only 20 acres or so, roughly the size of 2 soccer fields. From the outside let in will nearly 100 people come and also only occupy a very small part of the martial arts field. At the same time, on a high floor of the Yuxiang special courtyard, everything in the martial arts arena could be clearly seen from here. Jian Xin Quan, why is he here too? Jian Xin Dan said in confusion. Jian Xining also glanced at Jian Shilai and could already guess what was going on just by seeing him smile without saying anything. The purpose was obvious. This was to test Ling Taixu's reality. There are not many people present who can come on the male list, only 5. Although at this moment, half of the 99 males on the male list in the Sword Star Imperial Stadium have already come, but not every one of them is a little cutie. Anyone who comes calling as quickly as this is either instigated or not very sensible. Like Jian Xinxuan, he wasn't usually like this, which was why the 3 princesses were puzzled. Ling Taixu, who exactly are you accepting the challenge from? A person in the crowd spoke up. Is it not and must fight you guys today and accept the challenge? Ling Taixu said. That's natural. You have no reason to refuse when picked from below the male list. Jian Xin Quan stood at the very front and took the initiative. But what about the fact that you're all too weak to be worth my while? The highest only how much? Ranked 48th? To battle also want to come to a higher ranking are the bottom of the end of the countdown? To know that grandpa I'm the ninth in the parade. When you guys also win, Ling Taixu faintly said. Humph. You're only in the true martial realm. Are we still afraid of you? Oh, precisely because I'm in the true martial realm. You guys are going to come and challenge me, one by one. The Shinzong realm is challenging me for a true martial realm. And you guys still want me to come over? Since you're all being nice, I'll be nice too. Originally, I also wanted to come here as an ordinary identity, but I didn't know that what I would usher in would be your shouting. No more pretending. Show your cards. In fact, I'm not in the true martial realm. Ling Taixu's true essence rapidly increased, and in an instant, the aura of the Tongyi realm was displayed. Okay, which one of you starts? Ling Taixu said. Originally thought that the true martial realm was here to look around and have some fun, but in the end, he realized that the realm was too low was really a bit troublesome, so he just directly elevated to the Tongyi realm. At this time, the males in the martial arts arena were not calm. The strongest of them was only at the 9th level of Xianzone, and Ling Taixu was actually at the 1st level of the Tongyi realm. I have things to do at home. I'll go first. Yes, I have something to do as well. The 71st ranked Mr. Zhang invited me for tea. I almost forgot. I'm sorry. I'll take my leave first as well. I've got a bit of an upset stomach, so I'll go back and use the restroom first. In no time, Ling Taixu heard all sorts of strange reasons, and in the end, only Jian Xinchuan was left. He had come here with orders from Jian Shilai. Otherwise he wouldn't have come. Jian Xin Quan right. Is your house on fire? Or is someone dead? Do you want to leave? Or fight? Ling Taixu said indifferently. At this moment, Jian Xinchuan did have an excited face and said, I told you how it is possible for the true martial realm to be ranked 9th. Since I have come here, it is since I am going to challenge you. Moreover, I am only one step away from the Tongyi realm, so it is just right that I can fight with you and also let you see the true star sword intent. Jian Xinquan was ready. With the tall building in the distance, all four of them had gotten a good look at Ling Taixu's realm. Tongyi 1st level. It's true that it's hidden very deeply. Actually even Grandpa Shilai you can't see it. Jian Xinmai said. Jian Shilai's old face flushed. It was indeed humiliating that he, a returning truth realm expert, couldn't actually see a Tongyi realm brat. So he said, at first, I just saw a little bit of a clue. I just couldn't confirm it. In the end, that Tongtian Pavilion's pavilion master personally ranked him 9th. So I felt that his realm must be more than just innate true martial, which is why I asked Xin Quan to give it a try. The vice master of the Tongtian Pavilion in Sword Star City. That was a quasi-emperor level old ancestor. There was absolutely no mistaking it. Grand Princess Jian Xining said, then aren't you afraid that Ling Taixu will hold a grudge against you? Letting him expose his strength so early. I don't think he will. After all, his purpose is you guys. Jian Shilai smiled at the three sisters. I guess he'll be able to look at big sister, who was ranked 7th on the goddess ranking. Sword Xin Dan said, it's rare for third sister to meet an appreciative one. Third sister is most suitable. Jian Xining said. Jian Xinxue said, me. Speaking of this, Jian Xinxue's icy face unexpectedly revealed a touch of redness, and then said, a genius is certainly a genius, but in the end, it also depends on whether or not he can win. Hey, Jiang Silai sighed in his heart. Although Ling Taixu is excellent, it is almost impossible to successfully marry a princess. After all, how can this son-in-law recruitment be as simple as an ordinary son-in-law recruitment? On the martial arts arena, Jian Xinchuan's long sword came out of his body and faced Ling Taixu, saying, come out with your sword. Ling Taixu said indifferently, against you, it's not worth my sword. Jian Xinchuan's sword came out. The star sword intent covered it, and a sword chi faced Ling Taixu. It was only Ling Taixu who faced this sword chi with just a flick of his hand, just grazing his shoulders. Xin Quan's star sword intent is good. It's about to come to fruition. The day it comes to fruition is estimated to be the time when he breaks through the Tongyi. Perhaps this Ling Taixu can help him break through. Jian Shilai said. Letting Jian Xinchuan come and fight Ling Taixu could be considered as killing two birds with one stone. However, in the next moment, Jian Xinchuan's calculations fell through. Ling Taixu never drew his sword. When Jian Xinchuan struck a few swords, Ling Taixu dodged close to Jian Xinchuan and punched out directly, knocking Jian Xinchuan dozens of meters, spitting out a large mouthful of blood. It was also fortunate that Ling Taixu had learned force control. Otherwise this punch would have crippled him without killing him. Ling Taixu said, you're too weak. there's really no need for us to fight. After saying that, Ling Taixu looked towards the tall building not far away and disappeared in an instantaneous flash. Instantaneous transfer divine ability? Just as Jian Shi came to marvel, Ling Taixu had already appeared in front of the four Jiangxilai. Pretty good efficiency, bringing the three princesses together so quickly. Ling Taixu appeared in front of the four in a flash, catching the four by surprise as well. Having just marveled at Ling Taixu's methods, without having to use his sword, he could easily defeat Jian Xinxuan, who was at the 9th level of Xuanzong, knowing that he was ranked 48th on the Duke list, defeating ordinary Tony realm experts. However, such a sword Xianquan couldn't hold up a single move in front of Ling Taixu, which was enough to show that Ling Taixu could afford to be ranked as the 9th in the list of males. How did you find us? Jian Shilai came before the three women with a single stride. Ling Taixu said, "It's not far from here, just a few hundred meters. As for discovering you guys, isn't it just a matter of having spiritual sense?" Jian Shi came to look at the formation of this attic, intact. From the beginning to Ling Taixu came in any fluctuation. How did this Ling Taixu come in? To come in perhaps only those who knew the laws of space could do so, but which of those who could comprehend the laws were not quasi-emperor level ancestors? In Jian Shilai's eyes it was impossible to link Ling Taixu and the quasi-emperor ancestor no matter what, so the only way to enter this formation and utilize the laws of space was to use a foreign treasure. But even if the exotic treasure could have gotten him here, how did he find it? While Jian Shi came to be puzzled, Ling Taixu had already witnessed the three princesses who were pouring out their hearts. One is cool and collected, one is cold and frosty, and one is playful and cute. Luckily, Ling Taixu wasn't a novice who hadn't seen a beautiful woman before. He just scanned a glance and then said, "Junior Ling Taixu, meet the three princesses." Ling Taixu didn't know how to greet people in this situation in the cultivation world, so he thought of the way he greeted people in ancient costume dramas in his previous life. It was only after Ling Taixu spoke that Jian Shilai came to his senses. Spiritual sense? Discovering this formation of his, being able to see through the situation inside, it wouldn't be easy for even an expert of the heavenly Yuan realm to come, right? Exotic treasures. There were definitely still exotic treasures on Ling Taixu's body. This was definitely an important descendant of a quasi-emperor ancestor of a reclusive power. Otherwise how could he have so many treasures? And this time he came out just to practice. "You guys chat, but don't take too long. I'll wait for you outside the house." Jian Shilai retreated in a very upbeat manner. He was naturally assured of the safety of the three princesses, with himself guarding them outside. Besides, the three princesses were all experts on the goddess list. Not only were their faces outstanding, but they were all experts of the Tony realm. Ling Taixu was only at Tony first level, and he was relieved that he was fighting 3-1. After Jian Shilai left, that playful and cute princess seemed to be particularly shy, and this cold as ice princess's eyes seemed to look at other reversals as well, but kept stealing glances. Only a princess very calm and collected stepped forward. She also first measured some. Ling Taixu's appearance naturally that is extraordinary, looking very eye-catching, but also has a different kind of masculinity. "Greetings to Prince Taixu. I am the great princess of the Sword Star Imperial Dynasty, Jian Xinning, and this is third sister Jian Xinxue and seventh princess Jian Xinmai. Today we got to see the strength of Prince Taixu. To be able to injure Xian Quan like this, we admire you." Ling Taixu also responded with a smile. The three princesses are also worthy of being the top-ranked fairies on the goddess list. They are indeed sunken fish and wild geese, with national colors that are beautiful to the eyes, saying all the words that sounded good to you, and the only sentences that could describe their looks, especially the big princess, dignified and beautiful. Not only is the person beautiful, in the temperament of this piece of pinched dead, beauty plus that unique temperament, simply geeks of the big killer awe. This is of course in temperament and looks, and even less so in body type, though it will take a later exchange to get a true idea of body type. After all, there are goddesses who seem to look good on the outside, and that's all a result of the clothes that are worn. What about underneath the clothes? Is the package perfect? If there is no gorgeous and beautiful clothes, perhaps some goddesses will not be on the title of goddess. Just look at the appearance of the body and appearance that how can be counted as a real goddess. But in the three that Ling Taixu now knew, they were all true goddesses. The grand princess laughed. "Prince Taixu is flattering. We are not as good as you say, Prince." Third sister, seventh sister, "Don't come and meet Prince Taixu." "Greetings, Prince Taixu," the two princesses said at the same time, their voices oceanic to the ears, giving people a feeling of open-heartedness. Ling Taixu nodded. These three princesses were indeed good. No matter which one they got it would be great, but just ask which man doesn't want all three. In the previous world, that kind of environment could be done as long as there was money. In this world it was even easier and justified by the name. After just a greeting, That playful and lovely seventh princess seemed to be less shy, and even spoke directly. Since Prince Taixu is coming to recruit a son-in-law, and has seen my sister and I wonder which one you are aiming for. Recruiting a son-in-law? Ling Taixu thought briefly, then waved his hand and said, not attending, not participating? The three princesses had thought of many kinds of answers, but how could they have known that Ling Taixu would say so? Not giving any face at all, or absolutely not attending the recruitment after seeing their real faces, which is not to say that he is not satisfied with their looks. Poof. Just now, we were still talking about what we are sinking fish and falling geese, our national color, and our country, but it turned out to be all fake. The seventh princess Sword Xin Dance said. Jian Xinmai seemed to have some anger, pouting and puffing with her mouth. How was this like a great expert of the Tony realm? At first, there was some anticipation, wanting to see how Ling Taixu would answer, which knew that Ling Taixu unexpectedly did not participate. Originally there was still some expectation for Ling Taixu. Now there was indeed some disappointment, even some loss. The other two princesses were also a bit displeased. Only this trace of displeasure had disappeared after Jian Xinning flashed somewhere. Jian Xinning whispered, could it be that the three of us are not able to catch your eye, Your Excellency? With our bushy-tailed looks? Ling Taixu shook his head and said, naturally. Then why don't you not take part in the son-in-law recruitment again? The seventh princess was puzzled. Do we have to recruit a son-in-law to marry the three princesses? Ling Taixu said. You have other ways? The seventh princess said. Ling Taixu nodded and continued. Naturally. Can you tell this princess? The seventh princess continued to ask again. Air cough cough. Little seven. The grand princess Jian Xinning immediately signaled, asking as if the three of them were looking forward to marrying. The seventh princess immediately closed her mouth after hearing this, and then the grand princess said, what means does Duke Taixu have? We three sisters will wait and see. Good. I am very satisfied with the three princesses. You just need to wait for the results, Ling Taixu said indifferently, and after saying that, he disappeared in an instantaneous flash. It wasn't until Ling Taixu had disappeared for a while that third princess Jian Xinxue, who hadn't been speaking much, said, is he really in the first level of the Tawny realm? What does he mean? Big sister? Satisfied with all of us. Is it hard for him to marry all three of us by himself? The seventh princess wondered. Only Jian Xinning shook his head and said, it might have been a slip of the tongue, but even if he wanted to, do you think father and the old ancestors would agree? How could a dynasty, the top power of a continent, allow a man to come and marry three outstanding princesses at the same time? The imperial lord of the imperial dynasty promised, but did those heavenly Yuan realm supreme elders of the imperial dynasty promise? Will the paramount emperor ancestor agree? How can we explain this to other holy places, dynasties and even sects? In the eyes of the three princesses, it was absolutely impossible, but looking at Ling Taixu's confident eyes, it was as if he really had a way. But to think that he comprehended Star Sword intent in 1 hour and a sword Shilai in half an hour. Who would have thought of it before this? Sister, what should we do if it's really done by her? The seventh princess Jian Xinmai looked towards her eldest sister, Jian Xinning. Then let's wait until it's done, Jian Xinning said. In fact, she already had a suspicion in her mind that this son-in-law recruitment was not that simple, and it seemed that their three sisters were being used as pawns. What the hell are they doing, father? In the midst of thinking, that Jian Shilai quietly walked into the room and said somewhat angrily, this kid simply ate a bear's heart and leopard's guts, and still wants the three of you. Delusional. You guys can rest assured that he absolutely can't do it. The three princesses nodded at the same time, but the hearts of the three somehow still had some expectations. Perhaps this is that fabled mystery. After all, a man's mystique in front of a woman can sometimes get a woman caught up in it. Ling Taixu had kind of given them enough mystery today. Ignoring the formations of returning to truth realm powerhouses, not only could he discover but also come and go as he pleases. Comprehending the sword intent was needless to say, and he also said that he had a way to marry the three of them. Whichever one it was, it cast a veil of mystery over Ling Taixu. Ling Taixu returned to the room where he was resting, and it seemed that Jian Xinxuan in that martial arts arena had left at Jian Shilai's gesture. In fact, Ling Taixu's solution was very simple, and that was to go and propose marriage. If it is not allowed, then we have to show our own strength, no matter what your conspiracy and young plot, but also cannot be defeated by the word invincible in the world. If you can't, then fight until you can. At night, in the early hours of the morning, Ling Taixu got up from his bed and quickly changed into a somewhat ancient robe, his appearance transforming into an old man of about 60 or 70 years old. Then with a flash he disappeared into the room, and in the next moment he had silently appeared in the sky above the Sword Star Imperial Dynasty. Releasing his spiritual sense, he covered the entire huge, out-of-shape Sword Star Imperial Dynasty in a matter of moments. Ling Taixu could see clearly wherever his spiritual sense swept through. Yo, this is wonderful. 1 against 2. But, the ability is so bad. This is only a few times and it is gone? This should be a consort. The figure is very good, but it's still inferior compared to the 3 princesses. Asterisk 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 asterisk. There's even paired food here. Not surprisingly for a palace. Naya, that's sick. This is what the palace really looks like at night. Very extravagant and cruel. And the human condition is also reflected here. In no time at all, Ling Taixu focused his spiritual sense on one of the many small independent courtyards at the very back of the palace. Almost all of the people living inside were experts. At least at the Return Truth realm. There were 81 at the Return to Truth realm alone. And their number was half as many as the Taishang Forgetfulness sect. The spiritual sense continued to go deeper, as if it had passed through a layer of formations that could isolate the spiritual sense. However, such a formation was useless to Ling Taixu. After all, his invincible spiritual sense had already surpassed the limits of array isolation. This place was perhaps the forbidden land of the Sword Star dynasty, where the big brothers were concentrated. Just after sweeping around with his spiritual sense, Ling Taixu realized that there was no human presence, to the extent that there were a few domesticated spirit beasts in the midst of it. Where are the people? There shouldn't be a single person in such a big forbidden place. Is it underground? However, just at this time, Ling Taixu noticed that Jian Shilai, whom he had seen during the day, and an unfamiliar man of the 8th level of Return Truth enter the Forbidden Land and quickly enter a wigwam. Ling Taixu immediately used his spiritual sense to lock it down and follow it. Entering the wigwam, several mechanisms opened, followed by a dark corridor without any lights. For those in the realm of Return Truth, there was no need for lights to shine through the corridors. This one corridor was long and went through several more forks, and it was nearly a kilometer or so before the walls of the corridor were faintly lit. But this hadn't reached the destination yet. It seemed to be a long way off, and Jian Shilai and the strange man sped up as well. As the corridor increased in size and width, Jian Shilai and the two of them finally arrived at the destination of his trip. It was an underground space 80 meters wide, 150 meters long, and 20 meters high. After Jian Shilai arrived and they arrived, there were already 13 people inside, 10 of which were on both sides, 3 of which were sitting side by side, with an old man in the center, a middle-aged man on the left and right, and a stunningly beautiful woman around 30 years old. It was a shock to see that there was a concentration of so many powerful people, enough to shock a continent. 3 quasi-emperors and 10 heavenly Yuan realm cultivators. When Jian Shi arrived, he immediately saluted. Greetings to Elder Ancestor Sword Dust, Elder Ancestor Sword Ming, Elder Ancestor Sword Moon, as well as all the Supreme Elders. Even if they were as strong as the Return to Truth realm, the two could only salute. Shilai and Yun Tian, you're here. Quickly come and tell the old ancestor about the special genius you found today. A heavenly Yuan realm Supreme Elder at the end of the line hurriedly spoke. Also after the two arrived, 10 heavenly Yuan realm Supreme Elders directly gave up their positions. Jian Yuntian and Jian Shilai took a few steps forward, and Jian Yuntian said, today is the day that Uncle Shilai discovered the genius, so it's better to let Uncle Shilai speak. Jian Shilai nodded, then said, old ancestor, today I discovered a sword Dao genius whose sword Dao talent is even worse than the innate sword body you had back then. Old ancestor. Oh, how powerful can this be? Old sword dust ancestor said. After all, he was that innate sword body. Old ancestor, this child named Ling Taixu. I do not know that power, but he was able to comprehend our star sword intent in 1 hour, and also comprehend my one sword Shilai in half an hour. And facing Xin Quan is even more so without using the sword. He can be defeated in one move. Although he is only at the Tongyi first level realm, he was exceptionally updated early to join the Duke ranking by the Pavilion Master of the Tongtian Pavilion Sword Star Imperial City, and is ranked 9th. In addition, this son is suspected to have an exotic treasure of spatial laws on his body, and I suspect that he is the offspring of a certain Paragon Emperor who has comprehended the spatial laws. By the way, I have the image stone here to leave the image of him comprehending the sword intent. After Jian Shilai finished speaking, he took out a gray-black stone, and after injecting it with his true essence, an image appeared in front of the crowd. The resolution of the image is still fine, at least 720p, and the picture is fairly clear. It recorded the entire process of Ling Taixu comprehending today's realization of sword intent. In a short while, after everyone had finished watching the images, they looked at the 3 elder ancestors. The 3 quasi-emperor ancestors pointed at Jian Duan again. Sword Dust said, if it wasn't for what you saw with your own eyes in Yulai in this image stone, it would be hard to believe that there is still such a talented sword Dao genius in this world, enough to be described as a demon. After pondering for another instant, Sword Dust seemed to have made a decision and said, Shilai, Yun Tian, The final spot at the son-in-law's recruitment shall be given to him. But just as Jin Duan said these words, a look of difficulty appeared on Jian Shilai's face. Shilai, what's the problem? Sword Dust asked indifferently. Jian Shi came and said, old ancestor. In fact, he has already met the 3 princesses today, and he said that he will not participate in the son-in-law recruitment. These 3 daughters of mine still can't fall into his eyes? Imperial Lord Jian Yuntian of the Sword Star Imperial Dynasty couldn't help but speak. These 3 daughters of hers, not only their looks or talent and cultivation are all first class, the goddess list is still ranked high. Since the news was released, no less than 1 million people have come to attend the son-in-law recruitment. Originally, this Ling Taixu had already gained the qualification to participate in the son-in-law recruitment, only to see the 3 princesses and then refrain from participating, which didn't show that he couldn't look at the 3 princesses. The bigwigs of the Sword Star Imperial Dynasty didn't know why this was. The 3 princesses were so beautiful, and they still didn't like it? Could it be that this Ling Taixu had a special fetish and preferred the uglier ones? Jian Shilai added, old ancestor, Imperial Lord, it's actually like this. This Ling Taixu is very talented, but this appetite is also very big. According to him, he doesn't just want to marry a princess. Is it hard to marry 2 more? Hearing this, Imperial Lord Jian Yuntian became angry. How could his own daughter marry 1 person? Not 2, but 3, Jian Shilai added. The reason for not attending the recruiting. He seems to have other ways to marry our 3 princesses. Good big guts. Still want to marry my 3 princesses. Simply against the sky. Is the Holy Land Saint's son came? Also don't want to marry 2. Also want 3. I can agree. Then come to participate in the son-in-law of the male son who will agree. Sword Star Imperial Lord Jian Yuntian became angry when he heard it. These were her 3 best daughters. How could they be married to 1 person at the same time? Jianxi came. Yuntian, don't be angry. Maybe he was just talking for fun. Humph. It's not okay to talk about it. Jian Yuntian said. Alright Yuntian, if he can really fulfill our requirements. It's not impossible. It's not like it's impossible to pledge the 3 princesses to him. Sword Dust said. Old ancestor. You. When the old ancestor spoke, Jian Yuntian lost his temper in an instant. Sword Dust said. Yuntian, don't forget our purpose. It's not like we're really marrying. Everything will be decided after the mysterious land opens. Jian Yuntian was puzzled. Old ancestor, why is this? Shilai. Yuntian, you should also be able to sense something from our recent orders. Then I will also inform you 2 of this secret today. Remember not to spread it out. Jian Dust said indifferently. Yes, old ancestor. Jian Shilai said respectfully as he drank from Jian Yuntian. The 3 old ancestors had laid down a large formation, and they didn't think that anyone could come here and steal and hear their conversation, so they had no qualms about speaking. Sword Dust said. 97 years ago, the 3 of us broke into the mysterious land, also known as the Tomb of the Emperors, where I found my father, Sword Star. What? Sword Star Emperor? Is old man still alive? Both Jian Yuntian and Jian Shilai revealed a burst of surprise. That was the true ancestor who founded the Sword Star Imperial Dynasty. A great emperor on one side, and he was actually still alive. Why didn't he, the Sword Star Emperor, come out of the mysterious land with you, old ancestors? If he could come out, then my Sword Star Imperial Dynasty would definitely be the #1 power in the Starlon world. Jian Yuntian said. Hey, Sword Dust sighed. Then said. It's not that father he doesn't come out, but he can't, where his divine soul is bound and can only move in a very small range. Jian Yuntian said. Old ancestor, what does that have to do with this son-in-law recruitment? There is, because we need to find suitable flesh in the 9 continents to serve as my father's new body, and as long as we bring it in, my father will be able to take over his body, and then he will be able to break away from the mysterious land's control. Jian Shi came. Old ancestor Sword Dust. But isn't that mysterious land only accessible to old ancestors with the cultivation of a quasi-emperor? How do you bring someone in? Sword Dust smiled, then took out an ordinary-looking broken sword. It is? Sword Star Emperor's imperial artifact? That's right, although broken, but the power is still there. And there are father's complete spatial laws. Before coming out even with the power of the divine soul of the great emperor level to enhance, there are 3 independent spaces inside. Can take 3 people into the mysterious place. However, because of the use of the power of the divine soul, it also resulted in father only being able to take over cultivators below the Xian Cave Void realm at most, preferably at the Tongyi realm, with superb talent in the Tao of the Sword. Jian Shilai and Jian Yuntian were unusually excited after hearing this. It was great that the Sword Star Imperial Dynasty was about to usher in a great emperor. When the time came, the Sword Star Imperial Dynasty would be the #1 in the Starlon world. Jian Yuntian said. Now I understand the intentions of the old ancestors in recruiting a son-in-law. No wonder it's in the name of these three supremely talented princesses of mine. With one princess, the effect may not be particularly good, but if there are three princesses together, then won't all the geniuses in the world be attracted here? However, if we recruit three sons-in-law and something happens in the future, how can we explain to the forces behind them? Yen Yuntian asked worriedly. Sword Dust laughed. Yuntian, so what if there are two son-in-laws who will have accidents in the future? Isn't there another one who is fine? As long as we can welcome back father. Before long our Sword Star Imperial Dynasty will have one more great emperor. The only great emperor in this world. And we'll still be afraid of other forces then? Elder ancestor is wise. So Yun Tian, Shilai, don't worry about it. But there's one thing you must remember. You can't let that Ling Taixu marry three princesses alone, in case it's not appropriate for old ancestor to take over his body when the time comes. And there's no suitable one. Then it won't be good. After all, father's divine soul won't be able to support himself for too long even if he can't find a suitable body. Yes, old grandfather. Sword Dust nodded in satisfaction. 97 years ago, he promised his father, the Sword Star Emperor, be sure to bring three of the most talented Tongyu realm cultivators in the current world over for him to take over. How can you find the three best candidates in a quick race selection comparison without utilizing a son-in-law recruiter so that you can find the three best candidates in a quick race selection comparison? Alright, all of you go back. Sword Dust said. Ling Taixu did not drop a single word of all the conversations within the underground palace. Invincibility is good. Without this ability, it is difficult to know so easily the other side of the son-in-law recruiting conspiracy. The son-in-law recruiting is just a front, just looking for three tool people. But then again, Ling Taixu wondered if these people were stupid. To find three cultivators with good talent, sneaking around and grabbing three is just that, and making so much trouble. Could it be that you want to race and select all the geniuses that are hidden in the shadows and performing in the open? For example, he himself was no longer on the male list, and he came out to make an appearance that was a dark horse. But with me around, your plans may have to fall through. Brush. With a thought, using instantaneous transmission, Ling Taixu once again returned to the room once more. When tomorrow morning early he will go to propose marriage. Since you cannot let me marry three, then I have to marry you three. Cannot? Then Rob is it. Now that you're invincible, you can't be afraid and think too much. You have to do whatever you want. Everything from the heart. In fact, there was one thing Ling Taixu thought wrong. It wasn't that the three quasi-emperor ancestors of Sword Dust were stupid, but that they were too persistent. Swordstar was a great emperor after all, so how could he have low requirements for the object of his seizing? Since he was going to take over the body and had three quasi-emperors to assist him, he definitely had to choose the best candidate to take over the body. Otherwise how would he quickly recover his great emperor realm cultivation? On the following day, Ling Taixu woke up and ate breakfast under the service of the maids of the Yuxiang villa, and then left the villa on the pretext of strolling around Jianxing city. With just an instantaneous movement, he got rid of Jianlong who was following him. Finding a secluded place, Lingshu changed his outfit, just as he did last night, changing his face. In no time Ling Taixu turned into a 60 or 70-year-old immortal old man. Well, now it's time to propose marriage for my apprentice grandson. Brush. With just a flash, Ling Taixu appeared in the sky above the Sword Star Imperial Dynasty. Ling Taixu operated his true essence. And then he said loudly, Sword Star Imperial Dynasties, listen up. Old man Ling Bufan came to propose marriage to the three princesses for my disciple grandson, the ones who can manage to come out in a hurry. Nowadays, Ling Taixu had already raised his true essence, and if you were to say exactly which realm, it was stronger than a quasi-emperor anyway. The powerful aura instantly covered the imperial palace of the Sword Star Dynasty. At first, Jian Yuntian wanted to break out in curses, but such a powerful aura immediately calmed him down again. Late generation Jian Yuntian has met senior Jian Yuntian and dozens of other Return to Truth realm cultivators were out at almost the same time. And of course, there was the heavenly Yuan realm Taishan Elder, as well as the three quasi-emperor ancestors. Please also invite senior to my Sword Star Hall to discuss, Jian Yuntian said. The fact that the other party dared to make such a fuss meant that the realm wasn't low. It should be a quasi-emperor ancestor level expert. So it made it so that he couldn't afford to be slow as well. When it came to this realm, it was necessary to let the three old ancestors butt heads. Ling Taixu said, just be here. Your cultivation is too low. Let the three of you, Jian Dust, Jian Ming, and Jian Yu, come out and talk. Jian Yuntian at this time as there is more big gas, also can only swallow in the belly. Who came to my Sword Star Imperial Dynasty to cause trouble? The voice had already come before Jian Dust's people arrived. Jian Dust, ranked 11th out of 36 on the quasi-emperor list, possessed an innate sword body and was known as the first person in the world's sword Dao. Jian Ming ranked 33rd. As for that, Jian Yu was not on the list, and the Sword Star Imperial Dynasty did not disclose the identity of this quasi-emperor to the outside world. Brush. In an instant, the three quasi-emperor ancestors arrived a few dozen meters in front of Ling Taixu. Everyone stood in the air, and hundreds of experts surrounded Ling Taixu in the center. After the three quasi-emperor old ancestors arrived, Jian Chen said, "Everyone else go down. We'll deal with the three of us here." Ling Taixu said, "Jian Yuntian, stay. After all, I'm here to propose marriage for my disciple grandson." Jian Yuntian was speechless, but he was also the imperial lord of the Sword Star Imperial Dynasty, and with the three old ancestors in his heart he had enough confidence, saying, "Senior, you look like you're here to seek revenge, not to propose marriage. Oh, and what does it take to make a marriage proposal? Right, there must also be a bride price. These 3 yuan spirit stones, take them as a bride price." Ling Taixu directly took out 3 lower grade yuan spirit stones and gave them away. Looking at these 3 yuan spirit stones, the 3 quasi-emperor ancestors and Jian Yuntian's faces turned blue. This was definitely an insult to their Sword Star Imperial Dynasty. Jian Ming said, "Ling Bufan, right? I think you're here to insult us. Proposing marriage? That also depends on whether you have that ability." After saying that, Jian Ming lifted the long sword in his hand, and on that long sword was already covered in flames. The matter Jian Ming comprehended was the law of fire, and it was starfire. A sword was swung out. The flames containing the starflame crossed. Ling Taixu used his hand as a sword. Followed by a gentle stroke, the starflame instantly broke. "You guys have to think about it. Once you do it, there is no room for change back," Ling Taixu said. At this moment, the 3 princesses within the Sword Star Palace also saw. At the same time, Ling Taixu in the sky. "Big sister." What Ling Taixu said turned out to be a marriage proposal. Which paragon emperor is this? Surprisingly, he was able to defuse old man Jianming's strike with a single move. Jian Xinning said, "I didn't think Ling Taixu would really want to marry all 3 of us at the same time, unless he alone can defeat the 3 of us combined." Jian Xinxue coldly said, "This, in the sky." Ling Taixu easily defused Jianming's attack, and Jian Chen marveled. "Since we're going to do it, let's do it." Sword Dust responded loudly. "The 3 of them are all quasi-emperors. How can they be afraid of you alone? You're strong. We're not weak. 3 against 1. What's there to fear?" The 3 quasi-emperors launched their swords at the same time, and Ling Taixu coldly said, "Unconscionable. Then let's show you just how weak you really are." Brush. Ling Taixu's spatial laws were utilized and he softly said, "Spatial confinement." In the next instant, the 3 quasi-emperors who were about to strike were instantly confused as they realized that they were actually confined in a certain space. The long sword in his hand kept swinging, and using his own laws he was unexpectedly unable to break the spatial barrier. "It's really too weak." Ling Taixu shook his head, a skill that only comes from fully comprehending the laws of space. "This is the Great One?" There were even great emperor powerhouses in this world, great emperors that hadn't appeared in 10,000 years, showing up. What's the point of fighting? Great emperors and quasi-emperors had an insurmountable gulf, and even the worst of the great emperors were not something a quasi-emperor could shake. A great emperor could easily exterminate 100 paramount emperors, and paramount emperors in front of great emperors. It was truly as Ling Bufan said in front of him, it was really too weak. Sword Dust didn't know that Senior had descended. "Please forgive me if I have offended you." "Senior, Jian Ming is offended. Please forgive me for my impolite behavior just now." "That's right. Senior, please release us." Within the space, only Ling Taixu could hear it, and those outside could only vaguely see that the 3 old ancestors seemed to be trapped. Ling Taixu said, "I told you guys a long time ago that once you make a move, there is no room for redemption. And you still want to make a move and blame me?" With a thought, 3 spaces began to squeeze. The 3 quasi-emperor level ancestors immediately received that powerful spatial compression, and their bodies coincidentally began to spill blood. "Senior, we promise that you will betroth the 3 princesses to your apprentice grandson," Sword Dust said helplessly. If the 3 of them died, would the Sword Star Imperial Dynasty still exist? Would his father still be able to return? So endure. One must endure until his great emperor father returns to regain his strength. However, Ling Taixu's spatial oppression still didn't decrease. Ling Taixu hated being treated as a toolman too much. He didn't expect these 3 old boys to find a toolman in the name of recruiting a son-in-law, and he almost became a toolman again, so he really should be taught a lesson. "Senior, please let us go. From now on, my Sword Star Imperial Dynasty will look up to Senior," Sword Dust said helplessly. If they didn't let them go, the 3 of them could really die. "Seniors, alright, since that's the case, it's fine to let you guys go. But remember your promise, Otherwise you should understand the consequences. Ling Taixu said. Good. Thank you, senior. Jian Dust opened his mouth. He was already weak at this point. A great emperor had made a move, and there was nothing he could do about it. And the 11th in the list of paragon emperors was a joke. When Ling Taixu lifted the spatial confinement, the three quasi-emperors barely managed to stabilize themselves. Each and every one of them gasped for air. Just now it was too terrifying to experience once in a lifetime and never want to experience it again. When the three old ancestors reappeared, people were able to realize the power of the person in front of them. The three quasi-emperor ancestors were unexpectedly not a match for it. Three quasi-emperor ancestors, defeated just like that? No matter if it was a heavenly Yuan realm or return to truth realm cultivator, they couldn't believe the scene in front of them. Sword Dust Elder Ancestor, he was the 11th strongest in the quasi-emperor list. Joining forces with the other two quasi-emperor elder ancestors actually lost so quickly. Could it be that this was a powerhouse in the top 3 of the quasi-emperor ranking? But even the top 3 ranked quasi-emperors couldn't defeat all 3 of their quasi-emperor ancestors together with a light touch. Could they? As for the great emperor, no one dared to think about it. After all, great emperors hadn't appeared in this world for 10,000 years. Great emperors had become legends, and quasi-emperors were the pinnacle. Elder ancestors, are you alright? 10 heavenly Yuan realm supreme elders surrounded in unison, even to the point where some of them wanted to make a move on Ling Taixu. Sword Dust hurriedly said, all of you stand down. Don't come to pay your respects to the great emperor. What? Archon? Is it really a great emperor? The crowd thought their ears had misheard. Wasn't the great emperor no more? Sword Dust and the other 3 paragon emperors dragged their injured bodies to the very front and bowed. Greetings to the great emperor. Thank you for not killing him. May I ask if you have a seal? Great emperor? Generally speaking, great emperors have their own seals. Ling Bufan said indifferently. Seal invincible. Invincible emperor? The more the 3 quasi-emperor ancestors looked at each other, the more they felt that they were being ridiculous. Those who could claim invincibility at this stage of a great emperor could not be ordinary great emperors? Sword Dust said. All of the people of the Sword Star Imperial Dynasty, from top to bottom, will take the invincible emperor as their honor from now on, and will be at their beck and call. A great emperor, actually a great emperor. Regardless of whether it was the cultivators of the Return to Truth realm or the Cave Void realm within the palace, or the cultivators from outside, all of them were shocked by the appearance of a great emperor on the continent at this moment. In the Star Lantern world, a great emperor had appeared, and it was still a peerless great emperor. Sister, there's no way out. Our Sword Star Imperial Dynasty will all have to listen to this peerless emperor. The 3 of us are really going to marry that Ling Taixu. No wonder he seemed so confident yesterday. So he has a great emperor behind him. Jian Xinning stayed silent, letting Jian Xinmai underestimate wherever she was. And Jian Xinxua hadn't said anything. Although the 3 women were not repulsed by the idea of marrying, they were still upset that they had been arranged in this way. Letting Ling Taixu have his way just like that, it was inevitable that his heart was still a bit uncomfortable. At this moment, there were already countless people rolling down shouting the 4 words invincible great emperor. When the voice fell, Ling Taixu said, where is Jian Yuntian? Come out and speak. Yuntian is here. I still ask for the peerless emperor's instructions. Jian Yuntian bowed his head. Ling Buxiu said, can that disciple grandson of this emperor take these 3 princesses of yours at once? Marry? This danglet certainly be able to marry. To be able to marry your disciple grandson of the peerless emperor is an honor for those 3 daughters of mine. And I'm announcing that this son-in-law recruitment is cancelled. How could Jian Yuntian dare to refute? 3 quasi-emperor ancestors had done so. Could he still disagree? But just as Ling Taixu was about to reply, he saw 3 beautiful figures of the chapter flying out from within the palace. Wait, who would dare to stop the peerless emperor at this time? Isn't it silly? Isn't this making enemies for the Sword Star Dynasty? Just seeing that in came 3 princesses. Someone immediately said, these 3 little girls, do they still want to get us killed? Who can withstand the wrath of a great emperor? Under a great emperor, a quasi-emperor is like a mole cricket. Jian Yuntian immediately stepped forward and said, what are you guys doing out here? This matter has already been settled, so you must not refute it so as not to anger the peerless great emperor. Father, since we're marrying someone, there should always be some requirements. I don't think the peerless emperor would be so unreasonable. Jian Xinning said boldly. Ling Taixu didn't expect this Jian Xinning to have such courage, and said indifferently, there's no harm in saying what you want first. Jian Xinning brought along Jian Xinxua and Jian Xinmai and first bowed to Ling Taixu before Jian Xinning said, Invincible Emperor, it's normal for a man to have 3 wives and 4 concubines, and since Invincible Emperor has requested that all 3 of us sisters marry Ling Taixu at the same time is not out of the question, but we do have our own requirements for Ling Taixu, and as long as he can fulfill them, the three of us will naturally be willing to do so, and will not have any second thoughts about it again. Request? Ling Taixu also became interested. What's the request? Tell us. Only to see Jian Xingning say with a serious face. It's very simple. That is, Ling Taixu can defeat all three of us sisters at the same time. If he wants to marry the three of us, it's fine, but he must have the ability to defeat us, right? With this strength, we can only be willing. Also, the means you gave him cannot be used when defeating us. Exotic treasures and all. It must be done with one's own strength. Jian Yuntian was a bit nervous when he heard this. Ling Taixu was talented, but he was only at the first level of the Tongyi realm. His three daughters are all excellent, ranking 7th, 16th and 28th on the goddess list. They were also all at the Tongyi realm, with Jian Xingning already at the 7th level of Tongyi, Jian Xinshuai at the 6th level of Tongyi, and Jian Xinmai at the 4th level of Tongyi. The three people often practice together are very familiar with each other. Under the joint hands of many cave realm cultivation may not be an opponent, not to mention only the Tongyi one Ling Taixu. Even if a genius exaggerated his realm to defeat a cultivator who was at a higher realm than his own, he was still at a later stage of his own cultivation realm. For example, it was still reasonable for a genius at the 7th level of Tongyi or above to the peak of the 9th level of Tongyi to defeat the 1st and 2nd level of Cave Void. How was Ling Taixu, who was only at the 1st level of Tongyu, going to defeat these three daughters of his? After all, if you, Ling Taixu, are a genius, how can his daughter not be? And without using any special means, Jian Dust glanced at Jian Yuntian, who immediately understood the meaning and stepped forward. Xin Ning, Xin Shui, Xin Dance. Is this something you can decide? Why don't you hurry up and step back? Since the peerless emperor said it, it's an order. It's your honor to marry Ling Taixu at the same time. You should be happy. Being told this by Jian Yuntian, Jian Xingning was helpless and could only silently look at the disguised Ling Taixu. Ling Taixu stroked his beard in a deliberately X-like manner and said, "Yes, so be it. The time and place of the battle you will arrange. This emperor will give Taixu his word, and when the time comes, he will not use any of the means this emperor has given him. Also, any future instructions from this emperor to you will be sent down to you through Taixu. In the future, if you wish to see this emperor, you may give Taixu a request in advance. In that case, that's the arrangement." As soon as the words fell, Ling Taixu disappeared into the air, coming and going without any fluctuation at all. When Ling Taixu left, the crowd was relieved. Facing his three daughters, Jian Yuntian was a bit angry. Your guts are also too big. Do you know the consequences if you anger the peerless great emperor? Our entire Sword Star Imperial dynasty cannot resist the wrath of a great emperor. In fact, the three daughters are also very much arranged, and their hearts are hanging in the balance. But they think that since Ling Taixu wants to marry them they won't be easily harmed. Father, isn't this a done deal? Jian Xinmai said with a celebratory look on her face. Humph. Into what? It's fine if you lose, but what if you win? Just don't marry? What will you do then? Jian Yuntian said. His words are not without reason. All will be happy if he loses. But if he wins, won't he make even the great emperor lose face? Will we marry or not? This battle between Ling Taixu and the three princesses could only be lost but not won in the eyes of everyone present. Paramount Emperor Elder Sword Dust said, "Prepare yourselves well. Since the peerless emperor dared to let Ling Taixu fight, then there must be a reason for it. You guys can just deal with it with all your might. We will definitely go all out," Jian Xinshui affirmed. Seeing this, Jian Yuntian stopped saying anything and could only take one step at a time. The three old ancestors were also helpless. This time the plan was considered to have fallen through. They could only execute the next step of the plan, to sneak as far as they could to capture the three exceptionally gifted Tongyi realm geniuses. It was only by welcoming back his own ancestor that he could fight against them. But even if the old ancestor returned, could he defeat this person who dared to call himself the invincible great emperor? One could only hope that if it didn't work, then the Sword Star Imperial dynasty would always be under this great emperor and lose its autonomy. But this could also be an opportunity. With the presence of a peerless great emperor, the Sword Star Imperial dynasty could develop in the longer term, provided that this peerless great emperor could help them to do so, while at the same time meddling less in the internal affairs of the Imperial dynasty. However, as long as the three princesses were allowed to marry Ling Taixu, all that was needed in the future was to make arrangements for Ling Taixu. It could be seen that the peerless emperor loved Ling Taixu very much, and would definitely step in at Ling Taixu's request at that time. Marrying the three princesses to Ling Taixu was the best option at the moment. Shilai, you're familiar with that Ling Taixu, so you'll be the one to arrange the time and place to fight the three princesses in this matter. Sword Dust ordered. Yes, Elder Ancestor. Yun Tian, when the time comes out immediately announce that this recruitment is cancelled. turning it into a battle between Ling Taixu and the three princesses alone. Sword Dust continued. Yun Tian understands. Saying yes to recruiting a son-in-law and now not doing so would anger other forces and cause the Sword Star Imperial dynasty to lose credibility in the Starlan world. Therefore, someone has to bear the burden of this breach of trust. Alright, all disperse. It's time to cultivate, Sword Dust said. At the same time, the news of the appearance of a quasi-emperor in the Sword Star Imperial dynasty was quickly and continuously transmitted to the various regions of the Starlan world with the Sword Star Imperial Palace as the center. Invincible Emperor Ling Bufan goes to the Sword Star Imperial dynasty to propose marriage to three princesses for his disciple grandson Ling Bufan. Ling Taixu instantly moved to the alleyway from before. Remove the camouflage from your body to restore your original appearance. Although the three princesses' realms were a bit lower, and the future increase in invincible time for him would not be too much, but the good thing was that they were talented. Only half a year would allow the guys to enhance one or two large realms. There's a lot more time that can be added when the time comes. And the key is for these three princesses. Ling Taixu liked it. Each had their own characteristics and all had decent personalities. The tactics are somewhat coercive, but if we don't do so, how can we marry the three princesses? After all, no one could marry three princesses of a dynasty like this at the same time without some means. Ling Taixu stepped into the main street of the Sword Star Imperial dynasty. It was very wide, and the millions of people pouring into this imperial city didn't look particularly crowded. Everything was in order. Arriving at a tavern, Ling Taixu ordered a pot of wine and some food to sit by the window and enjoy the otherworldly street scenery. Gradually, the tavern began to buzz with activity. Suddenly a clear voice appeared in Ling Taixu's ears. My lord, may we sit in half of this window seat? Ling Taixu turned around and looked at the two men who looked to be very demonic, only to see that they had slender figures and white skin. Ling Taixu could see clearly at a glance that the two men were women dressed as men. Ling Taixu said indifferently, yes, just by my order later. It's fine. What if the gentleman is willing to give us a place and buy him a drink? Thanks, Ling Taixu responded, then stopped talking. Two women dressed as men, a master and a servant. One was at the 9th level of Tongyi, while the other was at the 6th level of Xuanzong. Such a young Tongyi 9th level expert should also be a genius. The two just ordered a pot of sake and some snacks. It's really a snack to go with the wine. And the more you drink, the more you have. Ling Taixu forgot about the window, but in fact, he had been thinking about the future and some problems in his mind. Looking back at all the things that came into this world, it still went a little too well. But how can it not go well when you're invincible? But what should he do in the future? Going to marry a goddess like this all the time? Is he on some kind of mission to this world? After being invincible, he couldn't seem to find any other pursuits other than marrying a goddess. The current Gongfu martial arts and divine secret arts were all basically sufficient. Is the future the creation of a great power? Or apprentice teaching? Or maybe it's still the case and continue to tour the Starland world, or even out of this world. I didn't realize that invincibility could be troublesome. Ling Taixu suddenly thought of a song lyric from his previous life. How lonely it is to be invincible. How empty it is to be invincible. Hey, I was being greedy. Better to be invincible than to start from scratch and fumble. What are you thinking about, my lord? So sad. Is it about this son-in-law recruiting? The woman of the Tongyi realm who spoke wearing white clothes was curious to see Ling Taixu with a sad look on her face. Just now, Ling Taixu only had some feelings. Facing this woman, Ling Taixu shook his head and said, recruiting a son-in-law? It's probably going to be cancelled. But the reason I'm sad is not to recruit a son-in-law, Ling Taixu said. Then can the gentleman say what you are sad about? Maybe I can help you out, the woman said with a serious face. Ling Taixu froze. Were all the people in this cultivation world so kind-hearted? What do you think you should go and do when you're already standing at the peak of this world? Invincible in the world? Ling Taixu said indifferently. The woman didn't expect Ling Taixu to bring up this question. You're a cultivator of the Tongyi realm. Why are you thinking so long-term? With a burst of lungs in his heart, he said, the strongest in this side of the world is only a quasi-emperor. And how can one say that they stand at the peak of the world if they are not a great emperor? And how can they say that they are invincible? Even today's number 1 ranked quasi-emperor, the recognized invincible quasi-emperor, Old Man Qingshu, is just as much in pursuit of that supreme great emperor realm. Ling Taixu, however, said, Old Ancestor Qingshu, invincible quasi-emperor. Somewhat interesting, the woman said. What? It looks like you don't even care about Old Man Qingshu? With that said, the woman seemed a little upset. Ling Taixu waved his hand and said, why would I put him in my eyes? You. The green-clothed woman next to her seemed a bit angry. Only the woman in white waved her hand to stop the woman in green next to her, and then also said nonchalantly, you're only in the Tongyi realm. Why are you worrying about these things? Do you think you are invincible in the world? It's just a case of worrying over nothing. Wake up. This is not a dream. Ling Taixu shook his head and smiled faintly, then got up and said, "Thank you for your hospitality. Judging by your thinking, it might make sense. It's getting late today. We'll see each other again sometime." However, the moment Ling Taixu got up, Jian Shilai brought Jianlong directly in front of Ling Taixu. "Greetings, Prince Taixu. Your unfeatured senior has already said that he asked us to come and discuss with you about a battle with the three princesses," Jian Shilai said respectfully. "What? You're actually Duke Taixu, the one who newly entered the 9th place in the Duke ranking, Ling Taixu?" The woman in white was surprised. Ling Taixu ignored the white-clothed woman behind him and said to Jian Shilai, "Find a date in 7 days by the way. The location is of your choice, and when you're ready just notify me in advance. By the way, this store has good wine, especially the kind I drank just now. Bring me some back." "Alright, everything is at your disposal, Prince Taixu," Jian Shilai responded respectfully. At this moment, again, the woman in white was looking a little confused. "It's not true that Ling Taixu is a rare genius, but you, Jian Shilai, are a long-famous return-to-truth realm powerhouse? And you're not going to degrade yourself so much against a Ling Taixu of the Tawny realm." Ling Taixu's identity spread out only as the 9th in the list of males. As for the invincible great emperor master ancestor Ling Bufan to go to the imperial palace of the Sword Star dynasty to battle the three quasi-emperors has not yet. After all, the location of the battle was within the Sword Star imperial palace for a relatively short period of time, so the number of people who knew about it wasn't particularly large, but it was also cracking at an extremely fast pace. Chen Moji, the quasi-emperor level pavilion master of the Tongtian pavilion of the Sword Star imperial dynasty, was the first to receive the news. Invincible Emperor Ling Bufan proposed marriage to the Sword Star imperial dynasty for his disciple's grandson, Ling Taixu. Just at the first glance, he felt that the news was a bit fake, but after going to see the three old ancestors of the Sword Star imperial dynasty with his own eyes he believed a few more points. But this side was the world had been without a great emperor for 10,000 years, and he was ultimately skeptical. Similarly, this news was passed on to the major powers of the Starlon world, and many sect paragon ancestors received the news. It seemed that the appearance of the peerless great emperor hadn't stirred up any waves, and at most, he had only sent out manpower to the Sword Emperor dynasty to investigate. Almost all of them thought that this was a piece of fake news. What with the invincible great emperor? It was definitely a conspiracy of the Sword Star imperial dynasty. Instead, on the second day, the Sword Star imperial dynasty announced to the public that it was terminating this recruitment, and the impact of this information seemed to be even more explosive than the information that came out about the peerless great emperor. Millions of people flocked to the Sword Star dynasty for the son-in-law recruiting, and when they came you said you weren't recruiting. The 4 holy places, the 8 clans of the 9 great clans as well as the other 8 imperial dynasties, other large and small forces. Just at the moment this news was sent out, the Sword Star imperial dynasty's blatant reneging on its word also began to be verbally attacked. Countless people came outside the Sword Star imperial palace to cause trouble and demand a statement. The Sword Star imperial dynasty then made an announcement, announcing that the 3 princesses would simultaneously compete against Ling Taixu, who was ranked 9th on the Duke ranking list. The time was set for 3 days later at 3 minutes past 6 o'clock, on the largest son-in-law recruiting platform prepared by the Sword Star imperial dynasty. If Ling Taixu won this competition, he would directly marry the 3 princesses. For a while, everyone began to blame Ling Taixu. He Gongzi list 9th only. This time Gongzi list top 3 have come too. 9th Ling Taixu in what virtue and ability also wants to marry 3 goddess list ranked top 30 princess. But there were also a lot of associations with the news they had gotten earlier. The person behind Ling Taixu could make the Sword Star dynasty risk universal condemnation and offend all the big and small forces in the world by openly backtracking to end the recruitment of the son-in-law. Thus, there were already some people who felt that the invincible emperor might be real, the great power behind Ling Taixu. There were even some sect disciples who had received the news. Start watching the movements of the Sword Star imperial dynasty and don't offend Ling Taixu. Of course, there were also those who were not afraid of death, and soon after the news was announced, they went to the Yuxiang courtyard where Ling Taixu lived to cause trouble. Fortunately, the Sword Star imperial dynasty directly sent 4 return-to-truth realm experts, and all those who came to cause trouble were suppressed before they even started. So Ling Taixu spent the next 3 days quite comfortably, staying in the Yuxiang special courtyard to eat and drink and flirt with the maids, either in disguise, continue to hang around in the Sword Star imperial city to see the reaction of the major forces. In the blink of an eye it was going to be time for Ling Taixu and the 3 princesses to fight. The 3rd hour of the 6th hour is 9:45 in the morning. Hundreds of thousands of people had already gathered at the location originally prepared by the Sword Star imperial dynasty for the son-in-law recruitment. Had the venue not been limited, more cultivators could have been gathered. However, Even if they couldn't come here to directly watch the battle, there were still several other squares in the Swordstar Imperial City where there were strong people from the Return to Truth realm of the Swordstar Imperial Dynasty using special means to transmit the images to the squares. So this battle has been watched by millions of people. What is the virtue of this Prince Taixu that he dares to challenge the three princesses at once? The ninth battle of the Duke's list of three female sevenths, the 16th and 28th, 3 against 1. If you can win, it shows that this Duke Taixu still has some ability. However, I think that the top 3 ranked males on the male list are all capable of fighting the 3 princesses, and it's rumored that they're all already at the 9th level of the Tawny realm. Hey, pity! The first ranked Moon Shadow Duke and the third ranked Falling Flower Duke, one is interested in the Grand Princess of this Swordstar Imperial Dynasty, and the other is fond of the third princess. They've already prepared to participate in the son-in-law recruiting process, and they've also been making preparations for a very long time. This is considered a waste of preparation. This Swordstar Imperial Dynasty is not recruiting now. You say it's infuriating. Do you think that behind this Ling Taixu is really a great emperor? A peerless great emperor? The great emperor who hasn't been around for 10,000 years has really reappeared in the Starland Great World. Hundreds of thousands of people's murmurings emitted a variety of different sounds rising and falling in the square. Within a luxurious box not far away, there were 3 young men in fancy clothes, each of them handsome and with excellent temperament. Lord Moon Shadow, what do you think about this matter? After all, your sweetheart will soon be marrying this Duke Ling Taixu. What's his name? Duke Falling Flower? You've been seeking that Jian Xinshu most for no less than 10 years now, right? It's better to ask me than to ask yourself. This Ling Taixu is really detestable. It was not easy for this male to be ranked 10th on the male list, but now he's 11th again. And now my little dance is going to be snatched away as well. Don't you guys want to ask for an explanation? Luo Yunshang looked at the 2 ranked first Moon Shadow Duke and the 3rd Falling Flower Duke in front of him. All 3 of them had fallen in love with the 3 princesses of the Swordstar Imperial Dynasty, and this time, they naturally came to participate in the marriage recruitment. It's just that this recruitment was over before it even started. The Moon Shadow Duke said indifferently, "My master has already passed on a message to me, and will come today to ask for an explanation from the Swordstar Imperial Dynasty." The Duke of Falling Flowers nodded and said, "That's right, my master ancestor will also be there." "Are you doing this for this invincible great emperor?" Luo Yunqing said. The Moon Shadow Duke and the Falling Flower Duke didn't reply, as if they had acquiesced to his statement. Luo Yuncheng continued, "Then there will be drama today. As far as I know, there are at least 10 quasi-emperor ancestors coming today. If the Swordstar Imperial Dynasty doesn't give a statement, I'm afraid that this matter won't be very hard to calm down. The Swordstar Imperial Dynasty must give a statement," Luo Yunqing said happily. "Then what if this peerless emperor is real?" The Moon Shadow Duke faintly said. "The great emperor did not come out for 10,000 years. No one can feel whether it is true or false. In the unknown before the true or false, who dares to act boldly?" As he spoke, he only saw a Swordstar Imperial Dynasty's Return to Truth realm cultivator come to the center of the competition ring in the square, and then he used that thick true essence to loudly say, "Everyone remain silent. Please welcome my Swordstar Imperial Dynasty's Old Ancestor Sword Dust, Old Ancestor Sword Ming, and Old Ancestor Sword Moon. Please invite Lord Chen Moji, Master of the Tongtian Pavilion. Please welcome my Swordstar Imperial Dynasty's Supreme Elder, Elder Jian Yi, and Elder Jian Feng. Please invite the Imperial Lord of the Swordstar Imperial Dynasty. Please." 3 princesses. When those names rang out, many people sat back. All the bigwigs of this Nima Swordstar Dynasty had come. There were even some people who were puzzled that the Swordstar Imperial Dynasty had said that there would only be 2 elder ancestors. But now there were actually 3 elder ancestors. That is, 3 quasi-emperors. First, the elders of the Swordstar Imperial Dynasty appeared and took their seats. The 3 princesses were at the end, but appeared in the most special way. Surrounded by a crowd of beautiful palace maids, the 3 princesses were clad in the gorgeous gowns of the Swordstar Imperial Dynasty that were uniquely based on the theme of the stars, and wore star crowns on their heads. It caused a stir as soon as it came out. It was just a pity that the 3 princesses' faces were uniformly veiled, and they could only vaguely see the flawless skin and the heartwarming beauty of their eyes. Under such a costume, the 3 princesses appeared to be even more mysterious and abnormal. To realize that 99.999% of the people here have not seen the 3 princesses look like. Under the veil is what appearance is reminiscent of. "My little dance. You must win," Luo Yunchang muttered in a small voice, just glancing at the Moon Shadow Duke and Falling Flower Duke next to him and realizing that the 2 of them were calm as can be. Luo Yuncheng could only silently sit down and look at the high platform in the distance. Jian Yuntian took a few steps forward and came to the very front of the high platform. "Everyone, I welcome you all to come to my Swordstar Dynasty from far and wide. It's just a pity that the previous son-in-law recruitment was cancelled. making you all make a trip for nothing. This is the fault of my Sword Star dynasty. And my Sword Star dynasty should also give some compensation. Anyone who has already obtained the qualification to recruit a son-in-law can use this participation qualification to receive a compensation of 2,000 medium-grade Yuan spirit stones from my Sword Star Imperial dynasty. As soon as the words were out of his mouth, the stage got noisy again. Some thought that 2,000 mid-grade Yuan spirit stones were already very good, while others thought that it was too little and not enough at all. Only Jian Yuntian did not pay attention to it, but continued. The reason why this son-in-law recruitment has suddenly changed is not convenient for me to say more. So let's get straight to the point next. My 3 princesses, Grand Princess Jian Xinning, 3rd Princess Jian Xinshui as well as 7th Princess Jian Xinmai will accept the challenge from Prince Taixu. And if Prince Taixu wins, then the 3 princesses will be given to Prince Taixu. What if we lose? Someone shouted. Defeat? Jian Yuntian didn't really know how to answer. And at this very moment, Ling Taixu leaped up from the stage and shouted, if I lose, I, Ling Taixu, will hang myself on the spot. These words caused the 3 quasi-imperial ancestors of the Sword Star Imperial dynasty to stand up nervously. Ling Taixu cannot die off. This if dead, this nifty invincible great emperor is not going to destroy the Sword Star Imperial dynasty. Jian Yuntian also immediately opened his mouth and said, Prince Taixu cannot say so. If you lose it does not matter. The 3 princesses can still be. Get ready. Start immediately. Originally, I wanted to say that even if they were defeated, the 3 princesses could still be married. But naturally, in this scene, those words were really not good to say. At the same time, the 3 princesses also took off their gowns and wore a sharp white power suit inside, so that proud figure was completely displayed in front of the eyes of the humans, causing many people to gulp down mouthful after mouthful of saliva. The 3 princesses leap into the ring. The ring wasn't small. It was a circular ring with a diameter of over 100 meters. Enough for Ling Taixu and the 3 princesses to fight. Together, they took out the swords in their hands, and although they were only in the Tanya realm, they were already using a king artifact level sword. Prince Taixu, are you ready? Jian Xinning had changed her appearance from the past, and now she appeared to be incomparably confident, and her eyes were even sharper and thick with battle intent. Ranked 7th on the goddess ranking and at the 7th level of the Tanya realm, she naturally had strength. The other 2 princesses were the same, especially the 3rd princess, who actually had a hint of killing aura in those eyes. Ling Taixu laughed. 3 princesses. You can start anytime. The contest begins. After Ling Taixu confirmed, Jian Yuntian immediately spoke. Wait. As soon as the words fell, a ray of light flashed, and almost in an instant, 28 silhouettes stood in the sky. Ling Taixu glanced over and saw that there were actually 28 quasi-emperor level powerhouses. Sword Dust and the other 4 paragon emperors immediately stepped forward and said, Old Ancestor Qingshu, Old Ancestor Wodong, Old Ancestor Tianmei, why have you come here? Taking a glance, these were almost all paragon emperors from various holy lands and sects as well as imperial dynasties. Originally, they were not coming, mainly because the Sword Star Imperial dynasty was just too bold, willing to offend the world to cancel the recruitment. After a few moments of thought, the many paragon emperors thought that the peerless emperor's information could possibly be true. The other was that many of them had already reached the peak of quasi-emperor and were slow to break through to the great emperor realm. If one could actually meet a great emperor, there might be a chance to complete a breakthrough. So after a few joint exchanges, they decided to arrive when these 3 princesses were competing with Ling Taixu, and in the process, they were able to raise hell against the Sword Star Imperial dynasty. Qingshu, Wu Dang and Tian Mei, the 3 top 3 ranked old ancestors on the quasi-emperor ranking, were all here. Sword Dust, why did your Sword Star Imperial dynasty go back on its word? And why did you renege on your promise to recruit a son-in-law, only to give the opportunity to this brat? Qingshu once again spoke up. Sword Dust said, Old Ancestor Qingshu, we are also acting according to the wishes of his old man, the peerless emperor. If you are not convinced, you can ask the peerless emperor yourself. Jian Chen, you're afraid that you're not lying to us. After 10,000 years, when has a strong person of the great emperor realm ever appeared in my Starlon world? Old Ancestor Wu Dang said. Invincible emperor? What invincible emperor? I think it's all lies created by your Sword Star Imperial dynasty. I think it's all fake. Why don't you let him come out for us to see if you have one? The heavenly eyebrows old ancestor said with a stern look in his eyes. He had lived for almost 20,000 years, and the lifespan of a quasi-emperor was about to come to an end, and he was also the oldest of the quasi-emperors present. If he didn't break through to the great emperor, he only had 5 years to live. After more than 10,000 years without a breakthrough, the word great emperor seemed to have become a demon in his heart. When Jian Chen heard the heavenly eyebrows old ancestor say this, He was surprised that there was still a slight nervousness in his heart. To speak of a great emperor realm powerhouse in such a manner and without any respect was really looking for death. However, in the very next moment, the sky changed color, and in an instant, a powerful aura enveloped the entire venue. Many could not bear it and even fell to their knees. Coming, Sword Dust said softly, thinking that this seemed like a good show. While everyone was focusing on these 28 Paragon Emperors, Ling Taixu's figure had already disappeared into the ring. A quick change of clothes and a fresh disguise and dress. First, he released a powerful aura, and then appeared in front of everyone in the crowd out of thin air. This group of people, his to teach them a good lesson. Greetings to the peerless emperor. All the people from the Sword Star Imperial Dynasty on Jin Dust's side all knelt down. Engaged in the middle of the Sword Star Dynasty standing in the Tongtian Pavilion Master Chun Moji embarrassed. Next to the people are worshipped. What should I do? He had no choice but to pay his respects to Ling Taixu just like Jian Duan. At this moment, Ling Taixu didn't say no, and none of them dared to get up. Great Emperor, how is that possible? There hasn't been a great emperor in 10,000 years. Watch me you behead you to reveal your disguise. What bull ***** great emperor? This world can't even exist anymore. Old ancestor Tian Mei's entire body seemed to be somewhat bewitched, and he actually wanted to strike out at Ling Taixu. Ling Taixu said indifferently, outspoken, only to see Ling Taixu gently wave his hand. The space around Old Man Tian Mei instantly distorted. When the spatial distortion ended, Old Man Heaven's eyebrows had turned into a bloody man when he reappeared in front of the crowd. In the next instant, just a breeze blew by, and his body unexpectedly began to collapse, not knowing how many pieces it shattered into and fell, as if a rain of blood had fallen. Really don't be nice. Didn't control the force. Ling Taixu coldly looked at the remaining 27 quasi-emperors, and continued, any of you who want to try out this emperor's strength, step forward. This time I'll make sure to control the force and try not to turn out like him. Old Ancestor Skybrow was testing what would happen to Ling Taixu. If he didn't come to make an example out of him, how would he come to prove the strength of the great emperor that he had displayed? All under a great emperor are ants, lightly destroying quasi-emperors. No one questioned Ling Taixu's strength as a great emperor at this moment. Tian Mei Old Ancestor was the oldest qualified among their group of paramount emperors, and was also in existence whose strength was recognized to be in the top 3, and he died tragically in a single move. If not a great emperor who could do it. Even the number 1 Old Ancestor Qingshu and the number 2 Old Ancestor Wu Dang did not have an easy time trying to defeat Old Ancestor Tian Mei alone, let alone killing him. Ling Taixu's words were already enough to shock everyone. In the next instant, the 27 quasi-emperors quickly landed on the ground and simultaneously knelt down. Greetings to the peerless emperor. We have eyes but no eyes. I beg your pardon, peerless emperor. As long as it was a great emperor that was an invincible existence. There seemed to be nothing wrong with the 4 words invincible great emperor. Ling Taixu said indifferently. That's good. It's not easy to come to a fight. My disciple's grandsons is about to marry the 3 princesses of the Sword Star Imperial Dynasty. If you don't want to die, you'd better not cause any trouble. In the middle of speaking, Ling Taixu's figure disappeared. In just the next instant, Ling Taixu had cancelled his disguise and was back in the ring once again. After all, everyone's attention was on the peerless emperor standing in the sky, and even if he had disappeared into thin air, he was still searching left and right in the sky before finally turning his gaze to Ling Taixu. But everyone's gaze at Ling Taixu changed. Before there was hostility and disdain, but now there was only envy. With an invincible great emperor as one's backing, was the world still going sideways? I've long said that this Prince Taixu is absolutely unrivaled. What Moon Shadow Prince and Falling Flower Princes can't even compare. Yes, look how handsome Prince Taixu is. It would be great if I could marry her. I really envy the 3 princesses. The Sword Star Imperial Dynasty is flying high this time, and with the help of the peerless great emperor, it can be the number 1 power in the Starland Great World. Prince Taixu likes goddesses. I don't know if those goddesses at the top of the rankings will take the initiative to throw themselves at me. It's me. I'm sure I will. Maybe I'll be able to get the secret to becoming an emperor. These words seemed to instantly remind all the forces, especially those great emperors. They had already stayed at quasi-emperor for many years, and there were no more great emperors after the change of the Starland Great World 10,000 years ago, so it was indeed difficult to become an emperor nowadays. Perhaps only this invincible emperor Ling Bufan knew the way to become an emperor. To have a good relationship with Prince Ling Taixu of Taixu is to have a chance in that to find the secret of becoming an emperor. For a while, the major powers and paragon emperors already had thoughts in their minds. Offend is not dare to offend. To Taixu Gongzi can only solicit, pull together. If Lord Taixu is willing to marry 3 princesses at once, then he will accept the others as well. The paragons pondered the excellent women within their own forces, and perhaps that was the key. When will the competition start? Ling Taixu immediately opened his mouth. It was as if these people had frozen for a moment. Jian Yuntian said, "Sorry, Mr. Taixu, that competition will now begin." As soon as the words fell, many people directly said, "Nima, this Sword Star dynasty is still more than in farta. It's simply farting with his pants off." That's right, if we do lose, won't it be cheaper for the other forces? I think many powers must have married their own beautiful goddesses to Prince Taixu. Hey, I guess it won't lose. The three princesses will surely let go of the water. And it's also a way to give themselves and the Sword Star Imperial dynasty a step down. Boom. As he spoke, the contest in the ring began. The three princesses came out with their swords together and had trapped Ling Taixu in the center. Ling Taixu could only take out a long sword to fend it off. No way. Such a fast and dense attack. And Prince Taixu is still able to receive it with ease? I'm afraid it's not an act. The three princesses were out in full force. Their long swords were swift as lightning in their hands as they attacked Ling Taixu, targeting Ling Taixu's lower limbs, upper body and other various targets. Ling Taixu, on the other hand, was agile in his stance and was still able to easily return the attacks of the three princesses. It's like some of the people on stage said. It seems to be staged. Ling Taixu seemed to be able to just perfectly defuse the attacks of the three princesses every time, and there was nothing that could be done about Ling Taixu. Although he suppressed his cultivation at the first level of Tongyi, in other aspects, Ling Taixu was also an invincible existence. It was as if a great power had suppressed his cultivation and then played with the children. That vision and outburst were naturally different. The speed of the three princesses was not fast at all in Ling Taixu's eyes, which was why he was able to easily defuse it. Come on, it's just an act. Actually, no matter how the fight goes, the three princesses won't win. The words from the stage also seemed to stimulate the several princesses on the stage. They didn't act. They really used their full strength. But it didn't work at all on Ling Taixu. What could they do? Big sister. Third sister. What should we do? Seventh Princess Jian Xinmai asked with some anxiety. 3 talent Starfall Sword Formation. Starfall Chaotic Sword. Jian Xinning said. In the next instant, the three women changed the way they attacked, first taking several steps backward, and then no one seemed to have made a slight change in the way their bodies moved and the way they struck their swords. The true essence of his body was running. In addition to the attacks of their 3 swords, within the 3 talent Starfall Sword Formation there was actually a sword intent attack condensed by the Starry Night sword intent. 1, 2, or even a dozen sword intent struck Ling Taixu from all directions. Generally speaking, very few people were able to dodge these sword intentions unless they broke the formation. If it was before, Ling Taixu could have gone out with an instantaneous movement, but not now. The sound of bumping was constant. Just when the crowd thought that Ling Taixu would be trapped in it, Ling Taixu also executed the Starfall sword intent, and even directly used the Jian Shilai's one sword Shilai. This sword was like destroying everything, hitting the Jian Xin dance in front of her. After all, she was only at the 4th level of Tongyi, and was also the weakest among the 3. It's also the easiest to break the formation. Boom! Jian Xinmai had already prepared herself, but she realized that she couldn't resist the attack and flew out in a flash. When she lost her position, the 3 talent Starfall sword formation broke. 7th sister, are you alright? Jian Xinning asked with concern. Still count on him to have some conscience. He withdrew some force and didn't let me get hurt. Only my hands hurt a little. This move of Grandpa Shilai is really strong. He shouldn't have let him learn it. Jian Xin dance said helplessly. The 3 princesses did their best, but they were all neutralized by Ling Taixu one by one. This was an expert of the Cave Void realm, and it was impossible for him to be as relaxed as Ling Taixu under such a formation. One of the Paragon Emperors suddenly said, worthy of being a disciple trained by the Peerless Emperor Senior. The stance, the sword technique and the divine ability used just now, each one of them has reached a great accomplishment, even stepping into the realm of transformation. But this will be the most confused or sword Shilai. His own a sword Shilai Ling Taixu is learned not false. Is it possible to reach such a realm so quickly? It seemed to be even higher than him, and the power used was even greater. Could it be that his move, one sword Shilai, had been improved by that peerless great emperor? A sword Shilai, although it was only used by Ling Taixu, who was in the 1st level of the Tongyi realm. But the sword Shilai asked himself, suppressing one's true essence at the 1st level of Tongyi, one could then use a sword Shilai 7 with perhaps half the power of Ling Taixu's use. Even less. After all, Ling Taixu withdrew his hand at the end of the day, and it was unknown exactly how powerful it was. Just ask who else in this world could improve the divine ability besides the peerless great emperor. After all, he had asked Sword Dust about this move, and had given pointers in order to come up with today's one sword Eve. In this way, it could be seen that the gap between a Paragon Emperor and a great emperor was simply too far. The battle continued. How could the 3 princesses give up so easily? their strength was still far from flying so. However, when the various divine abilities were exerted, Ling Taixu was able to dodge and defuse them one by one, leaving the three princesses with nothing to do, and a feeling that they had nowhere to use their power. After a long time, when the battle separated, Ling Taixu faced the three panting princesses and said, "Three princesses, do you still want to continue fighting?" Jian Xinning said, "Prince Taixu's strength is indeed powerful. Today our three sisters have seen it all. But if you want us to admit defeat, you'll have to take our last move. If you can, we'll admit defeat." Jian Xinxue and Jian Xinmai also nodded. "Okay, that's fine. Come on then, I'll give you guys time to prepare." Ling Taixu smiled. "Then you have to be careful. We can't control the force well when this move is used," Jian Xinning said. Ling Taixu said, "Don't worry, I'm not that weak." Subsequently, Jian Xinning and Jian Xinxue as well as Jian Xinmai, the three of them had their true essence running on their bodies and their figures rotating, and they all retreated backward a bit then flew into the air. Only their three swords were seen hitching together, as if all of their true essence was converging at this moment. Jian Yuntian stood up from the bleachers in fear and said, "Xinning, why don't you guys stop? You can't hurt Duke Taixu. If they hurt Duke Taixu, this peerless emperor might blame them for the Sword Star Imperial dynasty. As for the other paramount emperors, they would be happy in their hearts, looking like they were watching." Sword Dust said, "Yun Tian, could this move be the Sword Dao combination secret art? They actually practiced it?" Jian Yuntian nodded and said, "Yes, and only practiced in the recent period of time, although it can only be used once. Its power is comparable to the full force of a Cave Void 7th gravity strike. A full force strike from the 7th level of Cave Void. Originally, they wanted to stop it, but Ling Taixu said, "You don't need to stop it, let me try and I won't blame you. Since we are going to fight, we have to convince the three princesses." Seeing Ling Taixu open his mouth, Jian Chen and the others did not say anything more. Ling Taixu smiled as he looked at the three princesses who were preparing and said, "Three princesses, don't hold back, come on, attack me with all your might." But the three princesses didn't say much. Ling Taixu also took out a king artifact level sword in his hand. This move was not small in power. His own Tony first level ability might not be able to do it. In addition to true essence, one must also draw on one's own invincible body and strength. Sword Dao combined strike. The three princesses seemed to have turned into one person. The true essence fusion actually directly transformed the sword intent into a sword dipper to hit Ling Taixu. This move condensed the true essence of the three princesses, and in the face of this sword dipper, Ling Taixu blocked it in front with a swing of his long sword. The right foot was a step backward, and since he was going to prepare to use his body and true essence to resist this move, he was also couldn't be too miserable. To do it you have to do just enough to neutralize the move. Touch. The sword dipper was very powerful, and when it made contact soon after, Ling Taixu intentionally retreated backward and was even sent flying, but the dipper was still blocked by him and did not injure his body in the slightest. Seeing that he was about to fall out of the ring, Sword Dust and the other group of experts were sweating for Ling Taixu. Instead of thinking about his own people, he was afraid that Ling Taixu would fail. Luckily, just as he was about to fall out, Ling Taixu stabilized his footing, followed by a loud shout, "Rise for me!" As if he had used all his strength. This Sword Dao combined Sword Dao was actually turned into the air by Ling Taixu, who also managed to defuse the attack. Ling Taixu purposely gasped for air, which was a way to give face to his three future wives. "The power isn't small, but it can't harm me yet," Ling Taixu said. "Just now, he even used his body to resist our attacks." "What kind of body is this?" Jian Xinning was a bit surprised. There were also body refining practitioners in this world. Those people's bodies were exceptionally powerful. Did Ling Taixu also practice body refining on the side? Slowly the three princesses' bodies fell. Then they put away their long swords, and Jian Xinning said, "Prince Taixu, you are indeed very strong. Our three sisters admit defeat, but we can definitely win against you in the future." Using this Sword Dao combination secret technique extremely consumed true essence, and there was no point in continuing to fight. Besides, they had already said earlier that they would admit defeat as long as Ling Taixu could take this move. On such occasions, it is important to do what you say you will do. Ling Taixu laughed. "Three for the princess. I am obliged." Also after the three princesses conceded defeat, hundreds of thousands of people under the ring also sent their applause at the same time. "Prince Taixu is invincible. Duke Taixu, you're my idol. It's only right that you should be number one in this Duke ranking." "That's right, Prince Taixu is number one. Look guys, this Duke ranking has changed. Duke Taixu's ranking has risen again. Third. Surprisingly ranked third. The original Falling Flower Duke is ranked fourth." Inside the luxurious box not far away, the Duke of Falling Flowers slapped the table in front of him and said, This Tong Tian Pavilion is simply licking the dog. And this gives the third ranking. The Moon Shadow Duke also breathed a sigh of relief when he saw this ranking and said, Falling Flower Duke, can you follow the combined sword Dao strike of the three princesses just now? If you can go to challenger Ling Taixu. The Duke of Falling Flowers hesitated. The strength of the 9th level of Tony was not low, and he was also able to defeat quite a few strong people of the Cave Void realm. However, the highest is only the 3rd or 4th level of Cave Void. It can tie with the 5th level of Cave Void, and can maneuver with the 6th level of Cave Void, but when it meets the 7th level of Cave Void in the late stage of Cave Void, it will surely be defeated. That's right, just now. Ming Xiao already had the power of the 7th level of Cave Void, or even higher. He might be able to receive it, though it might result in serious bodily injuries. Hey, no way. But your family's Qingshu old ancestor is also amongst the ranks of so many quasi-emperors, and in order to become an emperor it is estimated that they all have to lick this Ling Taixu. Duke Falling Flower said, Xin Xue, it seems that this Gongzi is destined to have no fate with you. In fact, as he said that, he was envious in his heart. Who wouldn't be envious of being able to marry 3 nationally talented princesses at the same time? The Moon Shadow Duke said, Don't worry, since someone in this world has already become an emperor, there will be a second one. Cultivate hard. This era of great emperors is coming. It's the right time for us. That's right. The 3 males clenched their fists at the same time and vowed to cultivate hard. Let's go. Prepare well for the Starland Minor Secret Realm in a year's time. At that time, it is expected that Ling Taixu and the others will also be participating. We can't lose to him at that time. You won. Our sisters are convinced. I didn't expect you to really be able to take our combined secret techniques. Jian Xining brought the other 2 princesses and walked straight to Ling Taixu. Ling Taixu laughed. Then can the 3 princesses keep their promise? I only saw Jian Xingshu say, Ling Taixu, what are you talking about? We should abide by what we said. Looking down on our 3 sisters? The ice-cold Jian Xingshu asked Ling Taixu rhetorically, but actually in her heart she recognized it. The 3 of them had been very close since they were young, and if they could still live and cultivate together in the future, why not? Prince Taixu, don't mind. The 3rd sister usually has few words and opens her mouth to speak rather straightly, so you'll have to bear with me more in the future, Jian Xingning said. Ling Taixu shook his head and said, It's fine. It's my fault. I shouldn't have asked more. Congratulations to Lord Taixu for winning the competition and holding a beautiful woman. Old ancestor Qingshu and a group of paragon emperors came forward to greet him. None of them didn't want to strike a good relationship with Ling Taixu, and normally, even though they were no matter how lonely and arrogant they were, they all chose to bow their heads in front of the opportunity to become an emperor. All under great emperors were ants, and quasi-emperors were just bigger ants. Ling Taixu smiled and said, Thank you, seniors. In the future, when he and the princess get married, I still hope to come and support them. A group of quasi-emperors came to support the show, and that shall not receive countless benefits. Just because you can't use a lot of it yourself doesn't mean your wife can't use it. I have come to congratulate Prince Taixu personally on his wedding. Right in the midst of the sound of congratulations, suddenly a paragon emperor said, Prince Taixu, I don't know if it's enough to marry 3 princesses, but my dynasty also has a princess who ranks 6th on the goddess ranking. Do you want to meet her? There's also our Holy Land, the Holy Maiden Goddess ranking number 4, born with eyebrows and bones. If you see it, Prince Taixu, you'll definitely like it. And US. What do you people mean? Duke Taixu hasn't gotten married to our princess yet. Sword Dust immediately chided. In fact, at the top of the list of goddesses, the difference in face value is minimal. Each top is a great goddess, more or the gap in strength. Jian Xining was only at the 7th level of Tongyi, and those in front of her were all goddesses at the 8th and 9th levels of Tongyi. If she could also ascend to the 9th level of Tongyi, being among the top 3, that wouldn't be impossible. This was something that Ling Taixu actually understood. In the entire Starlon world, the population of each continent was in the tens of billions, and the 99 goddesses selected by so many people, could they not be beautiful? Not to mention these 3 princesses. Ling Taixu liked them very much. There was none of the haughtiness of those great ladies, nor was she the kind of woman who was unruly and capricious. Personality is more likable in every way. Prince Taixu, when do you think this wedding will be held? Old ancestor Sword Dust came straight to Ling Taixu and inquired. After all, Ling Taixu was the spokesperson of the peerless great emperor. Ling Taixu thought for a moment, but then looked at the 3 princesses and said, Are there any taboos in your cultivation? Or when do you wish to consummate your marriage? For the 3 princesses, Ling Taixu also appeared to have some respect. After all, this wasn't the Su Qingxue who had lied to him for 70 years, and every time he thought about dancing alone on his bed, it was really hard. That's 70 years, how can they stand it? Although Ling Taixu was now considered to be not pursuing this matter, they had also paid a price. While those passing would not be owned, as long as Ling Taixu liked them, then he would definitely think of ways to treat them well. The conspiracy of the Sword Star Imperial Dynasty was to use the son-in-law to find the three tools of the people, but for the three princesses, they were unaware of it, and they were all serious about fantasizing about their other halves. The three princesses didn't expect Ling Taixu to ask them either. They had thought that Ling Taixu was overbearing, that they knew that they would consider their opinions. In this instant, the three princesses' favorable impression of Ling Taixu deepened a few more points. Jian Xinning thought for a moment and said, Duke Taixu, if possible, can we hold the wedding another year later, when the Starland Little Mysterious Realm is over? Starland Little Mysterious Realm? Yes. I'll go with you guys then and protect you. Ling Taixu directly spoke. Needless to say, Ling Taixu understood that this was a place of trial. Jian Xinning and the other two princesses were delighted in their hearts, and at the same time, they gave Ling Taixu a salute, saying, Thank you, Mr. Taixu. In fact, according to Sword Dust's meaning, to get married, that is, the faster the better, the later the change. But now that Jian Xinning had said so, then it could only be so. Sword Dust said, I see that the 7th day after the end of the Starland Little Mysterious Realm trial in a year's time is a good day, so let's set it on that day. If Lord Taixu doesn't mind, we can. Jian Xinning revealed a rare shy look. This made Ling Taixu's heart itch to do it right away, but since he promised, Ling Taixu wouldn't be in such a hurry. Besides, he had already had over 1,000 years of invincibility and longevity, waiting for just 1 year. But this damn desire still needs to be resolved, and if it's not possible, we'll go back to the Taishang Forgetfulness sect to resolve it. Yes, the time is set. Just make your arrangements. Ling Taixu responded. Jian Dust then came back to the high platform, facing hundreds of thousands of people, plus the rest of the crowd from the Sword Star Imperial Dynasty gathered in the square, in front of millions of people. Everyone, I'm really sorry. The three princesses already had their hearts in the right place, and we didn't know about it until the peerless emperor came to propose marriage for Prince Taixu. Just now, Yun Tian said that there is a compensation of 2,000 mid-grade yuan spirit stones for those who gained the qualification to participate, which is indeed a bit less. So to express our apologies, we will raise the compensation to 3,000 mid-grade yuan spirit stones. When Jian Chen opened his mouth, this time no one said anything else about the Sword Star Imperial Dynasty. It's fine. We are convinced that the three princesses can marry Prince Taixu. Even if we were to compete with Duke Taixu, we probably wouldn't be able to compete with Duke Taixu. It's only right that Duke Taixu marries the three princesses. With a peerless great emperor present, who would dare to say anything wrong about the Sword Star Imperial Dynasty? This world is the world of the strong. Whoever has a hard fist, then no matter what you do, you are right. At night, a grand night banquet was held within the Sword Star Imperial Dynasty. Among those who attended were Ling Taixu and of course the 30 or so paragon emperors. These paramount emperors all had their own thoughts, all of them wanting to get words out of Ling Taixu, such as where it came from, belonging to that power, and the specific off-show of the invincible emperor. Ling Taixu also had all the rhetoric ready, lulling the crowd of paragon emperors into a frenzy. After the night banquet, Ling Taixu was considered to have temporarily settled down in the Sword Star Dynasty. In his spare time, Ling Taixu studied all the secret arts and divine abilities that could be cultivated in the Sword Star Imperial Dynasty, as well as various heavenly grade martial arts. Invincible was invincible, but the various laws of heaven and earth still needed to be comprehended by Ling Taixu himself in order to have them. The various laws of gold, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, ice, light, darkness, time and space were all learned. Without realizing it, Ling Taixu's body and also his true essence began to change. After various laws of heaven and earth were added, Ling Taixu's internal true essence seemed to have turned into a different state. Surprisingly, it allowed the various laws to merge together and form a new force. 1 year was a short time for a lifespan of thousands or tens of thousands of years of cultivation. However, for Ling Taixu, who had only come to the Starland world for a few months, was a bit long. It was a good thing that he had learned a lot this year. While growing closer to the three princesses, Ling Taixu's humor and unconventionality, these are things that people in this world do not have. In addition to the fact that Ling Taixu also respects the three princesses, so the mutual affection is heating up fast, just not to that state of conquest in the system yet, maybe only after marriage. Even though Ling Taixu didn't have a good relationship with the three princesses, his lifespan and invincibility time still increased several times as well. With the system's blessing, Ling Taixu's desire was not low, and every few days he would utilize spatial instantaneous transfer to come to the Taishang Oblivion sect. Because of his renewed realization of the laws of space, with just one spatial instant, Ling Taixu was able to reach the jade green peak of the Taishang Forgotten Love sect. Su Qingxue and Si Kongjing were also aware of what he had done in the Sword Star dynasty, but did not blame. They supported whatever Ling Taixu did. Besides, with Ling Taixu around, their realms were improving quickly, but it was just a matter of getting what they wanted. In just a year's time, Su Qingxue had reached the 6th level of the Return Truth realm, and Su Xiaoye had reached the 1st level of the Return Truth realm. As for this Si Kongjing, he had even elevated to the peak of the 9th level of Heavenly Yuan, and was only one comprehension of the laws away from becoming a quasi-emperor. This was something Ling Taixu would not be able to help with. Everything could only depend on her own enlightenment. It was still in the Yuxiang Baiyan, where Ling Taixu was already used to living. Jian Yuntian wanted to get him a better one several times, and Ling Taixu refused, saying that he would wait until after the marriage to move into the new home with the 3 princesses. In the morning, Ling Taixu glanced at the information in the system and looked at the invincible time in a soothing mood. Host, Ling Taixu. Invincible, longevity, time, 9,120 years and 216 days. Now that's a proper 9,000 years old. Not an honorific. Today is the departure day of the Starland Little Mysterious Realm Trials, so I should go and rendezvous with my 3 daughters-in-law. But when Ling Taixu pushed open the door, he only saw the 7th Princess Jian Xinmai appear in front of him. Brother Taixu, just waiting for you. Jian Xin Dance still had the same adorable look, and her face was overflowing with a different kind of joy when she saw Ling Taixu again. In a year's time, the 3 princesses' names for Ling Taixu had all changed. Little Dance. Let's go, Ling Taixu said. In the next moment, he only saw Little Dance come over and grab Ling Taixu's arm in a single stride, and then the 2 of them rose up in the air and flew towards the Sword Star Imperial Dynasty together. Brother Taixu, can't you change your name? You all call big sister Ning Ning, second sister Shuer, and I'm just Little Dance. Jian Xin Dance was dissatisfied. Ling Taixu laughed. Then what do you want me to call me? Little Dance? Jian Xinmai thought for a moment and said, then it must be different from big sister and third sister. Ling Taixu nodded and laughed. Then it's better to be called Little Dance. No, change it. How about a dance? Jian Xin Dance said. Ling Taixu shook his head and said, it's not good. This is said and thought to be crying. That's called dance. For a while Jian Xin Dance couldn't think of a better sounding name. In the middle of the jostling, Ling Taixu arrived on the imperial city of the Sword Star Imperial Dynasty with Jian Xinmai. Brother Taixu. After Ling Taixu arrived, Jian Xinning and Jian Xinxue also opened their mouths together. Originally Jian Xinxue spoke very little, but that was in front of others. It was different here in Ling Taixu. Ning, share. Then he looked at Jian Yuntian again and also called out Uncle Yuntian. Since he was going to marry his 3 daughters, he naturally had to respect Jian Yuntian as well. Jian Yuntian nodded, then looked at the crowd. There are less than 7 days until the time when the Starlane's Little Mysterious Realm opens. At this time many forces are traveling to the Panglai Archipelago, and we, the Sword Star Imperial Dynasty, can't lag behind either. The Starland Small Secret Realm opens once every 50 years, and only those below the Cave Void Realm can enter. So many geniuses at the Tony Realm keep their realms at this realm. The Starland Small World is exceptionally dangerous. Not only are there spirit beasts, there are also brutal ferocious beasts as well as all sorts of secret traps. Of course, it's not that's scary. It's the human heart. My Sword Star Imperial Dynasty has 50 spots this time, with the tips of the swords facing outward in unison. If anyone dares to take action against one of their own, once they are discovered, they will be killed when they leave the small secret realm. Jian Yuntian spoke heavily with this cry. Killing was naturally forbidden between fellow disciples. We respectfully follow the orders of the Imperial Lord, and the tips of our swords are united. The 50 people shouted in unison. Jian Yuntian also nodded with satisfaction, then added, this Starland Small World, you each form teams and act together, but the final order you have to listen to. Saying this, Jian Yuntian glanced at Ling Taixu, who immediately gave a response. Listen to Grand Princess Xinning's unified order. Do you have any comments? Jian Xinning, in a year's time had already raised her realm to the 8th level of Tongyi. Even though there were more than 30 people within the 50 people on stage who were experts at the 9th level of Tongyi, but there was not a single person who could manage to defeat Jian Xinning. After all, the 7th in this goddess ranking was no joke. Regardless of status or true battle power, no one would have a problem with Jian Xinning. This time, the one leading the team is Elder Sword Moon, and the 3 leading the team are Supreme Elder Jianfeng as well as Elder Jian Shilai. So set off immediately. Yes, the crowd hadn't expected that this Sword Moon Paragon would lead the group. In the past, it was at most Heavenly Yuan Realm Taishan elders who went forward. Perhaps this time it was due to the presence of the 3 princesses and Ling Taixu. Departure. At this moment, multiple forces on the continent were traveling to the entrance of the Starland Minor Secret Realm. The Panglai Islands. Shanqing Holy Land. No matter who you guys clash with this time when you go to the Starland Little Mysterious Realm, you can't clash with the Sword Star Imperial Dynasty. Especially that Ling Taixu. Great Yan Dynasty. With the Sword Star Dynasty can only make good. Not bad. Especially Ling Taixu. It's fine to face him and suffer a little loss. If you really suffer a big loss, don't start a conflict. Come back and report with us. After verifying, the dynasty will also give you subsidies. The invincible emperor energy behind Ling Taixu was simply too great for them to relax for a moment. They could not be offended, much less have a conflict, and if they were to kill them, then all of them would be doomed. But the more the major powers emphasize it, the more there are some rebels to challenge it. Inside the Taishang Oblivion sect, Nangong Mingyue looked at the three people in front of her, namely Si Kong Jing, Su Qingxue, and Su Xiaoye. A year is just too much progress. In fact, she also knew that Ling Taixu should be the peerless great emperor. With the help of a great emperor, it was normal for them to make such progress. Nangong Mingyue from time to time is also laughing at their own at first too stupid. Actually want to kill a party of great emperors. Fortunately at first left a hand. Otherwise too much forgetfulness sect is really not in. Let the three of you lead the team this time, Nangong Mingyue said. Si Kong Jing said, yes old ancestor. We will definitely lead the team and return safely. Depart. Under Su Qingxue's command, everyone flew towards the sect's teleportation hall. The Panglai Archipelago, not belonging to any continental region, was independent of the 10 continents of the Starland Great World, and on the Panglai Islands, there was a power that overrode the 4 Holy Lands, named Tongtian Pavilion. In the case of the Tongtian Pavilion in the Sword Star Imperial City, it was guarded by a quasi-emperor. The goddess list, the duke list and even the quasi-emperor list all came from the Tongtian Pavilion, and there were several other lists besides these three. For example, the experts of the Tian Yuan realm who were on the list were called the Heavenly List, the Return to Truth realm was the Earthly List, and the Cave Void realm was the Human List. It was said that there were no less than 100 Paragon Emperors in this Panglai Archipelago, though it was not confirmed. It was also unknown how strong the people in there were. After all, their people didn't make it into the list on these lists. Starland Small Secret Realm within this Panglai Islands. In addition to the Starland Small Secret Realm, there is also the Starland Secret Realm, also known as the Starland Large Secret Realm, as well as various large and small secret realm dozens. It could be said that more than 80% of the secret realms in the entire Starland world were here, and they were all controlled by the Tong Tian Pavilion. Under the Panglai Islands there is a Zisan Island, which is said to be an island but is actually 1,000,000 square kilometers in size, and the Starland Little Mystery Realm was in this purple sand island. In front of the teleportation array on Zishan Island, people were constantly teleporting in, batch after batch, almost all wearing the same style of clothes. Strange. Many clans are led by quasi-emperor elders this time, and in the past, it was at most a heavenly Yuan realm Taishang elder who came. Yes, I don't know why, but the above asked us to take special care of the people coming from the Sword Star Imperial Dynasty and give them the highest treatment. Could it be that the rumor that there are great emperors in the Sword Star Imperial Dynasty is true? Brush. A group of women walked out from the teleportation array, and the leading three were none other than Si Kongjing, Su Qingxue, and Su Xiaoye, one of the 9 great clans. There were naturally people from these clans who went to greet the arrangements, but right after the people from the Supreme Forgetfulness sect came out, a burst of light came from another teleportation array not far away. The very people who came out were also all wearing the service of the Sword Star Imperial Dynasty, though there was only one exception. Ling Taixu, he wasn't someone who belonged to the Sword Star Imperial Dynasty, he was just occupying one of their slots. Look, it's the Sword Star Imperial Dynasty coming. Brush. Right by the teleportation array, an old man suddenly got up and came straight to the front of the Sword Star Imperial Dynasty. Welcome to all friends of the Sword Star Imperial Dynasty. I am Tongtian Pavilion, Chen Tianhe. I will lead you to your temporary residence. The old man, Chen Tianhe, looked very spirited and had a smiling face, giving people a feeling of closeness. Heavens, isn't this Lord Tianhe Pavilion Master actually coming to greet the people from the Sword Star Imperial Dynasty in person? It seems like that rumor might be true. Other people didn't recognize Chen Tianhe, but many disciples of Tongtian Pavilion did, including Jian Yu, who came from the Sword Star Imperial Dynasty. He also knew Chen Tianhe. This was the father of Chen Muzi of the Tongtian Pavilion of the Sword Star Imperial Dynasty, who had lived for no less than 15,000 years. It was also an old monster amongst the quasi-emperors with a high level of cultivation. Although he didn't enter the Paramount Emperor ranking because he was from the Tongtian Pavilion, his ability was definitely able to rank at the top of the Paramount Emperor ranking. Jian Yu stepped forward and bowed his hand. Greetings to Senior Tianhe. It is truly an honor for my dynasty to have you greet me personally. Chen Tianhe waved his hand and laughed. Nothing, I wanted to come and get to know Duke Taixu. As he spoke, he came before Ling Taixu. He had already seen the shadow-retaining stone of Ling Taixu disguising Ling Bufan to kill the heavenly eyebrow ancestor that day. All the paramount emperors of the Tong Tian Pavilion had seen it. While comparing it to the images of those paramount emperors who had comprehended the laws of space 10,000 years ago, Ling Taixu was far too superior to them, and his means of attack seemed to have transcended the realm of great emperors. In the end, everyone gave their unanimous opinion that Ling Bufan deserved the word invincible emperor. That's why he, Chen Tianhe, came. As one of the 4 controllers of the Tong Tian Pavilion, he knew far more than an ordinary great emperor would know. Ling Bufan and Ling Taixu mean what he knows very well. First come here to get acquainted, and in the future there is something good to make it easier. I think this must be Prince Taixu. Surely he is a handsome and talented man. Chen Tianhe couldn't help but praise him. Your old man is flattering. Compared to the other males on the male list, I'm far worse, Ling Taixu said. Ling Taixu's words almost undermined the people of the nearby Tongtian Pavilion. Saying the word old was a taboo word for Chen Tianhe. Ling Taixu was actually addressed in such a manner. And one year when he was addressed in such a similar manner, Chen Tianhe directly struck him with a blow to seriously injure him, directly causing him to be unable to participate in the trials of the Starland Little Mysterious Realm. But when Ling Taixu said this, Chen Tianhe didn't have a bit of dissatisfaction in his eyes, and even still had that smiling look. It seemed as if Ling Taixu hadn't done anything at all by uttering those words. Moreover, Chen Tianhe even nodded his head vigorously, and hurriedly opened his mouth. What I said is the truth. Look at that male present who can compare to you. Go, I'll take you to your special courtyard. It's specially prepared for you, and it's also prepared with wine and food. The authentic peach blossom brew produced by our Peach Blossom Island in the Panglai Islands, aged for 1,000 years. The quality is absolutely nothing to speak of, and you're guaranteed to love it after drinking it. With that one, the others were again nonplussed. It was the ordinary Peach Blossom Island product Peach Blossom Brew that could be worth 3,000 middle-grade yuan ling stones a bottle in the cultivation world. 100,000 Peach Blossom Brew would cost at least 30,000 medium-grade yuan ling stones, while a 100-year Peach Blossom Brew would be very precious. That is, you couldn't even buy it if you had yuan ling stones. The 100-year Peach Blossom Brew that had been circulated all had to be calculated in terms of superior-grade yuan ling stones and extreme-grade yuan ling stones. As for the 1,000-year Peach Blossom Brew, the value could not be estimated, and it could be said that no one had ever taken it out to sell. Looking at the strange eyes of the people around him, he said, "All right then, I'll come over with my fiancé to try this 1,000-year Peach Blossom Brew." Seeing that Ling Taixu had brought someone, Chen Tianhe didn't refuse and said, "Of course, Prince Taixu's fiancé can of course attend, and Peach Blossom Brew is definitely enough." But said this sentences, has not gone far. Su Qingshu's heart is very painful. It should have been hers, but alas, she lost it. Broken teeth can only be swallowed without saying anything more. Nowadays, Ling Taixu was already good enough for them and couldn't ask for too much. The 3 princesses were happy to hear that Ling Taixu was going to take them to drink Peach Blossom Brew. Peach Blossom Brew is not an ordinary drink. It is extremely useful to cultivators. One of the benefits of drinking it was that it could enhance the true essence. Not only that, it could also wash the soul and enhance spiritual awareness. Lastly, this Peach Blossom Brew also has the effect of enhancing talent potential if taken for a long period of time. So the older the peach brew, the better the results. 3 for the princess also drank Peach Blossom Brew. Only ordinary Peach Blossom Brew. 10 years have not, and 100 years of Peach Blossom Brew have not seen. As for this 1,000 years of Peach Blossom Brew, that is even more unseen. Peach Blossom Brew. As long as the drink a mouthful of fruit will certainly be loved. Ling Taixu also knew the purpose of Chen Tianhe and the others. But since someone had invited him, Ling Taixu would not drink for nothing. Ling Taixu was so special and unique. Then naturally there were many jealous people. But these people wouldn't show it easily. However, some people were also calculating in their hearts that they would definitely have to clean up after going to the Starland Little Mysterious Realm. Because of Ling Taixu's relationship, the Sword Star Dynasty was taken to the best residential alias. With pavilions and pavilions, this environment was like a painting, and the yuan lingqi was quite abundant, several times that of the outside world. Some disciples of the Sword Star Imperial Dynasty immediately went to their rooms and began to cultivate when they saw this. Cherishing this rare opportunity, they would have to wait here for 7 days, and only after 7 days would they be able to officially enter the Starland small world. The ordinary Sword Star Imperial Dynasty disciples were living in a good place, so the place Ling Taixu was living in was even more luxurious. A small independent courtyard, and 2 beautiful maidservants. And these 2 maidservants were actually experts of the Cave Void realm. Wheel modeling, all of them are qualified to enter the goddess list. Greetings to Lord Taixu. When Ling Taixu entered, the 2 maids saluted at the same time. This look of the maid made all three princesses stare. The good thing was that they were also very confident in their own appearance, and they were not afraid in their hearts, and they also trusted Ling Taixu now. After all, this year, Ling Taixu was super well behaved in the Sword Star Imperial dynasty, never did any overstepping. Unbeknownst to them, what Ling Taixu did that was all miles away, they had no idea, so they had always thought that Ling Taixu was a truly humble gentleman. Wow! I originally thought that the room outside was already luxurious enough, but I didn't realize that it's better for you to live here, Brother Taixu, and that there's going to be even more Yuan spirit chi. Jian Xinmai immediately went to inspect the room upon her arrival. Ling Taixu laughed. Little dance. Then move in here, it's a bit more convenient. Yes, Jian Xin Dance replied directly without thinking. However, he found Jian Xinning looking at himself with a serious face, then said, then I'll listen to big sister. For Jian Xinning, she wanted to be a bit more conservative, and must keep her distance until she was officially married to Ling Taixu. This she also managed with her two sisters. Ling Taixu laughed. Ning Ning, this place is more suitable for cultivation. I see that Xiaodao and Shuer are both willing to live in, so why don't you come along? Aren't you still worried about me? This, Jian Xinning hesitated. Big sister, Jian Xinmai pulled Jian Xinning in a petulant manner. Good or bad, Brother Taixu has invited them all. Wouldn't it be disrespectful to Brother Taixu if you don't stop coming over? Jian Xin Dance continued. It was difficult for cultivators to see their age, especially cultivators with a high level of realm, and although Jian Xinmai looked like a young girl, her age was actually not small. After all, cultivating to the Tony realm was not something that could be accomplished in 10 or 20 years. It was a good thing that Jian Xinmai had maintained a young heart, as if she was in her teens, and was particularly pleasing to the eye. Moreover, as Jian Xinmai pouted, Jian Xinxue nodded her head in agreement as she faced Jian Xinning. Unable to do anything else, Jian Xinning could only nod her head in agreement. Great! Sister, let's just choose a room so that there won't be a big bad egg bullying us. Jian Xin Dance immediately trotted into the rooms and picked them out one by one. After finding that one largest room, which was also the best room, Jian Xinmai said, Sister, let's stay in this one. Jian Xinning glanced at it and said, This is Brother Taixu's room. You can't choose this one. Other than this, other rooms are fine. Oh, okay then. Jian Xing Dance childishly retreated and chose the house next to him. Wow! Look guys, there are so many spirit fruits here. Jian Xinmai went to the living room again, as if she had discovered a new continent. Buy fruits, fragrant spirit bananas, moonflower beads, spirit wood peaches. Brother Taixu, sister, come and eat. Jiang Xinmai grabbed it straight away and ate it, taking one in each side of her right and left hand. This kind of spirit fruit, the Sword Star Imperial dynasty naturally also has, but not much, even as a princess is only limited supply, and the quality is not so high. Without knowing how much he had eaten, Jian Xinmai had gathered a lot of yuan lingqi in his body, so he started absorbing it right on the spot. In response, Jian Xinning was helpless, and she was also afraid that Ling Taixu would be unhappy, which knew that Ling Taixu instead did not blame but sided with this little girl even more. And in the end she stopped saying anything and also ate a few spirit fruits and started absorbing them. As for Ling Taixu, the heaven and earth yuan spirit after eating these spirit fruits disappeared in an instant. For him, it's just a good taste, that's all. In this way, the three sisters cultivated until night, and Ling Taixu felt that he had kept at the first level of the Tani realm for a year to also upgrade, so he controlled his true essence to upgrade to the second level of the Tani realm. The three sisters cultivated and also noticed the changes in Ling Taixu, and they all congratulated Ling Taixu as well. By nightfall, Ling Taixu brought the three princesses along to Chen Tianhe's dinner. There weren't many people who came to the dinner party. 4 people from Ling Taixu's side plus Chen Tianhe's 1 person as well as 2 stunningly beautiful women, 2 of Chen Tianhe's juniors. There is no telling how many generations have passed between them, and the purpose of being called in this way is self-evident. The 2 women were both at the 9th level of the Tomi realm, and it was evident that they should be participating in this Star-Lawn little mystery. One woman was called Chen Karen and the other was called Chen Kursen. The 2 women touched Ling Taixu intentionally or unintentionally, so what seemed like a simple meal was indeed a war between several women. Just after a few cups of 1000-year peach blossom brew went down, a few women couldn't support the medicinal effect in it and started to find a position on the side to cultivate. Chen Tianhe seemed to have anticipated this scene. Mr. Taixu, what do you think of my Panglai Island's 1000-year peach blossom brew? Ling Taixu naturally drank a lot, but to the medicinal effect was almost zero for him. So he said, the taste is not bad, it is a rare and good wine. It's good that Prince Taixu likes it, but I'm a little curious. Just now Prince Taixu drank a lot more than all of them, so why hasn't the effect of the medicine taken effect until now? Chen Tianhe said. This was also what he was curious about. With the amount that Ling Taixu had just drank, it was a cultivator of the cave void realm that had to run his true essence to absorb the medicinal power. And the Ling Taixu in front of him is like nothing. This is 1,000 years of peach blossom brew, not plain water, Ling Taixu said indifferently. Perhaps there are too many heavenly herbs and earthly treasures eaten from a small meal. This medicinal effect is still a bit far from being effective. After saying that, Ling Taixu picked up the bottle of 1,000-year peach blossom brew and poured it out. But unfortunately, after pouring a few drops, it was gone. Looking at the 3 small wine altars on the table, each of which could hold 2 pounds of peach blossom brew, gone just like that, Chen Tianhe was heartbroken. But it's all on the wine table. It's impossible not to take it. So Chen Tianhe could only take out a bottle with extreme reluctance and said, Prince Taixu, you continue. The 1,000-year peach blossom brew is enough. Good. Senior Tianhe is atmospheric, Ling Taixu exclaimed. The wine is actually really good and worthy of a 1,000-year-old production. Even more, Ling Taixu in his past life has drunk the best wine. After all, after this village will not have this store. Someone treats that naturally want to drink a good through the fast. Elder Tianhe, come on. Let's keep drinking. Ling Taixu took a big sip at once, and Chen Tianhe took a small sip with some reluctance. This time he really miscalculated. Originally thought that as far as Ling Taixu Tawny realm is concerned, at most half a bottle of peach blossom brew will be taken care of. How did he know that this nymphette is a bottomless pit? Ling Taixu drank the 1,000-year peach blossom brew like he drank beer in his previous life. One big sip was a big cup. Originally this Chen Tianhe prepared the kind of very small cup. As for Ling Taixu hand, this is their own with 3 cheers for his 1,000-year-old peach blossom wine. Chen Tianhe's heart was dripping blood with every cup Ling Taixu dried. When it occurred to him that if he could meet the peerless emperor through Ling Taixu, or even get some clues to becoming an emperor, then all his efforts would be worth it. And how could Ling Taixu not understand Chen Tianhe's purpose? It was nothing more than an invincible great emperor in his disguise. Someone like this who wanted to become a great emperor was crazy, and would surely stop at nothing. But the point was, Ling Taixu didn't know the secret of becoming an emperor in this world. Anyway, he was invincible. Of course, without the ability to be invincible, he really couldn't dare to drink and gulp down spiritual meat and fruits in such a big way. Not long after, Chen Tianhe took out the 1,000-year peach blossom brew and was again finished by Ling Taixu. Poured it downward a few times and not a drop came out. Is the wine gone? Ling Taixu said. Chen Tianhe gritted his teeth and said, yes, I still have 3 more altars here. It means that these are his last 3 altars. And if he asks for more, he won't have any more. After Chen Tianhe took it out with extreme reluctance, Ling Taixu directly picked up an altar and said, Pavilion Master Tianhe, can I keep these 3 altars? I like this wine very much. I will drink it again in my free time. Chen Tianhe froze. Had he known that it would have been better to take out only 1 altar, Ling Taixu wanted it. If he didn't give it, wouldn't it be a waste to drink so many 1,000-year-old peach blossom brews in front of him? Chen Tianhe said helplessly. It's all taken out for drinking. Feel free to do as you please, Prince Taixu. Ling Taixu wouldn't be polite and directly collected it. Many thanks to Pavilion Master Tianhe for his hospitality, Ling Taixu said. Prince Taixu is overstating things. It's also an honor to drink with Prince Taixu. After saying that, Chen Tianhe took out another altar of peach blossom brew out. Only the seal was a bit different. Ling Taixu said, so you still have more? Didn't you say just now that there were only 3 altars left? Chen Tianhe leaned in close and whispered, Prince Taixu, this is no ordinary peach blossom brew. It is more than 10 times better than the 1,000-year peach blossom brew. It is my position in the Tongtian Pavilion. 1,000 years of time before I would be qualified to obtain such an altar. 10,000 years peach blossom brew. Ling Taixu looked at this small altar in amazement. Putting it outside was something that every power would have to fight over. Please help me bring this 10,000 years peach blossom brew to the peerless emperor. It's also some small thing I'm honoring his old man with, Chen Tianhe said. Also, I have a map of the Star Lane's small mysterious realm here. It's very detailed and will allow you, Prince Taixu, to get the best out of the Star Lane's small world. However, I would like to ask Lord Taixu not to spread this diagram out. It is also one of the secrets of my Tongtian Pavilion, Chen Tianhe said. Ling Taixu laughed. No merit, no reward. This 10,000 years peach blossom brew was a good thing. Tell me, what is it that you need me to help you with? Chen Tianhe finally waited until this time and said, Prince Taixu, I just want to meet the peerless emperor. I wonder if you can arrange it. If you can help me arrange it, I will be grateful. Well, Ling Taixu pretended to look difficult. Chen Tianhe immediately said, I'll send you 5 more jars of peach blossom brew tomorrow. What do you think, Mr. Taixu? But when the words came to this, Ling Taixu didn't answer right away and still had a difficult look on his face. 10 altars? That's all I have. I'd also like to ask Lord Taixu for a favor, Chen Tianhe said. If someone saw that this Tongtian Pavilion, one of the 4 deputy pavilion masters, had a high status in Tongtian Pavilion, usually killing and unsmiling, but here at Ling Taixu to drink and smile with him, it had to be said that becoming a great emperor was really too tempting for them. Those quasi-emperors who had lived for tens of thousands of years. Ling Taixu shook his head and said, "Pavilion Master Tianhe? It's not that I don't want to, it's my grandfather, he doesn't like to meet strangers. If I were to take you there, I would definitely be chastised by his old man." Deliberately addressing the peerless emperor as a grandfather, it was natural to gain some more benefits. 10,000-year-old peach blossom brew is indeed precious, but 1,000-year-old peach blossom brew may not be. After all, this is the original ground. It can't be just this much. 10 jars and that's it? That's a definite no. Chen Tianhe was helpless. In this Panglai Islands, and even the entire Star Lawn world, who could dare to talk to him like this? However, for the sake of that sliver of hope of becoming a great emperor, Chen Tianhe put up a fight. 20 altars? No. 50 altars? Please also ask Mr. Taixu to help, Chen Tianhe said. This was all of his 1,000-year peach blossom brew, and he couldn't take one more. This is not that I don't help you, Tianhe Pavilion Master. It's really that I can't do anything about it, Ling Taixu said. And Chen Tianhe didn't expect Ling Taixu to have such a big appetite. 50 jars was the maximum amount he could get. No more. Prince Taixu, I remembered. Our Panglai Immortal Island has other specialties besides this peach blossom brew. I heard that you're about to get married, so this is something you can definitely use, Chen Tianhe said in a mysterious manner. It's this, Chen Tianhe quietly whispered in Ling Taixu's ear. Taking this secret medicine of ours will guarantee that you will be able to stand night after night for a long time. Not to mention marrying 3 princesses, or even marrying 3 more, and there are no side effects on your body. If you need it, I can provide it for you for a long time. Ling Taixu's face changed slightly as he said, even though my name is Ling Taixu, where do you see me as vain? It's not false at all. Okay. As he spoke, the 3 princesses who were absorbing the Millennium Peach Blossom Brew were blushing, and although they were speaking in a low voice, they all heard it. In Chen Tianhe's opinion, Ling Taixu was the grandson of the peerless emperor, so his insight must be extraordinary. That's why he had been wanting to use the specialties of the Panglai Islands to joyfully welcome Ling Taixu. Prince Taixu, I didn't mean that, or I can provide it if you need it. By the way, this is a treasure I got in an ancient secret realm before, but I couldn't understand it after studying it for a long time. If Prince Taixu is willing to bring me to see Invincible Emperor his old man, this will be given to you, Chen Tianhe said. Talking about it made him feel a bit fleshy. Chen Tianhe took out a box, carefully, and it looked heavy. When I opened it, there was a fragment of something that had fallen from an unknown object. When Ling Taixu reached out to take it, Chen Tianhe immediately warned, Prince Taixu, be careful. This thing is very strange. It can wrap around people's minds. Don't look at how small this is. It actually weighs more than 1,000 pounds. Even an imperial artifact may not be of this quality. Alright, then I'll reluctantly take you to meet my grandfather. But let's say up front, if you don't get any useful information after grandfather meets you, then don't blame me, Ling Taixu said. This is as it should be. It is my honor to meet the peerless emperor, Chen Tianhe said. Putting this box away, Ling Shu didn't check it right away, but threw it in the system space. Chen Tianhe said, I'll send that 1,000-year peach blossom brew tomorrow. You can also bring some of the 100-year and 10-year ones. I need this one as well, Ling Taixu said indifferently. Okay, just the arrangements? I'll make arrangements for you when I return to Sword Star City after the end of Starland's little mysterious realm, and I will definitely let you meet the peerless great emperor within a month after my wedding, Ling Taixu said seriously. Good, then thank you Mr. Taixu. Chen Tianhe arched his hand and said. The next time he no longer dared to talk to Prince Taixu about this. It is really too black. Originally thought that he was the most ruthless ones in the world. Today he realized that Ling Taixu was even more ruthless. Over the next few days, the quasi-emperors who came to Ling Taixu's place practically stepped over the threshold. There were quite a few paragon emperors who came, and of course, they gave quite a lot. The purpose was actually very simple. It was to go through Ling Taixu to meet the peerless emperor. For those who gave more, Ling Taixu took it. Those who really don't see it, Ling Taixu will naturally reject it. Otherwise this will pull down the market price. Not. The 4 vice pavilion masters of the Tongtian Pavilion were not absent, and the things they sent were one better than the other. One of them even gave away 2 jars of 10,000 years peach blossom brew. Thousands of years of peach blossom brew. Ling Taixu are collecting nearly 1,000 altars of peach blossom brew. That thousands of years of peach blossom brew stock are almost gone. Ling Taixu had also observed the situation on Peach Blossom Island through his spiritual sense these days, and that 1,000-year-old peach blossom brew stock was indeed almost depleted. These paragon emperors were invariably collecting contribution points from the Tong Tian Pavilion, even from their juniors, because this peach blossom brew could only be exchanged for contribution points. In addition to peach blossom brew, Ling Taixu also searched for all sorts of weird and wonderful things. All, in a word, these paragon emperors were very capitalized, and he reaped a rich harvest. There was even a female paragon who wanted to fall back on Ling Taixu. Only this female quasi-empire Ling Taixu some can't get down to the mouth. Mold is not bad. Just next to her Ling Taixu can smell a faint fox smell. Although he tried his best to conceal it, Ling Taixu could still smell it. How many days of nightmares and days of invincibility would it take for this nigga to take a bite? However, Ling Taixu's identity was only useful for paragon emperors. For the others, it's not very useful. After all, they were still too far away from quasi-emperors, let alone the unattainable realm of great emperors. In the blink of an eye, it was time for the opening of the Starland Miner's secret realm. All the clans, large and small, some had hundreds of places, some tens, and even some small forces only had one place to enter the Star Lantern's small secret realm. Ling Taixu glanced at the densely packed crowd, most of which were Tony 8th and 9th level cultivators. With the 9 continents plus the Tong Tian Pavilion, this number was at least 3,000 or more. With so many people, the Sword Star Imperial Dynasty only had 50 people. Brother Taixu, we're really lucky, just in time to catch this once in 50 years Starland Miner's secret realm. It is said that there is the inheritance of an ancient great emperor in here. I wonder if it's true. Jian Xin Dance spoke up next to Ling Taixu. 7th sister. That's just a legend. This Starland small secret realm has been developed to utilize has been on 2,000 years of time. Inside is able to find some ancient secret method, but the number is extremely small. There are also a lot of ferocious beasts in here. Many of them are 6th ranked ferocious beasts, and there are even 7th ranked ferocious beasts in existence. We must be careful. Jian Xining immediately reminded. The Star Lane's little mysterious realm had many treasures, but it was also exceptionally dangerous. In addition to some cherished medicinal herbs, one could also find exotic treasures left over from the ancient times. There were even countless stories of people obtaining heavenly materials and treasures that were able to increase their qualifications by several times. More than 3,000 people gathered, and soon a middle-aged man from the Tongtian Pavilion flew towards the front of the entrance to the secret realm, at which point everyone quieted down. Welcome everyone to my Tongtian Pavilion Starland Miner's secret realm. I am Zhao Zhang, the person in charge of opening the secret realm this year. The Starland little mysterious realm is about to open. All the rules must have already been explained by your own elders, so I won't say any more here. Just a reminder that this Starland little mystery realm has maintained a mortality rate of around 30% over the years, and this year, the Starland little mystery realm seems to be a little different from previous years, but we don't know what's going on inside. There may be good things, but there may also be great evil. Before I open the secret realm, I'll give everyone one more incense stick of time to consider, and if you don't want to go, it's not too late to return immediately. When the words fell, there was silence. Going to the Starland small secret realm is all major forces of the top talent. Squeezing through the head is also to enter this trial. Cootie. Only then will you leave. Of course, that's what 99.99% of people think. And the world is not short of oddballs, and a few that use their connections to force the race in. Hearing that there was such a large mortality rate, there were a few scared little cuties. Leaving. After some time, Zhao Zhang once again said, "Good. Since everyone has stayed, then I can also open the Starland small mysterious realm. This Starland Miner's secret realm will be open for a total of 100 days. No matter what you're doing, be sure to go to the teleportation platform in advance, or you will be stuck in the secret realm forever." What dangers were there at that time? No one knows. But since the small secret realm under the Starland opened these thousands of years, none of the people who stayed behind came out alive. Those who are not afraid of death can try. Zhao Zhang's cultivation was at the 7th level of Tian Yuan, and he turned around to look at the big formation that had been set up, controlling the large formation. Suddenly Ling Taixu felt that heaven and earth were turning, and a dozen or so one-person-sized openings seemed to have appeared in the formation in front of him. Quickly, enter through the inside of this opening. You only have half an incense stick of time, Zhao Zhang shouted. At this moment everyone flew towards the opening of the formation. Ling Taixu Dao glanced at the 3 princesses behind him and said, "Let's go. I'll have a way to find you guys quickly once we're inside." The 4 of them flew into the air together, and everyone from the Sword Star Imperial Dynasty followed at this moment. "I'll go last. You guys go in first." Ling Taixu opened his mouth. He himself was invincible, and only the Tongi realm could enter this place. Ling Taixu was still unsure if he could enter, so he let them go first. "Brother Taixu, aren't we going to join together?" Jian Xin Dance said in doubt. Ling Taixu said, Going into the teleportation locations carries randomness anyway. There isn't much difference between entering together and separately. Okay then, listen to Brother Taixu. Let's go everyone. Brush. In unison. When everyone from the Jianxin Imperial Dynasty went in, Ling Taixu was about to leave when Su Qingshue's voice transmission appeared in his mind. Husband, if my disciples of the Supreme Forgetfulness sect are in danger, can you come to their rescue? Qingxue, for your sake. If I meet one that looks good to me, I can consider making a move. Su Qingshui also didn't know why Ling Taixu would go to this secret realm. After all, only the Tongyi realm was allowed. Yet how could Ling Taixu be at the Tongyi realm? But since Ling Taixu was going, Su Qingshui thought that Ling Taixu must have a way to get in. And it was at this time, when Ling Taixu was about to pass through the light curtain, the spatial light curtain unexpectedly blocked him out. Is it still true that you can only go to the Tongyi realm? That's not necessarily true. With his body pushed forward, Ling Taixu only exerted a slight force, and this light curtain film instantly shattered. There was a loud bang. The entire formation outside of Starland's little secret world shattered. The passageway closed all in a flash. At this time, there were still a few hundred people who hadn't entered inside the Star Lane's little mysterious realm. Damn! Something's wrong with the formation. Cold sweat broke out on Zhao Zhang's forehead. This formation was extremely complex and could only be set up by the old pavilion master of the Tong Tian Pavilion. If it is not repaired within 100 days, the people inside will not be able to get out within those 100 days. Quickly, notify the several vice pavilion masters that there's a problem with the formation of the Starland Little Mystery Realm. In fact, even Ling Taixu hadn't expected that he would destroy the Star Lantern Little Mystery Realm's stabilizing entrance with just a little bit of force. The entrance to the Star Lane's small mysterious realm had already regained its calm, but the entrance formation below was a mess, broken very badly. Ling Taixu broke through hard with his invincible strength. And even the rules of a party's secret space couldn't stop him. But anyone who has some culture, how can they be like Ling Taixu? Such a rough and long drive. At Zhao Zhang's notification, the 4 vice pavilion masters of the Tongtian Pavilion came to look at it all frowned. Chen Tianhe looked at the other deputy pavilion master and said, "Old you, the old pavilion master is not at the sect right now. If you were to come and fix it, how long would it take?" Vice pavilion master Yu, that brow furrowed into a Chuan character for a long time, could not dissipate. "Let me see. Good. Old you, your talent for formations is second only to the old pavilion master. If the restoration cannot be completed in 100 days, anyone who goes in may not be able to come out." Chen Tianhe said worriedly. The disciple who went in the most was from his Tong Tian Pavilion. But none of this mattered to Chen Tianhe. The important thing was Ling Taixu. If something happened to his beloved grandson inside, what would the peerless emperor do to their Tong Tian Pavilion? They simply couldn't afford the wrath of a great emperor. When the peerless great emperor made his move, the Tongtian Pavilion would have to disappear into the Starlan world. Of course, some people are sad and some people are happy. Some of those who didn't go in are already glad they didn't run so fast. The faster they run, the faster they die. Sister Jing, do you think this could be his doing? Su Qingxue looked to Xikong Jing and said, the peerless emperor and the girls could already think of who it was. Wasn't it Ling Taixu who was pretending? Xikong Jing said, Qingxue, in which realm I am not sure. I can only say that it is possible. But why would he do that? Just simply going to accompany the 3 princesses to the trial? According to Su Qingshue's impression of Ling Taixu, he would go. Originally, this should belong to her. Treatment herself did not cherish, and gave it up to others. Xikong Jing also knew about Su Qingxue and Ling Taixu, and came over to pat Su Qingshue's shoulder, saying, Qingxue, actually this can't be blamed on you. This is all the life of our Taishang forgotten sect people. Although what is lost will not come back, you should also cherish what you have now. Because of Ling Taixu's continuous cultivation, their cultivation level climbed straight up and they received too many benefits. Sister Jing, I know what you said, and we shouldn't cause him any trouble in the future. Su Qingxue faintly said. She had now put herself in the right position, and if she were to meet Ling Taixu again, she would not call a husband again, but change it to Lord. The word husband was no longer hers. It should be those 3 princesses. Something was wrong with the formation, and the heads of the large and small forces that had come to Zishan Island were concerned. Perhaps it was the power of the Tongtian Pavilion that only some of them dared to claim it. Most people are still waiting for the final results of the inspection. About an hour had passed, when Vice Pavilion Master Yu's forehead was covered with beads of sweat as he came out. The outcome was self-evidently good or bad. He came straight to the other 3 Vice Pavilion Masters. I'll tell you about the formation first. Vice Pavilion Master Yu finished with a wave of his hand, using his true essence to isolate the sound. Old Yu, quickly tell me, what is this situation? Can it be fixed in 100 days' time? Vice Pavilion Master Yu shook his head and said, it's difficult. When we first laid the formation we used nearly 3 years. and now that it's more than 70% destroyed, it might take 2 years to fix it. And the most crucial part, only the old pavilion master will set it up, and there's nothing I can do about it. After telling the results of his examination, Vice Pavilion Master Yu was also in a state of mind. It's over. This is the end of all of us in the Tongtian Pavilion. Not necessarily. That peerless old ancestor definitely knows that Ling Taixu has entered the Starland Little Mysterious Realm, and since his old man is a major in the laws of space, it's highly likely that the power of his laws of space will open up the entrance to this mysterious realm to pick the person up. But where are we going to find the invincible emperor again? No, we can't put all our hopes on the peerless emperor either. We have to do our best to repair the formation as well. Vice Pavilion Master Yu, feel free to mention whatever resources you need. Our Tongtian Pavilion will definitely repair the formation within 100 days this time. Vice Pavilion Master Yu thought for a moment and said, I can't guarantee it, but I can only say that I will do my best, and the resources of the clan will be at my disposal for the rest of the day. Yes, Chen Tianhe nodded in agreement. The other 2 pavilion masters also said at the same time, listen to you, old you. Well, in that case, I can give it a try. Now let all the disciples of the sect who are proficient in formations come. This formation is somewhat huge and needs to be repaired in multiple places. The more people the better. We also need to send someone to invite experts from the 9 continents who are proficient in formations and have them come to help so that we can have a chance to complete the restoration within 100 days. But will they come? Don't worry. They'll come. After all, there may be someone important to them in there as well. Then let all the Tongtian Pavilion masters of the 9 continents distribute this news, hoping that the old pavilion master who is traveling will find the initiative to come back. Otherwise, even if we fix it and the old pavilion master doesn't come back, this formation will still be useless. Vice Pavilion Master Yu spoke in one breath, and the 4 Vice Pavilion Masters began to split up. The Tongtian Pavilion must repair the formation within 100 days. Within the Starlane's little mystery, Ling Taixu, who had entered the Starland Little Mysterious Realm, barely felt anything. It was just that he didn't seem to be teleported when he went in, and seemed to be at the edge of a space, the end of a space. However, at the place where he came in, Ling Taixu realized that there was a slight crack in the space. Did I destroy this space? Forget it. They say that this Starland Little Mysterious Realm is dangerous. It's better to find the 3 wives first. Spiritual awareness was released, constantly spreading out into the secret space. In fact, this secret realm is extremely restrictive to spiritual awareness, and the spiritual awareness of other Tony realm cultivators can only diffract up to 20 meters or so. But this spiritual sense had no limitations at all for Ling Taixu. Even if there were some restrictions, his spiritual sense could rush through at once. Restriction? What are you going to restrict the invincible Ling Taixu with? As his spiritual sense kept searching, Ling Taixu realized that quite a few cultivators had already died tragically in the mouths of ferocious beasts, and some ferocious beasts were also swallowing the bodies of humans. Ling Taixu saw all sorts of tragic situations. In addition to these, there were also some cultivators who had already begun snatching and fighting over a heavenly material. There are also those who get treasures and become complacent and are sneak attacked by other cultivators to the point of 4 deaths. In just a few minutes of entering the Starland Little Mysterious Realm, Ling Taixu had already seen 100 things on Earth. Is that Cher? Ling Taixu's spiritual sense discovered the 3rd princess Jian Xinxue. She was teaming up with 2 other youths to fight against an early 6th stage ferocious beast. The 3 of them should have been teleported to a location where they met the 6th ranked ferocious beast. The Starland world is divided into spiritual beasts and ferocious beasts, and the spiritual beasts have a generally high level of spiritual intelligence, and not so much hostility. The ferocious beasts are almost spiritless and brutal by nature. A first-order ferocious beast was equivalent to an innate Weather Sea realm cultivator. Then the 6th-order ferocious beast was the Cave Void realm, and the early 6th-order ferocious beast corresponded to the strength of the cultivator's Cave Void realm 1 to 3 times. But often, most ferocious beasts could burst out with more power than their corresponding cultivators. Damn it, these 2 drop hairs. They even put my Schwer to death in order to escape. Before the words were completely finished, Ling Taixu's figure had already disappeared in place. In the Starland's small mysterious realm, in a small canyon that was still quite wide, roar! The deafening roars of the ferocious beasts were unceasing, and Jian Xinxue held a king's extreme upper-grade longsword in her hand. Even though there were enhancements on her weapon, the berserk flame lion in front of her made it difficult for her to deal with it. If the 2 Tony 9th level cultivators from before had joined forces, there would have been a few more possibilities to defeat him. Those 2 realized that this berserk flame lion was too powerful, so they looked for an opportunity to slip away, and pushed Jian Xinxue forward, leaving her alone to bear the wrath of the raging flaming lion. Although at this time, Jian Xinxue was already at the 7th level of Tony because of drinking a lot of Millennium Peach Blossom Brew. allowing her to get a breakthrough before she entered the Starland Little Mysterious Realm. It was fine to deal with an ordinary cave realm first or second level cultivator, but it would be too difficult for this early 6th stage ferocious beast. Escape. This was also Jian Xinshua's first thought, but the berserk flame lion didn't give her a chance at all, leaping and pouncing towards her, those huge sharp claws falling from the air. Jian Xinshue also used the Snowstar Sword intent, a sword chopped away, only to hear a clanging sound, hitting the sharp claws of the berserk flame lion only leaving a shallow mark. This strike only slightly slowed down the pace of the berserk flame lion's attack, and the whole canyon was filled with blazing fire, and the temperature had reached a point where it was unbearable. It was simply too late to fly into the air, and that would surely become a living target for the berserk flame lion. The berserk flame lion had already locked her in. For the ferocious beast, Jian Xinshue was his food. How could he let the food run away? And it's already run too. And if this one runs again, it's literally out of food. For the sake of food. Of course the raging flame lion had to fight to the death. Suffered. Jian Xinshue had already reached a point where she could not retreat, seeing that the sharp claws of the berserk flame lion were about to land on her body. I'm sorry, Brother Taixu. I may touch. Boom. Two voices rang out, and it seemed as if the earth was trembling. It was as if something had exploded up ahead. Schwerer, what are you sorry for? Ling Taixu turned to look at the surprised Jian Xinshue and said, Ling Taixu didn't make a sword, just a punch that hadn't yet directly struck that berserk flame lion. Just the wind of the fist sent it flying 100 meters, and even knocked it into the mountain. The entire berserk flame lion set into the rocky soil. What kind of powerful attack was this? Was Ling Taixu only a cultivator of the second level of the Tawny realm? Jian Xinshue didn't know what she should say. It was as if Ling Taixu had appeared out of nowhere. Ling Taixu stepped forward and said, Schwerer, if you don't know what to say, you'll know my situation later. Those two guys who fled just now, I know where they are. They actually pushed you, Schwerer, into the fire pit. They must be killed. Ling Taixu said. Good, Jian Xinshue said. With Ling Taixu around, it was as if she had taken a peace of mind. Ling Taixu's spiritual sense was released and quickly locked onto the two men. They're just 3 kilometers from here in the middle, and it was quite lucky for them to find a 10,000-year-old medicinal herb. Brother Taixu, I'm going to kill them. By the way, we're going to take the inner den of the ferocious beast of that berserk flame lion just now. Its value isn't too high, Jian Xinshue said. Ling Taixu glanced over and said, let's go. This guy's inner den is useless. Useless? Jian Xinshue wondered. I used a bit more force just now, and it seems that his inner den was shattered by me. Ling Taixu replied. So it is. The two set off together, and Ling Taixu wasn't anxious that the two would run away, because for this one 10,000-year-old herb, the two actually fought each other. You can't tell the difference between a winner and a loser for a while. While walking, Ling Taixu's spiritual sense also searched for the two girls, Jian Xinning and Jian Xinmai. Ling Taixu's spiritual sense was powerful, and he felt out this entire Starland Little Mysterious Realm thoroughly. This was a huge secret realm of at least 200,000 square kilometers. Saying that it was a small secret realm was actually not small at all. It was quite a bit larger than some of the provinces in his previous life. Soon Ling Taixu spotted both Jian Xinning and Jian Xinmai. The two were lucky to have converged so quickly, and were roughly 100 kilometers away from Ling Taixu here. The good thing is that at this time, the two are also considered safe, and it is not so easy to take care of each other. If we're going to go, a teleportation will do the trick. It's easy. After a while, Ling Taixu and Jian Xinshue saw the two men of the 9th level of Tongyi. With the same clothing, they should be disciples of the same power. Schwerer, I'll go or you'll go, Ling Taixu said. I'll go, Jian Xinshue said seriously, and her eyes revealed a cold, fierce light. These two had dared to sell her out at that critical moment, a revenge she would avenge. Adding to the fact that the two of them had already suffered some injuries from the battle for the 10,000-year-old medicinal herbs just now, Ling Taixu wasn't worried about Jian Xinshue beating the two of them all by herself. Brush. Jian Xinshue was not the type of person to talk too much, taking them by surprise, going up and resolving one of them with a star sword intent. The other person saw that Jian Xinshue was so powerful that he was actually a bit scared. Wait, that was a misunderstanding earlier. Jian Xinshue didn't want to retreat at all, and her movements didn't stop. The sword rose and fell, and this Tony 9th level cultivator perished on the spot. In just a few short breaths, Jian Xinshue had decapitated two people. The 7th level of the Tawny realm was not enough for her to deal with that berserk flame lion, but dealing with these two ordinary Tawny 9th level cultivators who were already injured was not a handful. Brother Taixu, no wonder they want to grab this 10,000-year-old medicinal herb. It's actually this extremely high-grade 10,000-year-old Blood King ginseng. which is extremely precious even among 10,000-year-old medicinal herbs. Its value exceeds 500,000 top-grade yuan ling stones, and it's still the kind that has a market without a price. Since that's so good, then swear, you can put it away. Ling Taixu smiled. Regarding the medicinal herbs of this world, honestly, Ling Taixu didn't have much of a concept of them, and he didn't seem to need them himself. It was no wonder why the two men had desperately fought for this medicinal herb before. After getting it, it was truly an overnight fortune. This was also the special charm of Starland's little secret realm. There were inheritances and precious medicines, and the heaven and earth yuan aura in here was 10 times that of the outside. It was that the excellent cultivation caves of some holy lands were not as rich as the yuan aura here. Therefore, many Tongi 9 heavy cultivators would choose to break through immediately after entering the Starland small secret realm, and then step into the cave void realm. And at this time, this world would not restrict the cultivator's cultivation. As long as one reached the cave void realm, one would be superior and could play at will in the Starland small world. If you can't find it, then you can grab it. So when Ling Taixu was about to let this 10,000 years blood king ginseng to himself, Jian Xinxue felt it was all a bit surreal that such a good thing was said to be given to her. Really give it to me? Jian Xinxue confirmed. Ling Taixu laughed. If you don't give it to your own wife, who will you give it to? Put it away, or let others see it. Good. Thank you, brother Taixu. I'll put it away first. Just give me a word if it's useful in the future. Jian Xinxue blushed slightly and said, and she didn't hesitate to postpone it anymore. Jian Xinxue carefully picked the extreme 10,000 years blood king ginseng and placed it in the jade box. Such a precious medicine. When placed in the Star Lantern world, even a husband and wife might turn against each other. And the Ling Taixu they like seemed to be different from everyone else. Ling Taixu gave off a very special feeling that she liked. If anything, it started there. That would have to be from the moment Ling Taixu entered the Sword Star Imperial Dynasty on his first day and began to comprehend sword intent. Brother Taixu, how did you find me? Within the secret territory, our spiritual sense is greatly restricted. I can only explore a distance of 20 meters out at most. Jian Xinxue looked at Ling Taixu suspiciously. As for Ling Taixu's sudden appearance, she knew that it was because of a foreign treasure. This was something they had seen a year ago, a spatial type of exotic treasure that could instantly move also with the power of spatial laws. Ling Taixu laughed. Silly girl, because I also teleported in this neighborhood and came over to take a look when I heard a commotion here. Let's go. There's another spirit medicine more than 600 meters ahead. Although it's not as good as this one, it's certainly worth no yuan spirit stones. Seeing Ling Taixu who was walking forward, Jian Xinxue's small face was greatly puzzled. Silly girl, could this be about me? How did brother Ling Taixu know that there was an elixir so far ahead? Could it be that there can be another exotic treasure in the body? So that brother Taixu's spiritual sense can be unrestricted in here? But thinking of the invincible great emperor behind Ling Taixu, Jian Xinxue felt as if this was all fine. The 4 words invincible emperor stood for all possibilities. Schwerer, look at that spirit medicine in front of you. Go pick it. Jian Xinxue glanced over and was surprised. This is? 9th grade Jade Lingji. Brother Taixu, this isn't too much worse than the one just now. Ling Taixu laughed. Then Schwerer, you put it all away. Jian Xinxue didn't say anything more this time, treating it as if it was collected for Ling Taixu. But for the next few hours, Jian Xinxue's heart had been trembling, never having seen so many good medicinal herbs in her life, because Ling Taixu was able to clearly point out the location of the medicinal herbs every time. And each of them was an extremely valuable treasure medicine. Putting away a 10,000-year-old medicinal herb in her hand, Jian Xinxue finally couldn't help but ask, Brother Taixu, do you know the location of Big Sister and Seventh Sister? Seeing that Ling Taixu didn't answer, Jian Xinxue realized that Ling Taixu's entire being was in deep thought, so she didn't continue to disturb. At this time, Ling Taixu's spiritual sense was already several kilometers away. He discovered that a ferocious beast was advancing. Originally a ferocious beast in the early 6th stage, because it had eaten a nice medicinal herb, and after the medicinal effect had taken effect, it began to raise its advancement. Is it? Not only did this Starland little mysterious realm bring in humans, there are also ferocious beasts and spirit beasts. The Starland small mysterious realm was indeed incredibly dangerous to the ordinary Tony realm, and most people could only survive by hugging the group. The ferocious beasts and spirit beasts inside were all of the 6th order at the bottom. And Ling Taixu didn't find a single ferocious beast below the 6th order. It was really too fishy. Followed by the 7th-ranked ferocious beasts and spirit beasts that were comparable to the returning to truth realm, which Ling Taixu had not discovered either. And there was also the oddity that this 10,000-year-old herb they found was just too good to get. There weren't any ferocious beasts or spirit beasts watching over it. And with so many good things, mustn't they have been eaten by these ferocious beasts or spirit beasts long ago? There's still so much left? After all, Ling Taixu was looking for extremely good herbs, and he didn't want those ordinary ones. Ordinary medicinal herbs Jian Xinxue will just put away when she sees them when she passes by. Sixth-ranked ferocious beasts and spirit beasts also came in, and they were the competitors of the human cultivators. If he didn't have such a powerful spiritual sense, it would have been difficult for him to discover the secret of this starland small world. After a long time, Ling Taixu put away his spiritual sense and said, "Schwerer, let's continue. 5 kilometers ahead to the left, there is a nice herb. We have to be quick or else it will be snatched by the other ferocious beasts." "Good," Jian Xinxue said. "Brother Taixu, then do you know where Big Sister and Seventh Sister are?" Seeing how Ling Taixu was so unflustered, Jian Xinxue felt that he must know the location of his Big Sister and Seventh Sister, as if he could find himself quickly. Ling Taixu said, "I'm not taking you to them right now. Don't worry, they're still safe now, and they've converged around them, and they've also found 2 disciples of the Sword Star Imperial Dynasty. That's great. 4 people together should be safe as long as they don't meet a late-stage 6 ferocious beast." Knowing that Big Sister and Seventh Sister were safe, Jian Xinxue was relieved. After all, she had just come and met a 6th-ranked ferocious beast, and the others would probably have the same encounter. Ling Taixu said, "The Starland Minor Secret Realm is a chance for human cultivators, and it's the same for ferocious beasts and spirit beasts. These ferocious beasts can easily evolve if they eat these elixirs. Brother Taixu, if we meet a 7th-ranked ferocious beast, how should we deal with it?" Jian Xinxue asked. "Ha, Schwerer, don't need to be afraid. If you meet danger and want to hurt you, then first walk over my corpse," Ling Taixu said in mock seriousness, remembering a novel he had read in his previous life. A child of more than 6 years of age had snubbed a rabbit that had lived for 100,000 years with just such a sentence. However, the difference was that there was someone in this world who was Ling Taixu's opponent, so what he said was something he was capable of realizing, and it wasn't that 6-year-old kid. But what has to be said is that there really is something powerful about that statement. It also completely moved Jian Xinxue. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Measured ground to collect Jian Xinxue. Recharge invincibility time can be added 5 times, plus 5 times? Did I hear the system right? Ling Taixu remembered that before it was at most twice as much, but now it was actually a 5-fold addition. Is it possible that if you need that again before taking in order to have a 5-fold bonus? True love probation is the only way to maximize the bonus. It was the wrong way to go before. Looking at Jian Xinxue, whose eyes seemed to have some tears in them, Ling Taixu immediately said, "Schwerer, what's wrong with you?" Jian Xinxue was a little embarrassed and turned her head, saying, "I'm fine. Just now the wind blew over some dust into my eyes. Come, I'll blow you." Ling Taixu deliberately stepped forward, originally wanting to dodge. Jian Xinxue realized that her body seemed to be unable to move at this moment. Just like that, Ling Taixu came before him. "Brother Taixu, I'm actually fine now," Jian Xinxue said with some embarrassment. But Ling Taixu was already close to Jian Xinxue, so how could he be so even? "Su." A gentle nod on Jian Xinxue's forehead. For a while, Jian Xinxue didn't even know what to say. Surprisingly, there wasn't a hint of wanting to resist in his heart, and he was even looking forward to it. Let's go find the next elixir. Faster, and we'll meet up with Ning and Little Dance sooner." "Oh, good." Jian Xinxue followed behind Ling Taixu, looking extremely happy, and was no longer the same ice-cold look she had before, as if her entire person had changed. And so the two of them walked while collecting herbs. Because of Ling Taixu's strong spiritual sense, they didn't meet any dangers along the way. Not a single ferocious beast, all of which were avoided by Ling Taixu. In just a day and a half, hundreds of extremely valuable medicinal herbs had been collected, and at this point, the two of them were only 50 to 60 kilometers away from Jian Xinmo and Jian Xinning. Along the way, although Ling Taixu and Jian Xinmai obtained many medicinal herbs, they did not obtain any inheritance, nor did they discover any exotic treasures. Before he came over, Chen Tianhe had given him a map of the Starland Small Mysterious Realm. It was labeled with several addresses where the inheritance could be obtained, as well as the locations where exotic treasures had appeared in the past. This map actually had a copy in the hands of the Tongtian Pavilion disciples, and there wasn't much special about it. It was the Sword Star Dynasty that had prepared a similar map for each disciple, all of which had been described by previous disciples who had come in back to the clan, and had been completed only after several or even dozens of times. For ordinary cultivators, the map was indeed useful, but again, there were limitations. After all, many of these places have been there before and may not be there when you go again. There are only a few fixed heritage sites that might be worth visiting. Schwerer, Ning and Xiao Dai are moving quickly. They seem to be going somewhere, looking in the direction they were flying. Ling Taixu, however, realized that there were many cultivators heading in that direction. Is there something attractive there? As soon as Jian Xinxue heard that there was news about her big sister and younger sister, she immediately proposed, Brother Taixu, we've already gotten enough medicinal herbs. Why don't we go and find our big sister and seventh sister before we explore the secret realm together? Ling Taixu said. Of course we can. We can also go and join in the fun. It seems like the place they went to was an inheritance place in the Starlan Little Mysterious Realm. The map given by your Sword Star Imperial Dynasty is also marked, saying that it's a place where there's a chance to get a heavy treasure in the Starlane's Little Mysterious Realm. It's called some kind of Emperor's Soldier Mound. The Emperor's Soldier Mound? Jian Xinxue said. Ling Taixu was puzzled. Xinxue, do Imperial weapons exist in this Imperial Soldier Mound? Jian Xinxue said, Emperor's Soldier Mound is the Starland Small Secret Realm is the easiest place to get weapons. It is said that every time the Starland Secret Realm opens here will appear a quasi-imperial weapon. Sometime is the very best quality. Sometime is only inferior. Everything depends on luck. In addition to the Emperor level weapons are also quite a lot. Every time there are at least 10 or more. The King level treasures are not less than 100 every time. The quality is extremely high. Out of these weapons, there is also a certain chance of obtaining exotic treasures. As for the Emperor artifacts, there was an Emperor artifact that appeared once 800 years ago. It was only slightly damaged, but just this damaged Emperor artifact allowed old ancestor Qingxu to be directly ranked number 1 on the quasi-Emperor ranking once he obtained it. That's why people later called this place the Emperor's Soldier Mound, a place where there's a chance for Emperor weapons to appear. And almost every time they open the Starlan Little Mysterious Realm, all the people from all the sects have to come here to try their luck. It's just that there tend to be a lot of ferocious beasts outside the Emperor's Soldier Mound, and even spirit beasts watching over it. It's as hard as heaven to obtain an imperial artifact. It said that there was a ferocious beast of the early 7th stage, a return to truth realm level powerhouse, inside that one time when the tattered imperial artifact appeared. A lot of people died at that time to kill that one 7th ranked ferocious beast, and most of them were experts who had stepped into the cave void realm and the secret realm. But this Emperor's Soldier Mound would normally be officially opened on the 30th day of the opening of the secret realm. So how did Sister and the others get over there so quickly? Jian Xinxue was a bit puzzled. They had been in this secret realm for less than 2 days and the Emperor Soldier's Mound was opened? While flying, Ling Taixu listened to Jian Xinxue's narration. At the same time, his spiritual sense had already this Imperial Soldier Mound covered. Although the Imperial Soldier Mound was still in a closed state, its crisis could already be seen from the outside. Surprisingly, there were 3 mid-6th stage ferocious beasts prowling around outside. There were also 2 late stage 6 ferocious beasts that were in the process of advancing, presumably due to eating heaven and earth elixirs. A late 6th ranked ferocious beast advanced that was a 7th ranked ferocious beast, and there were still 2 of them, so wasn't going to the Emperor's Soldier Mound this time looking for death? When Ling Taixu's spiritual sense penetrated the barrier, he saw the interior of the Emperor's Soldier Mound. Ling Taixu realized that there were actually over 100 different forms of weapons inside, including long swords, short swords, lances, and tiger heads suspended in the air. In the center of these weapons, there was also an ancient, ghostly purple longsword with a hilt inlaid with several crystalline gems that looked like it sold well, clearly different from the other weapons. The sword exuded an ethereal purple glow, blocking out the light of all the rest of the weapons. Observing the ghostly purple longsword with his spiritual sense, it seemed to be improving itself. Countless yuan spirit chi of heaven and earth was converging towards it. Could this be a quasi-imperial weapon? Or a real emperor's weapon? Schwerer, I'm afraid that this year's Imperial Soldier Mound will be difficult, Ling Taixu said indifferently. With Jian Xining and Jian Xinxue plus the 2 Sword Star Imperial Dynasty disciples at the 8th level of Tongyi, going there would be sending them to their deaths. There were about to be 2 7th ranked ferocious beasts, comparable to the existence of the returning to truth realm. It simply wasn't something that the Tongyi realm could handle. Not to mention that the 3 mid-6th stage ferocious beasts were all comparable to a cultivator's Cave Void 4th and Cave Void 6th level as well. At this time, most of the Tongyi 9 heavy disciples had only just begun to make their breakthroughs after coming in and finding suitable heavenly materials and treasures. But there were less than 2 days, and nowadays there was not a single human cultivator in the Cave Void realm. So what could one take to the Emperor Soldier's Mound to find something? It wasn't unreasonable for the Emperor Soldier Mound to open 30 days after humans entered. Jian Xinxue said, Brother Taixu, any year of this Imperial Soldier Mound is difficult, but as long as many people advance to the Cave Void realm, everything has a chance, doesn't it? But just as Jian Xinxue finished speaking, Ling Taixu realized that Jian Xining and Jian Xinmai had met a few men and didn't know what had been said to actually change the direction of their forward movement. Schwerer, you're flying too slowly. Ah, Jian Xinxue thought to herself that her flying speed wasn't slow, and she was at the 7th level of Tongyi. Ah, Ling Taixu was only at the 2nd level of Tongyi, and she thought she was slow? But the next moment, Ling Taixu pulled up Jian Xinxue. Brush. When the two reappeared, Jian Xinxue opened her eyes to see Jian Xinning and Jian Xinmai who were flying forward. Instantaneous transportation over such a long distance? Ling Taixu had previously said that the distance from his sister was 56 kilometers, but in the twinkling of an eye, it was that possessing a spatial law exotic treasure wasn't this strong. Share, what are you still waiting here for? Go find yours and meet up with them. I still have some errands to run. And watch out for those guys who might not be any good. When Jian Xinxue tried to reply to Ling Taixu, she realized that Ling Taixu was no longer there. Jian Xinxue immediately chased forward, using the true essence in her body to amplify her voice and shouted, "Big sister, seventh sister, wait for me." Those men. Ling Taixu felt that the three princesses could handle it, and he would always keep an eye on their movements with his spiritual sense. As long as there was danger, he could go over with an instantaneous movement to save the day. The reason why he had to leave Ling Taixu that was to look for this particular weapon from this imperial soldier's mound, while others had to wait for the emperor's soldier mound to open before they could enter. He didn't need to at all. It just so happened that he didn't have a single weapon on his person that he could use while he was handy. A sword emperor weapon should barely suffice. Besides, with the identity of an invincible great emperor, how could it work without an emperor weapon? It would also be fine if they could find one or two quasi-imperial artifacts, which could be used as a bride price for the three princesses. After all, those three lower-grade yuan spirit stones in the first place were really a bit insulting. Ling Taixu entered the emperor's soldier's mound in a single instant. However, the ferocious beasts guarding the outside of the emperor's soldier mound were simply unable to discover Ling Taixu who had already entered it, as they were also unable to enter. Therefore, Ling Taixu could collect whatever he wanted from inside the emperor's soldier's mound. The emperor's soldier mound was just a chance to obtain an emperor weapon, and the one that had appeared before was just a mutilated emperor weapon, not a complete one, so the power was naturally not the same. But even if a crippled emperor artifact, in the current Starland Great World, it was still an extraordinary existence. Looking at the various weapons floating in the air, taking one of them casually came to be a top-grade imperial weapon, and then a middle-grade imperial weapon, and all of this level were also commonly used weapons in the Tian Yuan realm. There were more than 100 pieces outside, and Ling Taixu didn't spare any of them. There were 3 extreme imperial artifacts, 5 upper-grade imperial artifacts, 10 middle-grade imperial artifacts, and 22 lower-grade imperial artifacts, for a total of 40 imperial artifacts. Coming back to the king's weapons, there were only extreme king's weapons, and nothing below that. There were 86 extreme king's artifacts, which meant that Ling Taixu had obtained a total of 126 king's artifacts. Looking further to the 4 weapons in the center, it was very coincidental that there were 4 swords in total. It's just that the swords on either side seemed to fall short compared to the one in the center. Ling Taixu raised his hand and waved it, and the 3 quasi-emperor artifacts were included in his hands. Looking again at this last ethereal purple longsword, there was a clear difference between it and the 3 longswords from earlier. Just as Ling Taixu wanted to put it away, an extremely pleasant and melodious voice emanated from this sword. "Stop it, and put back all the various weapons you just took out, or I'll be rude to you." It was a woman's voice, young by the sound of it. Ling Taixu smiled. So it's an artifact spirit. It's really not easy to have such a spiritually intelligent artifact spirit. Generally speaking, most of them have an artifact spirit starting from spiritual artifacts. It was just that these artifact spirits were very average and could do what they were told. And the higher the level, the higher the spirituality of the artifact spirit. But to talk like the one in front of you, it was a quasi-imperial artifact that couldn't. An artifact spirit could speak, which only a true imperial artifact was qualified to do. And it could also manifest a human form. Lucky, I didn't expect to get an emperor artifact this time. I'll take it. Obediently recognize your master. Just as he was speaking, a purple light flashed by and a woman dressed in an extremely revealing outfit appeared in front of Ling Taixu. That proud figure, perfect skin, surprisingly made the long-experienced Ling Taixu feel some urges. It's a nifty artifact spirit. Guilty as charged. I don't stampo swords. Human, how did you get in? It's still 28 days until this place opens. That's not right. The formation set up by the master couldn't possibly let someone in so easily. The most that enters here is the cave void realm. Quasi-emperors can't even come in. You are Tawny 2nd level. This is the weakest human cultivator I've seen in thousands of years. How could you possibly come in? The purple-clothed sword spirit was a bit puzzled. Ling Taixu laughed. How about it? Do you want to consider recognizing me as your master? I will treat you well. Recognize the master? Don't dream of it. And just you, a doll of the Tawny realm, are not qualified to use me. The Violet Spectre Sword is for you to control the Imperial artifact. Can you do it? Ling Taixu laughed. There's nothing in this world that Grandpa I can't handle. Not to mention an imperial weapon. The Violet Spectre sword is it. I still have to take you in. And don't say no to a man at any time. Brush. As soon as the words fell, Ling Taixu appeared in front of that Violet Spectre sword and grabbed it by the hilt. You. The woman in purple immediately entered the Violet Spectre sword. It was reasonable to say that she was the artifact spirit and could control the imperial artifact at will. However, at this moment, she couldn't move. Being held in the hands of the man in front of her, she was a little surprised that she couldn't break free. You're not in the Tongyi realm. Absolutely not. Even a quasi-emperor wouldn't be able to control me like this. What are you? The Violet Spectre sword artifact spirit asked somewhat nervously. Other people call me Prince Taixu. But don't worry, this prince is not vain at all. What is your name? Ling Taixu asked. Humph. This is the Violet Spectre sword. Of course I'm called Violet Spectre. What else? Quickly release me, or I will kill you for sure, Violet Spectre exclaimed. Ling Taixu said, as a weapon spirit, you have to have the cultivation of a weapon spirit. I lack a weapon that can withstand my power. I see that you are good. After recognizing me as the main, I will properly adjust and teach you how to be a good weapon spirit. You're a great emperor? Violet Spectre said in surprise. Ling Taixu shook his head and said, Great emperor? And what does that count as? After saying that, Ling Taixu directly dripped a drop of blood onto the Violet Spectre sword. It was probably because Ling Taixu's blood was special, and it instantly merged into the Violet Spectre sword. The next moment Violet Spectre's voice came from inside. What kind of blood is this that I can't believe? It's horrible. I miss my master. Oh, Ling Taixu said. Accept it. It will only do you good and no harm. But my former master asked me to preside over this place. I can't leave, Violet Spectre said. Ling Taixu said indifferently. Your master should have fallen long ago. You've been presiding for so many years. You can leave. Don't you want to go out with me to see the outside world? It is true that I can't feel my master's breath anymore. Going or not? Ling Taixu said again. Violet Yui pondered for a while before saying, all right, I'll go. Accepting a drop of Ling Taixu's blood. In the next moment, a burst of red light emanated from the entire Violet Spectre sword. Countless Yuan Ling Qi began to pour into it. Luckily, there was an endless amount of Yuan Ling Qi here itself, and about a day passed in this manner. During this time, Ling Taixu had also been keeping an eye on Jian Xinling's place. After Ling Taixu gave Jian Xinxiu a reminder, they began to watch out for these men from other sects. Indeed, they were unsuspecting, and had even teamed up with disciples from other forces to try to make a move against Jian Xinling's trio. Fortunately, the three princesses joined hands, plus the disciples from the two sides of the Sword Star Imperial dynasty worked together to cooperate, and a few people were able to get through the difficulties without any danger. There were a total of 9 people on the other side, and all of them were killed by Jian Xinling's men. Originally, Ling Taixu wanted to have another heroic rescue, but he could not help that the 3 wives were not vegetarians. After all, they are all on the goddess list. Can they be weak? Ling Taixu continued to wait at the Emperor's soldier mound, and gradually he began to be able to feel that this Violet Spectre sword had some connection with him. After 2 more days, the red glow disappeared. The purple Spectre sword that appeared in front of Ling Taixu actually changed its appearance. Naya, a drop of my blood made you change your skin? The original purple Spectre sword was a ghostly purple color, but it turned purple-red after absorbing his blood. Ziyu, come out, Ling Taixu said. A purplish red light flashed, and when Ziyu reappeared in front of Ling Taixu, her clothes had changed a bit. It was just purple, but now it's turning a purplish red color. But this is much more alluring and flirtatious, and has the added bonus of giving off a little bit of a nerdy vibe. This was just an artifact spirit. It was simply not too good looking. With such a face value, it could definitely be among the top 10 of the goddess list. Ziyu, do you know what has changed in you? Ling Taixu asked. Master, I'm not sure. I only feel that your drop of blood energy is too huge. It seems to have elevated me, and I don't know if I'm now an emperor weapon or a weapon stronger than an emperor weapon. That's what my blood does? Ling Taixu suddenly thought of the time when he and Su Qingxu as Sikong Jing recharged their invincibility time. All of his essences can lift them up a lot. Your own blood is certainly extremely useful. It's just that his own blood is a little hard to take, and no one in the world can do it without him taking it out of his own accord. Blood could upgrade weapons. Had he known, he would have gotten it himself. Ling Taixu still had imperial weapons on him, so it wouldn't be a matter of minutes to have them advance to imperial weapons. I'll try again. Ling Taixu took out the 3 quasi-emperor weapons he had put away earlier. Separately, they got 3 drops of blood on them, and after the blood was incorporated, all 3 imperial artifacts surprisingly began to enhance and recognize their owners. Master, your blood is just too precious. There's no need to waste it like this, Violet Spectre said with concern. After recognizing her master, She of course took Ling Taixu as her master and considered everything for Lingshu. Don't worry. I'm fine. It's just a few drops of blood. Will it be alright? Ling Taixu then glanced at his lifespan in the system. Host, Ling Taixu. Invincible, longevity, time, 8,720 years and 207 days. Lean. 1 drop of blood is going to reduce my invincibility by 100 years? Originally, Ling Taixu had 120 years of invincibility. Properly 9,000 years old. But now it was reduced by 400 years and became 8,000 years old. Do you know how tired I was to get this 400 years of invincibility? That's 400 years less. Hey, you need to be careful about bloodletting in the future. How could Ling Taixu think that this drop of blood was 100 years? Fortunately, as time passed, all 3 quasi-imperial artifacts advanced to imperial artifacts. Master. The drop of blood allowed them to advance and also allowed them to recognize Ling Taixu as their master. Only what appeared in front of them were 3 little pink lolitas that looked to be the size of 4 or 5 years old. Ling Taixu was puzzled. ZU, why are they a little different from you? Violet Spectre said. Back to master. They have just become imperial weapons. The spirit of the weapon is still in its infancy. Everything needs to be nurtured by the master and it will grow up. Then how long does it take to grow up? Ling Taixu asked curiously. Master. Then it depends on how you contain the master. Contain the good. 1,000 years can grow. If the containment is not good, 10,000 years may still be like this. And even there is a risk of regression. And as the embedded artifact spirit grows, the power of the imperial artifact will also increase. Ling Taixu came to the realization that his blood had only allowed them to successfully advance into emperor weapons, and they still needed to be contained if they wanted to grow. What about you? ZU? Ling Taixu asked curiously. Violet Spectre said, I am the one that the former master contained, and I have already reached the peak of the emperor artifact spirit. You know that the former master was the strongest female emperor on this continent at that time, and this image of mine is a reference to the former master? It's just that no matter how much I change I can't reach the former master's appearance. With ZU in front of Ling Taixu's eyes, Ling Taixu felt that she was already a goddess that could be ranked in the top 10 of the Starland continent. That empress is surprisingly more beautiful. What about your former master? Ling Taixu asked. Violet Spectre thought for a moment and said, I'm not sure. It's just that she left 10,000 years ago after placing me here. And in the end the contract between us disappeared not long afterward. And it's very likely that the former owner has already fallen. It was 10,000 years ago again. So it must have been a great emperor-level battle 10,000 years ago. The mysterious land was still 2 years away from opening. So Ling Taixu would like to go in and take a look. Of course, if Ling Taixu wanted to go, he could go over there when he got out of the Starland little mysterious realm. There would be no stopping him in this world. Ling Taixu continued to ask. Violet Spectre, then how did you manage to not run out of weapons after all these years of preventing them from being seized by others and consuming so many every 50 years? Violet Spectre said. Master, I casually refined these. Can an artifact spirit still make artifacts? Ling Taixu was sort of surprised by this. Violet Spectre said. Of course you can. My former owner is very good at refining weapons. I have always accompanied her. Then my former owner tried to teach me to refine weapons. I did not expect that I would learn as soon as I learnt. My former owner was also very surprised that I could also refine weapons as a weapon spirit, and then also tried other weapon spirits. But the other spirits could not learn how to do so. Refining weapons? In fact, Ling Taixu also wanted to learn. It's just that this year he's been cramming other knowledge and hasn't touched on refining. Of course he's been a bit lazy this year, spending it in leisure. Master, come with me. I'll take you to the place where I refine weapons, Violet Spectre said seriously. Good. That's exactly what I want. Ling Taixu put away the other 3 longswords that had already been upgraded to imperial artifacts. Just by taking a look at this Emperor's soldier mound, there wasn't a single weapon. There are still 2 7th ranked ferocious beasts and 3 6th ranked ferocious beasts outside, so it's hard to come in and there should be something to gain. With a thought, Ling Taixu took out hundreds of lower grade medium grade spirit weapons, lay out in the original location where the weapon was placed. Finally, in the main seat, Ling Taixu took out a lower grade king's weapon. Originally, Ling Taixu didn't want to place the king's weapon, but this king's weapon, which he had used several times, was already cracked, and if he used it again it was bound to shatter. So it was a good idea to leave it behind to nauseate the people who came this time. Looking at the Violet Spectre in front of me, advancing from an imperial artifact, I don't know if she can withstand my flood of power. Broken king artifacts, ordinary spirit artifacts. Violet Spectre was a little too much to look at. In the past, she had at least put in a king's artifact, and it was at least a top-grade king's artifact. Master, isn't this too little to put in? There are still 2 so powerful ferocious beasts that are about to become 7th rank outside? Violet Spectre said. Ling Taixu smiled and said, quite a lot. This is my reward for them. It's not good. Oh, Master, you say it's quite a lot, then it's quite a lot. Let's go, Violet Spectre said. Violet Spectre, there's still one thing I don't know. Who exactly set up this place? And these medicinal herbs and ferocious beasts and spirit beasts, are they teleported in just like us cultivators? Violet Spectre said. Master, this place, my former master was only involved in some of the arrangements, but the secret realm seems to be left over from the ancient times. Inside there is an exotic treasure that can accelerate the growth of medicinal herbs. It only takes 50 years to raise a herb to 10,000 years old. My master and a few of his friends wanted to obtain this exotic treasure, but they all failed in the end. That's why the former master and her friends set up a teleportation array here, so that those spirit beasts and ferocious beasts could enter the day before human cultivators came in. They were all randomly teleported from the outside, the purpose of which was to allow those who enter to get a workout. Ziyu explained. The secrets of the Starland little mysterious realm were revealed so simply? Ling Taixu said. Alright, Violet Spectre. I understand. Now you can take me to that place of yours where you refine weapons. This foreign treasure was still of interest to Ling Taixu. Just because several great emperors couldn't get it, it didn't mean he couldn't. But if he took the foreign treasure away, then wouldn't this place of trial be a big part of the waste? Ling Taixu just had this consideration in his mind. But in the end, it was better to see this exotic treasure first. The purple specter's sword body moved, and a purple vortex began to appear under Ling Taixu's feet in front of him. Master, just go down from here. Ling Taixu leapt and fell, quickly passing through this purple vortex like a free fall movement. Only just passing through, Ling Taixu felt some dryness around him. Down here, earth fires are filling up everywhere, and on the high platform where he was, there were mountains of various materials needed for refining weapons. Violet Spectre said, Master, this is all where I usually refine weapons. The materials have been left behind by my former master, and some of them I have collected in this secret realm. Ziyu, I've simply picked up a treasure by getting you. Ling Taixu laughed. On the ground, Ling Taixu saw at least tens of thousands of various weapons, down to the upper-grade king's artifacts, the very best king's artifacts, and then the emperor's artifacts and quasi-emperor's artifacts. Violet Spectre said, Master, at first I could only refine spirit weapons, but they weren't of much use, so I refined them all. At a minimum of a top-grade king's artifact I would stay, to the point that later on I managed to refine imperial artifacts and quasi-emperor artifacts following my former master's method. Master, are these to be put away? But the space within the Violet Spectre sword is limited. It can't hold so many things, Violet Spectre said. She also knew that recognizing Ling Taixu would definitely leave this place. I'll do it, Ling Taixu said. The system space was so large, of course Ling Taixu had to put it away. When he wanted to refine weapons himself in the future, these would be the basic materials. Ling Taixu didn't look at some of the materials inside despite receiving them. At most, he only looked at the number of quasi-imperial artifacts, 7 in total, and there was even an imperial artifact that had failed to be refined. 800 years ago, that crippled imperial artifact was the last to be obtained by old man Qingshu, but what he didn't know was that this wasn't a true emperor weapon, but an emperor weapon that Violet Spectre had failed to refine. This was because Violet Spectre, who was also an imperial artifact, was unable to refine an imperial artifact of the same level as her no matter what. After putting it away, Violet Spectre spoke again. Master, in this underground magma, there is a late 6th stage spirit beast. If in the future Master wants to learn refining, he can take it in. In the lava? What spirit beast? Ling Taixu hadn't seen any wild spirit beasts up close in this world yet, but there were a few in that Sword Star dynasty. Violet Spectre said, it's a late 6th order earth fire elf. Right at this moment, the magma under the ground unexpectedly began to riot, and Violet Spectre immediately said, it's not good, Master. This earth fire elf ate the 9th grade earth fire lotus seed, and it seems like it's going to break through to become a 7th rank spirit beast. A 7th order spirit beast that was the existence of a human cultivator at the realization realm. And how was her master? The 2nd level of Tongyi, an opponent? However, Violet Spectre did not believe that her master was the 2nd level of Tongyi. After all, with Ling Taixu's blood being able to allow her to advance, Ling Taixu was definitely extraordinary. Ling Taixu laughed. It just so happens that I haven't contracted a spirit beast yet. A 7th order earth fire elf. I'll take it. How long will it take for it to advance like this? Violet Spectre responded. It will probably take about 10 days. Spirit beasts generally advance a bit faster than ferocious beasts as well. Then I'll come back in a few days to subdue it. Now you take me to the other inheritance sites. I'll take all the good stuff, Ling Taixu said. But when he was about to leave, Ling Taixu stopped again. He then took out a quasi-imperial artifact longsword, followed by releasing a drop of blood. A few hours later, the longsword once again managed to evolve into an imperial artifact, or a little girl who looks like she's only a few years old. Greetings, Master. You'll be called Little Green from now on, and you'll continue to carry on the legacy here in place of your violet pixie sister. Ling Taixu said. Yes, Master. Little Green said obediently. Ling Taixu immediately took out some of all the king's weapons and inferior to extreme imperial weapons from inside. There are about 6,000 pieces, so if you use 100 pieces in 50 years, that's about 3,000 years. There were a lot of things, and they were precious to ordinary cultivators, but these were nothing to the invincible Li Gong and Taixu. Ling Taixu said, there's no need to be in such a hurry to go to the other inheritance lands. It's better to wait for me to collect this earth fire elf. These 10 days are the time for you to teach me to refine artifacts for fun. And by the way, let's see if Xiaoqing can learn to refine artifacts like you. Good. Violet Spectre nodded. In fact, Ling Taixu did this because he felt that he couldn't do as if he had gone too far. He had gotten the benefits, but he couldn't break the legacy in the future. Then one would be too unkind and unrighteous. After all, as the saying goes, you can't cut down the tree even after you've picked the fruit. I'm going to keep my heart, Ling Taixu said silently. Ling Taixu took some of the refining materials out, and he and the weapon spirit Xiaoqing learned to refine weapons together. Perhaps it was because Ling Taixu's blood was very special. Xiaoqing was surprisingly able to refine weapons, which could be considered an extraordinary talent, to successfully refine a lower-grade artifact in 6 days. This would be hailed as an absolute genius in artifact refining in the outside cultivation world. No matter if it was placed in the 9 great clans and imperial dynasties or the 4 great sacred grounds, who would have thought that this was just an artifact spirit created by a drop of Ling Taixu's blood? In 6 days, Xiaoqing was an absolute genius to learn to refine spirit weapons. Yet her master, Ling Taixu, was even more terrifying, and in the same 6 days, he was already able to refine king weapons. On the 10th day, Ling Taixu managed to refine a lower-grade imperial weapon. If you refine it with blood, an imperial artifact can be made. The invincible Ling Taixu naturally had an unrivaled talent. On this day, the Earth Fire Elf had successfully advanced to become an early 7th stage spirit beast. After it advanced, it immediately exited the underground magma. Seeing Ling Taixu, a human cultivator of the 2nd level of Tongyi, he unexpectedly couldn't help but scoff. Ha ha, a weak human cultivator, just right to play with sister. The Earth Fire Elf was very confident. It could see that this human in front of it was at least 2 great realms lower than it. So this was still not her plaything? Previously, it was still too weak to freely expose itself in front of humans. It didn't know what the reason was, but it had traveled to an unfamiliar place, and had also discovered a precious 9th grade Earthfire Lotus seed. It should be known that the Earthfire Lotus it had guarded before was only of 3 grades, and was still hundreds of years away from maturity. Eating the 9th grade Earthfire Lotus seed not only elevated its realm, but also allowed her to evolve into the Emperor of the Earthfire Elves. This Earthfire Elf looked like a ball of pure flame. In this world 7th order spirit beasts could not yet take shape. Only when they reached the 9th order, which was the Great Emperor realm, could they take shape. There were no great emperors in Starlon, so people could hardly find spirit beasts that had transformed into forms. However, there was nothing strange under the sky, and there were some special spirit beasts that could transform and advance, and it was obvious that the Earth Fire Elf in front of him was not yet ready to transform. Ling Taixu smiled and said, following the voice of the machine next to the maternity store he passed in his previous life, little friend, come over and play. You're the little friend, but I've been around for over 3,000 years. The Earthfire Elf seemed to want to give Ling Taixu a kick in the pants, directly and quickly rushing towards Ling Taixu to pounce on him. The intention was to scare Ling Taixu, ready to dodge away when he was about to hit the human in front of him, but it had just arrived in front of Ling Taixu when a palm grabbed it, stopping it in its tracks. The temperature of its body flames was capable of melting everything. Yet this fleshly mortal human in front of him was actually not afraid of it and grabbed it with his bare hands. Human, how are you not afraid of my flames? Quickly release me. The Earth Fire Elf struggled and shouted loudly. Ling Taixu laughed. Recognize me as your master and I'll let you go. No way. I won't recognize a cunning human yet, the Earth Fire Elf said. However, Ling Taixu only gently exerted his force, and the Earth Fire Elf instantly felt an unprecedented terror. Woohoo! Don't push any harder and I'm going to burst from your squeeze. Recognize me as your master. I'll give you one last chance. Ling Taixu coldly said. Recognize my master. Isn't it good that I recognize my master? The Earth Fire Elf said in a very aggravated manner. Just now it had reached the limit of what it could bear. It had heard other Earth Fire Elves say before that humans were no good. And it was true. Good. Ling Taixu's hand loosened slightly. The Earth Fire Elf recognized his master and was quick, completing the master-servant contract in no time. The Earth Fire Elf also became Ling Taixu's first spirit beast. Although it was a bit weak, it was still considered to allow Ling Taixu to open the door to contracting spirit beasts. You'll be called Fire from now on. Yes, master. Fire Child opened her mouth and then turned into a ray of fire trying to enter Spirit Void's body. However, there was no way for it to enter Ling Taixu's skin. In the end, it could only be attached to Ling Taixu's arm skin, forming a flame-like tattoo. Ling Taixu had gotten the Earth Fire Elf Emperor, and there was nothing good left here. In these 10 days, Ziyu had already taught Xiaoqing a lot, which was equivalent to handing over the work as it were, and then Ling Taixu left behind a portion of the weapon refining materials. Doing this, Ling Taixu was considered to have done his best in terms of benevolence. In a few thousand years, this one legacy will not be broken. Although the things Ling Taixu got here weren't too much, with Violet Spectre's guidance, none of the good things in the secret realm could escape him. Master, in this secret realm, in addition to me here, there are 5 other inheritance sites, respectively, the former master and her several friends set up. In addition to these 5 there is also a seemingly ancient era left behind the cave. It is the former masters they do not dare to enter easily. There's also that exotic treasure that makes the entire secret realm's herbs grow faster right inside. The former master once said that entering this ancient secret realm might lead to the inheritance of a picture emperor, or even putting this secret world under control. After exiting the Emperor Soldier's mound, Violet Spectre told all that she knew. She had followed her master when he built the secret realm, so basically she knew exactly what this secret realm had. So once he gave Ling Taixu this way, Ling Taixu knew what he was going to do next. But before that, Ling Taixu needed to protect the 3 princesses first. Transient. When Ling Taixu reappeared he was already in front of the 3 princesses. Brother Taixu. Jian Xinmai ran in excitement and hugged Ling Taixu in one hand. Jian Xinning and Jian Xinxue, however, were not like Jian Xinmai, who had a more lively personality. Ling Taixu said, "Little dance, Ning Ning, and Schwerer, I have other things to do, but for your safety, I'll leave you a 7th-ranked spirit beast. Fire Child, come out," Ling Taixu said. A fire light came out from Ling Taixu's arm, and the Earth Fire Elf Emperor was still in the form of a ball of flame. "Master," Fire spoke up. "What is this?" Jian Xin Dance asked curiously. "Brother Taixu, this should be an Earth Fire Elf, or a 7th-ranked Earth Fire Elf." Jian Xining's schooling was clearly much better than Jian Xinmai's. Ling Taixu nodded and said, "Ning is right. It's a 7th-order Earth Fire Elf. For the rest of your exploration of the secret realm you will be protected by Fire. Fire, you have to keep them safe. You have to listen to her when I'm not around." Ling Taixu pointed towards Jian Xinning, and he could only feel at ease if Jian Xinning led the way. "Yes, master," Fire said. Brush. Ling Taixu took out 3 more extreme Imperial artifact longswords from the system space. "These 3 Imperial weapons you should keep. They can increase your battle power. And with the help of Fire Child, you don't have to be afraid of anyone in this secret realm," Ling Taixu faintly said. The 3 women were surprised when they took out 3 Imperial artifacts at once, and they were still extreme Imperial artifacts. "Brother Taixu, are these 3 swords all extreme Imperial artifacts?" Jian Xinxue asked. Ling Taixu said, "Yes, they are all gadgets. You guys make do with what you've got. I wanted to give you Emperor weapons, but unfortunately without the strength of a quasi-emperor it's simply not possible to bring into play the power of an emperor weapon." "Imperial weapon? Brother Taixu, you're not kidding, right?" Jian Xinmai looked at Ling Taixu incredulously. Ling Taixu laughed. "Little dance, do you see when I've ever made a joke?" Jian Xinning stepped forward to take a closer look at the 3 extreme Imperial artifacts, which were of extremely high quality. An Imperial artifact of such quality was something that the entire Sword Star Imperial dynasty wouldn't be able to come up with 2 pieces of. The top quality is easy to get, but the very best is hard to get to. In terms of the difficulty of refining a weapon, a lower-grade quasi-emperor weapon was not as good as this extreme Imperial weapon. The 3 women looked at the 3 swords, and all of them had a movement that couldn't help but swallow their saliva. Ling Taixu said, "What are you all waiting for? 1 piece each." It was just that Jian Xinxue and Jian Xinmai looked at Jian Xinning together, as if they were waiting for Jian Xinning's instructions. Jian Xinning said, "Brother Taixu, isn't this too expensive? It's a bit of a waste to give it to us. Take it if it's given to you guys. These 3 Imperial weapons are just that. It's all been told to you guys. These are just trinkets. I have more than enough." Ling Taixu said, "Schwerer, little dance, why don't you put it away?" Seeing Ling Taixu say that, Jian Xinmai immediately said, "Then I won't be polite. Thank you, Brother Taixu. I'll choose this one." Jian Xinmai took one of them, and then Jian Xinxue also stepped forward and took one. "Thank you, Brother Taixu," Jian Xinxue said. Some time ago, she and Ling Taixu had spent a few days alone together, and their mutual feelings had increased a lot, so it could be said that of the 3 women now, She was the only one who was completely recognized by the system. Seeing that both sisters had put away Ling Taixu's sword, Jian Xining also put it away. Thank you, brother Taixu. Ling Taixu nodded and said, you guys explore on your own next. I'll leave first. As he spoke, Ling Taixu once again disappeared into thin air. Jian Xiandance had some doubts in her heart as she said, big sister, third sister, I have a feeling that brother Taixu, is he that invincible great emperor Ling Bufan? Jian Xinxue was deeply touched by this. Before picking the spiritual herbs, their spiritual sense could only extend a distance of 20 or so meters, but Ling Taixu could extend tens of kilometers or even 100 kilometers away. There is also the cultivation of Tony second level. Can you beat an early 6th stage ferocious beast like that with a single blow? Even the inner Dan is shattered. It's the 9th level of the cave realm cultivator can't do it either, right? But Ling Taixu, a Tony second level realm, was able to do it. I think that 7th sister is right. I also think that brother Taixu is that invincible great emperor, Jian Xinxue said with a serious face. Jian Xining said, whether or not it's the invincible emperor, let's not discuss it. Good. We'll listen to your sister. Ling Taixu arrived on top of a large mountain after instantly moving. The heaven and earth Yuan spirit chi here was particularly dense. Originally, the Yuan spirit chi of the secret realm was 10 times that of the outside, while here it was at least 20 times more. Spiritual sense swept through. There were at least several hundred Tony 9th level cultivators gathered here. They were absorbing the Yuan spirit chi of heaven and earth to break through their existing realms. Needless to say, it's a great place to break out. After all, it was the core of the 4 holy places that might not have this much Yuan Ling Qi, and with limited resources and countless disciples vying for it, how long could they get it? So in this secret realm was the perfect opportunity. They almost all ate the heaven and earth medicinal herbs in the secret realm that helped to raise their cultivation. Advancing to Cave Void could be considered a breeze. Zu, show the way, Ling Taixu said. In the next instant, Violet Spectre transformed into a ray of light. In the blink of an eye, he was in the middle of a large mountain. Ling Taixu then followed. If one could really take control of a party of small worlds, then this place would be considered one's own backyard. At this moment, the drop of kindness that was left behind at the Emperor's soldier mound was instantly gone. After all, charity depends on what you give, and you have no problem giving to those you don't need. But if it was really possible to take a party of small worlds for himself, then Ling Taixu would be embarrassed and really couldn't give it. 49. Entering the mountain, Violet Yui led Ling Taixu to a hidden canyon in the middle of the mountain, with no other cultivators within a mile around. The canyon is very secluded and has a beautiful and pleasant environment with flowers of all colors competing for attention and waterfalls. Entering it gives you a feeling of peace and comfort. A place that, I must say, is an excellent place to live in seclusion. Of course, in this secret realm, or before this ancient cave, all of those flowers were all kinds of lushly growing medicinal herbs, densely packed with 10,000-year-old medicinal herbs, at least a few hundred of them. Previously, Ling Taixu had brought Jian Xinxue to collect herbs for 2 days, and not even a fifth of what was here. Taking a look at this canyon, ordinary cultivators were afraid that it would be difficult to find it. Ling Taixu said, Zu, how did your former masters and the girls find this place? Master, the spiritual sense here has no limitations for great emperor-level powerhouses. Finding this place is easy. Violet Spectre came to a bare rock wall. This is the entrance to the ancient cave. It looks like a rock wall, but you can actually enter easily. Ling Taixu looked at the rock wall, and his spiritual sense was still able to easily penetrate through. Inside, there was a lot of space, and to enter was a hall. In the very center of the hall, there floated a fist-sized light green bead, which should be an orb to be precise. On the surrounding walls of this hall, there seemed to be countless round holes, some of the energy entering into the orbs, and some of the energy being released from elsewhere, as if a perfect cycle had been formed here. Unsurprisingly, this orb was the treasure that Violet Yui had said could accelerate the growth of medicinal herbs. Go, let's go in. After looking around, Ling Taixu did not continue further. Ling Taixu brought Violet Yui along with him and easily passed through the rock wall without any obstruction. Just after Ling Taixu entered, Violet Spectre continued, Master, this is the treasure I mentioned before, but there are several extremely powerful formations layered around this treasure. When the former owner and her several friends here in a total of at least 100 times to break the array in, put their best foot forward also only broke the second layer of the array. Went to the third layer there is a great emperor also almost perished. Master, if you don't have full certainty, don't go and break into the third layer of the formation, because the first 2 layers seem to be just a reminder not to break in. And if you go again on the third layer, it will be a killing formation. I'm not sure about the remaining 6 layers of the formation. That's all I know. The former owner of Violet Spectre was just up to this point. Any more information was not available, and Ling Taixu would need to go and break in personally. Ha, are 9 layers of formations very powerful? What if the special meow is to come with 100 layers of formations? Ling Taixu is invincible. Can't he still deal with these formations? Master, be careful, Violet Spectre warned. Violet Spectre, it seems that you still don't know the true power of your master me. As soon as Ling Taixu raised his hand, Violet Spectre once again turned into a long purple-red sword that appeared in his hand. No, I can't destroy this formation. It might be useful to stay, Ling Taixu faintly said. Brush. Space Mobile. Master, the power of the law here is also unable to. But just as Violet Spectre opened her mouth, she realized that her master had already arrived at this most central area, easily passing through the 9 layers of formations. Master is awesome. Also, when Ling Taixu arrived, the orb unexpectedly began to accelerate. In the next moment, a shadow appeared in front of Ling Taixu's eyes. It was an old man who looked to be in his 60s or 70s. Congratulations, you have successfully passed the 9-fold formation I set up. To be able to pass through my 9 formations shows that you have extraordinary attainments in talent, strength, and in formations. It is rare that a heavenly being in this world's whole void realm and below can break my 9 formations. This one formation is set up exclusively for those below the cave void realm. It's the Great Emperor realm that can't get past the first 3 formations if they want to. You're lucky. Ling Taixu knew that the one in front of him was just a remnant of his predecessor, and did not interrupt. To introduce myself, I am Sage Gudu. When traveling this realm, I happened to find a small independent space here, so I refined it into a secret realm, and the world can enter and cultivate after discovering it, while those who succeed in controlling this space will also receive a part of my inheritance. But you have to remember, if you want to take away this space, you need to be at least at the Great Emperor realm, or else this spatial power will turn you back. Remember, just by dropping your blood in the wood spirit bead, you become the master of this space and can enter at will. Alright, that's all I have to say. My inheritance is all in this wood spirit bead. If there is fate, we may meet, and since you were able to obtain my inheritance, then you are also qualified to become my disciple. When Guido's words were finished, the light disappeared as well. The wood spirit bead was the core of this world, and it was estimated that the saint called Guido had used it to create this space. Ling Taixu also didn't know the level of this wood spirit bead, just that this saint, it seemed to have surpassed the existence of a great emperor, still able to travel through various realms, definitely a strong person. This inheritance, if allowed to be obtained by those protagonists who were the sons of heaven's destiny, it was conceivable that they would definitely rush out of this world and then find Guido to become a disciple, finally accomplishing transcendence. It's a pity, Ling Taixu was here. Even though this inheritance wasn't particularly useful to him, it was better to have it than not to have it. In the future, when he was out of this world, he just happened to have a new his identity. It's just a matter of dripping blood, that's another 100 years off of invincibility. I don't know what will happen to my blood. A drop of Ling Taixu's blood fell and the wood spirit bead instantly absorbed it. Only in the next moment, the entire wood spirit bead began to riot. The trembling of the wood spirit bead caused the entire secret space to start trembling. In various places in the secret space, many cultivators had already reached the key to breaking through the cave void. This sudden change caused some people to spit blood from their mouths on the spot, and what was originally a 10-pronged advancement unexpectedly failed. Everyone didn't know what was happening at this time in the Starland Little Mysterious Realm. Outside of the Starland Little Mystery Realm, there were also some energy fluctuations emanating from it. The formation that had already been repaired quite a bit collapsed and destroyed again at this moment. It's over. It's over. Originally, according to this progress, there was still a chance to complete it at full strength, but now it's all ruined. What exactly happened inside the secret realm? Outside the secret boundary, this promotion and repair had invited almost all of the formation experts from the Starland world. How do you know that the efforts of 10 days have been lost? And originally it was 70% damaged, but now it is almost 100% damaged, and there is only 80 days to repair it. It was also at this time that the spatial rift left behind by Ling Taixu's previous entry into the secret realm was miraculously repaired. Along with this space was surprisingly still expanding, the wood spirit bead running to allow the throughput of heaven and earth aura to accelerate once again. In addition to the change in the size of the space, the flow of time in the Starland Little Mysterious Realm also gradually changed. The changes in the Starland Small Mysterious Realm caused the entire small world to start shaking. It was that sage Guda who couldn't possibly have thought that a single drop of blood from the inheritor would be able to drastically change the spatial secret realm that he had left in this one place. Big sister. Third sister. This secret realm seems to have changed differently. Is it Brother Taixu's doing? Jian Xin Dance asked with some doubts. Because in her heart, she just felt that Ling Taixu was that invincible great emperor. It just hasn't been confirmed yet. Jian Xinning said. Seventh sister. It's better not to make any wild guesses about Brother Taixu's identity. Does it still matter to us who he is now? Jian Xinmai nodded and said, that's right, we're going to marry Brother Taixu anyway. At this moment, those 29 heavy disciples in the realm they were in the process of breaking through within the Starlan Little Mystery were all cursing as the changes within the mystery had caused many of them to fail in their breakthroughs. Getting injured was a small matter. The key was that once this was done, then the harvest of this trip to the secret realm would definitely be greatly reduced. Also, breakthrough injuries have a great impact on the realm while affecting the next breakthrough. It was just that Ling Taixu didn't know any of this. The process of recognizing the owner lasted for a long time, and it was only after a month that the Starland Little Mystery realm stopped changing. By now, Ling Taixu had also put away the wood spirit bead. It turned out that this wood spirit bead was not just any old whatsoever imperial artifact, but a spiritual treasure nurtured by heaven and earth, very special, and the core of controlling this small world. Within the wood spirit bead, there was a set of feats called the Ancient Bible. It was a Gong method summarized and created by Sage Gudu in his life, and it could be cultivated to the saintly realm. However, the portion that remained in the wood spirit bead could only go as far as the Great Emperor realm. As explained in the image left behind earlier, this one was why he wanted to take on disciples later. How was it possible to leave all the feats here at this time? It was only at the Great Emperor realm that one could become his disciple, and it seemed that this saint realm was not a bit stronger than the Great Emperor realm. Looking at the formation in front of him, it didn't seem to be of much use. Still, Ling Taixu kept it in case it was useful in the future. Violet Yui had been following Ling Taixu's and witnessed all of this with her own eyes. This master of hers was simply too powerful, and the former master and those few great emperors didn't even seem worthy of lifting their shoes. Ling Taixu was happy in his heart, and at this moment, the Starland Little Mystery realm was his. It felt as if those previous setups were a bit redundant. With a single movement of his mind, Ling Taixu was able to clearly feel everything in the entire Starland small world. Which place had spirit beasts and where there were spirit medicines, all of them could be seen clearly, especially those places where the inheritance was set up. Every Ling Taixu looked at them, and this world, he rules. With a thought, those cultivators who entered the inheritance were all teleported out, and then Ling Taixu directly closed the inheritance. It would be impossible for them to find the inheritance site again after the closure. However, there was one place that Ling Taixu didn't close, and that was the Emperor's Soldier Mound. There's a good show going on at this time of year. The Starlan Little Secret had been opened for more than 40 days, and a few kilometers outside the Emperor's Soldier Mound had already gathered a few hundred people, including his 3 princesses as well. There were already more than 100 people at the Cave Void realm here, and they should have succeeded in advancing in these 40 days or so. Just what Ling Taixu didn't know was that if it wasn't for him, there would be even more people breaking through to the Cave Void realm. Everyone gathered did not attack the ferocious beasts guarding the outside of the Emperor's Soldier Mound. Ling Taixu's mind moved, and in the next moment, he appeared on the outskirts of the gathering place, then slowly walked in. It was only when Ling Taixu had just walked to the gathering place that someone spotted him. How dare a Tony 2nd level 1 come here to join in the fun? Shoo, don't you dare say anything. This is the fiancé of 3 princesses of the Sword Star Imperial Dynasty, and there's a peerless emperor behind you. Do you want to die? Is not just a background. In addition to the invincible Great Emperor, nothing, I see, but rely on the defense. However, Ling Taixu just looked at it the same way, and then just moved his mind. The man instantly disappeared before the eyes of several people. Where are the people? Just disappeared into thin air? He had just said a few words about Ling Taixu. It was hard not to believe that the peerless emperor had been paying attention to this place. The invincible emperor was a man who knew the laws of space, so it was easy to silently erase a person. In fact, Ling Taixu didn't kill him directly. It just teleported him in front of a few ferocious beasts outside the Emperor's Soldier Mound. A loud bang and a scream were then heard. Asterisk. Which is the ungrateful one? Isn't it waiting for a few days to converge more so that the daughter can kill that ferocious beast again? This is a move? In the depths of the gathering place, someone cursed. 2 ferocious beasts of the early 7th stage, and 3 ferocious beasts of the mid-6th stage. If they weren't properly set up, there would be no way for those of them to kill them. The last time a 7th-ranked ferocious beast appeared, an imperial weapon was obtained. Although it was crippled, it was still much stronger than a quasi-imperial weapon, and there were also 2 quasi-imperial weapons. After so many years of exploring the Starland Minor Secret Realm, the more powerful the ferocious beasts that appeared outside the Emperor's Soldier Mound, the better the treasures inside. This time a 7th-ranked beast was a crippled Emperor weapon, so this time there were 2 7th-ranked beasts that might have a real intact Emperor weapon. If one brought the Imperial weapon back to the clan would surely bestow endless resources, not to mention that a quasi-emperor was expected to be rich and powerful for a lifetime. or even hide the imperial weapon and go incognito until he cultivated himself into a quasi-emperor. At that time, with a completed imperial weapon, he would definitely be a party hegemon. That was the reason why there were so many people surrounding this place. The lure of an emperor's artifact was simply too great and worth the risk. Ling Taixu walked in silently. The battle there did not lead to here. The choice is still quite far away. Previously, Ling Taixu didn't know, but having already taken control of the secret realm, Ling Taixu realized that these few ferocious beasts that entered couldn't leave the Emperor's soldiers' mound too far, and that the mission of teleporting in was to guard the Emperor's soldiers' mound. When Jian Xinmai saw Ling Taixu coming, she trotted over to greet him as cheerfully as ever. And this joy from within cannot be faked. Brother Taixu, we've searched for a lot of things this month. Big sister has broken through, and I've also raised a rank. Tony 9? Ling Taixu looked over. Jian Xinning nodded. A fluke breakthrough, and it's still thanks to fire. It helped us find quite a few medicinal herbs, spirit fruits. Fire child. Well done, Ling Taixu said. You continue to protect them here. Yes, master, Fire said. Ling Taixu looked at the three women and continued. You are also gathered here. Are you also thinking of going to enter the Emperor's soldier mound? Jian Xinning said. Yes, this time the Emperor's soldier mound will most likely have an Emperor artifact, and I have the extreme Imperial artifact that you gave me from Brother Taixu, which gives me a few more points of certainty, including the disciples of the Sword Star Imperial dynasty behind me. There are now 8 of them who have been upgraded to the Cave Void Realm, and after some more time, we will have at least 100,000 Cave Void Realm disciples who will have the qualifications to contend for this Emperor artifact. Who wouldn't want an Imperial weapon? That was part of their mission here. At first, they were prepared to go to the Emperor's Soldier's Mound, but they actually wanted to confirm the Emperor's Soldier's Mound's Guardian Ferocious Beasts. If the Guardian Ferocious Beast exceeded the 7th rank, then all the disciples of the Sword Star Imperial dynasty would have to be focused on grabbing the Imperial weapon that was about to appear. Compared to the other inheritances, the Imperial artifacts were even more important. The weapons inside the Emperor's Soldier Mound Ling Taixu had moved long ago. The best but a lower grade king's artifact is still cracked. The things that the people had worked so hard to get turned out to be some spirit weapons, or spirit weapons of low quality. So it was estimated that there would definitely be a lot of complaints when the time came. Unfortunately, what does this have to do with Ling Taixu? He's just here for a good show. Ling Taixu said. This place, Ning, you guys should not go. It doesn't really suit you, and I don't think there's much to be gained. 2 7th order ferocious beasts and 3 6th order ferocious beasts. It's not that easy to deal with. But this was Jian Xinling's mission in the Sword Star Imperial dynasty, and almost all of the great clans were all running towards this Imperial Soldier Mound where Imperial artifacts might appear. According to past experience, the probability of an Imperial artifact appearing this time is very high. If you go back to the Imperial dynasty and let your elders know that there is an Imperial artifact and still don't go to grab it, you'll definitely get a lecture when you go back. Jian Xinling was still trying to explain this Imperial Soldier's Mound. However, just at that moment a few youths suddenly came up ahead. Each one of them had an imposing appearance and extraordinary instrumentation. And they were not ordinary people at a glance. Knowing that Ling Taixu might not recognize these people, Jian Xin Dance whispered in his ear. Brother Taixu, the one in the middle is the Moon Shadow Duke who was at the top of the Duke's list. The one next to him on the right side is the Falling Flower Duke who was originally ranked 3rd and was squeezed out by you. And on the left side is the 11th ranked Yuncheng Duke. And the last one, Brother Taixu, you should recognize. Ling Taixu nodded. Lastly, this one he naturally recognized. When he first came to the Sword Star Imperial dynasty, when he comprehended the sword intent, he recognized the Sword Empty Duke, when he was ranked 18th on the Duke list. At this time, 2 of the 3 males in front of them had already ascended to the Cave Void realm. Even that Moon Shadow Duke had elevated to the 2nd level of Cave Void. The one called Duke Yuncheng had also reached the 9th level of Tongyi. And there was also that Ling Jiankong who had also reached the peak of the 8th level of Tongyi, and was likely to break through at any time. It could be seen that they had indeed gotten quite a few good things in this secret realm today, but now all these things are Ling Taixu's. It's not stealing from his house. No, I have to protect the family property. No good herb should go to waste. This is Duke Taixu, isn't it? So young to already be ranked 3rd in the Duke ranking. Congratulations. The 4th ranked Duke Falling Flower said those last 4 words very heavily. Originally this 3rd ranking he liked. Since ancient times the 3rd is a scout. After he came to the position of the 3rd specifically renamed Call for the Falling Flower, then it can be said that the scenery is infinite. He had been sitting at the 3rd place for more than 10 years, but he didn't know that a Ling Taixu had come and easily surpassed him. Over even. But the other party was still only a Tongyi 2nd level cultivator. With this, it was still ranked in front of him. Where did this make his Tongyi 9 heavy face go? Ling Taixu laughed. Many thanks, Many thanks. I see that the Moon Shadow Prince has advanced to the Cave Void realm. Then I am not advancing one more. I don't know if that second is there. If so, I would like to ask him what realm he is in now. If he breaks through the Cave Void, then I will be number 1. First, the Falling Flower Duke became even more upset in his heart. At the end of the day, he ended up 4th down the list and could be said to hate Ling Taixu. The Moon Shadow Duke in the center saw the situation and glanced at the Falling Flower Duke. The other party seemed to be a bit afraid of the Moon Shadow Duke and then also took a step backward. It was at this time that the Moon Shadow Duke smiled and spoke. Rankings are nothing more than vanity. The Falling Flower Duke, he's not very good at talking, please forgive him. Duke Taixu. Ling Taixu said. It's fine. I won't bother with the ones who won't talk anyway. If Lord Moon Shadow was going to say something about joining forces together to go to the Emperor's Soldier Mound, I think it's better to forget about it. The Sword Star Imperial Dynasty won't be able to go alone, so you guys might as well contact other people. Ling Taixu directly refused. Prince Taixu, do you know that this time the Emperor's Soldier Mound will most likely have an intact Emperor artifact? And this time the Quasi-Emperor artifacts will probably not be fewer. Are you guys sure you don't want to compete for it? If we didn't join forces, how is that Tong Tian Pavilion's 600 to 700 disciples competing? Their people are forming a convergence. As far as I know, the Cave Void realm already has no less than 60 people. If all of them come together, there might be nearly 200 Cave Void realms. We 9 continents can't even compete with it without joining forces. I formed an alliance of our 9 continents to try and fight against it. Do you want to watch this Imperial artifact fall into the hands of this Tong Tian Pavilion? Prince Taixu? Ling Taixu nodded and said, that makes sense. But I think that if the Sword Star Imperial Dynasty is the one to make a move, it will probably be cannon fodder, and it will be hard to have a chance to get an Imperial artifact, so it would be better to rest here for a little while. And who can say if there's an Imperial artifact or not? Prince Taixu, this is the best time to obtain an Imperial artifact. Just participate and you'll have a chance to get it. The Moon Shadow Duke naturally wouldn't give up on uniting everyone he could, or else they really wouldn't be able to compete with the disciples of the Tong Tian Pavilion. Moreover, the Tong Tian Pavilion disciples were not on the list of males and goddesses, and through a few days of observation, it had already been discovered that there were at least 3 people whose cultivation and battle strength were no less than his. Although there weren't many experts in the Sword Star Imperial Dynasty, that day she had seen that the 3 princesses had a chance of defeating a late-stage Cave Void cultivator with that strike. And now that the realm had risen once again, the power of that Sword Dao combination strike should be even greater. The fact that Ling Taixu was able to receive this strike showed that his own strength was definitely not as simple as Tony's second level. Everyone from the Sword Star Imperial Dynasty gathered together. They had to wait for Jian Xinning and the 3 princesses' decision. And the 3 princesses were looking at Ling Taixu this moment. In fact, in their hearts they actually believed in Ling Taixu. But this was an important task within the Imperial Dynasty. How to go back to account for it if they just gave it up? The 3 of them were also very entangled in their hearts. Ling Taixu said indifferently, hey, it's just an emperor weapon. This kind of thing I don't seem to need. Ling Taixu gave the crowd the impression that he was saying that behind me was an invincible great emperor. Do I need an emperor weapon? That behind him, the Duke of Falling Flowers said, Ling Taixu, you have the invincible emperor behind you. You don't need it, but it doesn't mean that the Sword Star Dynasty needs it. Ask the 3 princesses behind you to see if they agree with what you are saying. Speaking here, Duke Falling Flower deliberately opened his mouth. Looking at the 3 flowery and beautiful princesses behind Ling Taixu made him angry. Originally, participating in this son-in-law recruitment of the Sword Star Imperial Dynasty, this class thought that he was stable and could at least marry a princess. How did he know that there was a Ling Taixu, who not only robbed the princess, but also robbed him of his ranking on the Duke ranking? Ling Taixu looked at the 3 princesses and said, what do you think? There was still some hesitation in Jian Xinning's mind at the moment, with Ling Taixu on one side, and the important task that the Imperial Dynasty had painstakingly set out to obtain at all costs if an Imperial artifact appeared on the other. I agree with Brother Taixu. We don't want this Imperial artifact. Jian Xinxue was the first to stand out in favor of Ling Taixu. After all, Ling Taixu had completely subdued her and definitely supported Ling Taixu. After she came out, Jian Xinmai also spoke. I support Brother Taixu. Jian Xinning then clenched her teeth, also completely abandoning the dictates of the 3 quasi-emperors of the Imperial Dynasty, and said, we of the Sword Star Imperial Dynasty will listen to Brother Taixu's instructions in all matters, and if Brother Taixu says we won't go to fight for it, we won't go. Ling Taixu was satisfied with the reaction of the 3 princesses. He also knew that it was hard to get them to make this decision, but the fact that he ended up choosing Ling Taixu in front of everyone against the order of the dynasty also showed that he hadn't hurt them for nothing this year. The 3 princesses had spoken. What else could Lord Moonshadow say? Since you're not joining, then I have nothing to say. But I have one piece of advice. Since you're not involved, It's best not to think about fishing for profit, or you'll be hunted down by our alliance. There are still 57 days until the closure of this starland little mysterious realm. That is, you can't use or escape even if you get an emperor weapon. The Moon Shadow Duke failed to solicit and instead warned. It was true that Ling Taixu had the invincible emperor behind him, but he wasn't afraid either. After all, this was a matter of juniors. Could it be that you, invincible emperor, would come to trouble him because of such trivial matters? That would be too much without the measure of a great emperor of a party. Although the other party's speech is a little not so nice, Ling Taixu has long been set up in the emperor's soldier mound, and it makes little sense to fight with it at this time, saying, "Don't worry, whoever fights with you for the emperor quasi-imperial artifacts inside, who is a dog? Well, I hope you do what you say you're going to do. Farewell." The Moon Shadow Duke spoke coldly. In fact, this was also the rule. The guy who obtained the emperor's weapon 800 years ago was the one who had been hiding, and then made his move at the end of the day, successfully obtaining the emperor's weapon and walking out of the starland little mysterious realm. From then on, any fight at the emperor's soldier mound would result in the formation of 2, or even 3, forces. The powers of the 9 continents were allied, mainly the 4 great holy lands, the 9 great sects and the 9 great imperial dynasties. The Tongtian Pavilion counted as one, as they entered with many people and didn't need to join forces with others at all. Other than that was the alliance of the remaining trials. They didn't belong to the first-class clan forces, but there was no shortage of heavenly sons and daughters who formed a temporary force that couldn't be underestimated. So basically, only those who participate together can qualify for it, otherwise everyone will hunt it down. After a few people left, Ling Taixu also turned his head and said, "Ning Ning, bring everyone from the Sword Star Imperial Dynasty with you and follow me. There's also more than one opportunity in this Starland Minor mysterious realm. Also, if anyone wants to compete for that imperial artifact, they can stay and I won't blame them." Jian Xinning said, "Brother Taixu, I'll inform everyone right away. Wait for me for some time." Ling Taixu nodded. Jian Xinmai said, "Brother Taixu, are you still going to look for medicinal herbs? I heard that you and third sister have looked for many precious medicinal herbs, the kind that can be sold for hundreds of thousands of top-grade yuan spirit stones for a single plant. I want them too. Also, can Brother Taixu catch me a spirit beast as well? I want one too." Seeing that Earth Fire Elf Emperor, a 7th order spirit beast, Jian Xinmai wanted one and came over to pull Ling Taixu's palm and rub it around. Meeting that raging peak was straight up overwhelming. You have to know that the system Ling Taixu obtained is a concubine type op. It's been more than 40 days. He hadn't even managed to recharge his invincibility time once yet, and had instead spent hundreds of years going out. Tools rust if they are not used again. Under the influence of the system, Ling Taixu unconsciously felt something, but in this public place, this would be embarrassing if it exposed the Senate tree. Ling Taixu said, all right, I'll find you guys and catch one for all 3 of you." "Great. They're all at least early stage 6 here." Sword Xin Dance exulted. Spirit beasts were rare in this world. 95% of them were ferocious beasts, and it was even harder to catch a spirit beast or a powerful spirit beast. That's why having a powerful spirit animal is the dream of many cultivators. Having a contracted spirit beast was an additional point of battle power and life assurance. After about half an hour, Jian Xingning brought people from the Sword Star Imperial Dynasty. Jian Xingning said, "Brother Taixu, together with the 3 of us, we had already gathered 36 people, but just now I said what you wanted, and 13 of them were willing to stay and fight for a chance at the Emperor's artifact." Ling Taixu said, "That's their own choice. We can't force others to give up their chances, can we? Let's go." "This is not the place to talk," Ling Taixu said. Together with Ling Taixu, there were a total of 24 people who quickly flew away from this canyon. Ling Taixu directly returned them to the bottom of the large mountain with rich aura. Ling Taixu said, "The Starland little mysterious realm now seems to be different from before, so it's best for you guys to cultivate here and not go anywhere else. But since you guys have already trusted me, there's no way I'm going to let you guys go home empty-handed from this trip to the mysterious realm. One 10,000-year-old medicinal herb per person, and all of them are now consumable to enhance cultivation." Ling Taixu directly spoke. "Prince Taixu, are you telling the truth? 10,000-year-old medicinal herbs?" A tiny 9th level disciple of the Sword Star Imperial Dynasty spoke up. Ling Taixu said, "When has this Gongzi ever told a lie?" Brush. With a thought, a basket appeared in Ling Taixu's hand. It contained more than 20 crystal clear light green fruits, the size of an apple, which looked very appetizing. Heavens, this is actually a wood system yuan spirit fruit, or a 10,000-year-old wood system yuan spirit fruit. Such a precious treasure in an ordinary basket? It is said that eating this 10,000 years yuan spirit fruit can enhance the taker's natural potential by 30%, and taking it at the 9th level of the Tanya realm can directly raise it to the 1st level of Cave Void, or even have a chance to directly reach the 2nd level of Cave Void. Cultivators at the early stage of the Cave Void realm can also directly raise their cultivation level by 2 levels if they eat it, but boosting cultivation is all secondary. The most precious thing about the 10,000 years wood system Yuan spirit fruit is still boosting 30% of your talent potential. On this point of being able to enhance talent potential, it's already not comparable to ordinary 10,000-year-old medicinal herbs. Pick the right one. I told you it's absolutely right to follow Prince Taixu. I've just passed through the 9th level of the underworld, and I had thought that I wouldn't have a chance to advance here. So thank you, Prince Taixu, for the reward. But is it really for us? Putting it outside, one can be worth hundreds of thousands of top-grade Yuan Ling stones. Ling Taixu laughed. It seems that everyone likes the spirit fruit. This is for you. Take it in 2 batches, and spend the rest of the time here cultivating properly. Or of course you cannot take it, and staying is fine. Choose for yourself. Ling Taixu then looked at the 3 princesses and said, Ning Ning, you should also break through the Tony realm. All have a share. You distribute it. Good. Even Jian Xinings was surprised as his speech flooded with stuttering. Taking out such good herbs is just too precious. As far as the information she knew, among the cultivators who had entered the Starland Little Mysterious Realm, other than Ling Taixu and Jian Xining, the others who had gotten 10,000-year-old medicinal herbs were no more than 20. Ling Taixu had taken out more than 20 of them at this one time. Could it not be a surprise? In fact, Ling Taixu had a lot of these 10,000-year-old wooden Yuan spirit fruits on his body, all of which were picked inside the canyon outside of obtaining the wood spirit pearl. There were a total of 6 10,000-year-old wood system Yuan spirit fruit trees, each bearing 36 fruits. This time too, only 23 were taken out. However, for the entire Starland Little Mysterious Realm, the 10,000-year-old wood system Yuan spirit fruit was only the tip of the iceberg of many rare medicinal herbs, and giving 20 or so of them was nothing more than a sprinkle. Not to mention that now that Ling Taixu had taken control of the Star Lantern Small Mysterious Realm, he had already hidden all the rare medicinal herbs, and it would now be more than 10 times as difficult to find something good as it was before. It was also unknown why that Sage Guru had left such a good treasure behind. There was only one thing Ling Taixu could think of. It was like he was like him. Sage Guru was invincible now. These things were commonplace in his eyes. It's like a meal, a date, a spend 100,000 in a previous life for a billionaire worth over 100 billion. A million is nothing more than a sprinkle. Yet these are luxuries that many ordinary people cannot earn in a lifetime. Ling Taixu felt that this little secret realm of Starland could just be a few 100,000 just thrown down by a 100 billionaire. As for exposing his treasures and wealth, then Ling Taixu didn't have to worry about it as much as he did. Give if you're happy. Don't give if you're not. What's wrong with being exposed? Anyway, I'm invincible. Feel free to come and rob me if you want to die. Jian Xining allocated 10,000 years of wood system Yuan spirit fruit. All people are willing to take here. After all, out of this things may not be their own, and the temptation to increase the talent is really too great. Soon half of the people will take it to cultivate. As for Ling Taixu, he also started searching for a suitable spirit beast for the 3 princesses. It was only while searching that Ling Taixu's expression shifted and his brows furrowed slightly. Asterisk. Nima, a spirit beast dared to a goddess. Let me come. Wait. There is a conspiracy. And isn't this the female disciple of the Taishang Forgotten Love sect that Su Qingxue said she would let herself take care of? The goddess on the goddess list. The goddess is in trouble. Taixu supports her. Jian Xining had already taken the 10,000-year wood system Yuan spirit fruit, which would truly absorb the medicinal power in preparation for breaking through the cave void realm. Fire! Protect them! Schwerer! Shout I. Keep an eye on Xining. I have to leave for a while. After Ling Taixu finished speaking, his mind moved and in the next instant, he arrived outside a canyon cave. It's said that the women of the Taishang Forgotten Love sect don't get close to men and need to remain virgins to cultivate. I've looked at the latest goddess ranking and you've actually rushed to the 27th position. I'm a cave void realm, and I even have to be careful here. You're a tiny Tomi 4th level, and you dare to come to the Starland Little Mysterious Realm. You're really looking for trouble. Brothers, go out and line up. But after my spirit beast, oh brother, after your spirit animal, how can we play then? One person can precede it by taking an herb that is over 1,000 years old to my spirit beast. Okay, 27th on the goddess list. Worth it, I'll give it. I give too. Thousands of years of medicinal herbs. In fact, this was the state of most cultivators in the Starland Little Mysterious Realm. 10,000-year-old medicinal herbs were really hard to find. After all, the Starland Small World restricted spiritual awareness. Most of the time it's just a matter of looking with your eyes, which leaves out a lot of rare herbs. The reason why Ling Taixu was able to find so many herbs in the beginning was entirely because his spiritual sense wouldn't be restricted at all here. And the spirit beast spoken of inside was a spirit beast that possessed the ability to release the poison of silver illusion. Moreover, this guy was a bit special, not interested in spirit beasts, but had a similar aesthetic to humans, a sort of semi-human state. This spirit beast wasn't that strong. It was only in the early 5th stage, considered to be in the first 3 levels of the Tony realm. Because the Starlon small world also restricted humans from carrying spirit beasts, the 5th rank was already the limit, and the 2,000 or so people who entered here carried at least 20 to 30 spirit beasts. Let me go, and everything I get inside my storage space will be given to you. Mobilizing your true essence? Continue. The more you mobilize your true essence, the faster this poison of yours will strike. Besides, you're in my hands. What isn't, brother? The reason why your Taishang Oblivion sect can be ranked as one of the 9 sects in the world is not because you have a quasi-emperor ancestor. Apart from this quasi-emperor ancestor, in our continent, where is your Taishang Oblivion sect better than our sect? To be honest, Lao Zi is specialized in getting your Taishang Oblivion sect. Together with the 3 of you, I have already killed 8 of your Taishang Forgotten Love sect and played with 2 of you since I entered the Starlon small world. You are about to be the 3rd. You guys, what are you standing around for? Wanna see Big Brother put on a show for you guys? At this moment, it seemed as if this woman from the Taishang Oblivion sect had gradually lost her sanity and began to be affected by the toxin. The body is so hot and dry that it's doing it to itself. Ling Taixu could see the situation inside clearly. 4 people plus a spirit beast, while outside there were 2 more corpses, both from the Taishang Forgetfulness sect. It was normal for people to die in the Star Lane's minor secret realm, just like the Sword Star Imperial dynasty, who had 50 people when they arrived plus Ling Taixu. In the end, only 36 people were gathered together, and most of the rest had already been killed in the mouths of ferocious beasts or in the hands of human cultivators themselves. Big Brother, we'll go out right away. But just as the 3 of them walked out, they bumped into Ling Taixu. Just as he was about to open his mouth to speak, Ling Taixu utilized the small world's own ability to control the small world to directly teleport them into the middle of the 5 ferocious beasts that were guarding the Emperor's soldier mound. Almost in the blink of an eye, the trio was devoured by 5 ferocious beasts, not even enough for them to beat their teeth. Against these people, Ling Taixu didn't even bother to do anything. Teleporting a few people away could be described as silent. Ling Taixu slowly walked in, and the man inside had already stripped himself naked. With a thought, the teleportation continued. Brush. The man and his spirit beast, Ling Taixu teleported directly outside the cave entrance. With a wave of one hand, 2 channels of true essence were sent out, and the man and beast died on the spot. When Ling Taixu finished clearing out the idlers to look at the woman in front of him again, it was only because of that spirit beast's poison that she had a scarlet face. Most of the clothing had been removed from her body, and her snow-white skin was bare. The women are indeed beautiful. Ling Taixu couldn't help but want to pounce on him, but he didn't. The reason why he treated Si Kongjing and the others like that before was actually out of revenge. Ling Taixu didn't consider himself to be a good person, but he wasn't particularly bad either. He wasn't going to do anything like that to take advantage of the situation. Ling Taixu remembered that the woman in front of him seemed to be called Zhang Wan'er. Hey, are you okay? Ling Taixu asked as he stepped forward. At this time, Zhang Wan'er hadn't completely lost her mind. Seeing that it was a different person who had come, he immediately spoke. My lord, save me, save me. Ling Taixu shook his head, but I don't have a normal antidote. You know. Then, Zhang Wan'er didn't know what she should do. Ling Taixu said, then I'll seal this hole and you can carry it through yourself. I promise not to interfere. After saying that, Ling Taixu was ready to go out. However, this Zhang Wan'er seemed to recognize Ling Taixu. Lord Taixu, I can't resist the toxin of this spirit beast at all. If I don't dissolve it in time, within an hour I will surely die. Zhang Wan'er also didn't know how Ling Taixu had gotten rid of those people. In fact, the inner elixir of that spirit beast could cure the poison. But at this time she couldn't think of that much anymore. Please, help me. I've heard about you. I don't cultivate the Taishang Forgetfulness resolve. It doesn't affect me. Please. Ling Taixu said. Hey, then, I will give you the antidote. So Ling Taixu took out a thick cushion from the system space and spread it on the ground. Then cover up this space so that no one can find this place. Detoxification begins. Perhaps it was because he was facing someone from the Supreme Forgetfulness sect. Ling Taixu's heart was unburdened. 40 days of pent-up energy had long since piled up and was in desperate need of release. Then Ling Taixu ****. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successful recharge. Invincibility time plus 100 days. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successful recharge. Invincibility time plus 100 days. I don't know how long it lasted either. It was not until Zhang Wan'er passed out that Ling Taixu stopped. He actually felt some guilt at first. However, the energy within his body had already helped Zhang Wan'er detoxify the poison a long time ago. But in reality, Zhang Wan'er acted as if the toxin was unresolved. It even performs better than when the toxins are in the body. Now Ling Taixu let go. At the same time, the true essence on Zhang Wan'er's body coalesced. Surprisingly, he began to raise his realm while in a state of sleep. At this time Ling Taixu also did not leave. Patting his ass and leaving is something he does not want to do. People should know how to be sustainable. About 3 hours passed. With the energy given by Ling Taixu, Zhang Wan'er had unexpectedly risen directly from the 4th level of Tongyi to the 8th level of Tongyi. Perhaps it was the accumulation of 40 days or so. Raising her 4 realms at once was more effective than taking a 10,000-year-old medicinal herb. Zhang Wan'er woke up and saw that Ling Taixu was still there, her pair of pretty face blushing like a freshly reddened apple. Can you turn your back and go over? Zhang Wan'er said with some embarrassment. She didn't even know how to face it when she thought about how she looked before. And it's all about begging people yourself. Good. Ling Taixu was also still giving face, after dressing up, only to hear Zhang Wan'er yell, said, this, my true essence, I Tongyi 8 wait? Before, he was at the 4th level of Tongyi, but now he was at the 8th level of Tongyi, and his body was very good, and he had been upgraded in every aspect. Prince Taixu, what have you done to me? Why has my realm risen so much? Zhang Wan'er asked in surprise, and at this moment, she didn't seem as shy as before. Ling Taixu said, it's considered compensation for you. Zhang Wan'er nodded and said, could it be that you gave me heavenly herbs? Perhaps even better. Ling Taixu said, no wonder they're progressing so fast. Zhang Wan'er suddenly thought of something. Si Kong Jing, Su Qingxue and Su Xiaoye, these 3 have made rapid progress in the last year or so, especially that Su Xiaoye, whose talent could only be considered average. Yet in more than a year's time, she had reached the return to truth realm. Wasn't this all with Ling Taixu's help? Thank you. Zhang Wan'er didn't blame Ling Taixu either. After all, Ling Taixu was also considered to have saved her. So instead of being cheap to those people, it would be better to be cheap to Ling Taixu. Ling Taixu shook his head and said, there is no need to say thank you for this. Prince Taixu, where are those people? Speaking of this, Zhang Wan'er's complexion revealed a touch of murderous aura. Ling Taixu said, there is one outside, and the other 3 are all dead. In fact, at the beginning, Ling Taixu had kept an eye out and didn't teleport everyone to those few ferocious beasts as food. It's better to stay one and let Zhang Wan'er take a look. Otherwise there's no evidence left behind. And sometimes it's hard to tell, but now it seems like it doesn't have to be. Zhang Wan'er immediately rushed out and saw that both the man and the beast were dead. Heart Qi is still very difficult to eliminate. Will be on the body of the storage spirit device up. After all, there are other disciples of the sect's things on it. A burst of retaliation ensued, beating him to a crummy pulp with his true essence. After removing all the resentment, he realized that Ling Taixu was looking at him and said, Prince Taixu, I've made you laugh. It's fine. I can understand. Ling Taixu said, Mr. Taixu, thank you. It's just this matter, please. Speaking of this, Zhang Wan'er was a bit embarrassed. Ling Taixu said, don't worry. I won't mention it to anyone. Thanks. I wonder where Lord Taixu is going now. Everyone from our clan is heading towards that Emperor's soldier mound. So if it's on the way, why don't we go together? Zhang Wan'er said, the Emperor's soldier mound? If you believe me, I advise you not to go. Not only will you not be able to reap any benefits, you might even lose your life. You might as well find a better place to cultivate and wait to go out if you have this time. Ling Taixu was telling the truth. It was hard enough to go out and find things now. Several other inheritance sites were also closed and hidden by Ling Taixu. The only place to go now was the Imperial Soldier Mound. It was also Ling Taixu who deliberately came down to disgust people. Otherwise, as long as he moved with a thought of faith, he could instantly teleport everyone within the Starland Little Mysteries, and there was no need to wait in any teleportation area. In fact, Ling Taixu, who was also observing the outside world through the Starland Small Secret Realm, also knew that the teleportation array that came outside was destroyed, mostly on their own. They just couldn't teleport out even if they went to the teleportation area. Alright, I'll listen to you. Mr. Taixu, I'm already satisfied with being able to ascend to the 8th level of Tongyi. Just can you tell me, Mr. Taixu, what exactly was used for me? Is it a 10,000-year-old herb? I feel like normal 10,000-year-old herbs don't have this effect. Ling Taixu said, just think of it as a little better than ordinary 10,000-year-old herbs. Oh, Zhang Wan'er could only stop when she saw that Ling Taixu did not respond. Thinking to myself, what are you thinking to yourself? Such a good thing given to you once is enough. You want more. Really greedy. Putting away the corpses of the two sect disciples, a Tony 9th level and a Tony 8th level, both died protecting her. Nay, the other party was an expert of the cave void realm among the four, and they were no match at all. At this moment, Zhang Wan'er also understood that she could only protect herself if she was strong. Looking at the girl, Ling Taixu thought for a moment and said, "Look at the mountain pass over there. There's more Yuan spiritual chi there, so maybe there's a chance to reach the 9th level of Tony before going out." Zhang Wan'er nodded, and Ling Taixu added, "Since it's alright, I'll leave first. You can also come to me in the future if there's anything. See you again if you have the chance." As the words fell, Ling Taixu flew directly into the air and left. The damn system. You say he's good. Naturally. Although invincible, it would affect Ling Taixu's desires in some way. Ling Taixu had taken the antidote to recharge his invincibility time earlier, and it had also allowed him to have a good time. Let's put it this way. Changwan Air is very good. The release is open and seductive. Ling Taixu didn't even think that the Supreme Forgetfulness sect would have such a relic. But after the detoxification, everything is just like the last words Ling Taixu left. It's fate to meet again. Seeing Ling Taixu leave, Zhang Wan'er lowered her head, knowing the relationship between the person in front of her and Su Qingxue, and also knowing that there was a peerless emperor behind him. Of course, she also knew that Ling Taixu would be marrying the three princesses of the Sword Star Imperial dynasty, so she didn't dare to have too many thoughts, though there was a hint of it, but it was buried again. Looking in Ling Taixu's direction, he whispered, "I will remember you in my life, and I belong only to you." After saying that, Zhang Wan'er headed in the direction that Ling Taixu had said. Only when she arrived at the one mountain pass that Ling Taixu had said, "The heaven and earth Yuan spirit chi is indeed a lot denser than other areas. Definitely an excellent site for closed-door cultivation, and it is hidden and not easy to be discovered." If Ling Taixu didn't say anything, she really didn't realize that there was a mountain pass here. But when she saw that 1,000-year-old vermilion fruit tree in the middle of this mountain pass, she was even a bit at a loss for words. After such a long time, she had only found a few ordinary 1,000-year-old medicinal herbs. And in front of the vermilion fruit is not simply 1,000 years that way, at least is already reached more than 5,000 years, and there are a total of 9, and there is already to 10,000 years. Prince Taixu, thank you. I think you must have known that there are vermilion fruits here, and even gave them to me on purpose, but you've already given me supreme benefits, so how can I dare to ask for so much? I'll only take one of 5,000 years old, and I'll bring the rest to you when I go out. Listen to you. I'll spend the rest of the time here cultivating properly, and strive to reach the 9th level of Tony before I go out. Zhang Wan'er then tested the surrounding area again and did not find any other goodies. Before cultivating, she had simply set up another formation in this mountain pass. Then he picked a vermilion fruit and ate it, and began to cultivate. In fact, she was right in thinking that this place was really Ling Taixu's deliberate guide to give her the zhugua, but the prerequisite was that she had to trust Ling Taixu to go there in order to get the benefits. Just a short while after Ling Taixu flew away, the system's voice prompt rang in his head. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully accepting Zhang Wan'er. The recharge invincibility time can be increased by 5 times. I'm here, Don, and it's perfectly done to take in. Ling Taixu was all a bit confused. He didn't seem to have paid much and he had already taken care of a goddess. It was just too unexpected. It's really different levels of difficulty in different ways for different people, and it should be that I got to her point just right for once. And Zhang Wan'er later depends on fate. Some women will boldly show it. Some will be able to hide it deep inside. After leaving, Ling Taixu also began to look for a spirit beast for each of the 3 sisters. Although the number of spirit beasts was small, there were still many that were teleported to the small secret realm. Just you guys. Ling Taixu was incredibly clear about where there was within the secret territory, and after instantly moving, he came to the edge of a cliff. On top of this cliff, rested 3 golden feathered phoenix birds, 1 late 6th order and 2 mid 6th order, and all of them were females again. Just in line with the 3 princesses. There were actually other spirit beasts as well, but Ling Taixu still chose the same for them. It's just as well that these 3 fit together and will be together in the future. Although spirit beasts could not spit out human words until they reached the 7th rank, it was good to know that 6th rank spirit beasts could already understand human words. However, Ling Taixu did not want to discuss with them verbally. As the controller of this side of space, Ling Taixu directly utilized the laws of space to imprison him in space. An instantaneous transfer then returned once again to the gathering of people on the Sword Star Imperial Dynasty's side. At this time basically none of them had ended their absorption of the 10,000-year-old wood system Yuan spirit fruit. After all, the minimum that absorbed the wood system Yuan spirit fruit was at the 8th level of Tony. With this 10,000-year-old wood system Yuan spirit fruit at the 8th level of Tongyu, It wouldn't be difficult to ascend into the cave void. One could only say that the tiny 9 heavens could enter the cave void 100% of the time. Then the tiny 8 heavens would at least have a 60 to 70% chance. Moreover, in the huge Sword Star dynasty, there were far more than 1,000,000 cultivators. So how could the 50 people chosen be less talented? So the odds are that everyone here will be able to cross over into the cave realm. Only 2 people were difficult. Jian Xin Dance and Jian Xin Shui. Jian Xinshui passes through the 7th level of seclusion, and there is only a 20% chance of stepping into the cavernous void. As for Jian Xinmai, who was currently at the 5th level of Tongyi, there was no chance at all, but the chance of raising to the 9th level of Tongyi was still quite high. However, since everyone has elevated into the cave realm, then these 2 women Ling Taixu cannot be left behind. After all, these are his 2 wives. Seeing Ling Taixu return, Jian Xinmai took the initiative to come up and said, "Brother Taixu, everyone is about to step into the cave void realm. This time when we go back, father and the others will surely be amazed." "Brother Taixu, where have you been for the past 2 days? Why are you only coming back now? Did I go for 2 days? Ling Taixu was a bit puzzled. Just to detoxify the poison. It took that long? Jian Xinmai nodded and said, "Yes, 2 whole days. Ling Taixu laughed. "Didn't you want a spirit beast? I've caught one for each of you in the past 2 days. And they're all the same spirit beast." "What spirit beast?" Jian Xinmai immediately came to be interested. Moreover, Ling Taixu couldn't possibly say that he had gone to cure someone's poison. Ling Taixu looked at Jian Xinshui and said, "Swear you also come with Xiao dance." "Good." Jian Xinshui nodded with a smile. The 3 of them then arrived a few kilometers away from the outside of Jian Xinning's retreat. After landing, Ling Taixu immediately released the 2 mid-6th stage golden feathered phoenix birds from space. The 2 golden feathered phoenix birds were initially trapped entering the unfamiliar space, and now they were also in a somewhat confused state when they were suddenly released. At the moment, Ling Taixu did not set them free, still bound by space. "I know you can understand what I'm saying. Sign a master-servant contract with them or die." Ling Taixu released that powerful pressure. Facing such a powerful aura, the 2 golden feathered phoenix birds immediately gave up their resistance. It wasn't that they didn't want to, but it felt like the gap between the 2 was too big, so big that they lost the ability to resist. "Yes, just nod your head," Ling Taixu said. The 2 golden feathered phoenix birds also didn't want to stay under Ling Taixu's powerful pressure for too long and nodded their heads vigorously. "Good, that's better." Ling Taixu smiled and continued, "Schwerer, little dance. Let's have one of each of you to sign the master-servant contract." At this moment, Jian Xinshui and Jian Xinmai both looked at Ling Taixu with shocked faces. This golden feathered phoenix bird spirit beast was precious on one hand, but what surprised them was Ling Taixu's means, releasing the golden feathered phoenix bird from space. Wasn't this the tactic that the peerless ancestor had used to deal with the 3 of them quasi-emperor ancestors in the first place? "Brother Taixu, are you really an invincible great emperor?" "Heir." Ling Taixu also knew that he had revealed himself, but what did it matter? "You guys found out. That's right. I'm the peerless great emperor, and the peerless great emperor is me." Ling Taixu laughed. Then is Brother Taixu you an old monster who has lived for many thousands of years?" Jian Xin Dance suddenly spoke up. "My, what are you talking about?" When Jian Xin Dance said such things, Jian Xin Shui immediately reprimanded, for which she didn't care. Ling Taixu said, "Well, to be precise, I'm only 101 years old now. I'm not considered old in the cultivation world." "What? Brother Taixu, you're only 101 years old." Jian Xin Dance and Jian Xin Shui both looked at Ling Taixu in surprise. Generally speaking, the children of the great powers, under careful cultivation, could reach the innate before the age of 20, and from the innate 3rd realm to the Xianzong realm could generally reach it before the age of 50. The Xianzong realm couldn't be considered low, and already possessed 1,000 years of lifespan. 50 is pretty young for 1,000 years. The Xianzong to Tongyu realm was usually around 80 years old, while the Tongyu realm would have a lifespan of 2,000 years. The 3 princesses were considered to be the gifted kind, and all of them who had long ago passed through the realm of the underworld were less than 80 years old. In fact, for cultivators with 2,000 years of life expectancy, it is 100 years old that is still a child. 1/20th of the life expectancy is still a child. 1/20th of an average person's 100 years is not 5 years old, an age when kindergarten may not even be in the 1st grade. Ling Taixu laughed. "Little dance. Isn't 101 years old okay? Brother Taixu, how is it possible to cultivate to the great emperor realm so quickly?" Jian Xinmai asked in disbelief. Ling Taixu said, "What is the great emperor realm? You'll know in the future. Maybe you'll be able to step into the great emperor realm before you're 100 years old. Not to mention, in the future, as long as Ling Taixu did some good farming, he would be able to work his way up to the peak of Tianyuan in 3 or 2 years. with better enlightenment, not to mention, stepping into the Great Emperor realm before the age of 100 is completely possible. Humph. Brother Taixu, just brag. If I can reach the Great Emperor realm at the age of 100, I'll listen to whatever you say in the future. Brother Taixu, Jian Xinmai said, growing up with a different education and a different set of eyes. Originally, the eye level in the Sword Star Imperial dynasty was already very high, but Ling Taixu's words were simply beyond imagination. However, Jian Xinxue was now convinced of Ling Taixu's words and said, I believe in Brother Taixu's words. Suddenly, 2 phoenix cries rang out. It was only at this time that the 3 of them looked over. The 2 golden-feathered phoenix birds seemed to be impatient, as if saying, are you guys signing the master-servant contract or not? If not, they are good to leave. Golden feather phoenix bird. This has 50% of the bloodline of the divine beast true phoenix. It can be considered an extremely high-quality spirit beast. The battle power of a mid-6th rank is also not comparable to a normal ordinary 7th rank spirit beast. Thank you, Brother Taixu, Jian Xin Dan said with delight. However, compared to the shock Ling Taixu had brought to them, it seemed that this extreme spirit beast was nothing. Brother Taixu, did you say there were 3 golden feather phoenix birds? Jian Xinxue asked curiously. Ling Taixu said, that's right, just 3 of them, and the 3 I caught seem to be 3 sisters as well, so they are perfect for you. Hurry up and start signing the master-servant contract. Look at them waiting impatiently. In fact, the reason why they were so obedient in recognizing their masters was because they found out that they simply couldn't resist Ling Taixu's powerful force, and secondly, Ling Taixu had also promised them that they would basically be together after recognizing their masters as well. That's why they recognized their masters this time. And the second thing was that after recognizing their masters, Ling Taixu was going to give them a 10,000-year-old medicinal herb to help them improve. All of this was what Ling Taixu had transmitted to them when he threatened just now, and the 2 women were unaware of it. It was only after the synthesis that the 2 mid-6th stage golden-feathered phoenix birds made their final choice. The process of recognizing the master was simple, and there was no need to drop blood or anything. It only took a few minutes for the 2 golden-feathered phoenix birds to finish recognizing their masters. At the same time, Jian Xinmai and Jian Xinxue also gave names to the contracted spirit beasts. This one of Sword Xinxue was called Fengxue, and Sword Xinmai's would be called Fengmai. Then the last Jian Xinning one would probably mostly be called Fengning. 10 days later, Jian Xinning, as well as everyone else, had finished absorbing the 10,000-year wood system Yuan spirit fruit. 18 people, all without exception, advanced to the cave void realm. Among them, there were even 3 people who had reached the 2nd level of cave void, and Jian Xinning was one of them, adding in addition to accepting a total of 35 people, while among the remaining 17 people, there were another 7 who had advanced to cave void themselves, but with the 10,000-year-old wooden Yuan spirit fruit they still chose to take it. The next time was when these 17 people started taking it. However, when Chapter Jian Xinmai and Jian Xinxue were taking it, Ling Taixu added another herb to them. With the assurance of such medicinal herbs, the chances of breaking through the cave void were much greater. It was also fortunate that Ling Taixu had also spent quite a bit of time recognizing various spirit medicines during this year, which allowed him to choose from the countless spirit medicines in the Starlon small world. Not only could it perfectly match with the 10,000-year-old wooden snow spirit fruit, but it could also enhance the true essence and realm without side effects. After all, it is his wife. Back to the Sword Star Dynasty. 7 days after the wedding will be held. It is estimated that at this time the entire Sword Star Dynasty is preparing. Just go out to do the wedding. Although it didn't matter to Ling Taixu whether he became married or not, for the 3 princess wives, it was the first time for them, and out of respect for them. After all, Ling Taixu had been a toolman before, and he would never let his real wife be a toolman. As for the ones from the Supreme Forgetfulness sect, they treated Ling Taixu as a tool person and even tried to kill him, so his idea from the start was simple: get revenge. Use them as a tool to gain invincibility time for himself, and as long as there's a breath left in him, after all, killing them outright would be a real bargain. Thus Ling Taixu wouldn't give them elixir help or anything, but it did allow them to gain certain benefits, and after completely subduing it, it's still not at his mercy. Isn't that better than killing it directly? Brother Taixu, thank you. Jian Xinning felt the true essence of the 2nd level of the cave void realm on her body, and to think that a year ago she was only at the 7th level of the Tawny realm. If he cultivated himself to the 2nd level of cave void, he would need at least 10 years or more. The Tawny realm was already not low in this world's realm, and the further one went, the more difficult and faster it was to cultivate. Ling Taixu said, there's no need to thank me. Come, I've prepared a spirit beast for you as well. Spirit beasts? Brother Taixu, what's going on? Jian Xinning asked with some confusion. Ling Taixu said, this is something you caught when you ate the 10,000-year-old wooden yuanling fruit. Shuer and Xiao Dance and the girls both claimed one. And of course you, Ning Ning, have one as well. Let's go. The two of them are in the process of advancing after eating 10,000-year-old medicinal herbs. This one for you is a bit stronger, eating 10,000-year-old medicinal herbs. By that time, you will also be able to have a 7th rank spirit beast, Ling Taixu said. Good. Jian Xinning didn't refuse. Arriving together a few kilometers away, Jian Xinning also revealed a look of surprise when she saw the two mid-6th order golden feathered phoenix birds that had truly advanced. Extreme spirit beasts. Who doesn't like them? Brother Taixu, you gave us the golden feather phoenix bird? Jian Xinning asked in surprise. In the Sword Star Imperial Dynasty there were also a few protectorate spirit beasts. The best of them were just top-grade spirit beasts. This Lingshu had given them 3 extreme-grade spirit beasts this time. How could she not be surprised? Ling Taixu said. The 3 golden feathered phoenix birds I gave you are also 3 sisters, and the one I gave you is also the eldest of them. As he spoke, Ling Taixu took out the late 6th stage golden feathered phoenix bird from his space. The golden feathered phoenix bird of the late 6th stage would definitely be able to advance if it ate 10,000-year-old herbs. The 3 gold feathered phoebes were also born in one litter. The other 2 had mid-6th rank, while this one could only reach late 6th rank, which was enough to show that its talent was quite a bit better than the other 2. Jian Xinning was the eldest of the 3 girls, so it was only right that she get the best one, and the other 2 wouldn't have a problem with it. Seeing Ling Taixu's methods, Jian Xinning confirmed what she had thought. Ling Taixu was the invincible emperor. He just didn't know which one was the real one. It was Ling Bufan or Ling Taixu. But none of this mattered to Jian Xinning. All that mattered was that Ling Taixu was just good to the 3 sisters. In terms of actions, it was probably impossible to find anyone in this world who could treat them better than Ling Taixu. So what more could she ask for? According to the previous means, there were already 2 golden feather phoenix birds that had recognized their masters. And this one Ling Taixu used the same means. Soon after, he completed the signing of the master-servant contract with Jian Xinning. Ling Taixu then fulfilled the commitment to fall and gave a 10,000-year-old medicinal herb, and the 3 spirit beasts began to advance at the same time. After Jian Xinning had a spirit animal, fire returned to Ling Taixu's body. In comparison to these 3 spirit beasts, Fire Child was considered an elf bred in fire and had advanced to the Earth Fire Elf Emperor. No worse than an extreme spirit beast. Another 10 days had passed, and Ling Taixu and the others had already been in the Star Lane's little mysterious realm for 65 days, with 35 days left until the end of this secret realm. However, as long as Ling Taixu was willing to do so, he could end this trip to the secret realm at any time and teleport everyone out. But how do you leave without seeing the last good show? Great! I'm also at the Cave Void realm, the same as Big Sister. Jian Xinmai jumped up with joy. Even the always calm Jian Xinshue was revealing a joyful smile at this moment. Those who were already in the Cave Void realm had even reached the 3rd level of Cave Void, and there were even people who had broken through to the 4th level of Cave Void. Jian Xinmai said, "We now have 2 7th order spirit beasts, 2 late 6th order spirit beasts, and all of them are at least at the cavernous Void realm. So it seems like the ferocious beasts outside of that Imperial Soldier Mound won't be able to stop us." At this time, Ling Taixu had also demonstrated his cultivation to the Cave Void realm, so if he continued to show the Tongyi realm, it would be too meaningless. 7th sister. Brother Taixu said not to go to the Emperor's Soldier Mound, you still mention it. Jian Xinshue reprimanded. 3rd sister. I'm just saying that, right? Jian Xinmai lowered her head, thinking that Ling Taixu was the invincible great emperor. Going there was truly pointless. Ling Taixu, however, laughed. Go ahead. In the past 2 days, all of them have gathered, and I guess they are ready to act. So we can all go and watch the fun. Just don't make a move. Looking at everything in the little secret book of Starlon, Ling Taixu was the superior, and the life and death of everyone was in his hands. Outside the Emperor's Soldier Mound, the vast majority of those who had come in to cultivate were now almost gathered. Those who didn't come either died during the exploration of the secret realm, were seriously injured, or were still looking for other opportunities. There were also those who went out like Zhang Wan'er, who had found a place with rich Yuan Lingqi to cultivate, and other places. The gathering of over 1,000 people was divided into 3 forces. The Tongtian Pavilion, a coalition of top-tier forces as well as a coalition of fragmented forces, all targeting the Imperial Weaponry Mound's Imperial weapons. Last time, a 7th-ranked spirit beast was able to obtain a crippled Emperor artifact, so this time, with 2 7th-ranked ferocious beasts guarding the area, the items obtained would only be better than the last time. This is a rule that has never changed for thousands of years at the Imperial Soldier's Mound. What was special was that this time, in addition to the 2 7th-order ferocious beasts, there were also 3 mid-6th-order ferocious beasts. With over 1,000 people, almost half of them had now reached the Cave Void realm. It was obvious that they had focused on breaking through to step into the cave void realm in a short period of time. This was normal. After all, the vast majority of the disciples who came in were Tony 9th level disciples. Now that there were so many cave void realms, as long as they were arranged wisely, it wouldn't be too much of a problem to kill these 5 ferocious beasts. When Ling Taixu arrived with the crowd, they were already at war with these 5 ferocious beasts. It was as if the 3 powers had assigned tasks. The people from the Tongtian Pavilion dealt with a 7th order beast, while the 4 Holy Lands combined with the 9 great clans and the 9 great imperial dynasties to fight against another 7th order beast, and the remaining 3 6th ranked ferocious beasts were dealt with by an alliance of the continent's ordinary forces. Countless sword lights and shadows alternated with various attack formations. There were rumbles and booms, but they were also accompanied by a scream. The 2 7th ranked ferocious beasts outside the Emperor's soldier mound were ferocious though, and a number of cultivators had already fallen. However, the other 3 6th order ferocious beasts were only human cultivators of the cave void realm, and one would have to face dozens of human cultivators of the cave void realm. It quickly gained the upper hand, and the 3 6th ranked ferocious beasts simply couldn't withstand the attacks from the opposite side. Jian Xinmai looked at the battlefield and said with some doubt, "Big sister, it used to be said that the 7th ranked ferocious beasts in this Emperor's soldier mound seemed to be difficult to deal with, and now they don't seem to be able to withstand it." Jian Xinning shook her head and said, "I'm also aware of this. But according to the descriptions of those who had entered the secret realm before, there weren't even that many people fighting at the Emperor's soldier mound. At most 1/3 of the people here. This time, it seems to come for everyone. In fact, they don't know that most of these people are helpless and have no choice. After all the other inheritance places within the secret territory had been closed by Ling Taixu. Even the spirit medicine outside is also hidden. Good luck can also stumble upon also 1,000 years level. Bad luck at most can only find 100 years level of medicinal herbs. The Emperor's Soldier's Mound was the last place where they could get benefits, so this wanted to get benefits all came. However, in that case, it would appear that there weren't enough ferocious beasts outside the Emperor's Soldier Mound, with hundreds of early-stage cave void cultivators using various means, and with some of them carrying 6th order spirit beasts. The 2 7th order ferocious beasts couldn't resist for long at all. Facing a 7th order ferocious beast, Duke Moonshadow and Duke Falling Flower led the way, followed by 100 cave void realm cultivators. After falling dozens of individual cave void realm cultivators, this 7th order ferocious beast was finally crushed. The disciples of the Tongtian Pavilion had even less loss in killing the 7th order ferocious beasts, and since they had set up a formation in a very short period of time with 100 cave void realm cultivators, the formation set up by 100 cavernous void realms was only a simple killing formation, but it was still enough to deal with a 7th ranked ferocious beast. The battle began and ended in less than half an hour. This is so not fun. It doesn't seem to be as hard as those people said before at all. Sword Xin Dan said. Almost everyone in the Sword Star Imperial Dynasty looked at it, and they all meant the same thing. Obviously, everyone had come prepared and had been preparing for a long time again. Just killing 2 7th ranked ferocious beasts that didn't have much spirit was still very simple. Since this was the case, Ling Taixu's mind moved, quickly searched the secret territory for various types of ferocious beasts. Looking at the crowd that was celebrating in front of the chapter Emperor's soldier mound, Ling Taixu smiled faintly. In an instant, dozens of various ferocious beasts appeared around the Emperor's soldier's mound, their eyes glaring ferociously as they looked at the humans in the Emperor's soldier's mound, each one of them excited. There were 3 7th order ferocious beasts, 16 late 6th order ones, 21 mid 6th order ferocious beasts, and 46 early 6th order ones. A total of 86 ferocious beasts swiftly pounced over. A wave of ferocious beasts attacked, causing the crowd that was celebrating to panic. When did so many ferocious beasts come again? Jian Xinning also couldn't help but take a step back when she saw it, saying, "Brother Taixu, no wonder you didn't let us go and participate. If we had gone, all of us here might have had to face death." Ling Taixu nodded with that same smile. Everything was within his grasp. Everyone hold on. The items obtained from the Emperor's soldier mound this time are absolutely unprecedented. Better than any other time in the past. Perhaps the worst of them are imperial weapons. And the number is certainly not small. Otherwise it couldn't have been so difficult. At this point in time, the Moon Shadow Duke was still drawing big cakes for the crowd. How much cooperation can there be with just a makeshift team? Once so many ferocious beasts arrived, there was panic, and many people began to flee the battlefield. The ferocious beasts' battles were all very simple and unorganized, going to kill whichever one they wanted to. So as long as there were more people fleeing, the ferocious beasts couldn't chase after them. Although the disciples of the Tongtian Pavilion were very well prepared, they did not anticipate that so many ferocious beasts would come. It also disrupted their formation at first. Luckily, timely adjustments were made, and the three forces began to join forces, no longer fighting separately, and those who fled attracted some of the ferocious beasts to leave, making the pressure on those who stayed greatly reduced. But the ferocious beasts that left were just a few, and one by one, the cultivators fell. However, Ling Taixu still felt that it wasn't too lively, so he contacted Xiao Chang, who was now in charge, and opened the Emperor's soldier mound before the battle outside was over. The ground began to shake as the Emperor's soldier mound opened. It's open. The Emperor's soldier mound is open. Someone noticed the Imperial soldier mound's restriction opening and shouted loudly, "Charge! We must get the Imperial artifact. This splash of riches is definitely mine." But the more they charged forward, the more rampant the ferocious beasts behind them became. More and more cultivators were buried in the mouths of the ferocious beasts. Originally, everyone was quite united in dealing with the ferocious beasts at the beginning, but after the Emperor's soldier mound was opened they all went towards the Emperor's soldier mound in unison, with the only goal of grabbing the Emperor weapon. I went in. It's worthy of being the Emperor's soldier mound. So many weapons. The one in the center should be an Imperial artifact. It's mine. A cultivator directly rushed over, but behind him, Duke Falling Flower went up and sent him flying with a flying kick, and then smoothly got the long sword that shone the brightest. Empyrean weapon. Empyrean weapon is? The Duke of Falling Flowers didn't even finish his excited words, but before it was even warm in his hands, the Duke of Falling Flowers felt a tingling pain in his body, only to see a long sword penetrate his chest. In order to obtain the Imperial weapon, the person who had sneaked up on him didn't even draw his own lower-grade Imperial weapon before going ahead and grabbing the weapon in the Falling Flower Duke's hands. When he took it in his hand, the light that was attached to it dissipated, only to realize that it was only a broken lower-grade King's artifact. Inferior King's artifact. Still broken. You damn well did it on purpose, didn't you? Where did you hide the Emperor artifact? The man roared loudly at the Duke of Falling Flowers. It just went through the hands of the Duke of Falling Flowers, and then the Imperial artifact became a lower-grade King's artifact? Asterisk 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 asterisk. What the hell is this Imperial soldier's mound? A lower-grade spiritual weapon to dispatch a call girl? Falling Flower Duke breath did not break. See this scene? The heart of that hate just held in the hands of some complacency, which has suffered the road. Ha ha, none of you. This is a trick. The Duke of Falling Flowers spat out a mouthful of blood. The body began to fall from the air, and at this time the voice of Ling Taixu also came from his mind. Hey, nothing. You, Ling, too, vain. It is you. Bump. The body of the fallen male landed on the ground. It was only when he died that he realized that Ling Taixu had arranged all this. Unfortunately, it's too late now. Asterisk 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 asterisk. This is all lower-grade spirit weapons. What's the point of having this? Ordinary innate realms only use this stuff. One piece is just a few thousand lower-grade yuan spirit stones, and we're actually going through all this trouble for this. So many brothers died. Hey, gone, gone. Who wants to give it to who? Entering the Emperor's soldier mound can be described as coming one to hurt the other. All spirit weapons? So what's the point? The Moon Shadow Prince looked at the dead Falling Flower Prince on the ground. His heart was also mixed. For the Imperial weapon he was the first to rush in, but he only got a lower-grade King's weapon. This King's weapon, even if it was still robbed, the person was also killed. Looking at the various spirit weapons discarded on the ground, they had prepared for so long and still ended up with nothing at all. Hey, none you are also considered my friend. The corpse, I will bring it back for you, Moon Shadow Duke helplessly said. However, just as the Moon Shadow Duke had collected the bodies, a dozen people appeared in front of him. Lord Moon Shadow, we were fighting to the death in front of us, and you gave us the word that all of them were at least Imperial weapons this time? It's all just some trashy spirit weapons. For this, my brother died in the mouth of a ferocious beast. How do you think you should compensate us? The Moon Shadow Duke said. Now that you've seen this situation, if I had known that this was the case here, would I have gone to such great lengths? Hey, you seem to be right about this. Just now the Duke of Falling Flowers also died. That people from the Tong Tian Pavilion would have known that the stuff here was a bunch of crap, and the Duke of Falling Flowers wouldn't have died. What bad luck! Coming a little later wouldn't have resulted in death. Let's go. Go out and see if there are any other chances. This Emperor's soldier mound can't be counted on. That's right. It's still 30 days or so maybe we'll be able to find a better chance. And just then Moon Shadow remembered that Ling Taixu had left with the people from the Sword Star Imperial Dynasty earlier, and was not at all interested in the things within the Imperial soldier mound. Did he know there was nothing good in there? Or did he take everything inside the Emperor's soldier mound? Looking at the spiritual weapons all over the ground, the Moon Shadow Duke picked one up and scrutinized it. Suddenly his eyes lit up and he seemed to have made a discovery. He then picked up a few more lower-grade spirit weapons and carefully observed them. After a while, he whispered under his breath. The sword of the Taishang Forgetfulness sect? Several of the swords had the markings of the Taishang Forgetfulness sect on them, and although the markings were subtle, they could still be seen clearly upon closer inspection. The large number of spirit weapons collected on Ling Taixu were all seized from the disciples of the Taishang Forgetfulness sect, and as one of the 9 sects in the world, there was naturally a uniform style of weaponry, especially the lower-grade spirit weapon, which was the systematic spirit weapon of the Taishang Oblivion sect, and the sect would issue one free of charge when they broke through the innate realm. You can find out if you look closely. And when the female disciples of the Supreme Oblivion sect came in and saw this ground of lower-grade spirit weapons, each of their faces turned pale. How could they not know about the spirit weapons on the ground? It only felt that there was an impending calamity for the Taishang Oblivion sect, and that this matter must be prepared for early. Collect all the auras. What others don't want, they're taking with them, and they just hope the more people know about it, the better. The other cultivators came in and saw that the Taishang Forgetfulness sects actually didn't even spare a single inferior spiritual weapon, and they cast contemptuous glances. Hey, one of the 9 clans in the world. I don't think it's anything more than that. Get used to picking up trash. Someone provoked. But none of the dozen or so female disciples of the Taishang Oblivion sect said a word. Appearing to be extremely low-key, they didn't want to let this expand. The ferocious beasts outside the Emperor's soldier mound began to disperse, and those who survived began a new round of exploration of the Starland Minor mysterious realm. Just before it started, everyone felt a force taking them over. The scene shifted, and in a single breath, everyone was unexpectedly teleported outside of the Starland Little mysterious realm. At this time, there were still 33 days until the end of the Starland Minor secret realm, and none of them had gone to the teleportation array. What's going on here? 100 days haven't even arrived yet, have they? I just saw an 800-year-old elixir and just reached out and teleported out. But by this time the people outside saw the people coming out. It was like a relief. If this really folded everyone inside, then the Tongtian Pavilion was considered to have really offended all the sects. When they came out, everyone started looking for their teams. Ling Taixu had 24 people here, and of those few who wanted to go to the Emperor's soldier mound, only 3 survived, together with the other 2 who were seriously injured. The Sword Star Imperial Dynasty had gone with 50 people and returned with 29. This mortality rate was less than half, and some clans, like the Supreme Oblivion sect, only had 15 people return. Wan Air, haven't been able to find you. I thought you had. Wan Air, I remember that you were at the 4th level of Tongi before, right? In a few dozen days' time, you're already at the 9th level of Tongi? A dozen or so women from the Supreme Oblivion sect surrounded Zhang Waner. That's just too much progress. It could be said to be one of the most rewarding for their clan. Su Qingxue came to Zhang Waner's body and said, Waner, you haven't met any danger, have you? Because of a special secret method, she could tell that Zhang Waner had lost her body. That's why she asked Zhang Waner like this. What had happened? Zhang Waner laughed. Uncle Qingxue, the danger was there, and the 2 senior sisters who protected me both died. Luckily at the most critical moment Big Brother Taixu saved me. He's been very kind to me. If it wasn't for his help, I wouldn't have been able to break through to the 9th level of Tongi. Hearing that it was Ling Taixu, Su Qingxue could already think of that scene in her mind. Then he glanced toward Ling Taixu. A meaningful glance, as if to say, is this how I take care of people when I ask you to take care of them for me? Taking care of the window? Such an exaggerated elevation of the realm. What else could it be but the one from Ling Taixu? Turning back, Su Qingxue looked at Zhang Waner and said, it's good to be back. Wait until you have the chance to pay him a visit. Originally, Zhang Waner wanted to go back to thank her in person again, but Su Qingxue didn't seem to allow it. He could only smile and nod at Ling Taixu from afar. Zhang Waner's stunning smile was already noticed by the 3 princesses just as soon as it was revealed, while Zhen Xinmai took the initiative to stand in front of Ling Taixu, blocking the line of sight. Brother Taixu, do you know those 2 from the Taishang Oblivion sect? Jian Xinmai asked with a curious expression. At Jian Xinmai's inquiry, Jian Xinning and Jian Xinxue also looked at Ling Taixu curiously together. It was like being caught stealing Qin, but Ling Taixu still smiled with a calm face and said, of course I know her, this Zhang Waner, I saved her life in the secret realm. What about Su Qingxue? I just saw her looking at you as if there was something different in her eyes. Jian Xin Dan said, I have to say that a woman's intuition is quite accurate. Ling Taixu said, Su Qingxue and I, this is actually a very long story. Go back and if you guys are willing to listen, you can tell it to you. Jian Xinning said, this is not the place to talk. Go back and talk. The Starland secret realm has ended. Please also ask the major sect forces to go back and discuss. This time it was our Tongtian Pavilion formation that had a problem, and we can't find out exactly what the problem is right now. Alright, now please exit the formation. we need further overhaul. In addition, if there are any grudges within the secret territory, one should never make a move in my Tongtian Pavilion's territory, and if they do, then don't blame our Tongtian Pavilion for being impolite. But when an old crone on the field saw the corpse of the fallen flower prince on the ground, instantly enraged, he turned to the Moon Shadow Duke and said, "Moon Shadow, just who killed my grandson?" This old woman was just like a quasi-emperor, and it was also relatively strong. Coming from the 4 great sacred lands, Moon Shadow was a bit embarrassed and said, I'm not sure. Falling Flower was already dead when I entered the Emperor's soldier mound. He actually saw it, but he couldn't say anything now. If he did, this would cause a big fight, because the other party was a disciple of the Tongtian Pavilion, and his status wasn't low. He was the offspring of the 4 vice pavilion masters. The 4 great holy lands were also considered to be in the same breath and could not risk going to war with the Tongtian Pavilion. But the crone couldn't just let it go. Leaping straight up high, he said, "Who in the world killed my grandson?" Falling Flower, step forward. Everyone. No one is allowed to take half a step away from here until the murderer is caught. The old woman had already reached the peak of quasi-emperor and was incredibly powerful. Chen Tianhe immediately said, "Falling Green, have you forgotten what I just said? If you want to have any grudges, go out and settle them, not in my Tongtian Pavilion." Lok Qing coldly said, "If this leaves, who am I going to find my grandson's murderer?" And at this time, the middle-aged man who came with her suddenly said, "Old ancestor, I have a secret method that allows me to find people through the blood of fallen flowers. As long as it has been tainted with a trace of it, even if it is a weapon, I will be able to find it." The middle-aged man was a heavenly Yuan 3rd grade cultivator. Falling Qing looked at Chen Tianhe and said, "I won't make a move in the Tongtian Pavilion's territory, but you have to let me find someone." As the same quasi-emperor, Falling Green, had said so, he should give some face. "Alright, I'll give you guys an incense stick of time for you to check," Chen Tianhe said. Falling Green glanced at the middle-aged man and said, "1 incense stick of time, is that enough?" The middle-aged man said, "Enough, then get started." The middle-aged man came to Falling Blossom's corpse and removed some dried blood clots from the wound. After appealing to the queen to cast a spell with both hands, the blood clot was suspended between the hands and quickly fused. Finally 4 strands of blood flew outward. On one side was Moon Shadow, who was more or less tainted because he took away the bodies, and then there was Lok Qing, who had just hugged her dead grandson. Lok Hua. These 2 remaining strands, 1 strand flew among the disciples of the Tongtian Pavilion, and 1 flew within the women of the Taishan Forgetfulness sect. The middle-aged man said with some complacency, "This secret method of mine is very special. Even within the space storage device on your body can be found," pointing at the person's body or weapon with the blood of the fallen flower. In fact, technically speaking, Ling Taixu had already taken the Starland Small Mystery Realm, which also contained Falling Flower's blood. Obviously, even though it was said that he could check the storage space, he still couldn't check the Starland Small World. "Old ancestor, can we see those 2 clearly?" the middle-aged man said. "Alright, I'm clear." Falling Qing looked at Chen Tianhe and said, "You have a disciple that I suspect is the murderer. Can you hand it over to me?" However, once Chen Tianhe looked at him, this person was actually the great-grandson of Tongtian Pavilion's Vice Pavilion Master Yu. "Vice Pavilion Master Yu said, Falling Green, I see a problem with your tactics. Yu Shang, did you kill this one called Falling Flower?" Yu Shang shook his head and said, "No." Then he looked at the Taishan Forgetfulness sect disciple not far away and said, "That's her. When I went there I found her stabbing Duke Falling Flower with a sword. I was trying to stop it, but by the time I got over there it was too late, and Falling Blossom's blood got on me. After all, it's the 3rd-ranked male. How could I not go and save it? By the way, the murder weapon is that one lower-grade king's weapon. The best weapon that appeared in the Emperor's soldier mound." Yu Shang was simply telling lies without even a draft. At this time, in fact, everyone knows about the Emperor's soldier's mound, and the weapons in it are just too trashy. Lok Qing coldly said, "This is just your side of the story. Specifically wait for me to check it out." She wanted to further investigate this Yu Shang, but in this Tongtian Pavilion, she didn't dare to act out, so he could only retreat to the second best, and came here to the Taishan Oblivion sect. As long as this Taishan Oblivion sect was not a ferocious beast, then the ferocious beast must be this Yu Shang. That lower grade king's artifact had the markings of the Taishan Forgotten sect. They naturally put it away, and it did have the blood of the fallen male on it. Si Kongjing looked behind her at a woman of the 1st level of Cave Void and said, "Did you do this? And is that sword on you?" The woman hadn't done this, so naturally she wasn't afraid, and stepped forward to take out that lower grade king's artifact. "This is that lower grade king weapon, Mr. Yu Shang. See if it's this one." The woman was also considered smart, first asking Yu Shang to confirm. "It's this handle." Yu Shang immediately nodded. Then please take a look to see if this lower grade king's artifact is a true murder weapon. Just compare the wounds, the woman said. And when he said that, it was obvious that Yu Shang panicked. That one was a mistake. A mistake. Not that one. It was easy to see by comparison that this was not the sword that had killed the Duke of Falling Flowers. Things have become very clear. Of course, this was just an interlude in the process of the crowd leaving. Quasi-Emperor Falling Green making a fuss about this Tong Tian Pavilion. That was all about the Tong Tian Pavilion and this Quasi-Emperor, and had nothing to do with the crowd. Ling Taixu left with the people from the Sword Star Imperial Dynasty. Just after they left to return to Sword Star City, Jian Xin Dance's first time was surprisingly to open that goddess ranking. Hey! Stepping into the Cave Void realm is going to go down the goddess list. This time a lot of people won't be on it. It's a pity that me and my third sister didn't rush into the top 10 before coming out. Ha! Updated so quickly. Worthy of the Tong Tian Pavilion. Hands and eyes. Brother Taixu, take a look. The one at the top of the list is actually that Zhang Wan'er you saved. I really didn't realize before that this Zhang Wan'er was so beautiful. Jian Xinmai said. She has a better goddess list atlas with this one. With images of Zhang Wan'er. Especially that backward smile which is simply stunning. Not bad, but if you three are still there, surely the top 3 of the hegemony list, which can be her turn. Small dance you say right. Ling Taixu laughed. On coaxing girls to be happy Ling Taixu also old set. Ling Taixu's words coaxed Jian Xinmai into happiness, and she actually thought so herself. When she went there she was only 25. Just a few dozen days to reach the first level of Cave Void. Such a big promotion someone 100 years may not be able to do. Cultivation is not only about talent, but also about chance. Little dance. Our wedding is going to be 7 days after the end of the Star Lantern Little Mysterious Realm. Ha ha, this day is not far away. Ling Taixu had been looking forward to this day for a long time. These were 3 princesses that were about to arrive. Then his invulnerability time will rub off on him. Life has become a lot more interesting as well. Speaking of this, Jian Xinmai shyly lowered her head. Even Jian Xinning and Jian Xinxue were a bit embarrassed. Jian Xilai, who was leading the group, laughed. That may not be the case. The Imperial Dynasty started to prepare for your wedding when we left, and at the same time sent invitations all over the 9 continents, and also set the date. It's not something that can be advanced arbitrarily. Jian Xinmai said. That means there are still nearly 40 days left. Jian Xilai nodded and said. That's right. Who would have thought that you guys would be able to come out of the Starland Little Mysterious Realm more than 30 days in advance? The harvest must not be small. If there are any good 10,000-year-old herbs, you can sell them to me and I will definitely give you the best price. In the outside world, 10,000-year-old medicinal herbs were too rare. That's why it's so high. Eating it directly within the secret territory was the most wasteful. It would be better to take it back and refine it into an elixir. But what could be done at that point? It is necessary to strengthen your strength as soon as possible within the secret territory, because with strength you can gain more. This is a virtuous cycle and the experience summarized by previous generations. Jian Xinmai said. Then you'll have to ask third sister, Grandpa Xilai. Jian Xinxue said. I can't make the decision. These are all brother Taixu's. Jian Shi looked toward Ling Taixu and said. Taixu, can you share a plant with me? Ling Taixu said. Well, you guys will decide for yourselves when the time comes. And the medicinal herbs I'm going to prepare will be the real bride price for the 3 princesses. Fine. Jian Xilai was slightly disappointed. Jian Ximai, however, whispered in his ear. Grandpa Xilai, there are quite a few 10,000-year-old medicinal herbs. There are at least hundreds of them. What? Jian Xilai immediately stopped. 110,000-year-old medicinal herbs. What a concept. He thought that Ling Taixu and the others would be able to leave behind 3 or 5 plants. Or at most about 10. After all, the entirety of the people who came out had advanced to Cave Void, which had consumed many 10,000-year-old wood system Yuan spirit fruits. But surprisingly, there are still so many. Is the entire Jianxin Imperial Dynasty's treasure trove is currently not even a 10,000-year-old medicinal herbs. Basically there is a plant immediately someone rushed to exchange. To get 10,000-year-old medicinal herbs was something that was truly unattainable. And the best chance to get 10,000-year-old medicinal herbs was the trip to the Starland Miner's secret realm once every 50 years. The secret realm that was most likely to produce 10,000-year-old medicinal herbs. In terms of medicinal herbs, it was the Starland Grand Mystic Realm that couldn't even compare. Jian Xilai looked at the back of a few people and whispered. I sort of know why this secret realm teleported you guys out in advance. The feelings you were gleaned by you guys. My goodness. 110,000-year-old medicinal herbs. I have to make preparations early to exchange at least 2 of them. Then I will be able to break through the existing realm. Xilai, if you want to exchange 2 plants, then this old ancestor must have at least 10 or more. The quasi-emperor old ancestor Jian Yu faintly said. Jian Shilai looked embarrassed and said, "Old ancestor, you're saying that they really got more than 110,000-year-old medicinal herbs?" Jian Yu nodded and said, "It shouldn't be a lie. When I came out of the Tongtian pavilion, I observed many people reporting to the division, and overall, their gains were small. So that's how it is. Then wouldn't we be the biggest winners this time?" Jian Shi came to say. Ling Taixu returned to the Sword Star Hall along with many disciples of the Sword Star Imperial Dynasty, and was naturally greeted by Jian Yuntian, the Imperial Lord of the Sword Xian Imperial Dynasty, and the next step was to clear it. And those who obtained the treasure's medicinal herbs were able to exchange their contribution points here in the Sword Star Dynasty. Ling Taixu certainly didn't need any contribution points or anything like that. The three princesses each took out a 10,000-year-old medicinal herb, and a number of 1,000-year-old medicinal herbs, with the three princesses taking the lead. The remaining people also began to take out the medicinal herbs they had obtained in the secret realm. It was a pity that this time, all the inheritance places were closed, and everyone failed to obtain usage secret arts and the like, and basically all they got were just medicinal herbs. Coupled with the fact that Ling Taixu teleported people out ahead of time and after he concealed the location of the herbs, those who went in got even less. After the three princesses each took out a 10,000-year-old medicinal herb, only one of the rest of them was able to take a 10,000-year-old medicinal herb, and the rest were all 1,000-year-old medicinal herbs. The value of a 10,000-year-old and a 1,000-year-old, that is a world of difference. It looked like there were a lot of benefits gained this time, but in reality, the things that were obtained were not good. The inheritance was not there, the merit law was not there, and the Emperor's soldier's mound did not yield the slightest harvest. "Hey, is that all?" Jian Yuntian said with some disappointment. He remembered that the lowest record of the Sword Star Imperial Dynasty was to take out 6 10,000-year-old medicinal herbs. This time it was only 4. Back to Emperor Lord. This time the Star Lane's little mysterious realm is very strange. In fact, we're still in good shape. Maybe there's something good at Big Brother Taishu's place, a disciple at the second level of Cave Void said. There was no way around it. The vast majority of people here had eaten a 10,000-year-old wood system Yuan spirit fruit given by Ling Taixu. And not only anyone who saw Ling Taixu had to respectfully address Ling Taixu as Big Brother Taishu. Jian Yuntian said, "Taishu, if there are any good things, exchange them to us as well. Don't worry, you definitely won't be treated badly." Ling Taixu shook his head and said, "Hey, Uncle Yuntian, what do you say about redeeming or not redeeming? It's just that today this day is not suitable. I will give it all to you when the time comes." "Really?" Jian Yuntian knew that Ling Taishu's harvest was not small. In the beginning, there were a total of 109 10,000-year-old medicinal herbs at Jian Xinchu's place. Ling let them each pick 3 plants each, and the remaining 100 plants came back to Ling Taixu. In fact, he wanted to give most of it to the 3 girls, but they were resolutely bad, and symbolically asked for 3 of the plants. So Ling Taixu simply made this decision to give it to the Sword Star Dynasty at the wedding. After all, after marrying 3 other people's daughters, he must still come up with something. Think of it as a bride price. Hearing Ling Taixu say so, Jian Yuntian also smiled. He knew that Ling Taixu had gotten absolutely a lot of things to look forward to. Good. Then I look forward to that day. Now that the Star Lane's little mysterious realm has ended, each of you record your experiences in there, and then have the people of the clan organize it and leave it to the descendants who will enter the Star Lane's little mysterious realm next time. For a long time, the great clans have been handed down in this way. It was only a pity that this Star Lantern little mystery realm wouldn't be there anymore. Ling Taixu also gave a new name to Starland's little secret realm, Taixu Realm. Moreover, Ling Taixu had discovered a secret, Taixu World. Just give the wood spirit bead a drop of his blood and the world will grow. Originally, it was only 200,000 square kilometers, but Ling Taixu dripped blood once to reach 300,000 square kilometers, expanding it by a full third. Actually, what was even more powerful wasn't this, because Ling Taixu's blood not only affected space, but also time. Time seems to flow differently in there now. 1 day outside and surprisingly 8 hours more inside than outside. That is, 24 hours in the outside world is 32 hours inside, and the flow of time is accelerated by a third. A world of growth. For Ling Taixu, wasn't this his backyard? 61. Ling Taixu left from the Sword Star City, and Ling Taixu once again returned to the Yuxiang Special Courtyard. He had been living in this place for more than a year, and was more or less attached to it. After being away for over 2 months, the inside was still clean and without a speck of dust when I returned. Closing the door to the room, Ling Taixu's entire body disappeared into the room with a thought. The Starland small world was now considered the Taixu realm, with an area of 300,000 square kilometers. In other words, 1 drop of his blood was equivalent to being 100,000 square kilometers, and accelerating the flow of time by 8 hours. Since he had gotten it completely, Ling Taixu definitely had to take care of it, and the process of tending to it Ling Taixu needed to differentiate this one space, such as centralizing the medicinal herbs and not scattering them all over the world. The centralized areas should also be hidden and divided by space. At the same time the Yuan Ling Qi inside should converge even more. Looking at this wood spirit bead, Ling Taixu immediately broke his finger and started dripping blood. Wasn't a drop of blood 100 years of invincibility, and he could afford to give it back. Ling Taixu was prepared to take 1,000 years to perfect this space first. 1,000 years is 10 drops of blood. 1 drop, 2 drops, kept falling. Then the space began to vibrate. The space was expanding wildly. 10 drops of blood is 1,000,000 square kilometers. There was no telling how long it had been before the spatial vibration stopped, and Ling Taixu could clearly see the spreading space. It's just that this diffused space is relatively barren, even a bit barren. However, the Yuan Ling Qi is particularly abundant, so I believe that it will be fine soon. It's just a bit of a shame that there are so few creatures in it. Ling Taixu also decided that in the future, he would replenish all kinds of creatures to allow for biodiversity and make the space less dead. There was a special teleportation formation in the Taixu realm, and it should have been set up by that good sage. The array can randomly teleport in some ferocious beasts and spirit beasts around this world. Of course, the teleportation was set up in a very rigid manner, and could only teleport 6th-ranked spirit beasts or ferocious beasts. As the master of the Taixu realm, Ling Taixu certainly had the means to make improvements, but the random teleportation Ling Taixu didn't particularly like, and still had to sift through it. He couldn't get it right in a moment, so Ling Taixu decided to slowly add and create it later when he was bored. 1,300,000 square kilometers may not seem like much, but it's not small at all. Actually, Ling Taixu didn't want to make this space particularly large. It was enough for him at the moment. This was because the larger this space was, the more Yuan Ling Qi was drawn from the outside world. Ling Taixu realized that after the expansion the average Yuan spirit Qi of this world was quite a bit less than before as a whole. Now it was merely 3 or 4 times better than the Yuan Ling Qi of the outside world. Of course, Ling Taixu still planned an area in which the Yuan spiritual Qi was still more than 10 times that of the outside world. In addition to the Yuan Ling Qi, there was also this change in the flow of time. Adds 80 hours to the flow of time, meaning a 24-hour day outside and 112 hours inside. 1 day outside was 4 days and 8 hours inside the Taixu realm. If a person had been cultivating in the realm of the Great Void, then his cultivator time would be 4 times that of the outside. However, this didn't seem to be that very important to the invincible Ling Taixu. As he had thought at the beginning, this was his future backyard garden, which could more or less help some of the people or spirit pets he had brought in. Ling Taixu then began to start building houses in the Taixu realm. Even more so, he let the artifact spirit Violet Spectre come out to help. After all, she could refine artifacts, and there were some things that Violet Spectre could be competent at, because the flow of time inside was different from outside. The next half of the month was spent in the Taixu realm. Externally, Ling Taixu said that he was closed for some time. Even if you have to go out, you'll just teleport out and dress up to buy various necessities. Half a month and 15 days outside is over 60 days inside. After more than 60 days of building, Ling Taixu was able to build a mountainous paradise on the Taixu mountain inside. Looking at the large bed that was 4 meters long and 5 meters wide, Ling Taixu said faintly under his breath, "The consumption during this period of time is too much. It's time to replenish the invincible time." However, when Ling Taixu looked at the artifact spirit, Violet Spectre, suddenly there was such a surge of thoughts in his heart. Violet Spectre, what would you say is the difference between you and a human even though you are an artifact spirit? Violet Spectre looked at Ling Taixu with an innocent face and said, "Master, I don't know, but sometimes I feel like I'm originally a human, so there shouldn't be any difference, right?" Honestly, Ling Taixu wanted to give it a try. If it's the same as the real thing, it's simply, but what if it's different? That's a sharp imperial weapon. What if it clicks and accidentally breaks? Thinking of this, Ling Taixu felt that he was simply too evil. Surprisingly, he hit a weapon idea. Are you short of women? No. Asterisk. This nigga must be the system influencing me. This isn't my heart. Definitely not. Lousy isn't someone like Su Xian. ZU, come back quickly. Brush. Ling Taixu put away the artifact spirit Violet Spectre. If he didn't put it away again, he really didn't know if he would be able to hold it. That's the concubine version of this unbeatable system. It was just too much of an influence on him. No, I have to get someone. 3 princesses? Ling Taixu shook his head. The 3 of them definitely couldn't. Definitely not before the marriage. He didn't want to break the hearts of the 3 princesses. Of course, if Ling Taixu was willing, Third Princess Jin Xinxue was definitely allowed. After taking it in, it would not reject Ling Taixu. Zhang Wan heir? Ling Taixu still shook his head. At the Tongyi realm, the amount of invincible time that could be added was too little. In that case then let Si Kongjing come. And Su Qingxue. With a thought, Ling Taixu instantly arrived at the Taishan Oblivion sect. When he saw Su Qingxue, he directly took her into the Taishu realm's Shan Shui Bei Yuan, followed by Si Kongjing, and Ling Taixu used the same method. Both women were in a state of confusion. They just saw Ling Taixu appear. How did they all of a sudden end up in an unfamiliar place? It's really a bit puzzling. Sister Jing, what's he up to again? Master? Si Kongjing smiled mysteriously and said, it's just the right time to come. I'm at the peak of the 9th level of Heavenly Yuan, and I need your lordship's help too much. Qingxue, you go for it too. You're already at the 6th level of the Returning Truth realm. Work a little harder in front of the master and Heavenly Yuan is just around the corner. In fact, in contrast to Si Kongjing, there was still a difference between the two of them for Ling Taixu. Si Kongjing was taken in by Ling Taixu, more because of that perverted general ability and Ling Taixu's ability to allow her to rapidly increase her cultivation. Su Qingxue, on the other hand, besides having the same as Si Kongjing, had some love, but in reality, the love wasn't enough to take in, nor was it particularly much. This was because after taking in Jin Xinxue, Ling Taixu realized that true love could be given a bonus of 5 times, yet from Su Qingxue he could only get twice as much. It showed that Su Qingxue's love for herself was not recognized by the system. From this point of view, Su Qingxue was inferior to them, even to Zhang Waner, so in Ling Taixu's opinion, they were nothing more than an excess in his life. Brush. When Ling Taixu entered the space, he didn't say much when he saw the two women. A straightforward, let's get started. 62. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successful recharge. Invincibility time plus 2000 days. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successful recharge. Invincibility time plus 1000 days. It was also unknown that for at least a week in this Taishu realm, Ling Taixu had hardly been idle. He's been recharging his invincibility time. Su Qingxue and Si Kongjing that were also quite cooperative. After all, each time they could increase their cultivation level. Yet in 7 days, Ling Taixu had increased a total of 77,000 days, an average of 11,000 days per day, but that only increased his invincibility by 210 years, 2 drops of blood, far from enough for his recent consumption, and in 7 days' time, Su Qingxue had risen from the 6th level of the Return Truth to the 7th level of the Return Truth realm. As for that Si Kongjing, she worked the hardest, but she was still at the peak of the 9th level of Tian Yuan, still a bit short of a quasi-emperor, but she could still have a fight against a quasi-emperor who didn't use the power of the laws. Once the Paragon Emperor used the power of the laws she still couldn't do anything about it, so in the past few days, she had been secretly picking up some of them and bottling them in bottles, handing them over to Nangong Mingyue, so that Nangong Mingyue could guide her in comprehending the laws. 7 days later, Ling Taixu teleported the two of them to the Supreme Forgetfulness sect, then returned himself to the Sword Star Imperial Dynasty's Yuxiang Bei Yuan. For them, it can only be described as a tool, which can be compared to these 3 princesses right now, and even Zhang Waner. The reason why Zhang Waner was not ranked high in the goddess ranking before was mainly due to her cultivation being too low, her face value that was not bad at all. After reaching the Tani 9 realm, those goddesses in front of them had all raised to the Cave Void realm again, and the number 1 spot on the goddess list was well deserved. Originally, he could have gone to find Zhang Waner, but Ling Taixu didn't want to use this way, going up as Cam. It's not good. It would be better for him to simply let her stay at the number 1 position on this goddess ranking for a while longer. Yuxiang Bei Yuan, although he had disappeared for 7 days, the outside world was actually less than a day and a half. There were still about 20 days before the wedding date with the 3 princesses, and in this next period of time, Ling Taixu was even less idle. It helped Su Xiaoya boost some more. In short, during this period, Ling Taixu was a bit crazy, but he finally restored his invincible time to 9,000 years. In the blink of an eye, there were still 2 days before Ling Taixu's wedding date. In the forbidden land of the Taishang Forgotten Love sect, Nangong Mingyue looked at the 2 bottles that Si Kongjing had sent to her. I couldn't help but open it and smell it. It still had that familiar smell. Xiao Jing, comprehending the laws actually relies on chance as well. You've elevated too quickly. There are some things you haven't kept up with yet. You'll be in seclusion here with me for the next some time. Or maybe you haven't discovered exactly which law you're suited to comprehend. See, those stone walls? This is left behind by the quasi-emperors that once appeared in our Taishang Oblivion sect, and it contains their comprehension of the laws. So take a look at it and perhaps you can comprehend your own power of the laws from within. Nangong Mingyue said. If it wasn't for Sikong Jing who kept sending him the precious pills given by Ling Taixu, she wouldn't have been able to give up this forbidden place for cultivation, because this place was equally important to her cultivation. It was good to know that with Sikong Jing's massive offerings lately, she had improved a lot more. Sikong Jing immediately thanked him after hearing this. Thank you, old ancestor. I will definitely comprehend the power of the laws as soon as possible to become a quasi-emperor. Nangong Mingyue nodded and said, good, with you becoming a quasi-emperor, let's see who still doubts the strength of our Taishang Forgotten Love sect. By the way, I've heard that a disciple from our clan had a good harvest in the Starland Little Mysterious Realm, rising from the 4th level of Tony to the 9th level of Tony, and is still ranked first in the goddess ranking. Sikong Jing nodded and said, yes, it seems like her ascension is still related to him. This him? Nangong Mingyue naturally knew who it was. Did she take this too? Sikong Jing also knew that Jiang Wan'er had also lost her body, and also responded truthfully, I think it's 80% that she took this precious medicine. Alright, since that's the case, I'll bring Qingshui and this Jiang Wan'er to the grand wedding of old ancestor Taixu tomorrow. At least they're number 1 on the goddess ranking, so they can more or less earn some face for our Taishang Forgotten Love sect. Nangong Mingyue decided. By the way, Xiao Jing, are you guys going to be able to get this precious medicine from old man Taixu at any time? Sikong Jing froze, and finally answered truthfully, it can't be considered any time, but as long as Elder Taixu he comes to me, the precious medicine we can all get, and the better the performance, the more we get. I see. In fact, we can also confirm that the Taixu old ancestor is actually the invincible emperor. He is just out to travel the red dust. Hey, Nangong Mingyue has a complicated mood. This precious medicine was something she needed too much, and if she kept following Ling Taixu around, maybe Ling Taixu could also lead her to become an emperor. Once he becomes an emperor, then this Dao Taishang Oblivion sect is the number 1 sect in this world, and the Tong Tian Pavilion can't even compare. After pondering for a while, Nangong Mingyue clenched her teeth and said, Xiao Jing, when will he come to you? It's old man Taixu. Nangong Mingyue spoke. Sikong Jing said, you, old ancestor, have you really decided? Nangong Mingyue said, as long as she can bring me to the great emperor realm. So what? Honestly, the inside of the bottle in your hand is so addictive that you can't go 3 days without drinking it all over your body. Old ancestor, according to past times, it is estimated to arrive at my Jade Green Peak after an hour. Do you want old ancestor to go over with me? Sikong Jing said. Good. Nangong Mingyue said. The two of them exited the Forbidden Land together and came to Jade Green Peak together. Ling Taixu, who was far away in the Yuxiang special courtyard, was still hesitant about whether or not to save up his energy and wait for the big wedding. But 2 days is too much to raise. Unconsciously, he used his spiritual sense to glance at the Jade Green Peak of the Taishang Forgetfulness sect. Ling Taixu was stunned. This Nangong Mingyue also came? Does she have to? For Nangong Mingyue, Ling Taixu has been salivating for a long time. Sikong Jing and Su Qingshui cannot be compared, especially in the quasi-emperor realm. There was no telling how many days one could recharge this time. What if it's taken in? How many can there be? Thinking of this, Ling Taixu arrived at the Jade Green Peak of the Taishang Forgotten Love sect in a single instant. Master, you're here. Seeing Ling Taixu's arrival, Sikong Jing immediately stepped forward to greet him. Ling Taixu nodded and said, I saw that old ancestor Mingyue was here, so I came to take a look. Master, I'm going to go to that forbidden place of the old ancestors to retreat. The old ancestor has something to say to you, so I'll leave first? Sikong Jing said. Go! Ling Taixu didn't stay because he saw a bottle in Nangong Mingyue's hand. Isn't that what Sikong Jing usually uses to pick that up? Old ancestor Taixu, should I call you the invincible emperor? Or should I call you what? Nangong Mingyue spoke directly. Ling Taixu laughed. Old ancestor Mingyue, it's all fine. Say, what is it you want from me? Nangong Mingyue said. I need this. A large amount of precious medicines. I want you to take me into the great emperor realm. What do you need? Just mention it. As long as I can do the right thing, absolutely no one will be worse off. Ling Taixu looked at the bottle in her hand. This was given to you by Sikong Jing, wasn't it? Nangong Mingyue nodded her head and said, please don't blame her. Invincible Emperor, Xiao Jing, she is also doing it for my own good. This precious medicine of yours is indeed good. After I took it, I was able to not only recover from my new injuries but also my old ones. Not only did it enhance my abilities but also my enlightenment and many other benefits. I know that you have many of these precious pills, so I would like to ask the peerless emperor to grant me more. Nangong Mingyue said seriously, and even made a big salute to Ling Taixu. Ling Taixu looked at Nangong Mingyue and said, you usually take this? Yeah, what's the problem? Isn't this precious medicine meant to be taken? Nangong Mingyue looked at Ling Taixu with a puzzled expression. 63. 63. Looking at the puzzled Nangong Mingyue, do you think this is pure or simple? Ling Taixu said. How can I say this? In fact, you are right. Generally speaking, oral intake is also possible, but very few people can have a direct oral intake down. Nangong Mingyue nodded and said, at first I felt that the taste was a bit that, but with this effect, what is this taste? And after drinking it for a long time I think it's okay. I can drink even more. Ling Taixu looked at Nangong Mingyue doubtfully and said, old ancestor Mingyue, are you sure? It's better to call me Mingyu. You are already an invincible great emperor. I feel like I'm being insulted by saying this word old ancestor of mine. Can I? Is it going to be like Sikong Jing and the others? Nangong Mingyue said. Ling Taixu said, of course, this thing still needs our cooperation to get it. It's hard for me alone. Oh, looks like I have to contribute as well. Well, any time. Nangong Mingyue opened her mouth. Let's go. I'll take you somewhere. Ling Taixu placed his hand on Nangong Mingyue's shoulder, and the other party even instinctively resisted. Brush. The duo who had been in the Taishang forgetfulness sect a moment ago had now arrived at Ling Taixu's Taishu realm. Where is this? Nan Mingyue realized that this place had become completely different from the outside world. As a paragon, she could feel it. Time. You even control the time. Here the heaven and earth yuan spirit chi of the outside world more than 10 times. It is the 4 holy places. The Tongtian Pavilion's cultivation place are not as good as this place. Separate spaces. Like secret places. Is this the profoundness of the great emperor realm? Nan Mingyue would act as if she had never seen the world before. Ling Taixu said, that's right, this is a separate piece of space. Your sense of laws is very good. Nangong Mingyue said, in our Taishang Oblivion sect there was once a paramount emperor who comprehended the power of the laws of time. But this law of time was too difficult to comprehend just a little bit, and it was hard to go further. And in the end, there was no choice but to switch to other laws to comprehend. Looking at this paradise-like place, it's so much better than that Tai forbidden place of hers. Great Emperor Taishu, is it possible that you achieved the Great Emperor realm just inside this space? Nangong Mingyue talked more even after she came in. Ling Taixu said, not really here, but the Great Emperor realm. Well, it's pretty simple. Simple? Great Emperor Taishu, if I follow you, just like Su Qingxue and Si Kongjing, can I have a chance to touch that great emperor's realm? Nangong Mingyue asked directly. Ling Taixu smiled. I can only say that there is a certain chance, but it depends on your performance. And if you perform well, it might be 100% as well. For example, when you completely fall in love with me without a single reservation, I can definitely help you achieve the great emperor realm 100%. 100% of the great emperor realm. If this was placed on the Star Lan continent, one would not know how many paragon emperors knelt in front of Ling Taixu. It's amazing how immediate opportunities present themselves. Okay, then I'll try. What should we do? Nangong Mingyue also went out on a limb. And you can get the precious medicine, but also have a chance to become a great emperor 100%. How can not it? What's the big deal? Who didn't have it in the first place? What should you do? Ling Shu glanced at the house not far away and directly said, go to the room. To the room for what? Undressing. Ah, want to become a great emperor? Want the precious medicine or not? 2. So what's the Oh, Nangong Mingyue seemed to still be a bit aggrieved, but at this time, even if she was aggrieved, she still had to carry on. 1 hour later. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successful recharge. Invincibility time plus 5,000 days. Holy, the quasi-emperor actually added 5,000 days. The Tian Yuan realm is also at 1,000 days. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successful recharge. Invincibility time plus 5,000 days. For 4 days, Lingshu had been recharging his invincibility time in this Taishu realm. When he looked at the system again, he was a little closer to the Viva's lifespan at this point. Rather, this Nangong Mingyue was different from the others. I may have gotten used to it before and surprisingly enjoyed the drink more. There was still 1 day left, so it was necessary for Ling Taixu to go back and make some preparations. Once again, Nangong Mingyue was teleported to the Taishang Oblivion sect. Great Emperor Taishu, thank you for these few days. Mingyu is your wedding date, right? I will bring Su Qingxue and Zhang Wan'er to observe the ceremony. Nangong Mingyue said. Su Qingxue? Nangong Mingyue was puzzled. Can't Su Qingxue come? It's fine. It can come. Lingshu said. Come as you are. The most you can do if you come is to backstab yourself. Your clan has a teleportation array that can take you directly to the Sword Star Imperial Dynasty. So I'll leave first. Ling Taixu said. Good. Nangong Mingyue nodded. As she watched Ling Taixu's figure disappear, Nangong Mingyue also revealed a smile. She had gained a lot in these 4 days. Strength has improved quite a bit, but in the blink of an eye, A look of difficulty also appeared on Nangong Mingyue's face. It's really hard to fall in love with you. I just have to try. One must know that the previous her was the one who personally killed the other party during the Taishang forgetfulness trial. And Ling Taixu was more than a match for that person. Or even that, not even a tenth of Ling Xiu's. Hey, I've changed. Nangong Mingyue shook her head helplessly. And this time Ling Taixu also made some discoveries. That is, the effect of the precious medicine is stronger when it meets strength and weaker when it meets weakness. And the effect on the quasi-emperor is just as good. Ling Taixu returned to the Yuxiang Beiyuan in the blink of an eye. There was only one day until the wedding date, and it was especially lively outside. When Ling Taixu opened the door, the entirety of the mansion shouted out in surprise. Dongzi has come out of seclusion. Dongzi has come out of seclusion. My lord, come and try on the gown. The three princesses have customized it for you and made it by hand. A few maids brought the clothes and Ling Taixu took a look at them. Big red color. Surely that era and the world were the same. And the color red represented festivity. Ling Taixu did not refuse, and immediately put it on and tried it on under the service of the maid. And just then, humph, that's kinda nice. It's all about to get married. And you're still in seclusion for so long. The one who spoke was naturally the seventh princess Jian Xinmai. She had come here to keep watch for a few days now and Ling Taixu hadn't even come out. Could she not be angry? Ling Taixu laughed. Little dance. I didn't come out here. If you don't come out, see if I don't. Jian Xinmai said and raised her fist. Alright, big deal. Can't I be the first one to come to you tomorrow night? Your husband? Ling Taixu whispered in Jian Xinmai's ear. You. Although he was a bit angry, Jian Xinmai was still happy from the bottom of his heart. No, you have to go to your sisters first. It can only be me last, Jian Xin Dan said with some embarrassment. 64. It fit perfectly in the wedding dress and all three princesses were very well handcrafted. Jian Xin Dance was also very satisfied after looking at it. At least the three sisters hadn't wasted their busy days. Ling Taixu looked very good when he wore it, but the most important thing was that Ling Taixu's own foundation was good. And it was estimated that he couldn't find a few more handsome ones than him in this world. In fact, this was one of the reasons why Ling Taixu had endeared himself to the three princesses. The first thing you look at in a person is their face. And that's true for the most part in this other world as well. Brother Taixu, I just used the shadow retention stone to keep a shadow. I'm taking it back to show big sister and third sister. It's really good, Jian Xinmai said excitedly. And Ling Taixu stepped forward and pulled Jian Xinmai. Is it the person who is nice? Or the clothes? Why do I get the feeling that you look better in clothes? Of course, this was something Ling Taixu said on purpose to mess with this little girl. Sword Xin Dan said. Oops, all good. Brother Taixu, I'll leave first. My sister is still waiting for me. Jian Xin Dance was scared to see Ling Taixu at this moment, as if Ling Taixu was about to eat him right now. And Ling Taixu had great respect for these three princesses, but there was one thing he still felt sorry for them. After all, he would have many more confidants besides them. Influenced by the system, there are some things he has to do. System monologue, Nima. I'm just following your heart. I'm not taking the blame. Looking at Jian Xin Dance's departure, Ling Taixu also smiled. Although he was a bit sorry to them, Ling Taixu decided that he would definitely make up for it in other areas in the future. Looking back over the decades since he came to this world, this was also his second marriage. When he married Su Qingxue, he felt that he was the happiest person in the world. But unfortunately, he cherished his whole life in the end just in exchange for deception. Su Qingxue, Ling Taixu wanted to kill her, but at that time, he felt that killing was too cheap for her. All he had to do was get revenge. In its purest form. 70 years of letting yourself come air has to be calmed back, and calmed hard. Who knew that this was how he unlocked a way to increase his invincibility time? And at that time, his invincibility time was only 7 days, which meant that his lifespan was also only 7 days. Then this time he could not kill this Su Qingxue even more easily. Increasing the invincibility time is tied to the opponent's cultivation, and the higher the cultivation, the more it increases. At that time, he didn't know how to go out of the battle Starfall continent, how to go to the world of cultivators. So the ones with cultivation were kept as a tool to get invincible time for themselves for the time being. You've been my tool for 70 years. So naturally Ling Taixu has to return it. And now honestly, Ling Taixu eyes gradually open. For Su Qingxue is also that. Kill or not kill, that also does not matter. Instead of killing, it would allow Su Qingxue to continue living in this world for the rest of her life. But recently got Ling Taixu understand a truth. Su Qingxue is still love himself, but love really not much. If there are enough of them, the system will also increase their invincibility time bonus to 5 times. Hey, don't think about that. It's all in the past. Move on. I have to guard the present. At this time, a maid suddenly said, Your Excellency, there is still tomorrow's flow sheet here. Sister Lu from the palace has already come. Do you want to go through the flow? Ling Taixu said, Let me see the flow. It's a bit more tedious to get married to a normal person, but the general process is similar. Just looking at it, Ling Taixu frowned. My lord, isn't there something wrong with this process? The maid said. Ling Taixu said, This is me marrying the princess, not me going to take the initiative to sit in the side of a team of harnessed horse. Who made the process? Pass it back. Change it for me. And I'm going to the new mansion now. Laozi is marrying 3 princesses. This process is handled like I'm a member of the family. The maid was a bit puzzled. After all, the process of welcoming the princess had always been like this in the past and had never changed. My lord, I will report upwards at once. You two take the prince to the new mansion. Your Excellency, please follow me. The 2 maids brought Ling Taixu and got on the carriage and quickly left the Yuxiang special courtyard. The new mansion was not far from Yuxiang Beiyuan, just 600 or 700 meters away. When he got off the carriage, Ling Taixu saw the name on the mansion. Ling Mansion. Luckily, this was the Ling Mansion. If this was the Princess Mansion, Ling Taixu would immediately seek out the Sword Star Imperial Dynasty's quasi-emperor to have a theory. Once inside, the inside was set up and it was still quite nice. Ling Taixu looked for a while, but he didn't find any discomfort. There were actually 4 bridal chambers, one for himself that was mostly going to be empty, and one for each of the 3 princesses. And the fact that the night of this marriage was to be spent going to the princess herself, rather than the princess coming to herself, was something Ling Taixu didn't see a problem with. It was out of respect for several princesses, even though they couldn't come together on the first day. This Ling Taixu recognized. We'll talk about it later if we want to get together. After all, this is just the beginning and there's a long way to go. There is nothing wrong with all aspects of the new mansion. In fact, Ling Xu's requirements are not too high, mainly because of this process. This must be changed. And this news of Ling Taixu's dissatisfaction with the process quickly reached Jin Yuntian's ears. He directly found the officials of the Ministry of Rights and scolded all of them. Nima, this would be bad if it offended the invincible emperor. And in some recent days, he had talked a lot with his 3 daughters, and consciously or unconsciously he had a rough guess. 99% of Ling Taixu was the peerless emperor himself. Then treat Ling Taixu with even more caution. Ling Taixu stayed in his new mansion for an hour, and then that Jian Shilai came running to apologize, as well as presenting a new process sheet. And this time, Ling Taixu was barely satisfied with what he saw. At least it wasn't like before. At least the change could be clearly seen that he wasn't joining the family but marrying the princess himself out of the house. This is especially important for men. Ling Taixu would naturally be no exception, as the process has to be changed. A lot of places have to be changed, including the setup, which involves a lot of people. When the 3 princesses got the new process, they also felt that the current one was better than the previous one, and all of them also rememorized the new process. Time passed slowly, and it was soon the next day. The day of Ling Taixu's wedding had finally arrived. On this day, Sword Star City's teleportation array was busy. Teleporting isn't just a matter of giving Yuan Ling stones from your side. When you get to the terminal, there's a fee too. The entire 9 continents, along with the Tong Tian Pavilion side, had arrived with quite a few quasi-emperors, so it could be said that 99% of the quasi-emperors of the entire Starlon world had come. If the paramount emperors had come in such large numbers, then the other heavenly elements and returning truths would be even more so. Coming from so many powerful cultivators, without exception, they all wanted to witness the elegance of the peerless great emperor. There were even some people who fantasized about gaining the favor of the peerless great emperor, and that included some women who were dreaming of a beautiful dream where they could immediately offer their bodies as long as the peerless great emperor was in need. This was the charm of a great emperor, for there was only one in this world right now, and probably only the invincible great emperor knew the way to become an emperor right now. So in contrast, Ling Taixu's wedding was rather secondary. Brush. When the teleportation array opened, a touch of fragrance immediately wafted in. Quickly look. ISN. T. The Zhangwan heir who was now number 1 on the goddess list. So beautiful. Worthy of being number 1. The people who came were naturally Nangong Mingyue as well as Zhang Waner and Su Qingxue. Zhang Waner always had a smile on her face, but this Su Qingxue was different. Her face was calm and she looked very cold, not knowing what she was thinking. 65. 65. Welcome, Elder Ancestor Mingyue of the Supreme Forgetfulness sect. This way please. After Nangong Mingyue's arrival, a Return to Truth Realm disciple came forward to greet him. Originally, to welcome this party's old ancestors, they would usually send Heavenly Yuan Realm or even Quasi-Emperor old ancestors in person. However, there were too many Quasi-Emperors coming this time, and the Quasi-Emperor elders and Heavenly Yuan Realm powerhouses were simply too busy. so they could only send out a large number of return-to-truth realm cultivators to greet them, all attending the wedding of an old acquaintance. Nangong Mingyue wouldn't care about the etiquette, and still responded politely. Trouble. After Nangong Mingyue left on the front foot, another big power came on the back foot. On this day, the light of the Sword Star Imperial Dynasty's teleportation array flashed frequently, and those who came were all great powers from various regional forces, especially the Tong Tian Pavilion. That quasi-empires were all lining up to get off the teleportation array. The bustle of the entire Sword Star Imperial City was something that had never been seen since the establishment of the Imperial Dynasty. The palace was even busier than ever. More than 100 prospective emperors gathered. On this day it was the bigwigs of the heavenly Yuan realm that had to take a back seat. They simply didn't have the qualifications to stand in the front row. Everyone was gathered in front of the palace of the Sword Star Imperial Dynasty, the three great old ancestors, and Imperial Lord Jian Yuntian. If he hadn't married three of his daughters, he wouldn't have been qualified to stand in the middle. And by Jian Yuntian's side, there stood three princesses clad in wedding clothes, their heads already covered with red cloths, quietly standing there waiting for Ling Taixu's arrival. Those who were able to gather inside the Sword Star Palace were at the very least strong in the return-to-truth realm, and at this moment, none of them were discussing this marriage between Ling Taixu and the three princesses. I wonder if this peerless great emperor will come. I really hope to receive guidance from the peerless great emperor. Hey, there is only one great emperor in this world. We can only rely on the invincible great emperor to show us the way if we want to become an emperor. I hope to see it today. The invincible emperor should come. It's rumored that this Prince Taixu is the grandson of the invincible emperor, and it's also the invincible emperor who personally proposed marriage. It's just that. It's said that the invincible emperor only gave 3 lower-grade Yuan spirit stones when this marriage proposal was made. Fake, right? For a peerless emperor to take out 3 inferior Yuan spirit stones. Isn't this humiliating the Sword Star Imperial Dynasty? Che, so what if it's humiliating? Invincible emperor is the power. Marrying 3 princesses, that's the blessing of the Sword Star Dynasty. If this is placed in other powers, as long as the invincible emperor gives the order, what beauty can't be found? The women of the sect's Holy Land are still not randomly selected? Fair enough. Look, over the sky in front. Is that? Could it be Lord Taixu? In the midst of a crowd of talking voices, all of them fell silent when they realized that there was movement in the air in front of them. Prince Taixu has arrived. Under a high-pitched voice, Ling Taixu came treading through the air on a divine colt. It is? My goodness. This horse is not simple. No, there are 7 spirit beasts treading heavenly divine foal, and one of them has grown to the point where it has broken through the limit of the 8th rank, and is a quasi-emperor level spirit beast just like us, and the other 6 only have 2 that are in the middle of the 8th rank, and 4 in the beginning of the 8th rank. There are 9 stages of spirit beasts, 7 stages of return to truth, 8 stages of heavenly yuan, and comprehending the power of laws after reaching the peak of this stage is quasi-emperor, and the 9th stage is the great emperor realm. This heaven-treading divine foal, it's estimated that 8 out of 10 of the quasi-emperors present are no match, worthy of being the grandson of a peerless emperor. The spirit beasts are all at the quasi-emperor level. This heaven-treading divine pony was captured by Ling Taixu last night simply because he saw that the Sword Star Imperial Dynasty was preparing just a relatively ordinary third-order spirit horse, which was just too much of a drop in class. So he searched the Starlon world and managed to capture this quasi-emperor level heaven-treading divine colt in one night. At first, the temperament was still fierce, but in front of Ling Taixu's invincible strength, the heaven-treading divine foal could only obey and recognize its master. The appearance of the heaven-treading divine foal had undoubtedly caused a sensation, and the more high-profile Ling Taixu became, the happier the people of this Sword Star Imperial Dynasty looked. After the heaven-treading divine foal, there were 3 other carriages, all of which were also heaven-treading divine foals. However, their grades were slightly lower, but all of them were early 8th and mid-8th stage spirit beasts. There were 2 heaven-treading divine foals on each one, and Ling Taixu was grabbing a nest without grabbing a claw. After capturing the 7 most powerful ones from the treading heavenly divine colts colony, the remaining treading heavenly divine colts colony was only left with a peak 7th order one. After Ling Taixu stopped, the 3 carriages were arranged in order. 3 princesses, please follow me. Ling Taixu spoke directly. As soon as the words fell, all 3 princesses also stepped forward. Ling Taixu then moved his mind and directly took out 110,000-year-old medicinal herbs. Ling Taixu directly said, "This is one of my Ling Taixus for welcoming the princess." 110,000-year-old medicinal herbs. 110,000-year-old medicinal herbs. Everyone present couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. Ling Taixu was giving too much. Jian Yuntian stepped forward and looked at the various medicinal herbs floating in the air and smiled with satisfaction. Good. This gift is something that I, the Sword Star Dynasty, am very satisfied with. In the next moment, Jian Yuntian took out hundreds of jade boxes that seemed to have been prepared long ago. A 10,000-year-old medicinal herb was then loaded in. After Jian Yuntian put it away, another longsword appeared in Ling Taixu's hand. The moment this longsword was brought out, everyone present couldn't sit still. The aura of this sword could be described as unprecedented, and any quasi-imperial artifacts lost their colors before this longsword. Ling Taixu said, "This is my Ling Taixu's second gift for welcoming the princess, the imperial artifact Qingmeng." After saying that, Ling Taixu instantly threw it out. Ling Taixu thought about it and decided to take out an emperor weapon which would be simple for him to obtain. When Ling Taixu took it out, all of these quasi-emperors who were originally sitting down stood up at the moment because they simply couldn't sit down anymore. This is an imperial weapon. Even a crippled emperor artifact, a quasi-imperial artifact couldn't compare, let alone a complete emperor artifact. At this moment, the group of paragon emperors already had some thoughts within their hearts. If one were to strike now and grab this imperial artifact, who in the room would be one's opponent? But the other party was the one who had taken out the imperial artifact, so how could the peerless emperor not be here? Many people's first thought is to rob, but reason tells itself that going out to rob now will only lead to death. No one who could cultivate to the level of a quasi-emperor was a cutie. As he watched the imperial weapon facing towards him, Jian Yuntian's entire body was trembling. However, when he thought that he couldn't use this imperial artifact himself at the moment, the minimum to use an imperial artifact had to be at the quasi-emperor realm, and it was hard to say whether he could cultivate to the quasi-emperor realm or not. This emperor weapon should be allowed to be used by old ancestor Sword Dust. Sword Dust himself was one of the extremely strong ones amongst the quasi-emperors. Coupled with the complete emperor weapon, the number one position on the quasi-emperor's ranking list might be about to change. After all, the number one ranked Xingshu old ancestor only had nothing more than a crippled imperial artifact, so how could it be compared to this imperial artifact that Ling Taixu had taken out? After Jian Yuntian put away the imperial weapon's green aura, Ling Taixu continued to speak. The gifts have been delivered. So may I now claim my 3 wives? 66. 66. Yes, of course. Jian Yuntian hurriedly opened his mouth, fearing that Ling Taixu would back out. What Ling Taixu had given was an emperor's artifact. If an ordinary paragon emperor obtained an emperor's artifact, then it was highly likely that he would be an invincible existence in this Starlan continent. After Jian Yuntian finished speaking, he also knew that it was very unsafe to keep this imperial artifact in his place, and also took the initiative to hand it to Jian Duan. After Jian Dust put it away, other paragon emperors would never think of hitting this imperial weapon. Jian Dust with an imperial artifact, his strength could skyrocket more than double. After all, Jian Dust had an innate sword body in his body, and an imperial artifact longsword was estimated to have been unrivaled in the peace of paragon emperors in the Starland continent. Unless there were multiple paragon emperors striking at the same time, there was hope. This was the power of an imperial artifact, a treasure that all quasi-emperors invariably wanted to obtain. Ling Taixu landed on the ground, and then all of them stood up and shouted, "Congratulations to Mr. Taixu. I wish Mr. and Mrs. Taixu a long and happy eternity." What words of 100 years of goodwill and old age are no longer appropriate in this scene? The only truth is eternity. Ling Taixu also laughed out loud and said, "Thank you all for your kind words. I have also prepared some thin wine in the mansion, so if you are willing, you may follow me there." "Thank you, Mr. Taixu." His mansion wasn't exactly small, and he had set up 1,000 tables of food in the martial arts plaza, but this still seemed a bit insufficient. It is the cultivator below the realm of returning to the truth, without a little relationship that is not even on the table. Ling Taixu then waved his hand, and when it quieted down, Ling Taixu came to Jian Xining and said, "Ning Ning, please get on the car with me." Jian Xining nodded slightly. Taking Jian Xining's hand, Ling Taixu placed a bracelet on her hand. On top of the bracelet, there were engraved the names of Jian Xining and Ling Taixu. It was an extremely high-grade defensive type emperor artifact, a quasi-imperial artifact crafted by Violet Spectre during this time before he used his blood to evolve it into an emperor artifact. Although emperor artifacts could only be executed by a quasi-emperor who had comprehended the power of the laws, emperor artifacts had artifact spirits that could actively protect their owners, in order to increase the defense as much as possible. So the bracelet didn't add any attack ability. So the defense of this bracelet was very powerful. The Continental Quasi-Emperor was difficult to break through the defense, enough to guarantee the safety of the 3 women. When Ling Taixu took out the bracelet, it looked ordinary and average, and everyone couldn't tell what level of treasure it was. But before that, Ling Taixu had already taken out an imperial artifact, so this bracelet for the princess would definitely not be simple either. Ling Taixu whispered, "Ning Ning, drop your blood and recognize your master. You'll know the effects of it once you do." After hearing this, Jian Xining also followed what Ling Taixu said and dripped blood to recognize his master. The moment the blood dripped in, the haze rose. It's harder to hide the glory of the bracelet. While Jian Xining was recognizing the bracelet, Ling Taixu came back to Jian Xinxue and similarly gave a bracelet, after which Jian Xinxue began to drop blood to recognize the bracelet. Immediately after Jian Xinmai did the same. 3 imperial artifacts were nothing to Ling Taixu. That's what he should give. From afar, Nangong Mingyue looked at them for a few moments before faintly saying, by the looks of it, these 3 bracelets should also be at the level of imperial artifacts. Old ancestor, you're saying that these 3 bracelets are imperial artifacts? Su Qingxue, who was on the side, was puzzled. Nangong Mingyue nodded and said, that's right, the probability is that it's an imperial artifact. Next to her, Zhang Wan'er was a little envious, but not jealous at all. What she envied was that Ling Taixu was so nice to the 3 princesses, treating them equally, and giving them all an imperial artifact. At least he loved the 3 princesses. But what about his attitude toward me? Zhang Wan'er gradually fell into thought, but in Su Qingxue's case, it was very different. Is he pretending to me on purpose? Before, there was nothing, and I was asked to give to clean up the things of the disciples of those regional Taishang forgetfulness sect, and fight with low-grade weapons. Yet you're the one who casually took out an emperor's weapon today. You said I made you a tool man, so will I be a tool man for you too? Su Qingxue began to have doubts about Ling Taixu in her heart, and from all indications she seemed to be Ling Taixu's tool person as well. Perhaps sensing something, Ling Taixu turned his head to look in the direction of Su Qingxue, yet he saw 3 different looks. Nangong Mingyue was envious. Su Qingxue was complicated, and as for this Zhang Wan'er, it had the flavor of blessing. Seeing Ling Taixu looking over, Su Qingxue seemed to be a bit tense. Ding! Detects a change in Su Qingxue's state of mind. The recharge bonus effect is lost. The recharge effect is reduced by 2 times, and the recharge effect is reduced to 0. This is? Ling Taixu frowned slightly. This was the first time he had encountered such a situation with the system, and he thought to himself, hasn't this already been taken in? Hint to the host, normal subjugation does not have complete true love, and can change with the other person's change of heart, or even be transformed into hate. Not only is there a 5-fold recharge effect when fully taken in, but the love will remain forever and ever. When the system explained this, Ling Taixu understood. It's possible that the kind of subjugation that came before was not at all completely true love, and it's also possible to fold under the power of your own abilities that night. Then such intake is changeable. A few times to Su Qingxue's excitement, or she had drifted now that she had cultivated to the return to truth realm. Humph. You are a moralistic hypocrite. Su Qingxue and Ling Taixu's gazes locked as their inner imbalance erupted. This sentence came out casually, and although it was said in a whisper, Ling Taixu's gaze was invariably appealing to everyone present. It was the mosquito-like voice that couldn't escape in front of this group of quasi-emperors and heavenly Yuan realm people. Because Ling Taixu was looking at her, almost everyone heard her sentence. When she said it, she also regretted it a little. What do you mean? How dare you badmouth Duke Taixu in such an occasion? I think you don't want to live. A quasi-emperor beside him opened his mouth, acting as if he was watching the fun. When everyone's eyes looked at Su Qingxue, she was also nervous, but Ling Taixu was simply too powerful, so she could only endure. A disciple of the Supreme Forgetfulness sect? Could it be that Duke Taixu and this Su Qingxue still have an affair? The Taishang Oblivion sect. Those are a bunch of crazy women, and presuming to be involved with Lord Taixu. I'd say she must have seduced Lord Taixu before. Ling Taixu had the peerless emperor behind him, so the speech was naturally towards Ling Taixu's side. Nangong Mingyue hurriedly stopped in front and said, everyone is mistaken. She wasn't talking about Duke Taixu just now. At this time, with Nangong Mingyue speaking, Su Qingxue still chose to endure. It had better not be. Duke Taixu is perfect and peerless. How could he be the one to stand such false accusations? That's right. Just how can she compare to the 3 princesses with this bit of beauty? I think it's just trying to win everyone's attention. One voice after another. Perhaps it was Su Qingxue because of her change of heart. She remembered again that her master also died at the hands of Ling Taixu. Coupled with the constant accusations of so many people, she finally got angry, couldn't hold it back, and her anger instantly went to her head. Surprisingly, he took the initiative to stand out and exclaimed, I am the one who said Ling Taixu. He is a hypocrite. In fact, before he met the 3 princesses, he already had a few women, and I was the one who married him for the first time. 67. 67. Su Qingxue you? Nangong Mingyue was all a bit speechless. This Su Qingxue even jumped out at this time. Even Ling Taixu was a bit surprised that Su Qingxue would be like this. Also on this kind of occasion, countless people's eyes looked over. Looking at Nangong Mingyue's questioning, she was at a loss for words. feeling like she had made a mistake. I was impulsive just now, and probably kept it inside for too long without spitting it out. How normal it is for Prince Taixu to have a woman. And just how can you be worthy of Prince Taixu? Is it hard to believe that Duke Taixu is the one you're practicing the Taishan forgetfulness decree on? Ha ha, aren't you afraid of flashing your tongue when you tell a lie? That's it. Ling Taixu looked at Su Qingxue and knew that she was now out of control, smiled and said, there is no need for everyone to make wild guesses. In fact, she is right. She was the one who was the object of my first marriage call. However, at that time he took me as her object of forgetfulness, and I lived with her for 70 years in the mortal world of the Starfall continent, and I am nothing more than a tool for her forgetfulness. You should know the general process of cultivation in the Taishan forgetfulness sect. Also there are only 3 of my wives, Jian Xinning, Jian Xinxue and Jian Xinmai, and not you Su Qingxue. If it wasn't for the fact that today was the big day, he wouldn't have said so much. Su Qingxue would have been dead in the water. It is indeed not a good day to see blood, and make it clear, lest there be a knot in the hearts of the 3 princesses, not only for herself, but also for the 3 princesses. When Ling Taixu said this, everyone understood. This, Taixu Gongzi is also too miserable. 70 years? That's a long time to be married, and I can't believe it's not. Su Qingxue said, can 70 years later? He let me cultivate too much forgetfulness decided to fail. He forcibly dominated me. And he has cultivation. He can be more than you look at to this realm. In fact, invincible great emperor is him. What? Prince Taixu is the peerless emperor? But what is there to dominate or not to dominate? Su Qingxue, you still have the nerve to say this? Could it be that Lord Taixu is really a peerless great emperor? At this moment, Su Qingxue's question was no longer important. What mattered was whether or not Ling Taixu was an invincible great emperor. That was the key. At the same time, the 3 princesses had also managed to get the 3 imperial artifacts to recognize their masters at this time. Jian Xinmai said, no wonder Su Qingxue looked at Brother Taixu like that before. Jian Xinxue said, Brother Taixu is really too miserable. We can't be like Su Qingxue. Jian Xinning said, Brother Taixu, even if you have a confidant, so what? Ling Taixu could hear the voices of the 3 women very clearly, and Ling Taixu was very satisfied that they could think this way. But at this time, everyone was focusing on Ling Taixu's identity, and Ling Taixu didn't want to pretend anymore, and directly said, that's right, I'm the peerless great emperor, and the peerless great emperor is me. Nangong Mingyue, take this Su Qingxue away from me. Today is my big day. I don't want to make a move. From now until noon tomorrow is the time for her to escape. After that time, she must die. Ling Taixu said coldly. Originally he had already considered it merciful to spare Su Qingxue, although the usual recharge invincibility time is meant to be utilized. But this Su Qingxue is not very good at enjoying it either. Moreover, Ling Taixu recharged the invincible time. She could also be subjected to supreme benefits. A short period of time from the cave void realm to the 7th level of the returning to truth. It was the gifted geniuses that would take at least 100 years or even a few hundred years to elevate to this realm. When Su Qingxue heard this, her expression was abnormal and her body began to tremble. This was not the result she wanted. How could she escape if Ling Taixu wanted to kill someone? No, not. Ling Taixu once again said, don't get lost yet. Su Qingxue immediately flew out when she saw this, and Nangong Mingyue immediately chased after her. As for Zhang Wan'er, Ling Taixu nodded to him and said, Wan'er, later on, you should come over with us and have a good cup of wedding wine. You'll be next. Zhang Wan'er blushed. Her entry into the Taishan Oblivion sect was an accident. When the Taishan Oblivion sect's patriarch, Min Qingqiu, saw that she was exceptionally gifted, he also wanted her to cultivate the Taishan Oblivion decree. But she refused, because she didn't want to be that way at all. She also knew about the story of Su Qingxue and Ling Taixu, so she wouldn't blame Ling Taixu for doing this. Moreover, Ling Taixu went through the system prompts. Zhang Wan'er is able to 5 times the effect addition. Absolutely true love. Ling Taixu turned back to look at the astonished quasi-emperors again and laughed. Why don't you believe it? But I don't have time to prove it to you now. And without further ado, the wedding continues next. At this moment, there was actually a part of the crowd that believed that Ling Taixu was a peerless great emperor, but there were still most people who didn't believe it. But then again, none of them dared to try Ling Taixu's strength. Ling Taixu looked at the 3 princesses and said, Ning Ning, I'll take you to the car, under the cover. Jian Xining nodded, and then Ling Taixu reached out his hand to pull her up, and there was another 2 maids on the carriage above, slowly opening the curtains and stopping only after Jian Xining sat on it. Cheryl, I'll take you to the car. I'll take you to the car. After putting all 3 princesses on the carriage one after another, Ling Taixu once again mounted the heaven-treading divine colt and left. The original process. almost all of which was completed in this Sword Star Imperial Palace. Now all went to his mansion. Ancestor Sword Dust. Is what Lord Taixu said true? He is the peerless great emperor? It's not going to be a lie to us, is it? Jian Shen had actually already known at this point, and Jian Yuntian had also given him a clear indication that Ling Taixu was the peerless great emperor. However, in the face of these quasi-emperor's inquiries, he definitely wouldn't give a clear answer and laughed. So what if it's yes? So what if it's not? Come with us if you want to go and eat the wedding wine. Originally, the wedding wine in the Sword Star Dynasty Palace also has, but this moment, who wants to eat here? Which shall not go to Ling Taixu's residence. And in front of Ling Taixu's mansion, tens of thousands of people had already gathered outside, blocking all the roads. Luckily, the sky wasn't particularly congested, especially the sky above Ling Taixu's mansion, which was guarded by people from the Sword Star Imperial Dynasty and belonged to a no-fly zone. In front of the mansion, a cultivator of the 9th level of the Cave Void Realm carried a gift in his hand and shouted, "I've brought a generous gift here to attend Prince Taixu's wedding banquet. Why won't you let me in?" "Sorry, you don't have an invitation. I'm at the peak of the 9th realm of Cave Void. Isn't that enough?" The guarding Sword Star Imperial Dynasty disciple shook his head and said, "Not enough. Either there's an invitation or the minimum is the Return Truth Realm." "Why?" The man wondered. "Because there aren't enough seats." As he spoke, he only saw 3 red carriages streaking across the sky, heading straight to the center of the mansion. My mother's treading heavenly divine colt. All the treading heavenly divine colt of the 8th rank, worthy of being the Prince of Taixu. The one following behind this is not an ancestor of a party's power. The Tian Yuan realm has to fly behind. This Cave Void realm seems to be unqualified to enter. 68. Cultivators of the Cave Void realm were simply too many to qualify to enter, and the Return to Truth realm could only enter on their own, without even qualifying to bring anyone with them. The Celestial Yuan realm could bring 2 people, 3 in a family, while a Paragon Emperor could bring 4 people in. Otherwise, even if there were thousands of tables to seat 10,000 people, that wouldn't be enough. And after everyone knew that Ling Taixu had a high probability of being the peerless great emperor, they became even more frantic. The various paramount emperors then took out as much of their family assets as they could to accompany the gifts, hoping that Ling Taixu would remember them. The few vice pavilion masters of the Tongtian Pavilion were even more smiling because they had given too many gifts on Penglai Island, and Ling Taixu had already received them. It also promised to take them to see the peerless emperor. So isn't this a done deal? In fact, they had only one goal, and that was how to become an emperor in this world now. Even just knowing a few clues is much better than being clueless right now. The 3 red carriages were particularly noticeable, and the carriage didn't land immediately upon arrival, but slowly circled 3 times in the air before slowly landing. After landing, everything also followed the process, relatively less than the process of marrying a daughter-in-law in an ordinary family. There are just a few simple procedures and the rite is done. The 3 women were then sent to the cave. This day Ling Taixu's mansion was very lively. Tens of thousands of people were dining at the same time. There were just too many people coming. Either they were the supreme elders of some power, or which was a quasi-imperial ancestor. There were even some people who started field marketing their daughters, granddaughters, and even great-granddaughters and such. Without exception, they all wanted to climb into a relationship with Ling Taixu. There were quite a few goddesses with good posture in this group, and there were some on the goddess list, but in comparison to the 3 princesses, it was still far from the truth. The number of people was simply too many, and Ling Taixu didn't have the means to toast them one by one like he did in his previous life's wedding. Ling Taixu then picked up his cup, then stood at the highest point when all eyes looked at him before speaking. "Thank you all for coming to my wedding. Everyone eat and drink well, and thank you to the Tongtian Pavilion for sponsoring the Peach Blossom Brew." This time the banquet Tongtian Pavilion took the initiative to provide Peach Blossom Brew. However, the quality was not high, but each table had an altar of 100 years Peach Blossom Brew as well as 10 years Peach Blossom Brew to drink casually. Tongtian Pavilion sent 10,000 10-year Peach Blossom Brew this time. On average, each table could share 10 altars. When these 10,000 altars of Peach Blossom Brew were placed there, it was also considered very shocking. After all, put it out there, 10 years of Peach Blossom Brew is also hard to drink. It was only here at Ling Taixu that he could let go of his drink. In addition, I know that everyone can come here even more wanting to find the peerless emperor, wanting to know this method of becoming an emperor. Speaking of which, everyone came to look at Ling Taixu with their full attention, and many of them even took out their retention stones. And Ling Taixu just laughed and said, "Today's occasion is also not suitable to talk about this." 7 days later, at the Sword Star Palace, "I will give you all some answers, and the quasi-emperor can come and listen." "Well, everyone keep eating and we'll see you in 7 days. Father-in-law, I'm counting on you to take care of things here. I'll go first." As soon as the words left his mouth, Ling Taixu disappeared into thin air. In such a hurry? Jian Yuntian always had a feeling as if he had lost something. In the end, he could only come up with a sentence in his heart. Numbness. The old man's 3 daughters Ling Taixu arrived at Grand Princess Jian Xinning's room in a single instant. Husband, aren't you outside to greet the guests? When she said this, Jian Xinning was clearly different from usual, and was nervous instead. Ling Taixu said, Ning Ning, this is our wedding. Why do I have to accompany the guests? Wouldn't it be more appropriate to accompany you? You all haven't dined yet. Go. Prepared a big table just for you. Right. I also prepared a 10,000-year-old peach blossom brew, Ling Taixu said. 10,000-year-old peach blossom brew. Ling Taixu had obtained several altars, and the value of each altar was that a 10,000-year-old medicinal herb could not even compare. Jian Xinning said, Husband, if we drink this 10,000-year peach blossom brew, I'm afraid that we won't be able to withstand the medicinal power in it. Ling Taixu said, it seems like it might affect the night's cave. Then you can drink less. I'll open your lid, slowly removing the cover. Jian Xinning's gorgeous and somewhat shy appearance appeared in front of Ling Taixu. Beautiful. This is really beautiful. Ling Taixu couldn't help but gulp as he watched, itching to pounce on him right away. Ning, I'll take you to a place. Wait for us for a while when we arrive, Ling Taixu said. Good. Jian Xinning nodded slightly. A teleportation followed, and Ling Taixu teleported Jian Xinning into the Taixu realm. In the Taixu realm, it was also not the same place as where Nangong Mingyue stayed, but another place. This place was better built by Ling Taixu. If the Yuan spirit chi in that inside before was 10 times that of the outside, then here was 20 times that. Together with the flow of time here, comparing the cultivation speed of the outside world, the effect of 1 day's cultivation outside was more than 80 days inside. 1 year, that's more than 80 years. Such a good place is already comparable to that mysterious place. After all, the heaven and earth Yuan spirit chi in that place was only 100 times that of the outside. As soon as Jian Xinning entered, she noticed the difference between the inside and the outside world. Where is this? But this would be Ling Taixu wasn't there, so she could only wait. But the wait was slightly longer because of the flow of time. It was good to see that Jian Xinshue wasn't alone when she came in half an hour later. Nearly half an hour had passed again when Jian Xinmai and Ling Taixu came in together. Ling Taixu knew that they were all curious about what this place was, and Ling Taixu directly explained. This is a party of small worlds. Small worlds controlled by your husband me. You are in this location of the heaven and earth Yuan aura, also know it. The flow of time is also different. Outside a year. Inside there are more than 4 years. Coupled with the richness of this heaven and earth Yuan aura. Outside the effect of cultivation for a year. Inside is equivalent to the effect of cultivation for more than 80 years. And this place, I will now call it the realm of the great void. Well, it's our wedding day, so let's just dine in here without anyone bothering us. And the 3 women nodded at the same time. Brush. With a thought from Ling Taixu's mind, a table of steaming hot meals appeared in front of the 3 women. Because it's packed with system space, it stays perfectly true to what it was when it went in, and still looks the same when you take it out. But when Ling Taixu sat down, the 3 princesses did not sit down together. Instead, they were in front of Ling Taixu, surprisingly saluting him at the same time. The 3 women also spoke almost simultaneously. Husband, thank you. In order to marry us, let you break the bank. With your help, our Sword Star Imperial Dynasty is considered to have reached the peak of the Starlan continent, and you have helped us a lot. Thank you sincerely. Ding. Congratulates the host for successfully accepting Jian Xinning and obtaining a 5 times bonus effect for recharge time. Ding. Congratulations to Quality for successfully accepting Sword Xin Dance and obtaining a 5 times bonus effect for recharge time. Ding. Congratulations to the host for making Jian Xinshua's love for the host rise again, and obtaining a 6-fold bonus effect for the recharge time effect. Ling Taixu's heart was overjoyed. Could this effect still add up and still increase like this? 69. 69. The change of the 3 women made Ling Taixu still a little surprised. Originally thought that for Jian Xinning and Jian Xindao had to wait for the wedding ceremony before they would be accepted successfully. Or maybe this current situation shouldn't be called taking in, but falling in love in the true sense of the word. In the end, this sword Xinshue was even boosted to 6 times the bonus. System, aren't you even going to explain? Ling Taixu said mentally. Hint, heating up love for the host can increase the bonus multiplier. The current limit of bonus is 10 times bonus. 10 times? That's still a long way to go. But with 5 times that, is it even close to that 10 times? Twice as much as just plain Takinadin. And the follow-up is subject to change. And at 5 times and above, that is complete true love that never changes. So next, Ling Taixu was relieved about his 3 wives. There were resources that were free to use. After all, the stronger they were, the more benefits they would have for themselves. If he wanted a long eternity, Ling Taixu really couldn't do without them. Facing the three girls, Ling Taixu said, "We are all family now, so don't be so raw and say thank you. Dine." Yes. The three women sat down together, facing a table of good wine and food. The three of them ate for a long time. However, after finishing their meal, Ling Taixu still teleported them out separately and each returned to their own rooms. Yet still during the day, Ling Taixu stayed in Jian Xining's room. "Husband, isn't this meant to be done at night? It's still daytime," Jian Xining said with some embarrassment. Ling Tianxiu said, "During the day, Ning, the night is too short. Shouldn't we leave some time for your two sisters as well?" Speaking of this, Jian Xining blushed and twisted her head a bit, not daring to look at Ling Taixu. "But what about white letting people here?" Only in the next moment, Ling Taixu directly set up a formation. Ling Taixu laughed. "Your husband, I am an invincible great emperor. No one can break this formation." Jian Xining said, "Husband, that is fine." Speaking of which, Jian Xining lay down in some embarrassment. And naturally, Ling Taixu would not be polite. "Degree, and I don't know how long it was." Ding. Congratulations to the host for successful recharge. Invincibility time increased by 1000 days. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successful recharge. Invincibility time increased by 1000 days. A total of 3000 consecutive days of invincibility had been added. Originally the cave realm could only add 200 days at a time. But nay, this could be quintupled. That would be 1000 days. Although this was somewhat less than Nangon Mingyue's 5000 days. But this was just the beginning. As long as they raised their cultivation, there would naturally be more invincible time. Just recharging 3 times was something that Jian Xining of the cave realm couldn't stand. At his begging, Ling Taixu went to Jian Xinshue's place, and at the moment the sky outside was darkening. So this first half of the night belonged to Jian Xinshue. Jian Xinshue don't look cold on the outside, but on the inside, as long as you get her approval, you will be wholeheartedly good to you, and can also show the truest side in front of you. In contrast to Jian Xining, Jian Xinshue was instead more open. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successful recharge. Invincibility time increased by 1200 days. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successful recharge. Invincibility time increased by 1200 days. In meeting Jian Xinshue here, Ling Taixu had recharged for 3600 days, which was a bit more than Jian Xining's place, but after all, it is the first time to experience the human body. To be able to do so has been very good. If it is not the cave realm cultivation, it will be even more difficult. After Ling Taixu left, Jian Xinshue, like Jian Xining before her, felt the benefits that Ling Taixu had brought them. Both of them have started to break through. Ling Taixu finally came to Jian Xinmai. Seeing Ling Taixu's arrival, Jian Xinmai beamed as if she was still a bit angry. It was the middle of the night, after all, and she'd been waiting for a long time. But this Jian Xinmai was really cute and pretty when she was angry. Jian Xin Ning is a dignified and beautiful imperial sister. Jian Xin Shui is the icy cold beauty. And Jian Xin Dance is the cute and playful cute girl. My, I'm here, aren't I? Hey, who asked me to be the younger sister to come? Brother Taixu, I thought you were not coming. Jian Xinmai seemed to still be a bit scared and held Ling Taixu tightly. It took a while to slow down. So is that what we're going to do next? Brother Taixu. At this point in time, Ling Taixu would not be polite. Still calling me brother? Ling Taixu said. Husband. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successful recharge. Invincibility time increased by 1000 days. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successful recharge. Invincibility time increased by 1000 days. By morning, looking at Jian Xinmai who was practicing, Ling Taixu left the room satisfied. Although this one night recharged was not much, Ling Taixu was very satisfied and naturally enjoyed it very much. Seeing that the three women had been cultivating and absorbing the benefits they had each received, that Ling Taixu also kept his promise from yesterday and started searching for Su Qingshue's location after noon. Her spiritual sense had long been locked by Ling Taixu, but what Ling Taixu did not expect was that Su Qingshue had gone to the Starfall continent, still in the same home they once had. Although it was now in ruins, Su Qingshue was there waiting for herself. Brush. Ling Taixu appeared in front of Su Qingshue in a single instant. You're still here? This is also where we were married over 70 years ago. We were all happy then. I remember that time. Enough Su Qingshue, stop reminiscing. Your memories are my pain. You know? Ling Taixu said. Pain? Su Qingshue laughed coldly and continued. What can I make you? Invincible Emperor? Ache 4? Who exactly are we and who's Toolman? I was only in the Tongyi realm back then. Can I show off in front of you? Invincible Emperor? Originally, at first I thought I still loved you, because my love for you made me break my Taishang forgetfulness decree. Unbeknownst to me, as long as there's even a hint of love, the Taishang forgotten love resolve will break. That night, I thought I would just let it go. But then you killed my Taishang forgotten love sect elder, commandeered the elder, and even took a shot at our sects in Jiangwan Air. I realized that I should have loved Ling Taixu, the Ling Taixu of nothing, the Ling Taixu of mortals, and not the you of now. Ling Taixu smiled coldly and said, "Let me continue to be a cutie." Su Qingxue coldly said, "You killed my master. I've been having nightmares all the time this year, so this time I'm not doing it for myself. I'm going to avenge my master." As soon as the words fell, Su Qingxue stabbed Ling Taixu with her sword. Ling Taixu didn't dodge, only to hear a bang. Ling Taixu didn't have anything at all. Instead, the sword broke. Considering that we also had a good past, you kill yourself. Su Qingxue knew that she couldn't kill Ling Taixu, but what could she do? I hate you. Hate you. As soon as the words fell, Su Qingxue operated her entire body's true essence and cut off her own life and died. Watching Su Qingxue perish, Ling Taixu said, "Since you buried me in the first place, then I'll bury you today as a courtesy, and settle this grudge of ours." Ling Taixu came to the place where he had buried himself before, and used a small half-day to create a large tomb that was similar in style to the one Su Qingxue had given himself back then. However, there is no name on the tombstone. It is a sitting inscription without words. 70. 70. After taking care of Su Qingxue, Ling Taixu returned home with another instant. At this moment, the three wives had already finished their cultivation, and each of them had raised a realm. Jian Xining was at the third level of Cave Void, and Jian Xinxue and Jian Xinmai had both elevated to the second level of Cave Void as well. Taixu brother, husband, what is going on with us? Just after that with you, why did we all raise our realms? It's as if we were taking realm-raising pills. As soon as Ling Taixu returned, Jian Xinmai came to Ling Taixu. If one person had elevated it might have been normal, but if all individuals had elevated a realm, then this was a bit strange. Ling Taixu said, "Know the benefits. You will be so elevated next time. But, will this hurt your body, husband?" Jian Xining immediately asked. This was probably the difference between them and the others. The first thing they thought about was whether Ling Taixu's body could withstand it. Ling Taixu said, "Don't worry, just with you guys my body won't be fine yet. Even if you guys reach the Great Emperor realm you don't have to worry. It's good that it's okay." Jian Xinxue said, "Husband, just what realm are you in? Is it really the Great Emperor realm?" Jian Xinmai asked again, but they had read the descriptions of the Great Emperor realm recorded in the ancient books, and it seemed that even the Great Emperor realm wasn't as strong as Ling Taixu. Ling Taixu smiled and said, "It's probably stronger than the Great Emperor realm. I'm not sure which realm exactly." The three women were flabbergasted. Stronger than the Great Emperor realm? What realm must this be? In the Star Lawn world, the highest was only the Great Emperor realm, and no one knew what realm was above that. Well, none of this matters. Your realms are still too low. Go. I'll take you to raise your realms. Ling Taixu grabbed the Jian Xin dance in front of him. There was no way around it. Jian Xin dance was right in front of her. Oops. Seeing this, Jian Xining and Jian Xinxue both laughed. Ling Taixu laughed, laughing, "Ha ha, wait, it will be your turn soon, and we will strive to raise all of you to the late stage of Cave Void within 7 days. Brush." As soon as the words left his mouth, Ling Taixu disappeared into thin air, leaving Jian Xining and Jian Xinxue fuming. After a while, Jian Xinxue said, "Eldest sister, husband, he said that he would raise us to the late stage of Cave Void, or above the 7th level of Cave Void, within 7 days. Is this possible?" Jian Xining said, "I'm not sure. Perhaps husband has that ability. Then how many times will it come?" Jian Xinxue said somewhat shyly. In fact, Ling Taixu had also noticed that it seemed that he was much better at elevating his three wives than those before. Maybe it's the fact that they can add up to more multiples and feed more back to themselves than they can get. Of course it was just Ling Taixu's guess. Then after 7 days of authentication, Ling Taixu believed it. Almost a small realm a day. On the 7th day of the marriage, Jian Xining was at the 8th level of Cave Void. Jian Xinxue was at the 7th level of Cave Void, and Jian Xinmai was also at the 7th level of Cave Void. The realm was rising so quickly, and the three women were completely immersed in it. Even Ling Taixu had to come to Ling Taixu when he wanted to rest. Luckily, Ling Taixu has a system to add to his body. If this were an animal it would have to die of exhaustion. In the morning, Taixu glanced at the system. His invincible time as well as his lifespan had finally broken through to bonsai. A veritable bonsai. Host, Ling Taixu. Invincible, longevity, time, 10,001 years and 108 days. On this day, it was Ling Taixu who promised to tell everyone the secret about claiming the throne. But of course, he actually didn't know. But if he didn't say it, then there would surely be many people to annoy him. So he simply took the initiative to find a time to say it, and it would also give himself some peace of mind in the future. Sword Star Palace. On this day almost all of the paramount emperors of the Starland continent had come, and it was the bigwigs of the hidden sects that had all gathered together. Originally, there were only 100 or so quasi-emperors coming when Ling Taixu's great soul was here, but now there were at least 200 or more quasi-emperors. Many of the paragon emperors were unknown to everyone. After the news was passed out and it became a secret of the great emperors, what paragon wouldn't come? That's why there were even more paragon emperors coming this time. Ling Taixu also joined hands with his 3 wives and stood together at the very top of the Sword Star Hall. Awesome. It's only been 7 days, but it's improved so much. Each and every one of them has lifted 6 realms from the rapture, worthy of being a peerless great emperor. Everyone was stunned when they saw the realms of Ling Taixu's 3 wives. Even the quasi-emperors were shocked by such a speed of ascension. It was the most realm-raising treasures in this world that couldn't be so fast and at the same time without any side effects. This was the ability of the Invincible Emperor. Greetings to the Invincible Emperor. It wasn't known who took the lead and shouted. And then these 200 or so paragon emperors spoke at the same time. Greetings to the Peerless Emperor. Ling Taixu nodded, then said, there is no need for everyone to be so polite. In fact, there is not much I can say to you. Many thanks to the Invincible Emperor. I hope I can show us a path, the crowd once again said. Ling Taixu then also revealed a serious look on his face and said, actually, this 10,000 years without a great emperor, I think we all know the source. That battle of the great emperors in the Starfall continent 10,000 years ago. After this battle resulted in the Starfall continent's heaven and earth Yuan spirit chi basically disappearing altogether. And the Starland Great World was also affected. There will be no more great emperors after this. So if you all want to become emperors, you still have to unlock the secrets of the Starfall continent's mysterious land. Ling Taixu didn't know, but he could make up stories. Everyone with a clear eye knew that the great emperor disappeared right in the middle of that battle. But these paragon emperors weren't that easy to fool. A famous paragon emperor immediately spoke. Invincible Emperor, if you have to unlock the secrets of the mysterious land in order to become an emperor, but what about you? Ling Taixu also knew that someone would ask this question and also said, good question. In fact, the reason why I was able to become an emperor, that's because I'm not even from the Starland Great World, but rather, I'm from other worlds. And there, great emperors are nothing at all. Only saints who surpass great emperors by a great deal are considered the pinnacle. And you're all just frogs in the bottom of a well. Then I will also go to the mysterious land in 2 years. If you guys want to become emperors, you can seize this opportunity. That's all I have to say today. Believe it or not, folks, and leave me alone in the future. As he spoke, Ling Taixu looked at Chen Tianhe again and said, many thanks for your peach blossom brew. If you are in danger in the mysterious land, it is within my ability to save you once. Taking favors from people, Ling Taixu still had to return them. Chen Tianhe and the others were overjoyed upon hearing this. They all knew that the mysterious land was incredibly dangerous for a quasi-emperor, but with the help of Ling Taixu, who was at the level of a great emperor, then there was a certain amount of protection. Thank you, Invincible Emperor. Chen Tianhe and a few others arched their hands in thanks. Wives, let's go back. Within 2 years you will also become paragon emperors and explore the mysterious land with me, Ling Taixu said. As soon as the words were out of his mouth, the 4 of them returned home. Husband, you just said that 2 years would allow us to become quasi-emperors. You weren't kidding, were you? Jian Xining said doubtfully. Ling Taixu laughed. Of course I'm not kidding. These 2 years want us to keep working as hard as these 7 days. Proper. Speaking of which, the 3 women blushed. 2 years coming in this way. The scene is simply unimaginable. 71. All 3 women were a little shy when they thought about what was to come, even though they had been through this 7 days many times. But he still looked embarrassed when he said it. Moreover, when Ling Taixu left, they all heard Ling Taixu's sentence. Sword dust. We didn't hear it wrong. 2 years to raise 3K void realm them to the quasi-emperor realm? Invincible Emperor help. I think there's a chance. Don't you see that they've already raised 6 realms in 7 days? Old Me is really curious. How did the peerless great emperor quickly raise their realm? It's a pity that our Holy Land doesn't have this opportunity. Instead, your Sword Star Imperial Dynasty is about to give birth to 3 more quasi-emperors. Congratulations! The Sword Star Imperial Dynasty should be the #1 power in the Starland world. Hey! I wish the Invincible Emperor would also boost me up. I'm willing to offer the most beautiful woman within the clan. I wonder if I can fall into the eyes of the peerless great emperor. The only person present at this moment was Nangong Mingyue, who knew how Ling Taixu raised people's realms for them, and she had gotten a lot of benefits. With Ling Taixu's help, she would have been able to rank a few at the bottom inside the 36th place of the quasi-emperor ranking, but now she had the confidence to hit the top 30. This was the benefit that Ling Taixu had brought to her. If she had more time, she might have been able to reach the Great Emperor realm with Ling Taixu's help. Therefore, before Ling Taixu left just now, she sent a message to Ling Taixu to find her at night. After all, if you have a daughter-in-law, you can't forget her. Ling Taixu naturally remembered. So by nightfall, he brought Nangong Mingyue to the Taixu realm. However, Nangong Mingyue's location was different from that of Jian Xining's 3 girls, one on one side of the mountain, one on the other. One had 10 times the heaven and earth's yuan spirit chi of the outside, while the other had 20 times. In contrast, it was definitely better on Jian Xining's side. When the two of them met, without saying much, Ling Taixu began that long recharge time. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successful recharge. Invincibility time plus 5,000 days. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successful recharge. Invincibility time plus 5,000 days. The duo stopped only after recharging for a full 20,000 days in a row, without having the time to digest the pure energy in her body. Nangong Mingyue took the initiative to speak. Gongzi, Jingshu at her? Ling Taixu said. She already has her place. Oh, what about Sikong Jing and Xiaoyu? Nangong Mingyue opened her mouth and asked. Both of them? Hey. Ling Taixu sighed and said. Actually, I have given them many opportunities, but unfortunately, they didn't completely fall in love with me, and I've kind of given them enough resources. It's already enough. Hearing Ling Taixu say this, Nangong Mingyue immediately felt a dangerously strong sense of opportunity. What about me? Nangong Mingyue said directly. Ling Taixu said, I'll give you 2 years. If you can also fall completely in love with me, we can be together, and at the same time, I'll help you achieve the Great Emperor realm, or even higher, and walk out of the Fong world. Good. I'll try then, Nangong Mingyue said. In fact, Nangong Mingyue couldn't figure out if she could meet the requirements that Ling Taixu had said. Gongzi, what about Zhan Wan'er? I feel like you're not ordinary to her. Gongzi, Nangong Mingyue asked curiously. Pick her up tomorrow as well. I think she's also qualified to reach Quasi-Emperor in 2 years' time. It was still a bit difficult to stamp out 4 Paragon Emperors in 2 years, but it's still possible to spell it out. Okay, I'll bring her along tomorrow. By the way, can Wan'er and I also cultivate together here? Cultivate here. Twice the effort. 2 years in the outside world. Here is more than 8 years. And there is also the Heaven and Earth Yuan Spirit Chi edition. Naturally, it is better to cultivate here. Ling Taixu said. Yes, my lord. Can you reward me with some more precious medicines? Nangong Mingyue looked at Ling Taixu and pursed her lips. This look was extremely tempting. And Ling Taixu said, that's certainly possible. Degree, ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully recharging, gaining plus 5,000 days of invincibility. Overall increasing the invincibility time is still faster with the current Nangong Mingyue, and some of her abilities are getting better. Unlike the others, Nangong Mingyue especially liked to eat treasure pills. This was something that Ling Taixu liked. On the other side of the mountain was the residence of Jian Xining's trio. At this moment, all 3 women were also cultivating together. Only looking at the somewhat familiar sky, Jian Xinmai said, Big sister, third sister, why do I feel that the sky of this place is very similar to the Starland Little Mysterious Realm? Jian Xining and Jian Xinxue both nodded slightly as Jian Xining said, it is somewhat similar, and the range we are in can only be 1,000 meters outwards. Jian Xinxue said, and I realized that there are so many rare and valuable medicinal herbs in here. 1,000-year-old ones abound, and there are many 10,000-year-old ones. We will know when husband comes back. Hey, don't know how many people husband has besides us. Busy? I've heard that men can crystallize and die if they do this too much, and I don't know if it will hurt him. The words of the 3 women were actually heard by Ling Taixu, so he took it upon himself to come clean, not letting these things become a sticking point in their minds. With a flash, Ling Taixu appeared by their side. Ling Taixu said, Ning Ning, Schwerer, little dance, let me explain it to you. Husband, we were actually joking. Jian Xinxue immediately spoke. Jian Xining and Jian Xinmai also nodded. And finally Jian Xinmai said with a smile on her face, actually, there's just some curiosity. Ling Taixu came between the 3 of them. The 3 of them were so close that they could hear each other's breathing. First of all, let me talk about this Taixu realm. In fact, you guys guessed correctly. This is the Starland Little Mysterious Realm, but it has already been refined by me, and now it belongs to me. So everything in there belongs to me. And of course it belongs to you now. I'm going to unrestrict you so that you can come and go freely from here to your rooms and explore the world at the same time. Speaking of this, Jian Xinmai jumped up in surprise and said, Husband, really? Ling Taixu nodded and said, of course it's true, and about how many women I've had, I'll give you that too. However, when Ling Taixu said this, Jian Xinning said, "Husband, you don't need to say this, we can actually understand." Jian Xinxue nodded and said, "Yes, like our sword star imperial dynasty, the strong one that doesn't have many women behind him, it's me, our father, who owns dozens of concubines. Yes, 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 as long as you, husband, can always be good to us. Moreover, father is only in the return to truth realm. Husband, you're an invincible great emperor. You should have it." Jian Xinmai also said seriously. In fact, they had seen too much for their counterparts, especially since they had grown up in the palace, so they were extraordinarily sober. 72. They couldn't ask for too much from Ling Taixu, and Ling Taixu had helped them enough and treated them well enough, and he also promised them that he would strive to raise them to the quasi-emperor realm in 2 years' time. On this, that has already got a splash of benefits, if according to their own cultivation speed, from the whole virtual to return to the realm of truth if there is no chance, at least 100 years or more. And it took even longer to get from return to truth to Tian Yuan, and when you got to Tian Yuan that was even longer again. It can be said that to be able to Millennium Tian Yuan that is a supreme genius. However, reaching the Tian Yuan realm is only the beginning. It took even longer to go from Tian Yuan 1 to Tian Yuan 9, and it was even more difficult to comprehend the power of the laws at Tian Yuan 9. 2 years of quasi-emperors sounded like a bit of a pipe dream, but Ling Taixu felt that there was a chance. After all, a year outside was more than 4 years in his Taixu realm, which was 8 or 9 years, enough to become a quasi-emperor. This was also the reason why Ling Taixu dared to say so, otherwise the 2 years outside would have been really difficult. Ling Taixu looked at the 3 girls and said, "I'm relieved that you guys can understand. For the time to come, you all cultivate in here." Tomorrow outside the Taixu realm was already 3 days later in the Taixu realm. In just these 3 days, each of the 3 women had each raised another level of their realm. On this day, Ling Taixu also waited until Nangong Mingyue officially moved into the Taixu realm to live, and Zhang Wan'er was also brought by her. Zhang Wan'er, who had come to the Taixu realm, was obviously a bit nervous, and was a bit speechless at the sight of Ling Taixu once again. "Wan'er, what's wrong? Aren't you happy to see me?" Ling Taixu asked directly. "Taixu, invincible great emperor, how should I address you?" Zhang Wan'er was truly a bit nervous and stuttered a bit in her speech. The nervous Zhang Wan'er was adorable. Ling Taixu smiled and said, "Wan'er, there's no need to be so formal. You can call me Gongzi or Brother Taixu or something like that, just like Nangong Mingyue." Originally, Ling Taixu wanted to say that he was a husband, but he thought that he couldn't do that. Although this little girl had fallen in love with herself, after all, there hadn't been an official wedding yet, so she couldn't be called that yet, and if the other person liked her so much, then it was all the more reason not to let her down. "Oh, well then, Gongzi, that's how I'll address you," Zhang Wan'er said. Ling Taixu nodded, then continued, "Wan'er, this place is my Taixu realm, 1 year outside, more than 4 years inside, and the chi of the heaven and earth's Yuan spirit is more than 10 times as much as it is outside. So from now on, you and Mingyue will cultivate here with her." "Good." Zhang Wan'er nodded and didn't refuse. There were just some words that she was too embarrassed to say. Once again being able to speak with Ling Taixu at close range, Zhang Wan'er added, "My lord, the last time you let me cultivate inside the Starland Little Mystery Realm there was a tree of vermilion fruits of a high vintage. I took some of them, so I'll return the extra ones to you." After saying that, Zhang Wan'er took out a box, which was filled with what she had picked from the tree that day. Ling Taixu laughed, "The district Zhugua does not need to be returned to me. Wan'er, you can take it to assist in your cultivation, but if you can refine a pill, only then can you maximize the effect of the Zhugua." Speaking of this alchemy, Ling Taixu would be able to refine weapons, and he would also know some formations, but he still didn't know anything about this aspect of alchemy. At the same time, Nangong Mingyue immediately stepped forward and took the initiative to say, "Gongzi, in fact, I know some of this alchemy. The vermilion fruit is something that can be used to come up with the Earth Spirit Pill and the Yuan Spirit Pill. The Earth Spirit Pill can help Wan'er break through her existing realm to reach the Cave Void, while the Yuan Spirit Pill can all be taken again at the Cave Void realm." "Really? Then let's refine this 2 types of pills, but I'll also learn about this alchemy from you," Ling Taixu said. "My lord, to refine these 2 types of pills, 20 to 30 other herbs are needed, and if you want to learn alchemy or refine pills you have to find an underground fire spirit vein, and should also need a Dan furnace." Ling Taixu laughed, "Give all that is needed and give me some time to get it ready." "Good." Nangong Mingyue nodded. She knew that Ling Taixu was quick to learn things and could learn anything as soon as she learned it, so it was only natural for Ling Taixu to want to learn. But right from the beginning when she knew those things that Ling Taixu was learning, she had actually been very puzzled. A party of great emperor-level powerhouses with great strength, But this basic stuff was something that really a lot of them didn't understand. She really couldn't figure out who exactly cultivated Ling Taixu. There was also the fact that he came from other worlds. And here in Ling Taixu, everything was a mystery. Good. Then you guys cultivate while I go prepare. With a flash, Ling Taixu arrived at the location of the original Emperor's soldier mound in the Taixu realm. Below this is the earth fire spiritual vein, where a small fire can survive. That is also not an ordinary earth fire. Bringing out the Violet Spectre sword, the artifact spirit Violet Spectre once again transformed into that perfect goddess. And seeing Ling Taixu releasing her, Violet Spectre was also very joyful. It had to be said that although this Violet Spectre was only an artifact spirit, but compared to the other artifact spirits she was more humanized. How should I put it? Making Ling Taixu feel that Violet Spectre was more humane. Violet Spectre meets the Master. Master, being inside the sword is just too boring. Can you allow me to follow Master around from time to time as well? Violet Spectre was by Ling Taixu's side as if she had a grudge. What normal artifact spirit looks like this? However, Ling Taixu liked it very much, and in the face of Ziyu's reluctant face, Ling Taixu laughed. Fine, how about letting you out often in the future? Okay, thank you Master, Violet Spectre said in a serious manner. Master, what exactly is it that we've come back here for? Is it because you need me to refine a weapon? Ziyu looked at Ling Taixu suspiciously. Ling Taixu said, help me refine also a Dan furnace. This will be refined, right? Originally, Ling Taixu wanted to refine it himself, but he couldn't do it as well as Ziyu right now. Ziyu could now casually practice quasi-imperial weapons, while he couldn't yet, and refine a quasi-imperial weapon. Then after you bring it to yourself and recognize it as an imperial weapon, perhaps for use in alchemy will be twice as effective. Dan furnace. I know how to refine it, but I've never done it before. Need to give me some time yet. Ziyu responded. Yes, I'll give you time. There's no rush, Ling Taixu said. Then Master, you come and get it in half a month's time, and I will definitely refine a quasi-imperial artifact level Dan furnace. Ziyu revealed a look of confidence and seriousness, looking at Ling Taixu with a somewhat heartfelt feeling. I thought to myself, this is a nifty artifact spirit. Ziyu, I'll come back in half a month, Ling Taixu said. The more he looked at it, the more it made Ling Taixu feel that Violet Yui was not normal, and that she was able to influence herself. With an instantaneous movement, Ling Taixu arrived at Nangong Mingyue's place. Inside the room, seeing Ling Taixu coming, Nangong Mingyue naturally understood. Getting up and coming to Ling Taixu, he squatted down. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successful recharge. Invincibility time plus 5,000 days. 73. 73. Currently with Nangong Mingyue, a quasi-emperor realm expert, Ling Taixu's invincibility time that was also soaring, and Zhangwan Air, it would take some time for her. Half a month later, Ziyu had successfully refined a quasi-imperial artifact Dan furnace, and Ling Taixu had begun to learn about pills, and soon Ling Taixu was able to refine ordinary pills, and the medicinal herbs used were all taken in the realm of the Great Void, in which the medicinal herbs were literally head and shoulders above the rest, almost to the extent that they were not used up at all. After only a month, Ling Taixu had successfully refined the Earth Spirit Pill and Yuan Spirit Pill from the Zhuguo and other herbs. Zhangwan Air managed to reach the Cave Void realm after taking it, and during this month and a half, Ling Taixu hadn't failed to help the three girls. In a month and a half's time, they had all reached the Return to Truth realm, and the speed of raising their realms was simply unbelievable. Not only that, Ling Taixu had one more gain, and that was that all of the three women's recharge doubling on her had been raised to 6 times. The Return to Truth realm boosts 500 days at a time, and with a 6-fold bonus that would provide 3,000 days of invincibility at a time. This was already not much worse than Nangong Mingyue. However, Ling Taixu still reigned on the parade, and after a great battle, Nangong Mingyue licked the edges of her mouth, afraid of wasting any bit of precious medicine. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully taking in Nangong Mingyue, recharging the invincibility time doubled. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successful recharge. Invincibility time plus 10,000 days. It's not easy to at least double this Nangong Mingyue. Ling Taixu looked at the effect of this recharge that increased by 10,000 points. Mingyu, not bad. I like you more and more. Ling Taixu smiled. Nangong Mingyue laughed. It's good that you like it, Gongzi. Then there was another big fight. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successful recharge. Invincibility time plus 10,000 days. Leaving Nangong Mingyue's place, Ling Taixu came out and saw Zhang Wan'er in the middle of her cultivation. The first level of Cave Void was also very serious in her cultivation, but this cultivation speed would be too slow here in Ling Taixu's place. In fact, for Ling Taixu, he already had his own plan, After the mysterious land opened, he would also have to find a way to leave the Starland world to visit a bigger world. But these 2 years he had to prepare for things like raising the realms of those around him while adding enough invincible time to himself. Zhang Wan'er seemed to have a sense as well, as if she knew that Ling Taixu was here, and then stopped cultivating. Your Excellency, you're here. Zhang Wan'er got up and walked out from the house. Her delicate figure was indeed tantalizing. Ling Taixu said, Wan'er, how is your progress in this cultivation? Thanks to Gongzi's blessing of giving me so many pills, I've been preparing to impact the Cave Void second level realm for this period of time. Zhang Wan'er revealed a joyful smile. Ling Taixu laughed. Then, Wan'er, do you want to go faster? Can I go any faster? Zhang Wan'er looked at Ling Taixu with some surprise. In fact, in her heart, she thought of that day when he was poisoned. Ling Taixu let her raise 4 realms at once after he detoxified her. Is that the one he said was the way to fast him up? But she has married 3 princesses, and the more she thought about it, the redder Zhang Wan'er's face became. My lord, but, so is that how do you have to cultivate in order to be that fast? Zhang Wan'er asked with some embarrassment. Since Ling Taixu had already opened his mouth to ask, he naturally wouldn't hide it, and directly said, become my true woman and marry me, and you'll naturally know by then. For Zhang Wan'er, Ling Taixu would not force himself. However, for Zhang Wan'er, it was when Ling Taixu helped her to cure the poison and sent her Zhuguo before. Her heart could no longer tolerate other men. It was just that it seemed to Ling Taixu that Zhang Wan'er was still a bit hesitant, so Ling Taixu directly said, Wan'er, what I said was a bit sudden. I'm not forcing you. Think about it. Just at the moment when Ling Taixu was about to turn back, Zhang Wan'er said with some urgency, my lord, I am willing. During this month or so, when she came to the Taixu realm, she had thought many times if she could also marry Ling Taixu, but compared to the 3 princesses, she didn't seem to have much of an advantage. Especially since she didn't have any greater power behind her and couldn't help Ling Taixu much. So it was just a fantasy. How would I have known that Ling Taixu really brought it up today? Ling Taixu immediately turned his head and looked at Zhang Wan'er, who had a face of pure desire. Ling Taixu smiled. Wan'er, thank you. I will give you a wedding like I did the 3 princesses. Can I? Zhang Wan'er said with some lack of confidence. It's okay, but it also depends on how you want it. As long as I can do it, all will be satisfied. Ling Taixu said seriously. Is there any more inside Wayner's house yet? Family? Zhang Wan'er's eyes flashed with confusion when she heard Ling Taixu say this. It seemed like it had been a long time since she had heard these 2 words. My lord, I am an orphan and don't have a family. If I really do have a family, it would be the master who brought me up. I followed her when I was very young and she has always brought me up. Zhang Wan'er said. Master? Is she okay? Ling Taixu at this time, some before he had killed so many people from the Taishang Oblivion sect. If there was Zhang Wan'er's master amongst these, it would be really embarrassing. Zhang Wan'er said, don't worry, Gongzi. Master has been in seclusion for the last few years to impact the Return to Truth realm, so she's fine. Hearing Zhang Wan'er say this, Ling Taixu was sort of relieved. Since that's the case, then I'll refine a few pills to impact the Return to Truth realm. Ling Taixu directly said, is it okay? Zhang Wan'er looked at Ling Taixu with a hopeful expression. Ling Taixu laughed. Wan'er, when did I not count my words? Great. At this moment, Zhang Wan'er seemed to be even happier than she was at her own elevated realm. Wan'er, are you that happy? Ling Taixu asked curiously. Zhang Wan'er said, Gongzi, my master, her talent is not high. Originally in the Taishang Forgotten Soul sect is also only an outer disciple. Young when there is an opportunity to improve some, only to be able to enter the inner door. But unfortunately, the talent is really limited. Other people to improve a realm may need a few years, a dozen years, and my master has to use a few decades or even 100 years of time. At present master she is away from the cave realm. 5,000 years lifespan limit is also only 50 years less than time, so the last 10 years, she is in seclusion to impact the realm. If this 2 years not, then master she can only go out to look for the opportunity. A true genius. The 9th level of Cave Void was only a few hundred years, while her master had used more than 4,000 years. If Ling Taixu wanted to help, it would definitely be the best. And when she arrived here, Zhang Wan'er had also thought about it, but unfortunately she didn't know how to open her mouth. Even the Yuan Lingdan, Ling Taixu gave her a bottle, a total of 20, and she had only taken 2 of them for her recent cultivation. Most of them were still given to her master when she went out. Ling Taixu said, so that's how it is. In that case, then ordinary pills definitely won't work. Make sure to use some precious pills that can enhance your master's talent. How can we make her qualified to step into the heavenly Yuan and have a chance at Paragon? Ling Taixu said seriously. For his own woman, Ling Taixu would never be stingy, and as Zhang Wan'er was the most important person in this world, Ling Taixu definitely wanted to help. 74. 74. The precious medicine that Ling Taixu had given to Master Zhang Wan'er was definitely not the one he had on him, and the one he used was naturally taken from the realm of Taixu. If there is a Dan formula, then refine the pills. If not, then it doesn't matter. Just find some that can be taken directly. Hearing Ling Taixu's words, Zhang Wan'er was touched. Your Excellency. Thank you. Zhang Wan'er hugged Ling Taixu tightly. Ling Taixu's words were true to his word, which Zhang Wan'er knew very well, and would definitely do what he said. She just needed to wait. Wan'er, there's no need to thank you for this. It's just a small matter, Ling Taixu said. Then looking towards Nangong Mingyue's room, Ling Taixu said, when Mingyue finishes her cultivation, I'll ask her which pills she can refine. Good. Zhang Wan'er nodded slightly and flung herself into Ling Taixu's arms, and her little heart was pounding. Although the two had already been intimate once, that time in was in that situation. Now it was different because Zhang Wan'er had already fallen in love with Ling Taixu and was in a different state of mind. Ling Taixu also sensed that Zhang Wan'er had some tension. However, Ling Taixu did not proceed to the next step. If he wanted to, Zhang Wan'er would definitely not refuse. Not so good for Zhang Wan'er though. The good moments are best saved for the most precious nights. Not now. Alright Wan'er, you also cultivate well, and take the heavenly spirit pill slowly. There's no need to leave it for your teacher, Ling Taixu said. I'll listen to you. Gongzi, Zhang Wan'er said. Nangong Mingyue's cultivation took about 2 to 3 hours, and she could have continued to cultivate, but realized that Ling Taixu had not left yet, so she walked out of the room again. Gongzi, you're still here. Nangong Mingyue now looked at Ling Taixu with more or less the same eyes. After all, it was even more so that it had already been taken in, albeit of the ordinary kind, but it wasn't the same as it had been before, and it didn't feel anything at all. Ling Taixu laughed. Waiting for you to finish your cultivation. Waiting for me? Nangong Mingyue said. That's right. Do you have any elixir prescriptions there that can increase talent? As well as prescriptions that can help the cave void realm break through to return to truth? Ling Taixu asked. And Nangong Mingyue looked at Zhang Wan'er next to her, who seemed to have thought of something as well. With regards to Zhang Wan'er, she used to be unknown, but later investigated after being involved with Ling Taixu. This little girl was picked up by her master from outside. So Zhang Wan'er's master was also a teacher and mother to her. Her master had been at the 9th level of cave void for a long time and had average talent. So Ling Taixu was helping Zhang Wan'er's master. Nangong Mingyue said, the Dan formula is there. The heaven-mending Dan. But this pill I have not refined. There is no experience to speak of. And the medicinal materials needed are extremely precious. The main chapter to use the material is the wood system Yuan spirit fruit. More than 1,000 years before it can be effective. The higher the age, the better the effect. And when it comes to Wan'er, her master's age and stage, only with system Yuan Ling fruits that are over 10,000 years old can be effective. And when combined with other medicinal herbs, the heaven mending pill can boost talent by at least 50% or more, if not more. Refined with 10,000-year-old medicinal herbs, besides being able to replenish talent, it's also very easy to use it to break through the current realm. The heaven mending pill can be taken 3 times in a lifetime. The second one has only 50% of the potency of the first one. The third one has 50% of the second one. And the fourth one loses its potency completely. Of course, this lost potency is not the potency used to enhance true essence, but to enhance talent. It's just that this 10,000-year wooden Yuan spirit fruit is very hard to find. The last time I heard of it appearing was 500 years ago, and that time someone brought one out from the Starlon small mysterious realm, and it was auctioned off for 1,000,000 top-grade Yuan spirit stones. There is only one 10,000-year-old wooden Yuan spirit fruit. Refining pills can produce several pills if successful, but no one guarantees the success rate. So that person took it on the spot after obtaining it, and also managed to raise his talent by 3 levels. Ling Taixu laughed when he heard Nangong Mingyue talking about the 10,000 years wood system Yuan spirit fruit. The last time, 23 of them were used for the people of the Sword Star Imperial Dynasty. Fortunately, he had 6 10,000-year-old wood system Yuan spirit fruit trees. A total of 216 were plucked, 23 were given out, 1 was eaten by himself, and now 192 were left. And after Ling Taixu picked it, the trees soon bore fruit again. In the Taixu realm, originally, the growth rate of medicinal herbs was more than 10 times that of the outside, and now Ling Taixu's changes were almost about 20 times as fast as the herbs outside were growing. Add to that 1 year outside and more than 4 years inside, and a 10,000-year-old herb would only take 100 years in the outside world. Akatsuki, is this what you're talking about? Ling Taixu took out 2 10,000-year-old wood system Yuan spirit fruits from the system space. Looking at the fruit in Ling Taixu's hands, Nangong Mingyue's eyes went straight. Yes, this is it. The 10,000 years wooden Yuan spirit fruit. and one of the very few herbs that can enhance talent. And in contrast to the other herbs, this one doesn't have any side effects. Looking at the fruit, both Nangong Mingyue and Zhang Wan'er couldn't help but purse their lips and swallow their saliva. Ling Taixu laughed under his breath. This one will be for you to eat. Passing out two 10,000-year-old wood system Yuan spirit fruits. Nangong Mingyue that was nonchalant. Since Ling Taixu gave it to her she wouldn't be polite. It's just that this Zhang Wan'er is a bit hesitant. Gongzi, I want to leave it to my master. Ling Taixu laughed. Your master's portion is there, so don't worry about eating it. After saying that, Ling Taixu took out a frame that contained more than a dozen 10,000-year-old wood system Yuan spirit fruits. Eat it. I have more than enough of this stuff, Ling Taixu said. Looking at the fact that Ling Taixu had so many 10,000-year-old wood system Yuan spirit fruits, Zhang Wan'er was relieved to accept the fruits given by Ling Taixu. Mingyue, give me the Dan formula. I'll go study it and see if I can refine it, Ling Taixu said. If it could be refined, then it would definitely be better to refine the effects of the elixir. Wasting a few fruits that would be fine. Gongzi, besides this 10,000-year-old wood system Yuan spirit fruit, there are other cherished herbs. If it doesn't work, we won't refine it. It's quite good to eat it like this, Nangong Mingyue said. Ling Taixu nodded and said, this I know. Then he looked at Zhang Wan'er and smiled. Wan'er, you'll eat it later. This fruit is also very useful to you. It can directly raise you by 1 or 2 minor realms. As soon as the words fell, Ling Taixu instantly moved out to prepare for the alchemy. Zhang Wan'er, who was left behind, looked at the fruit in her hand, caught up and not knowing what to say. Nangong Mingyue looked at Zhang Wan'er with a smile and said, Wan'er, if the Gongzi lets you eat it, you eat it. Well then, thank you, old ancestor. Zhang Wan'er responded. Wan'er, there's no need to address me as an old ancestor here. I believe that you will also be able to achieve Quasi-Emperor very soon with the help of Gongzi. If it's not too much to ask, you can just call me Sister Mingyue, Nangong Mingyue said. She knew that Ling Taixu was really good to Zhang Wan'er, and since Ling Taixu was able to make those 3 princesses reach Quasi-Emperor in 2 years, then Zhang Wan'er could as well. 75. The Heaven Mending Pill. For Ling Taixu was only 1 level higher than the Heavenly Spirit Pill he had previously concocted. It wasn't difficult to refine either. The difficulty was that the medicinal ingredients were too precious and would fail if one was not careful. Failure to lose something would be worth millions of top-grade Yuan spirit stones. After all, besides the 10,000-year-old wooden Yuan spirit fruit, there were other medicinal herbs inside. The value of these medicinal herbs was also not expensive, and could be worth hundreds of thousands of top-grade Yuan Ling stones when placed outside. So it was absolutely impossible for those who didn't have that capital to want to refine such an elixir. Fortunately, Ling Taixu had previous experience in refining the Heavenly Spirit Pill, coupled with an extremely high level of enlightenment. Refining the Heavenly Mending Pill only failed once, and on the second occasion, he succeeded in refining a furnace of the pill. 13 pills were formed, and then another furnace was refined, resulting in 15 pills. After obtaining 28 of them, Ling Taixu stopped refining them. They were already enough for now. It's just a little itchy after not recharging for a few days in a row. So an instantaneous transfer came to the 3 princesses here. Ling Taixu first found Jian Xinning, took a good bath, and then opened for an unknown number of hours of recharge time. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successful recharge. Invincibility time plus 3,000 days. Now that all 3 women had broken through to the Return to Truth realm under his continuous efforts, it could be said that charging for an hour was invincible for 3,000 days. Only after recharging all 3 women did Ling Taixu stop. Ling Taixu didn't leave after he was done, and Jian Xinning finished her cultivation while Jian Xinxue and Jian Xinda were still in the middle of their cultivation. Husband, is there anything today? Jian Xinning was in a red glow, which was definitely a super satisfied look. Ling Taixu laughed. I'll talk about it after Shuer and Little Dance finish their cultivation. Good. Then husband, why don't you come and eat some spirit fruits? I'll feed you. Jian Xinning peeled a spirit grape and fed it to Ling Taixu. Instead, Ling Taixu shook his head, and then Jian Xinning understood Ling Taixu's meaning in seconds. Then put the spirit fruit in your own mouth and, after waiting for almost half an hour, Jian Xinxue managed to finish her cultivation. And an hour later Jian Xinmai also walked out from inside the room. The 3 women now had the same cultivation level. All of them were at the first level of Returning to Truth. Inside they had spent more than 2 months, yet outside it was only half a month or so. This made other people watching probably want to come over and beg Ling Taixu. In half a month, he had elevated from the 6th or 7th level of Cave Void to Returning to Truth. The speed was so fast that it was already incomprehensible, and only the 3 girls knew how hard Ling Taixu had worked in order to give them a boost. Husband, there's something, now you can say it, Jian Xinning asked curiously. Ling Taixu said. Two things. The first thing is that your husband and I have been refining pills lately, so I made the heaven mending pill with the original 10,000-year-old wood system yuan spirit fruit. Even though your natural talent is already high enough, the talent can still be made up again. After saying that, Ling Taixu took out 3 bottles, 1 bottle each. Take 2. This is the heaven mending pill? I've only seen it in an ancient book, and I've heard that this elixir is extremely difficult to refine. Jian Xinshui was surprised. Is the heaven mending pill also refined from a 10,000-year-old wood system yuan spirit fruit? Jian Xinmai wondered. Ling Taixu said, that's right, it's the 10,000 years wooden yuan spirit fruit. It's just that you guys have already eaten one, so it's just a matter of taking 2 of this elixir. Thank you, husband, the 3 women said in unison as they took the bottle. Husband, what about the second thing? Ling Taixu said, that means I want to marry Zhang Wan'er. There were some things that Ling Taixu had no need to hide, and since he was going to marry, he would say it earlier. Yes, Sister Wan'er looks very beautiful, and she's still number 1 on the goddess ranking, Jian Xinning said. Ling Taixu said, also to add, in my place, you are all wives and there is no distinction between concubines, so I will treat each and every one of you equally well, but there must be a backbone within the family as well. For example, when I'm not around, everyone listens to Ning's arrangements. For Jian Xinning, generous and decent, and good at handling things, so there needs to be someone to be this big sister. Husband, am I good? Jian Xinning inquired. Ling Taixu laughed. If I say it's okay then it's okay, so don't put it off. Ning. Alright, Jian Xinning nodded. Marrying Zhang Wan'er, the 3 women naturally wouldn't have too many opinions. There was just some concern about whether Ling Taixu would be worn out like this. Although this worry was sometimes superfluous to Ling Taixu, the heart of someone worrying about himself was still worth recognizing. Alright, I'll be going to deliver the heaven mending pill to Wan'er this time, so you guys take the heaven mending pill in the next few days as well, and I'll bring Wan'er over to meet with you guys at that time. Only after bidding farewell to the 3 girls did Ling Taixu return to Zhang Wan'er's place. This time Ling Taixu did not immediately go to Nangong Mingyue. Instead, he first came to Wan'er, who had also eaten the 10,000-year-old wooden yuan spirit fruit as Ling Taixu had requested, but was still in the middle of her cultivation, so Ling Taixu didn't bother. On the contrary, Nangong Mingyue had already absorbed the medicinal effect by eating the 10,000-year-old wood system yuan spirit fruit because of her own high realm. As Zhang Wan'er cultivated, Ling Taixu naturally found Nangong Mingyu. Gongzi, it's worthy of being a precious medicine that can enhance talent. My cultivation speed has gotten a bit faster than before. However, it's still not as good as your precious medicine. Originally, Ling Taixu wanted to give Nangong Mingyue a heaven mending pill first. But how do you know that Nangong Mingyue is an understanding person? She knows what is best and most precious. Compared to Ling Taixu's precious medicine, the heaven mending pill was nothing at all. Good. Satisfy you. Ling Taixu laughed. Nangong Mingyue said, I'm going to eat more this time. Ling Taixu. This Nangong Mingyue was all mesmerized and her obsession with the precious medicine was getting deeper and deeper. The heart panics if you don't take your medicine for a day. The good thing was that the 2 of them were also considered to be taking what they needed, and there were only benefits and no disadvantages for Ling Taixu. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successful recharge. Invincibility time plus 10,000 days. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successful recharge. Invincibility time plus 10,000 days. With the boosted invincibility time that Nangong Mingyue was now bringing was just too good. One recharge is 10,000 days, which translates to over 27 years. For times it will be 100 years or more. Ling Taixu is known as the unrivaled little sublime in the universe for ages. 7 times, 9 times is nothing. Spending another 6 or 7 days here in Nangong Mingyue added a total of 1,000 years of invincible time to him. Host, Ling Taixu. Invincible, longevity, time, 13,852 years and 286 days. More than 10,000 years of lifespan and invincible time. But Ling Taixu still felt that there was a long way to go. Too little to even reach immortality. But when will I reach immortality like this? This increase can only be infinitely more, and cannot reach a state of immortality. In short, for Ling Taixu, there was still work to be done. Allowing one's wife to reach a higher realm. The quasi-emperor was only the starting point. The great emperor was the beginning. Mingyu, Wan'er's cultivation is over. Let's take her along to her master. When her master takes the heaven mending pill to make a breakthrough, then it's also good to set a date for my marriage to her. Ling Taixu faintly said. Yes sir, but before we go, can we not come back? 76. Early in the morning, the Taisheng Oblivion sect, a shimmering light flashed. and 3 young figures appeared in the small courtyard where Zhang Wan'er was staying. Before that, she was already at the Tongyi realm, and although she wasn't considered to be strong here in the Taishang Oblivion sect, she was still able to have an independent small courtyard of her own. Brother Taixu, Sister Mingyue, I'll take you to my master's residence. Zhang Wan'er took the initiative to walk ahead and lead the way, while Ling Taixu and Nangong Mingyue followed behind. While walking, Nangong Mingyue also began to introduce Zhang Wan'er's master. As a clan elder, it was easy to want to know the situation of the clan's disciples. However, a lot of information Zhang Wan'er has already given Ling Su. Only one Ling Taixu is not clear, such as the Wan'er master's name Lu Xian. Soon the 3 of them arrived in front of Lu Xian's cave, and Zhang Wan'er opened her mouth. Disciple Zhang Wan'er pays her respects to Master Teacher. Master Teacher sect ancestor, she has also come to see you. And, before Zhang Wan'er could finish her words, the door was pushed open with a bang. Wan'er, you haven't been here for a long time. How could she come to us? The clan elder? Lu Xian's voice came out first before anyone arrived. It was just that the voice seemed a bit old-fashioned, and seeing its current appearance, it was indeed as old as it could be. The hair has gone gray and there are deep wrinkles as well. It couldn't be helped. It was the 9th level of the cave void realm that she had a lifespan limit, and she would grow old as she approached that limit. Master Yu, Zhang Wan'er was heartbroken when she saw her master's appearance. She hadn't looked at her master's father like this half a year ago, so she can only say that Lu Xian had aged really fast in the past half a year. Old, your master, I have been about to reach the end of my days. At most there are 2 years to live. But, Wan'er, you are already at the cave void realm? The 4th level of the cave? You were only at the 4th level of Tony half a year ago. How can you be so fast? Half a year's time from the 4th level of Tony to the 4th level of cave void. This rate of progress was simply unimaginable. Only after saying this did Zhang Wan'er's gaze look towards Ling Taixu and Nangong Mingyue, and only then did Lu Xian look at Ling Taixu, giving her a feeling of only 4 words. Unfathomable. As for the woman next to her, it seemed like she had seen her before. You are? Is it really old man Mingyue? Lu Xian immediately knelt and bowed. Disciple Lu Xian pays his respects to elder ancestor Nangong. In terms of age, Lu Xian was 1,000 or 2 years older than Nangong Mingyue, but the difference in strength and realm between the two was also too far. It's not a lack of effort, it's a real talent gap. If it was before, she wouldn't have paid too much attention to a disciple like Lu Xian, but now that she was involved with Ling Taixu, she had to pay attention. Nangong Mingyue took the initiative to go forward and help Lu Xian up, saying, Lu Xian, technically speaking you're going to enter the sect before me, so you won't need such a big gift. Thank you, old ancestor. Lu Xian, who was about to die, didn't retort. Old ancestor, are you here about Wan'er? Speaking of which, Lu Xian was a bit nervous. Zhang Wan'er was progressing so fast, could it be that she had gotten into trouble or gotten a treasure? Nangong Mingyue said, yes, there is a marriage. Wan'er is about to get married to Duke Taixu. This is Duke Taixu, currently the only Great Emperor realm powerhouse on the continent, known as the Invincible Great Emperor. Invincible Great Emperor? Isn't it impossible for Great Emperors to appear on the continent? Lu Xian was puzzled. Zhang Wan'er immediately said, Master, Brother Taixu, he's the peerless emperor. Now all the Paragon Emperors in the entire Starlon world have to listen to him, as well as my cultivation level is all because of Brother Taixu's help in raising me. This time, Brother Taixu came to see you, not only for our wedding, but also to help you. Master, break through your current realm. Before Ling Taixu could speak, Zhang Wan'er opened her mouth first. Help me make a breakthrough? Lu Xian suddenly pulled Zhang Wan'er to her side and said, Wan'er, I don't want you to sacrifice yourself for me. Zhang Wan'er said, Master, I didn't. I truly like Brother Taixu. If it wasn't for his help, I would have died inside the Starland little mysterious realm. Yes? Lu Xian said. Master, can I still lie to you? As he spoke, Ling Taixu took out a bottle containing a heaven mending pill and said, Auntie Lu, this is a heaven mending pill that I have refined to help you with your immediate predicament. After all, she was Zhang Wan'er's master teacher, and Ling Taixu called out to her aunt as a sign of respect. Mending pill? Hearing this name, Lu Xian's face changed, because her talent was too low. She had been searching for heavenly treasures to strengthen her talent for so many years. Unfortunately, there are so few of these, and they're just so hard to come by when you find them popping up somewhere. Either it is in the hands of a great power or a powerful person. It was just that there weren't that many heaven and earth origin spirit stones to purchase. Originally, he had already given up now, but he didn't know that now a heaven mending pill suddenly appeared in her hand. This was a heaven mending pill. One was worth at least 1,000,000 top-grade yuan spirit stones, and even if you had 1,000,000 top-grade yuan spirit stones you wouldn't necessarily be able to buy it. Are you sure this is for me? Lu Xian said with some shortness of breath. Honestly, after living for so many years, it's still hard to let go when it's time to die. A heaven-mending pill meant that it could enhance her talent and also allow her to step into the return to truth realm, while gaining an additional 5,000 years of life. How could you not want such a great benefit? Ling Taixu said. You are Wanner's master. This is naturally a filial tribute to you. There are 2 heaven-mending pills in here. After you take them your talent will improve greatly. In the future there is still hope that you can step into the heavenly yuan. Even a quasi-emperor is possible. 2 more? Lu Xian was surprised. Wan heir, have you taken it? Lu Xian asked. Zhang Wanner said. Master, I took it a long time ago. Otherwise I wouldn't have been able to improve so fast. Brother Taixu said that both of these are for you to both take. And although the effect of the second one will diminish the potency, it will maximize your talent. For Lu Xian, when she was young, she really tried hard and had a strong heart, but in the end she lost to reality. How can you not be happy now that you have the opportunity to go further? Good. Since Wanner you truly like him, I'll take this heaven-mending pill. When will you have your wedding? Lu Xian asked. Ling Taixu laughed. Let's wait for Aunt Lu after you take the heaven-repairing pill. Then you'll be able to participate in my and Wanner's soul power at your best. What do you think? Once Lu Xian heard this, she laughed and said, good. So very good. Not to mention other things, willing to pay for the heaven-mending Dan or 2, and at the same time waiting for her to come out before getting married. Just these 2 points she could feel that Ling Taixu was a good person. Senior, you should quickly go into seclusion and take the heaven-mending pill, so that you can ascend into the return to truth realm earlier. Zhang Wanner added. Well, my family Wanner is going to be in a hurry to get married, so I will immediately go into seclusion to take this heaven-mending pill. Lu Xian laughed. In fact, there was no need for Zhang Wanner to urge her. She also wanted to take it earlier. Saying this made Zhang Wanner's pretty face blush as she whispered. Not at all. I'm worried about your body, Master. 77. The day Lu Xian took the heaven-mending pill and came out of the gate was almost the day of Ling Taixu and Zhang Wanner's wedding. Ling Taixu was in no hurry at all, and after Lu Xian's seclusion, Zhang Wanner did not return to the Taixu realm with Ling Taixu. She would stand guard outside Lu Xian's door, waiting for Master's breakthrough. If Lu Xian broke through to the return to truth realm, then she would still have another 5,000 years of life. 5,000 years is a lot to do already. Moreover, taking the heaven-mending pill could greatly enhance one's talent, and there was already hope of advancing to the Tian Yuan realm in the future. Ling Taixu and Nangong Mingyue returned to the Taixu realm together. The 3 wives had taken pills and were practicing, so Ling Taixu spent the next several days in deep communication with Nangong Mingyue. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successful recharge. Invincibility time increased by 10,000 days. Ding! Detects that Nangong Mingyue's love for the host has increased, with a bonus effect asterisk 3 times. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successful recharge. Invincibility time increased by 15,000 days. Mingyu, if it leaks, it leaks. You don't need to take them all. Ling Taixu looked at Nangong Mingyue's appearance. It was really a bit funny. She really couldn't afford to let go of any of the drops. So every time there is a omission it is not spared, even to the point of sometimes collecting some for storage. When Ling Taixu asked her what she was keeping it for, Nangong Mingyue replied, this is kept as a backup for future emergencies. Ling Taixu on the spot. He really does not know how to answer. But when Nangong Mingyue did so, Ling Taixu didn't stop her. So he just let her come, as long as she was happy. The 3 wives had taken the heaven-mending pill for almost 7 days before it ended, and under the effect of the heaven-mending pill, each of them had gained a great deal, and all of them had raised their realms as well. Jian Xining was at the peak of the 9th level of Cave Void, and Jian Xinxue and Jian Xinmai had also reached the realm of stepping into the 9th level of Cave Void. How much time had it been? It had only been a few months in the realm of the Great Void, and just a few months outside. Just ascending so quickly also led to the 3's state of mind being somewhat unable to keep up, so the 3 women began to exercise their state of mind to sharpen their own sword intent. At this point, Ling Taixu was not in a good position to instruct them too much, and together they all had to rely on themselves to comprehend. The good thing was that in themselves, their talents were all extremely good, and under Ling Taixu's cultivation, they had even reached a point that was beyond speculation. Their mental improvement is also progressing by leaps and bounds. Day by day, Ling Taixu is either looking for the 4 girls in the Taixu realm to recharge their invincibility time, or he is out of the Taixu realm looking for various exotic beasts on the continent to put into the Taixu realm. Under Ling Taixu's control, the Taixu realm also had many more animals, spirit beasts, and so on. Of course when Ling Taixu caught these things in, he also considered the food chain. He couldn't catch them in and let them starve to death, nor could he let them multiply too much. Fortunately, Ling Taixu also studied the food chain. Although the establishment is not perfect, but in his natural environment of this Taixu realm, it can be formed over time, if there is a need for him to adjust himself on the line. On this day, Ling Taixu and Ziyu searched for exotic treasures in the Taixu realm together. During this time, Violet Spectre had been accompanying Ling Taixu in human form. Although Ziyu was very pretty and had a first-class figure, she even had an indefinable temperament. After this period of time, Ling Taixu always felt that the more he looked at this Ziyu, the less simple it was. Several Emperor artifacts were also created later on, but the Emperor artifacts among them were simply not comparable to the Violet Spectre. Master, can I be like your wife? Master? Ziyu's sudden opening of her mouth caught Ling Taixu on the side off guard. Violet Spectre, you are an artifact spirit, not a real human, Ling Taixu said. In the previous life, there were Stampo ghosts and demons in the mythological stories, but I haven't heard much about this story with the spirits, Violet Spectre said. Master, I'm different from other artifact spirits. I have everything that a human should have. Actually, I saw all the things that Master did before. I can too. I feel that if I join Master, I can also ascend, Violet Spectre continued. Because Violet Spectre was an artifact spirit, loyal to his own artifact spirit, he sometimes didn't let Ling Taixu avoid him during his recharge, and occasionally saw him. Ling Taixu looked at Ziyu and also always felt something strange. Master, may I? In a flash, Violet Spectre revealed a shy look that surprisingly gave people a feeling of pity. Ling Taixu said, Ziyu, this matter must not be brought up again unless you truly become a human. Oh, Violet Yui seemed to be a little disappointed, but she also obeyed whatever orders Ling Taixu gave her. It's just that inside you really want to try it. After all, she saw that the people who fought with Ling Taixu were very comfortable, and she wanted to experience it as well. It's almost time today. Go back to the Taixu realm. As soon as Ling Taixu's words fell, with a wave of his hand, Violet Spectre turned into a sword body and returned to his body, then disappeared into the Starlong world. It was only at the moment Ling Taixu disappeared that the heavens and earth gathered as if there was a kind of haze covering them. At this moment, in the Starfall continent, an extremely majestic heaven and earth Yuan spirit she rose up to the sky. A rumble of heavenly thunder exploded. It was accompanied by a crumbling sound on the ground. If Ling Taixu had come from here, he would have been surprised. A round hole, 1 meter in diameter, was blown open in a luxurious grave. A delicate woman's figure gradually rose. Looking at the scene in front of her, the woman was very familiar. When she also buried another person in this place. Sure enough, this world really can't break through into the great Emperor realm. Ling Taixu, I don't share the same fate as you, but just what realm are you in? There are some things that even the Emperor realm cannot do. Could it be that you are also in the Eternal Supreme realm, traveling this world as well? Damn it, it's all because of that great battle 10,000 years ago that destroyed the rules of this world, resulting in there being no great emperors in this world. That is to say, reincarnated I can't regain my cultivation in this world, and I can only stay at the quasi-emperor realm. If Ling Taixu was here, he would definitely be able to recognize who the person in front of him was, if not Su Qingshui. It was just that although the current Su Qingshui's appearance was roughly the same as before, the person appeared even more demonic and beautiful, as if she was a fairy out of the dust. In the sky, Su Qingshui closed her eyes and muttered under her breath, in this life, Su Qingshui has died, and my heavenly realm's Jiyao Supreme Being will once again come forth to testify to that saintly position. 2 years from now, I don't need to go myself. I guess you, Ling Taixu, will be able to break open the secret of the mysterious place, and at that time, I will be able to break through the Emperor realm and return to the heavenly realm. Damn it, what kind of person are you? Back then, you let me meet you definitely because you did it on purpose. I can't spare you. An enormous killing intent spread out like a wave, causing many of the ordinary mortals within the surrounding 100 miles to die suddenly on the spot, and many of those who survived became demented. This day was like the end of the world for these mortals. Only the culprit who did this disappeared into thin air shortly after the killing intent was unleashed to its fullest. Ling Taixu's current power was something she simply couldn't get her hands on, and the entire Starland Great World was under its control, so she was also particularly careful. It was just a bit of a pity that at this time Ling Taixu had already arrived at the Taixu realm, and he was not allowed to know everything that happened in the Starlon world. Otherwise the changes in the Starfall continent would not be able to escape his perception at all. Although Ling Taixu didn't know, at this time, there were quite a few paramount emperors who looked to discover the changes in the Starfall continent and were prepared to go forward to investigate if something had gone wrong with the mysterious land or if it had opened early. 78. Ling Taixu didn't realize this news until he exited the Taixu realm 3 days later. There was an anomaly in the Starfall continent, and the anomaly turned out to be in the place where he used to live. After Ling Taixu arrived at the location where Su Qingshui was buried, he found that his grave had broken into a large hole and Su Qingshui's body was no longer there. Is it possible that this location is resurrected from the dead? More special? He himself had the system right here and was resurrected. Was Su Qingshui also resurrected? Ling Taixu used his divine sense to start searching the Starland continent. Perhaps Su Qingshui was too well hidden. Ling Taixu was unable to discover Su Qingshui's figure even after using his secret techniques to search for several hours. Su Qingshui, you're still alive. So this is interesting. To be honest, I'm still slightly saddened that you're dead, although you lied to me for 70 years. But then you also brought me benefits. The same way I gave you what you needed. We can write off what happened before, but after this, you better not mess with me. Ling Taixu felt that if Su Qingshui was resurrected, it would definitely not be simple. While it poses little threat to himself, it could be dangerous for his family. Back in the Taixu realm, the next month in the Starland realm and more than 4 months in the Taixu realm. Under Ling Taixu's continuous efforts, all 3 of Ling Taixu's wives had managed to break through to the Return to Truth realm, and they had all reached the 2nd level of the Return to Truth realm. And Ling Taixu gained even more invincible time. Host, Ling Taixu. Invincible, longevity, time, 16,867 years and 153 days. For Nangong Mingyue, she had been upgraded even more, and it could be said that she had almost reached the limit of a quasi-emperor, only 1 step short of ascending to the Great Emperor realm. And this month, only Zhang Wan'er elevated the least or the Cave Void 4th level realm. Of course, this was also the reason why Ling Taixu didn't recharge her invincibility time with her. Ling Taixu would keep an eye on Zhang Wan'er's site every day. On this day, Ling Taixu had just come to see Zhang Wan'er before she even walked into the small courtyard, when Lu Xian's voice came out. It's too good. I've finally broken through the Returning to Truth realm. During this month, Zhang Wan'er had been guarding outside, and when she heard the sound of her master's breakthrough, a smile appeared on her face. Brother Taixu, thank you. After Ling Taixu came in, Zhang Wan'er greeted her, and at this moment Ling Taixu informed Nangong Mingyue, who was practicing in the Taixu realm, and brought Nangong Mingyue out. After a while, Lu Xian walked out of the room. The entire person was simply transformed. The original head of white hair had turned into a rich black color. As for her body, it has also regained its youthful appearance. It's hard to imagine being a stooped old man a month ago, and now looking at the looks it's definitely a face that would make the list of goddesses. Thank you, old ancestor. Thank you Taixu, you helped me make a breakthrough. Otherwise I would be a pile of withered bones right now. Lu Xian said. Ling Taixu said, no need to thank me. This is all what I should do. Zhang Wan'er also said happily, congratulations, master. It's finally as good as my wish. Lu Xian nodded and continued, reaching the Returning to Truth realm. I have another 5,000 years of life. This heaven-mending pill is worthy of being a legendary elixir. My natural abilities have more than doubled. I feel that I also have a chance to get closer to the heavenly Yuan realm. The heaven-mending pill had less of a boost for those who were already highly gifted, but for those who had a lower mention of giftedness, then it was obvious to see that there was a boost. Wan'er, since Master has already made a breakthrough, then the next thing is to do for you. Lu Xian glanced at Ling Taixu when she finished speaking. Zhang Wan'er thought of Ling Taixu's grand wedding earlier, but for her, she also wanted to have a wedding. Ling Taixu said, Wan'er, you tell me, what kind of wedding do you want? As long as I can do it, I will definitely do it for you. Brother Taixu, actually, I want to keep it simple. It doesn't need to be that grand. Is that okay? Zhang Wan'er asked. Originally, Nangong Mingyue thought that this wedding could be a big one and then like the last one. Such a process to go through. Then the Taishang Forgetfulness sect will be able to go to the next level. Then the entire Star Lan world will be who will not look down on their Tai Forgetfulness sect. In fact, at this moment, Nangong Mingyue and also Lu Xian, they both forgot one thing. That's the rule of the Taishang Oblivion sect. Women are not allowed to marry. Of course this rule is only for ordinary sect disciples. In front of you is a powerful person at the level of a great emperor or even above the level of a great emperor. Can you not abide by this rule? So it's like this rule doesn't exist with them. Ling Taixu said, since Wan'er doesn't want to organize a big event, let's do it in a small way. Just in the courtyard where you are. Wan'er, how about inviting your friends to come along? Good. Thank you Brother Taixu, Zhang Wan'er said with some embarrassment. Let's set the time for 10 days later. I should also prepare a gift for you, Ling Taixu said. Speaking of gifts or bride price, Ling Taixu had given the Sword Star dynasty how much Nangong Mingyue and Zhang Wan'er knew. Could it be that I can also obtain an imperial artifact? Nangong Mingyue's heart fluttered with excitement. Thank you Brother Taixu, Zhang Wan'er said. Nangong Mingyue said, I'll immediately order someone to set up your courtyard, or change it. Zhang Wan'er just wanted to say no, but she was stopped by Lu Xian, who said for Zhang Wan'er, "Thank you, elder ancestor. It's just that there is still a rule in the clan that a woman can't get married, so how can this be accounted for to the other people in the clan?" Speaking of which, Nangong Mingyue then remembered, this is a rule that should be abolished. On the day of Wan'er's wedding, I will announce new rules. As long as the conditions are met, my Taishang Forgetfulness sect can get married, and the sect's future is going to be transformed. So this way, sooner or later, it will be eliminated. Nangong Mingyue said. Old ancestor Mingyue. Thank you, Lu Xian said. In fact, by bringing up this point, she was also doing it for Zhang Wan'er's sake. But seeing this, Lu Xian understood Ling Taixu's weight. Invincible emperor? Who in this world can mess with that? Good. Wan'er, you prepare well. I'll go prepare a bride price for you. What Xining and the three of them have, you should have too. Mingyue. Then the arrangement here is up to you, Ling Taixu said. Nangong Mingyue nodded and said, don't worry, leave everything to me. Wan'er, prepare well. After saying that, Ling Taixu directly kissed Zhang Wan'er on her forehead. In full view of everyone, Zhang Wan'er looked slightly embarrassed and her body was shaking a little. But luckily, Ling Taixu disappeared directly after the kiss to go to the Taixu realm. 10 days outside. More than 40 days in the realm of the Great Void. ZU. Build a defense quasi-emperor artifact and a sword-type quasi-emperor artifact. The same as Xian Ning and the girls before. Ling Taixu ordered. Violet Spectre transformed into a human form and responded with a somewhat strange expression. Yes, master. I'll start refining immediately. ZU. You're an artifact spirit. Don't think of nothing all day. Refine the artifact properly. Ling Taixu reminded. What does this spirit want? What's with the sense of autonomy? Why do you want to be taken care of so badly?